This is a post-apocalyptic world infested by monsters. People make contracts with various mecha girls to suppress monsters. Robot created with endless resources. However, due to its terrifying properties that no one could control, it was labeled a killing machine, and it was eventually decided to put it in a furnace and rebuilt. He, Lee Mumming, is a young man who traveled through time and space. He has the ability to see through the hidden attributes of all mecha girls and modify them, but he was betrayed by the first mecha girl he contracted with. With anger and disdain, Lee Mumming came to the recycling station and made a contract with LY-9, the former killing machine. Adhering to the modification idea that all fear comes from insufficient firepower, the LY-9, which combines all-round attributes with super terrifying firepower coverage, stunned all the mecha girls. From then on, there was a mobile war fortress and an unshakable military defense line on the battlefield of the monster cemetery. Many years later, the monsters were swept away by humans, and Lee Mumming, who had become the world's strongest mecha master, was interviewed. Now, you and your robot girl have become the saviors of mankind. Were you not afraid when you chose LY-9? Lee Mumming replied that all fear comes from lack of vitality. At this time, Lee Mumming stood in front of the desk, his eyes full of coldness. The contract was thrown to the ground by Chen Feng, making a dull sound. Chen Feng, the only son of the boss of Feilong Mecha Company, is a silver steel level mecha master, with a look of provocation and contempt. Lee Mumming glanced at the contents of the contract with a frown on his face. The contract reads, Lee Mumming's mecha modification ability is insufficient and he has not obtained the approval of the mecha girl within 3 months. This is a breach of contract and is hereby terminated. These words pierced Lee Mumming's heart like needles. He was already in a strange world. During the 3 months of traveling, he tried hard to adapt and did his best to modify the mecha in order to make a living. However, everything was wiped out in this way. Lee Mumming, I've already told you, you don't deserve it. Chen Feng's voice was like an icy blade, piercing Lee Mumming's eardrum. What? You said Long has signed a contract with you? Lee Mumming's eyes flashed with surprise. He never imagined that Long, who had been modified by him into a B-class mecha girl, would turn around and throw herself into Chen Feng's arms. Do you really think you can control her? Chen Feng sneered, you are just a half-baked mecha master. I can't even do basic operations. It's only natural that Long chose me. Lee Mumming's eyes were cold as he stared at Long, who was standing next to Chen Feng. All the hard work Lee Mumming put in for her now seemed so insignificant. Long, the mecha girl who had jumped from D-class to B-class under his transformation, has now become his biggest betrayal. Lee Mumming, Chen Feng and I are the best partners, you are just a passerby. Long's voice was icy cold. Lee Mumming felt a surge of anger and disappointment in his heart, but a hint of mockery appeared on his face. Do you really think I'll give up so easily? As soon as he finished speaking, a blue virtual panel appeared in front of him, which only he could see. The mecha data displayed on the screen made Lee Mumming's eyes suddenly become furious. Long, the Pluto 445U core, was clearly his masterpiece, but now it has been swallowed up by Chen Feng's hypocrisy and power. Lee Mumming took a deep breath and calmly looked at the data that would change Long's fate. He is no longer that weak ordinary person, but a mecha modification master with golden fingers. Chen Feng, do you think that Long can go further just because he chose you? I think you are just a blind man. Lee Mumming then opened his Mecha Evolution Atlas and touched the screen with his finger, and Long's hidden advancement information appeared. This is exactly the second golden finger that Lee Mumming obtained after traveling through time, the Mecha Evolution Atlas. He can see through the hidden potential of each mecha girl and mastered the evolution path. Even the most inconspicuous mecha girl can be given new life in his hands. He remembered that Long's strength had undergone a rapid change in his hands. From the original D level to B level, she already has the potential to be close to A level mecha girl. Lee Mumming knew that if he carried out a deeper transformation on her, she would make an unprecedented leap and break through to the silver steel level. He turned and walked towards the door, no longer looking at the disgusting master and servant behind him. Chen Feng couldn't help but laugh and said, want to leave? Do you think you can turn the tables? Lee Mumming didn't look back, but just whispered, I will live a more wonderful life than you, with glory that you can't imagine. On the street outside, Lee Mumming lowered his head and walked quietly. He knew in his heart that he couldn't just give up. The Monster Graveyard Pioneer Cup, the challenge of Li Yanjun, is his only chance. He had no choice but his own skills and the little money he had left. I will never let myself lose like this. Li Muming's eyes flashed with determination. He knew that in this post-apocalyptic wasteland, if he wanted to stand out, he must have a powerful mecha. And Long is the key to his counterattack. Even though Long is now controlled by Chen Feng. But he believed that he could make her shine again and exceed everyone's expectations. Money? It doesn't matter. I don't believe I can't find a suitable girl. Li Muming touched his pocket and sighed. Although he was penniless, he believed that he could find a chance to counterattack in this wasteland. He looked up into the distance, at the towering pyramid, the fiery sun court, the holy place for mecha masters. If you want to enter the Liang courtyard, you must participate in the Monster Cemetery Pioneer Cup. But Li Muming no longer has a company quota, and can only obtain a quota in his personal capacity by participating in the Liang Challenge. Calculating the time, the challenge competition is held every half a month, and the new one will start tomorrow. Before the end of this challenge, he not only needs a robot. The value of this machine girl must be high, which is easier said than done. There are generally two ways to obtain the machine girl. Buying it yourself is expensive and ordinary people cannot afford it. Sign a contract with the company and become a company agent. Li Muming, who was disgusted, now only wanted to choose one, but almost all of his money was spent on Long, and he couldn't even buy a good one with a defective one. Now I have no money, so I can only try my luck at the recycling station. The recycling station is the final destination for all defective robots. Not only can they be traded at a low price, they can also choose to be destroyed in the star-gathering furnace at the center, ending their existence. Li Muming paced in the messy ruins, watching the mecha girls who had lost their value being traded and sent away. He originally came here hoping to find a useful mecha, but the reality disappointed him terribly. Not to mention high-performance ones, there are none that can function normally. Li Muming sighed softly, feeling helpless. Just as he was about to leave, the star-gathering furnace suddenly started up, and a loud bang broke the silence. He turned around and saw a conveyor belt slowly starting up among the piles of abandoned mecha wreckage, bringing with it a mechanical dead air. At the front end of the conveyor belt, a red-haired girl in a tight uniform sat quietly with her knees hugged, her eyes empty. In her chest, a core that shone like the blazing sun emitted a strong light. She, the intact mecha girl. Seeing this scene, Li Muming's heartbeat suddenly accelerated, as if he was deeply attracted by something. Stop! He suddenly shouted, breaking the silence around him. This immediately attracted surprised looks from the red-haired girl and others, but the conveyor belt continued to move forward relentlessly. The girl glanced at him coldly, then turned her head away, as if she didn't care about Li Muming's existence at all. Li Muming did not hesitate, quickly rushed onto the conveyor belt and ran towards the girl. This action shocked the administrator, who immediately pressed the emergency brake button. He roared, "You're crazy. Get down here now, if you want to die, get out of my way." However, Li Muming completely ignored the administrator's warning. His eyes were fixed on the panel that had just popped up. LA Comprehensive Speed Fighter Mecha Girl. This mecha girl turned out to be one of the top mecha girls he had always dreamed of. The data on the panel shocked him. Her core, LY Flare 9X, Power Module, Scorching Sun. Weapon Module, KAM-779 Ray Tracing Missile on the wing, LAX Flare Missile on the left arm. The DGOV Fiery Sunbeam Sword on her right arm, all of these prove that she is an unrivaled fighter girl. What made Li Muming's heart beat faster was the incredible, synergistic bionics mode. This is a technique of neural resonance between the top mecha pilots and mecha girls, which means that her control is not only powerful, but also extremely efficient. And her core talents, Rage and Infinity, are simply terrifying abilities born for the battlefield. After losing 1% of her energy shield, her body can enter berserk mode, improving all attributes. This kind of robot girl is simply a natural fighting machine. Li Muming also noticed the huge flaw behind the data, brain death. This collaborative bionic mode of the mecha girl is powerful, it also brings great risks. No ordinary mecha master could withstand her terrifying mental fluctuations. That's not a problem. A gleam of light flashed in Li Muming's eyes, and a solution quickly came to his mind: firewall. He has the ability to overcome this fatal flaw, and only he can pilot this mecha. At this moment, he completely ignored the surprised looks around him and excitedly extended his hand to the girl. Are you willing to fight alongside me? There was silence all around, with only the mechanical sound of the conveyor belt echoing. The red-haired girl raised her eyes, glanced at him and said coldly, "Rogue." Li Muming was stunned. Before he could react, the girl had already done a beautiful roundhouse kick and kicked him off the conveyor belt. She resolutely turned around and walked towards the recycling furnace filled with the breath of death. I don't want to. Her voice was cold. Li Muming climbed up despite the pain, but he had no intention of giving up. LY9, once the top experimental project of Liang Academy, its former glory has been destroyed. But he knew that her fate should not end here. He chased after her desperately and shouted again, as a mecha girl, don't you want to go to the battlefield? LY9 paused, his face looking a little tired. Shut up. What do you know? I know, no one can withstand your violent nature, right? This should be a top-notch cockpit coordination mode, but it has a fatal flaw that will cause the mecha pilot to be brain dead. LY9 was stunned, how do you know? Seeing that the girl took the bait, Li Muming continued to read the information in the picture book. I also know that you are a top-level mecha girl, with 2 core features, no need to upgrade the power module, height 175 centimeters, measurements. After hearing Li Muming's story, LY9 was even more shocked. Only the chief engineer level of Liang Academy has the authority to view her specific information, but the person in front of him is so young, obviously not that person. Trust me, I can make you shine on the battlefield. Li Muming said, smiling again, so, are you willing to fight alongside me? LY9's eyes showed some trust at this time, but after struggling for a long time, he finally refused. Since you know so well, I won't go with you. It is my destiny that no one can drive me. Mecha girls are born to fight. Killing monsters on the battlefield and suppressing the monster cemetery is the dream and glory of every mecha girl. The glory of being a member of the Fiery Sun sequence always burned her heart. The trait called rage should have torn open the iron curtain of monsters, but it became a mark of her being a killing machine and imprisoned her within it. I never believe in fate, the young man said. LY9 smiled sadly, you are not me, of course you don't have to believe it. But with my ability, I can tell you clearly that this is not your destination, so. The young man paused. LY9 turned her head and clearly saw Li Muming extending his hand to her. Bet my life, please give me the chance to change your destiny. In the dark abyss, a ray of dawn tore through the darkness and illuminated the girl in front of her. The scene before her was like a dream. She was stunned and speechless for a long time. The young man in front of her, named Li Muming, walked towards her with a fearless look. The firm words were like thunder in my ears, this will not be your end, nor will it be mine. If fate really locks you up, then let me help you break it. Let us fight together. LY9 saw the long-lost trust and hope in Li Muming's almost pure eyes. After a brief hesitation, out of trust in Li Muming, he slowly extended his hand. Li Muming grabbed her hand and took her down from the conveyor belt, smiling as bright as the sun. I'll prove that you made the right choice. Time was running out, and Li Muming didn't waste any second. Our goal is simple, to get used to each other and win the challenge. Win the qualification in the Monster Graveyard Pioneer Cup and go straight to the Sun Courtyard. His tone was full of confidence. Is this kid crazy? He picked up an abandoned robot and yet he dared to dream about this. Someone commented nearby. Just wait and see, you can go to Liang Courtyard even in your dreams, huh? Another person sneered. However, Li Muming ignored these voices and said with a firm look, but I have to make it clear first. If I survive today, you will sign a contract with me without any further delay. LY9 hesitated slightly, but finally nodded. Her eyes were complicated, but in the end, she decided to believe him. Li Muming's face was filled with a smile of victory, and his heart was bright. He succeeded, and the plan began. Next, Li Muming brought LY9 to a training ground. This base is a huge mechanical combat training ground with many record lists. Breaking any record will earn you a $500,000 bonus. Lee Mumming looked at the record boards that no one cared about, and said, "Our goal is simple, to break a record and win the prize money." The surrounding mecha masters and staff couldn't help laughing when they heard this. Is he crazy? The records here have not been touched for 10 years. Someone laughed. Lee Mumming didn't care. He paid the entrance fee and took LY9 into the training ground. The area here is wide and dusty, and dozens of mechas are training fiercely. The surrounding area is filled with mechanical sandbags that can withstand powerful attacks, minefields, speed meters, and missiles that can be launched randomly. Let's get started. Lee Mumming turned to look at LY9. She hesitated a little, but finally nodded. When LY9 started the mecha, Lee Mumming was shocked by the scene before him. The beautiful red-haired girl instantly turned into an 18-meter-tall combat mecha. Under the sunlight, the mecha looked like a blazing fire, its body flashing red light. "Are you sure you want to drive?" LY9 knelt on one knee, and the huge body of the mecha still looked a little uneasy. Lee Mumming took a deep breath and nodded firmly, "Of course." When he stood on the energy circuit on the mecha's chest, the technical system in the cockpit instantly connected with his brain waves. At that moment, he felt an unprecedented driving experience, collaborative bionics. This mode allows him to merge perfectly with the mecha, without any button operation, only a mental contract between his brain and the mecha. So this is what it feels like to operate a mecha. Lee Mumming was delighted and began to tentatively control the LY9. However, the staff at the training ground on the other side did not think highly of him. Employee A yawned. He looked over here and said, "Another newbie has come. He's probably not even a mecha master." Employee B sneered, "He's too energetic. Show him some color." Soon after, a missile came swiftly towards the LY9 from a distance. The simulation session at the training ground started, and the employees were trying to challenge Lee Mumming's reaction ability. "You say you are experienced? Liar!" LY9 shouted angrily. Lee Mumming was not panicked at all. "Why log out? The training ground is provoking me, don't underestimate me." At the moment when the missile approached, Lee Mumming's consciousness seemed to be swept away by a force, and the golden finger firewall was activated. LY9's core began to flicker, and its value soared rapidly. The system displayed, "Rage mode is on." Suddenly, the cockpit turned blood red, all icons became unusually sharp, and the whole atmosphere became manic and uneasy. LY9 began to feel incredible. How could an inexperienced newcomer be able to withstand such mental fluctuations and control the mecha? Under Lee Mumming's control, LY9, holding the fiery sunlight sword, flew out at an astonishing speed and smashed the mechanical sandbag. "This beam sword is really powerful." He laughed and saw the sandbag was cut in half in an instant. The employees around were shocked. How is this possible? An ordinary mecha girl can't break a black iron-level mechanical sandbag in a day. However, Lee Mumming had already cut off the second sandbag, seemingly effortlessly. These mechanical sandbags that are as hard as steel are as soft as tofu in front of this beam sword. LY9's voice was filled with surprise. "Who are you? How can you withstand my mental fluctuations and be so familiar with my weapons?" Lee Mumming smiled and replied, "I am destined to save you." It was Lee Mumming's first time to control a mecha girl, but he quickly adapted to the feeling of control. Collaborative bionic technology makes everything easy and precise. There is no need to learn complicated console operations. As long as he can withstand Reina's mental fluctuations, he can become a top mecha master. He quickly locked onto the target, and the mecha's flaming red arm pointed to the east, where a large electronic screen displayed the battle record rankings. The list clearly shows, destroying 100 mechanical sandbags in the training ground, ranked by the time taken. First place, Wu Haodong, 30.5 minutes. Second place. The employees around were stunned for a moment, seemingly puzzled by Lee Mumming's behavior. Employee A asked in confusion, "What does he mean? A novice dares to challenge the battle leaderboard?" Employee B responded with disdain, "It's just the rookie expansion period, don't worry about him." However, the next moment, the scene changed drastically. Boom! The shell of LY9's left arm quickly unfolded, and 3 stray bullets with shining light were ejected. Energy charging starts. The panel immediately displays, tip. The left arm LAX flare missile has been fully charged, do you want to launch it? Li Muming did not hesitate and fired 3 missiles. The terrifying heat and deadly deterrence rushed directly to the mechanical sandbags several hundred meters away. Employee A sneered and said, "This kid has no idea. The mechanical sandbags are much more resistant than this beam sword. Missiles are useless." However, the next moment, his mouth opened so wide in surprise that an egg could almost fit in it, and his face was full of disbelief. 3 missiles. The mechanical sandbag melted instantly, and all the sensor chips inside were damaged. Is this a Black Iron class mecha girl? How can she be so powerful? Could it be a half-Black Iron mecha equipped with a silver steel core? The employees began to discuss heatedly. As the battle progressed, Li Muming's movements became faster and faster. The mechanical sandbags that were extremely hard in the eyes of ordinary Black Iron level mecha girls were like soft tofu. Hey! Look, this guy is no ordinary guy. We can't keep our bonus, an employee shouted. Everyone then realized that Li Muming's speed was close to breaking the record, and everyone returned to the control panel and nervously joined in the confrontation. Hundreds of missile launch bases in the training ground locked onto the target one after another, and a fierce battle was about to break out. The originally chaotic training ground suddenly became orderly, and missiles rained down on the fiery Sun mech in the center. A novice challenging the record? With such a strong style, could he be a student from Liang Academy? Someone whispered. Li Muming's LY-9 mecha is 100 times stronger than ordinary mechas, and is even much stronger than ordinary mecha girls. With Li Muming's precise operation, missiles continued to hit LY-9, and its health points dropped sharply. Warning! Energy shield is damaged, secondary violent mode is activated. The second stage of the Berserk mode is activated, and LY-9's mecha skeleton begins to vibrate. The sound of steel colliding resounded through the sky, energy shone all around, and the energy at the core surged toward the torso module. Every time it is injured, the mecha becomes more powerful. Li Muming could clearly feel that the mecha became lighter, faster and stronger. Soon, he leaped over a 100-meter-high hill like a cheetah and cut off a 20-meter-long steel mechanical sandbag with one sword. The trajectory of the missile is precisely visible, just like the Chinese national football team kicking a ball, it is clearly visible. The beam swords and missiles continued to attack like a perpetual motion machine, and the scene was extremely shocking. 50, 60. As time goes by, the records keep changing. 70 units. 90 units. Li Muming's mecha rolled over, and each mechanical sandbag turned into pieces under the scorching sunbeam sword. 3 minutes later, a new number flashed on the screen, 100. The entire training ground fell into silence, and all the electronic screens froze at this moment. The time on the screen showed, 29:39. First place, unknown, 29:39. Everyone present was stunned and dumbfounded. Oh my god, where on earth did this guy come from? He is so strong. He really broke the record. It's going to be lively again at the crazy training ground. All the employees were stunned and could hardly believe their eyes. After exiting the mecha, Li Muming sighed deeply and recalled the exciting moment just now. To be honest, this is my first time driving such a cool mecha. It's really exciting. At this time, LY-9 returned to its normal human form and stood in front of Li Muming. Her eyes were a little dull, and she gently stroked Li Muming's face, tears welling up in her eyes. "Are you my destined mecha pilot?" she asked in a low voice. Li Muming held her face with a smile. "We have just started, the future belongs to us." The next second, LY-9 suddenly threw herself into Li Muming's arms, and the two fell into the dust. "You're still alive," she murmured, tears falling like drizzling rain. Li Muming hugged her lovingly and gently stroked her red hair. "We are here to break the fate." Her voice gradually became low. "Can I leave my fate to you?" LY-9, who can be called a beautiful girl from any angle, is now pressing Li Muming. The fiery red hair brushed across the young man's face, and his pretty face with tear marks spoke seriously. "This is something that should be sworn in a church while wearing a white dress. It's my honor." Li Muming smiled slightly, his heartbeat quickened. He finally sat up straight and responded, "Then I'm counting on you." Ly-9 sat astride Li Muming, as if declaring that she would always be loyal to him, her only master. Every word she said was full of determination. "From now on, unless you send me back to the furnace, I will follow you forever. Then let's become the strongest mecha master and mecha girl together." Li Muming rubbed her hair. Ly-9 nodded, unwavering, "I believe, master, you can do it." At this time, the voice of the radio interrupted the conversation between the two. "Mr. Breaking the Record, please come to VIP room number 9 to collect your prize money." Li Muming smiled and stood up. "Let's go and collect the prize." As soon as he left, a man in the field stood there with his mouth slightly open, as if he had not yet recovered from the shock. Fuck, did that guy really break the record? He stared at Li Muming's back in amazement, his heart full of doubts and confusion. In VIP room number 9, Li Muming and Ly-9 met the owner of the Reckless Training Ground, a bald man. After seeing the two, the boss greeted them warmly, "Welcome. I am the boss of the training ground." He immediately took out 2 cards and handed them to Li Muming. "This is a 500,000 bonus card. The other is a black card for our training ground, with which you can train for free in the future." Li Muming was stunned for a moment, then smiled. "Is there such a good thing?" The boss smiled more flatteringly. "Of course, if you can break the record, you will be our hero here." After receiving the bonus, Li Muming took Ly-9 away from the training ground. At this moment, on the other side, Chen Feng and Long were preparing to hone their skills on the training ground. When they witnessed the extraordinary performance of the red mecha, they were all shocked. This combat power is too terrifying." Chen Feng stared at the mecha, stunned. "The strength of that mecha girl is at least S level." Long's face turned pale. He was filled with uneasiness at the thought that he might encounter such an opponent in the monster cemetery. However, Long's sight fell on the figure that was walking away. "A sense of uneasiness suddenly surged in my heart. That person looks like Li Muming." Li Muming. Chen Feng shuddered with fear, and then showed a look of disbelief. How could he possibly have a mecha girl like this? He's just a loser, how could he have such a chance? Maybe I saw it wrong. Long was also a little uncertain, but the uneasiness in his heart became more and more intense. After returning to the villa in the suburbs, Li Muming began to explain his current situation to Ly-9. "To be honest, my family is not wealthy, and this house is the only inheritance left by my parents." He paused and added, "The current 500,000 yuan bonus is just what I just earned. Although it is enough to buy nutrient solution, it cannot provide you with a major upgrade in the short term." Just as Li Muming was discussing future plans, Ly-9 suddenly began to undress, leaving her upper body naked. The moonlight sprinkled on her fair skin, like a silent temptation. Li Muming's eyes were instantly confused and he quickly looked away. Wait, are we moving too fast?" he began, his mind in a turmoil. "I'm not ready." Ly-9 looked puzzled. "Didn't the master say that we have to sign a contract after driving the mecha?" "Contract?" Li Muming seemed unaware and responded hastily, "Okay, let's sign it." Then, Ly-9 gently pulled up Li Muming's finger, bit it lightly, and let the blood drip into the core of her chest. With the contact of that drop of blood, Li Muming could feel a sense of connection, which was the inseparable bond between the robot and its master. "This is not an ordinary contract, but a soul contract." Ly-9's voice was firm. "As long as I fight for my master, regardless of life or death, this is my oath to you. No matter whether you are rich or poor, I am willing to stand by you forever in this life." The moonlight shines down, and the girl's eyes sparkle like diamonds. Li Muming stood there, his heartbeat seemed to exceed 120 times, his eyes wandered, he coughed lightly and said shyly, "Now that we have signed the contract, it seems inappropriate to call you a serial code name in the future. I will give you a name." "Okay." Ly-9's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Li Muming smiled slightly, clapped his hands and said, "L. By the way, I'll call you Lena. In my hometown, this name symbolizes the goddess of the scorching sun." He said it seriously, as if there was a deep meaning behind the name. For a moment, Ly-9's eyes widened and a hint of shock flashed through his heart. The goddess of the fiery sun, this is not just a name, it means that she will represent the Mecha family of the fiery sun sequence. Li Muming gave her this name, which meant his trust and expectations for her. Master. Reina stood up, her emotions were high, her eyes seemed to be burning with fire. I will definitely become a top mecha girl that you will be proud of. Li Muming couldn't help but turn his head and looked at the magnificent scene in front of him, feeling shy. He quickly changed the subject. Well, we have a challenge tomorrow. I'll clean up your room first, and you can get some rest. Reina nodded firmly. Okay. We must win the game tomorrow. The two said good night to each other and went back to their rooms to rest. The next morning, Li Muming took Lena, who was full of nutrient solution, to the competition venue. The St. Duloc base has a special geographical location and is divided into inner city and outer city areas, with resources strictly controlled. The Liang Challenge provides opportunities for civilian elites in the outer city who do not have a company background. The top two teams in each final will not only receive ranking rewards, but also have the opportunity to win a spot in the Monster Graveyard Pioneer Cup. Registration for this challenge is already in full swing, and today's competition venue is at the foot of Tsuewe Mountain. Li Muming arrived with Lena. The preparations for the challenge were almost complete. After a simple registration, Li Muming was arranged at the end of the battle sequence according to the arrival time. Due to limited space, all participating giant mechas cannot set off at the same time. The competition system stipulates that the players start in order, and the difficulty of each race is the same. The preliminary round lasts for 7 days, with 1 to 200 people participating every day. It mainly tests the overall abilities of the mecha girls. With our strength, it will be no problem for us to get first place today. Li Muming encouraged Lena. Okay. Reina responded firmly. However, at this moment, a discordant voice interrupted their conversation. I was wondering who was so arrogant. It turns out it's you, a loser. A sneer came from the front. Li Muming recognized the source of the voice at a glance and was stunned. Yang Yuan, you are here too? Yang Yuan, a guy who has a close relationship with Chen Feng, often uses Chen Feng's power to show off in the company. Heh, if you can come, why can't I? Yang Yuan raised his chin provocatively, pointing at the high ponytailed girl next to him. This is Lingxi, a silver steel level mecha girl. She has experience comparable to that of a combat master and is far more powerful than that piece of trash you picked up from who knows where. The silver steel class mecha girl that Chen Feng has been modifying for more than half a year. Li Muming's heart moved, and he turned to look, only to see Lingxi's cold eyes staring at him closely. You must be the ex of that vixen, so annoying. Li Muming frowned slightly, but after seeing Lingxi's detailed data, he couldn't help but laugh. Power module, green, silver steel grade. Weapon module, LCI particle beam sword, black iron grade. Engine module, spirit wind, black iron grade. Energy module, vortex, black iron level, combat, 69, agility, 68. Defense, 46, stamina, 42, endurance, 35. Lingxi was originally a silver steel level mecha, but the rest of the modules are mostly black iron level. This shows that her configuration is not as perfect as Yang Yuan said. Li Muming immediately understood that Yang Yuan was just putting on airs. Li Muming, could it be that your robot girl was picked up from a recycling station? Yang Yuan looked at Lena with disdain. I really don't understand why you would fall for such a loser. Li Muming sneered, oh, you are so outstanding, why are you in the same arena with me? Yang Yuan sneered in response, this is the young master's trust in me. He allowed me to bring Lingxi to fight for another quota. Li Muming's mind moved, how about we have a bet? The stakes are 400,000, and I'll bet all my wealth on it. Yang Yuan was stunned, but soon sneered, are you crazy? Okay, I'll bet with you. Li Muming knew that Yang Yuan would not worry about losing the game at all, because he was full of confidence and thought he would definitely win today's game. Don't worry. Li Muming patted Lena's shoulder, if he dares to scold you, I will make him regret it later. The body unfolds, as brilliant as the blazing sun. The preliminary round of the challenge lasts for 7 days, with only one large qualifying match held every day to determine the champion of the day and enter the finals. Qualifying race is divided into the first half and the second half according to the entire mountain. In the first half, the girls start according to their positions. There will be mechanical weapons and official mecha divisions blocking the way, and the total time it takes for the contestants to cross this area will determine the result. In the first half of the journey, we can kill most of the people, he said, gathering his energy in getting ready. Li Muming looked at the vast desert in front of him and saw the mechas rushing forward like chariots on a sand table. Reina, let's show these people our first battle. The moment their thoughts were connected, Li Muming's vision changed drastically. Those mountains and hills were now nothing more than small steep slopes. Thanks to the collaborative bionic driving mode, the field of vision alone far exceeds that of ordinary mechas. The moment the energy of the back thruster module was activated, the agility threshold of up to 91 shone like a comet across the entire field. When Li Muming stepped into the arena of the Liang Challenge, the situation outside the competition was also quietly changing dramatically. While the competition was in full swing, several important figures on the 29th floor of Great Wall Company were paying attention to every detail of the competition. A well-dressed man in the conference room broke the silence. Who will get the guaranteed spot in this challenge? Yang Yuan and Lingxi from Filong Company have already bet 5 million plus a set of modules. It's a safe operation. Someone answered. The man in the suit frowned. Yang Yuan. I've heard of him, but what does that mecha look like? He looked at Shihua next to him, who whispered, yes, although this machine was disassembled from the silver steel class. But in the iron class, its performance is already top-notch, and qualifying is basically not a problem. It turns out that in order to make their people stand out in the competition, major companies often use money and other means to make the competition more controllable. Li Muming is just a lone hero without any background, standing in this unfair competition. However, the mecha driven by Li Muming rushed into the track at an astonishing speed, completely exceeding everyone's expectations. Even a high-speed camera designed specifically for Black Iron class mecha masters could not accurately capture the image of the red mecha. In just a few seconds, Li Muming had already rushed to the front of the stadium. Fuck! What's this speed? A mecha master exclaimed, and everyone was shocked. Li Muming's mecha is so fast that people can hardly react. The red mecha easily avoided all missile attacks and even cut off several missiles shot at it with one sword. This was an extraordinary performance that made everyone present look at the driver with admiration. When Li Muming stopped steadily, the scoreboard showed 3 minutes and 29 seconds, far ahead of everyone else. First, Li Muming, 3 minutes and 29 seconds. At this moment, everyone's face was filled with shock and disbelief. Yang Yuan's face turned pale instantly. What? Impossible. How can someone like you be a top-notch mecha girl? Yang Yuan roared angrily, obviously unable to accept the fact that he was left far behind in the competition. Li Muming didn't care about Yang Yuan's doubts and said calmly, I picked it up at the recycling station, what's wrong? You are the only one who can take the first place. You are right, we are indeed from different worlds, you are far inferior to me. The surrounding mecha masters burst into applause, and everyone cheered for Li Muming's courage and achievements. On the other hand, Yang Yuan's face turned pale and his heart was filled with jealousy and anger. However, the game was not over yet. The host announced that the next round would enter a more difficult stage. Faced with the obstruction of 3 silver steel level mecha masters, Li Muming had to give it his all. At this time, Yang Yuan's performance caught Li Muming's attention. Yang Yuan chose an extremely dangerous path and faced the challenge of the cliff. But unexpectedly, Yang Yuan's mecha actually used some incredible skills too. He avoided the interception of other mecha masters and instantly widened the distance between himself and other players. While Li Muming was still thinking, a phone prompt suddenly lit up in his cockpit. A call from Great Wall Company. Why did such a call come at this moment? The voice on the other end of the phone was blunt and cold. Hello, I'm Shihua, a silver steel level mecha master of the Great Wall Company. Li Muming's heart tightened, sensing something was wrong. Shihua didn't drag his feet and directly got to the point. Yang Yuan's spot in this Liang challenge has already been decided. But as long as you join us, you still have a chance. There is an inside story in the Liang challenge. Li Muming frowned and finally understood why Yang Yuan was so confident. Lina next to him cursed angrily, what a bastard. Shihua responded calmly, you are very lucky. After joining us, you will not only win the preliminary round, but also the final. Li Muming's face was grim. He refused without hesitation. Sorry, I refuse. Shihua on the other end of the phone raised his eyebrows and said with a bit of sarcasm, reject? It seems that you don't understand the rules yet. Li Muming sneered, you are the one who doesn't understand, right? Can't I advance if I don't join your company? Let's try it, let's bet something, I have 400,000 here. The call was hung up directly, and Shihua looked at his colleagues around him angrily. It is ridiculous that the frogs in the well of the outer city actually want to fight against these rules. After hanging up the phone, Li Muming looked around and noticed the reactions of other mecha pilots, and felt that the situation was becoming more and more complicated. Damn, this guy actually got the internal quota. He's so unlucky. Someone was indignant. What bad luck, no chance at all. Another person sighed. You all know all these shady dealings? Li Muming asked in surprise. What can we do if we know? A mecha master smiled bitterly. That's the face of capital. These Silver Steel class mecha masters before you will deal with you mercilessly. Look, those 3 Silver Steel class mechas don't give us any chance at all. After a moment of silence, more mecha pilots stopped their engines and the atmosphere became heavier. Fate? I don't believe in fate. Li Muming's voice was relaxed and firm. Then, his red mecha leapt up, and the sunlight sword hummed out of its sheath, like a bolt of lightning piercing the silence. How dare they insult the Liang court challenge, Master, I'm angry. Reina's tone was angry, and the air in the cockpit seemed to freeze because of her indignation. I'm angry too, so let's teach them a lesson. Li Muming's words were full of provocation. Under the astonished gazes of the other contestants, the red mecha pounced on the silver steel mecha in front of it like a lion, swallowing up mountains and rivers. Yang Yuan watched this scene from afar. A black iron-class machine girl dares to challenge the silver steel class, how stupid. The silver steel class mecha master beside him sneered, you have courage, but it's a pity that it has no effect. However, Li Muming was rapidly observing the properties of the silver steel mecha in front of him, accurately calculating the timing of the attack. The panel attributes of the silver steel class mecha emerged one by one. He quickly analyzed them in his mind and determined that he could destroy the opponent's defense with one blow. The metal joints of the mecha's right leg exerted force, and the energy module ran at full speed. Li Muming's red mecha burst out at an astonishing speed, and then the spiritual skill, treading on the void slash, was activated. A strong stream of light flashed across the sky, piercing through the core of the silver steel mecha like lightning. The mechanical parts shattered instantly, the energy system collapsed violently, and the silver steel grade mecha was almost completely destroyed by this sword. Your courage is commendable. You seem to overestimate your own weight. Li Muming's calm voice came out, raising his sword and looking at the enemy in the distance. The silver steel class mecha master looked at his mecha in pain, his vision gradually blurring. The red mecha put away its beam sword and continued to rush forward. The surrounding contestants were all shocked and exclaimed, this is impossible. That's a spiritual skill. He actually has a spiritual skill. Shihua was stunned when he heard this in the company. Quick. Let Yang Yuan go to the finish line, there is no time to delay. A mecha girl with psychic skills is definitely a destructive force in the challenge. The spiritual skills displayed by Li Muming made everyone realize that. This game will no longer be a simple technical competition, but a contest of will and ability. Yang Yuan saw the image of the red mecha from the radar, and his face suddenly changed. Impossible, he actually has spiritual skills. He felt anxious and quickly gave orders to the silver steel examiner beside him, stop him. Don't let him pass easily. Li Muming once again assumed the posture to perform his spiritual skills, but the silver steel examiner opposite him had despair in his eyes. Before Yang Yuan could react, Li Muming's red mecha had disappeared from his sight. In that instant, Li Muming appeared behind Yang Yuan at a terrifying speed. This is the terrifying aspect of his spiritual skills. The alarms in my ears were deafening, the core energy was destroyed, and the terrifying electric current was wreaking havoc in the cockpit. Despite the protection, under such violent fluctuations, the sparks and electric lights in the cockpit still directly whipped Yang Yuan's body. Yang Yuan's eyes were filled with disbelief. He was speechless and almost fainted from the pain. Wait, don't faint yet, pay me 400,000 first. Damn it. As Yang Yuan fainted from anger, the Lingxi mecha was destroyed and exited the mecha state. Li Muming also drew out his beam sword and pointed it at the Silver Steel examiner. Is there any need to stop me again? The Silver Steel level mecha master, who had always been high and mighty and could beat up the contestants at will, was now afraid and was somewhat afraid to face the sword. You go ahead. With the momentum of this sword alone, Li Muming directly scared away the examiner in front of him. This is the deterrent effect brought by powerful spiritual skills. There was silence in the Great Wall Company meeting room as they witnessed this scene. A middle-level leader had a ferocious look on his face and slammed the table angrily. Useless. A bunch of useless people who only know how to collect salaries. A Silver Steel level mecha master can't even stop a Black Iron level master. There are always shady deals in every damn Liang Academy challenge. Why is it broken in our company? If this gets out, what prestige will our company have? The angry voice echoed throughout the conference room. Shi Hua's face was filled with astonishment. He couldn't believe that a mecha girl with no background could possess spiritual skills at the Black Iron level. How was this possible? Even in the history of Liang Court, such a thing has never been heard of. Taking a deep breath, he looked at the leader and said, "We have to do something, otherwise we may lose face even more." On the field, after losing the obstruction, this road is particularly wide. With almost no effort, Li Muming drove Lina to the finish line. Even after he crossed the finish line, the staff here were still in a daze. It was only after Li Muming's reminder that they reacted. Ah. Oh. The host changed the advertising slogan prepared for Yang Yuan, coughed lightly and began to speak. I declare that the champions of today's preliminary round are Li Muming and his robot girl Reina. They will receive a 300,000 yuan cash reward and the qualification to participate in the finals of the Liang Challenge in 1 week. Let us congratulate this powerful mecha duo. May the blazing sun shine upon their bright future. After the host finished speaking, both the contestants inside the venue and the audience outside the venue were excited. A Black Iron class mecha master actually defeated a Silver Steel class mecha master with his brute force. Awesome, Crass. Not only that, didn't you see the second and third machine girls? They were so scared that they didn't even dare to stop it. I must be dreaming. Someone could actually beat the designated mecha master. All the contestants today can guarantee that they will never forget the preliminary round of this challenge when the blazing red sun tore through the dark curtain of the arena. That sword is so cool. Hit these people hard in the face. Let them know that this outer city area is not their company's backyard. Those who had to swallow their anger in the past when they discovered the shady dealings are now finally able to hold their heads high and look at Li Muming with admiration in their eyes. And when they looked at the organizers, they spit and cursed without hesitation. This frightened the host so much that he dared not speak. Mr. Host, Li Muming stood on the stage and raised his hand. Hey, the host came running over, laughing. Li Muming walked off the stage and twirled his fingers. When will the 300,000 be paid? Right away, I'll swipe your card right away. The host was afraid that something strange might happen at this time. With Li Muming's current popularity, the audience would tear him apart. After receiving the bonus, Li Muming and Lina left with satisfaction. On the street, Lina held Li Muming's hand and glanced at Li Muming's profile from time to time and smiled secretly. Li Muming coughed lightly. Why are you acting like a nympho? Reina rushed over with the ball and said expectantly, I did it. I won the championship. What reward will the master give me? His arms were squeezed and stressed, and Li Muming was in a good mood and said, buy a module. Yeah. In addition to the corresponding mecha girl level, the module is divided into 5 small levels, white, green, blue, purple, and red according to the strength of the characteristics and the upper limit of additional attribute points. The higher the level, the more attribute points can be increased, so in the training policy of the mecha girl, it is necessary to reach the upgrade threshold and give priority to upgrading the level. Then, Li Muming counted on his fingers and found that he currently had about 1.1 million yuan. Let's go to the module store first to see if we can find a suitable Silver Steel grade module to upgrade our level. Soon, the two arrived at the K5 Shanghai module store. According to the size of the store, all merchants in the base are divided into levels K1 to K6, and the higher the level, the larger the scale. Xinghai Module Store is one of the 3K5 module stores in the entire outer city area. It is top-notch in terms of both scale and module quality. In the neat and grand exhibition hall, there are many high-quality modules, and all the silver steel-grade modules are placed in prominent positions. After Li Muming entered the store, he began to select. Every time he touched a module, its detailed information would appear in front of him. Illustration activated. Energy Module Star Gathering Ring. Level, Silver Steel Blue. Provided attributes, Stamina +4, Endurance +5. Equipment Effect Prediction, upgrading will cause Reina's attack to be reduced by 3, so it is not recommended to change the equipment. Negative effects. No, Li Muming gave up decisively. Engine Module and Spur. Level, Silver Steel Blue. Provided attributes, Attack +7, Stamina +3. Equipment Effect Prediction, it can further enhance the power of the spiritual skill Void Slash, so it is recommended to change the configuration. This is good. Li Muming is very satisfied with this module. According to common sense, selecting modules is a very cautious and complicated matter. No mecha master can guarantee that he can choose a module without abnormal effects or a very suitable module. But thanks to the golden finger of the illustrated guide, Li Muming was able to make the selection quickly and accurately. But when he saw the price, 2 million, he was stunned. Master, how about we change to a cheaper one? Noticing the change in Li Muming's expression, Lina looked at the price, was stunned for a while, and then shook her head repeatedly. But in fact, at a glance, most of the items here are priced at this price. Li Muming coughed lightly, glanced around, waved his hand when he saw the manager, and said, "Can this module be cheaper?" The manager smiled and said, "I can give you a 50,000 yuan discount. How about 110W? Where are the security guards? Get these two poor bastards out now," the manager shouted without hesitation. "You missed a great opportunity." Seeing this, Li Muming could only sigh that this manager had no vision and pulled Lina away. When Reina walked out of the door, she suddenly waved her fist and said, "You look down on others. Don't cry and beg for the module next time. I'll give you a module. Unless you can become the rookie champion of the Monster Graveyard Pioneer Cup, then just dream on." Chapter 10, There are still many good people in the world. Just after Li Muming left, a young partner came. The manager was about to introduce some new products when he heard the young man calmly say, "I want all of these in the middle of the exhibition hall." Okay. Glancing at the manager who was all smiles, the young man glanced at his partner who had been looking outside the store. "Do you know why we have a spot and we still have to participate in the challenge tomorrow?" The girl was stunned and shook her head. Wu Zhe, there was a bit of a troublesome guy in today's challenge. He possessed spiritual skills at the black iron level. This is a blatant slap in the face of the company. We must deal with it. The girl thought about it and understood, the quota was taken by someone else. Yes, a few silver steel class mechas can't stop a black iron class mecha. If you tell others about it, they will laugh at you, Wu Zhe sneered. He had seen Golden Glory class mechas with spiritual skills, but that level of enhancement was not enough to support cross-level combat. For him, if the opponent was at the silver steel level, it might be a problem, but black iron level? With EXIN's top stats, it was still not good enough. So what does this have to do with us? The spot he grabbed was for our people, so I have to get it back. The young man's name is Wu Zhe, he is the top potential mecha master of Jixin Machinery. As a subsidiary of Jixin Machinery, Filong Company should help them on their trip to the monster cemetery. I understand. The mecha girl named EXIN nodded absent-mindedly. Seeing that his daughter was still in a trance, Wu Zhe frowned and asked, "What's wrong? You don't want to participate?" EXIN explained, "No, it's just that the girl on the machine just now looked familiar." Wu Zhe asked with interest, "Oh, it's also the LY sequence." "Master, you should know that we are the first machine girl of the LY series. I've heard a little bit about it, but isn't that a killing machine? Has it been recycled? Even if it was the man just now, so what? It's just an outdated old robot with a poor owner. It might be working as a housework robot now." As far as Wu Zhe knew, after problems arose with the initial machine girl of the Solar Flare project, the original team started the plan a second time. Based on the existing experience, everything went smoothly and even exceeded expectations. For example, the current LY-K86 EXIN can be said to have brought the attack and agility of the LA Comprehensive Speed Fighter to the extreme. Although the only drawback is that it has no spiritual skills and its defense is weak, but just 3 months after he took over, its overall combat power has become the best among the Silver Steel level mecha girls. Isn't this 100 times stronger than the original mecha girl? She probably just looks like her, but no mech pilot could survive after piloting her once. EXIN said this and ended the conversation. Master, that mecha girl should also be of LY series. Although the energy is impure, my soul core can feel it, Reina said while walking on the street. Li Muming nodded, I know. Reina was stunned for a moment. Master, have you guessed it? It's the red hair. Yes. Actually, it's my cheat code. Although Li Muming only glanced at it, he also saw a lot of information from the illustration, such as the ownership information and some overly excellent values. Soul Core, LY Flare 8K. Attack, 112. Agility, 112. Defense, 28. Endurance, 84. Battery life, 88. In addition to having no core talents and spiritual skills, his defense is weak. Even without taking into account the attribute bonus of the Silver Steel grade, her basic values even partially surpassed Reina's. Should we say that technology is advancing? Li Muming sighed in his heart. But if a fight really comes, Reina, who has spiritual skills, will definitely win. And within the next hour, Li Muming took Lena to visit several module stores, but none of them had the modules recommended by the illustrations. Either the basic attributes would be lost, or the spiritual skills would be affected. Even worse, the spiritual skills would be directly rendered ineffective. The emergence of spiritual skills is the result of the harmony between the soul core and various modules. Once the attributes of the newly added modules are incompatible, the spiritual skills will directly become ineffective. Just when Li Muming was about to give up, he noticed a change in a piece of information on the illustration. The current best transformation plan: repair the KAM-779 ray tracing missile on the weapon module wing, find a suitable energy module to adapt, and awaken the new spiritual skill, ray tracing dash. You can actually awaken new spiritual skills. Reina has 3 weapon modules in total, and 2 of them can be used with spiritual skills. Staring at the core of Lena's chest, Li Muming's pupils dilated, as if he had seen some rare treasure. The preciousness of spiritual skills is unquestionable. The fact that she can awaken 2 spiritual skills at the Black Iron level is enough to show that Lena's soul core is far more rare than Li Muming imagined. Reina blinked and subconsciously covered her collar tightly following his gaze. Is there something on me? No, but I'm going to give you some more. Ingredients? Lena looked down, unable to see her toes, and wondered, I need to add more. The master's requirements were so high. K4, Qingfeng maintenance. Fortunately, the problem with your robot's module is just the connection line. Otherwise, with its complexity, I'm afraid I can't do anything about it, Repairman Wang Kai sighed. Li Muming blinked. With your ability, Brother Wang, it would only take a few minutes. Wang Kai is not very old, but he is quite talented in repairing robots. He lives next door to Li Muming and they can be considered his neighbor. Flattery costs at least a dime, Wang Kai said calmly. Li Muming smiled awkwardly and said, it's mainly because life has been a bit tight lately. Wang Kai ignored him and just kept looking at Reina's weapon module. He smacked his lips and said, how lucky are you? I've never seen such a sophisticated module. Li Muming said seriously, personal charm. 300,000 yuan for repairs. Well, no matter how high your personal charm is, it can't be higher than Brother Wang. That's good to know. I'll give you $5 off. The air was quiet. After a lot of hard work, the repair fee finally came to 200,000 yuan. It took 6 hours to complete the repair. Let's try the effect. I hope this sophisticated module is not just a showpiece. Wang Kai wiped the sweat from his forehead and pointed to the test site in the backyard. Li Muming brought Lena to the center of the venue. On the opposite side, a special metal tester was moving at high speed along a fixed route. Brother Wang, your tester is very expensive, what if I break it later? Wang Kai rolled his eyes. This is for iron level testing. Unless the attack value of your robot can exceed 100, forget it. What if? Li Muming blinked. What if? Reina blinked. Wang Kai raised his eyebrows, laughed, and waved his hand. Young people don't know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is. I bought this at a high price. If you can break it, I will waive the repair fee for you. Li Muming and Lina smiled at each other. There are still many good people in the world. The mecha status is expanded. Li Muming in the cockpit was ready. At this time, the wing-like launch track on the back of Reina's red fuselage unfolded, revealing the black missile track inside. Ray tracing missile charging. Ray tracing missile has been charged. Do you want to launch it? The core was glowing, red energy began to gather along the lines, and a terrifying sense of oppression began to gather. Feeling the vibration in the air, Wang Kai frowned, feeling a little unsure. Could he possibly get such a high-level mecha girl? Next second. Emission. Chapter 11 Powerful Armament Module. Just like a high-speed stray bullet hitting a watermelon, a huge hole was first blown out in the center of the machine, and then the outer shell began to deform from the center and broke into pieces. This moment was like thunder shaking the sky. Is it really broken? Wang Kai was stunned for a moment, then quickly came to the machine fragments. Looking at those traces of destruction that were cut by thousands of swords, Wang Kai's pupils contracted and the hairs on his body stood up. He has been in the industry for many years and has never seen such a destructive module. He had seen modules produced by top laboratories, but they were nothing compared to the power of the module in front of him. Based on his experience, he can guarantee that among the Black Iron class, there is absolutely no mecha whose shell material can withstand these two light-seeking missiles continuously. Even Lina, who had regained her life form, had her pupils sparkling at the power. She turned around and hugged Li Muming's arms. Master, is my module strong? The red-haired beautiful girl pouted, her eyes twinkling, as if she was about to praise me. Sharp. Li Muming felt the softness of his arm and extended his thumb without hesitation. It's amazing. You have met such a powerful, beautiful and well-behaved robot girl. How can you be so lucky? Wang Kai looked at Li Muming and the other person who were being intimate, his eyes were dim and tears of envy flowed down his face. It's fate. It's all fate. Thank you, Brother Wang, for waiving the bill. At this moment, the corners of Li Muming's mouth were about to rise to the sky. It was not only the terrifying power, but also because he discovered that after this armed module was connected, Reina's basic combat value had increased from 94 to 99. You should know that the higher the basic value of the mecha girl, the greater it will be after upgrading. This means that Reina will maintain overwhelming numerical improvements in the future. After a round of greetings, Li Muming took Lina away in the look of pain in Wang Kai's eyes. In the next few days, Li Muming and Lina began training in their backyard to gain combat experience and prepare for the finals. Time flies and it is the day of the competition. Half an hour before the start. Li Muming and Lina, who had just drunk the nutrient solution, came to the competition venue, Panyan Mountain. A huge open space in front of Panyan Mountain was cleared, with the middle for the selection of mobile phone girls to enter, and the two sides were used as audience seats. The Fiery Sun Challenge, as a competition responsible for selecting civilian mecha masters to enter the Monster Graveyard Pioneer Cup, has always been very popular and the scene is already packed with people. Welcome everyone to the finals of the Liang Challenge. I am your host, Jia Dingjun. In the center of the venue, a pink mecha landed with a loud bang, and the sound shook the whole place. The event for this final is simple: climb to the top of Rock Mountain. For those who don't know, let me introduce this mountain. It is 6,679 meters above sea level, and many of the routes up are steep cliffs with a slope of 90 degrees, which is extremely challenging for the pilot's driving skills and the performance of the mecha girl. Every 2,000 meters, there will be a strong electric current gate to eliminate the last two contestants. The first two to arrive will get a spot in the Monster Cemetery Pioneer Cup. That's the rule. Now please welcome our contestants. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the contestants came on stage. It's that LY9. I watched the first day's preliminaries, and they successfully broke the shady dealings of the tournament organizers. That's right. You didn't see it. He scared away the Silver Steel class mecha master with just one sword. As the contestants arrived, the cheers at the scene became louder. Many people recognized Li Muming and introduced him to the audience around them excitedly. Wu Zhe. It's Wu Zhe, the top mecha master of Jixin Machinery. I often see him in the outer city daily. His mecha girl is S-class among the Silver Steel class. As another team of red-haired mecha girls came on stage, the whole audience was boiling, and their popularity instantly overwhelmed all the contestants. They didn't know why Wu Zhe would participate in an ordinary challenge, but they became excited at the thought of being able to watch the operations of a mecha master of this level. Going on stage, Wu Zhe glanced at everyone arrogantly, and then stopped at Li Muming and Lina. I didn't expect that the one who defeated Yang Yuan would be you. Jixin Machinery. Cheers were heard from the audience. As a former employee of Feilong Company, Li Muming also knew the relationship between Feilong Company and Jixin Machinery. The reason why Feilong Company can control huge resources on a small scale is all thanks to this giant enterprise behind it. Why, are you here to avenge Yang Yuan? Li Muming said. Wu Zhe waved his finger and smiled arrogantly. He is not worthy yet, but you are even less worthy of snatching the quota that belongs to our company. Their eyes met, and flames flew. I don't deserve it. Li Muming laughed contemptuously, crossed his arms over his chest, and glanced calmly at Wu Zhe and Exian. It's an S-class mecha girl. Not only does it not have a core talent, but it can't even awaken a single spiritual skill at the Silver Steel level, and its defense is as high as 28. How can you say I am unworthy of driving such a shabby machine? Chapter 12, Threat. Do you have the strength to do so? How did he know the value of Exian? Hearing this, Wu Zhe was stunned for a moment, and a bad feeling emerged in his heart, but he quickly threw this feeling behind his mind and laughed angrily. How dare you, a black iron-class mecha girl, speak so arrogantly? Just based on what you said, if you kneel down and beg me to let you go, I can still give you a chance to compete for another spot. Otherwise, don't blame me for destroying this piece of junk machine of yours and forcing you to withdraw from the competition on the spot. As the owner of an S-class mecha girl, he is a leader among the Silver Steel class. It is not difficult for him to defeat a mere black iron class. Among this group of contestants, whoever he wants to take the remaining spot can get it. If you don't want anyone to take it, no one can touch it. Hearing this, Li Muming smiled and looked at Lina. Why do you think it's a bit dark today? Reina tilted her head. I don't know. Li Muming smiled. Because this is someone who is exaggerating. Humiliated, Wu Zhe was furious. Li Muming, you are looking for death. Li Muming looked at each other without fear. You have to have the ability to do this. Okay, you wait. Wu Zhe pointed at Li Muming, the other person, waved his hand, and pulled Exian to the other side. The conflict between the two attracted the attention of other contestants present. But none of them dared to speak. At the starting line, 7 mechas stood in a row. The red flag of the champion is flying on the top of the mountain ahead. The first 2 people to reach there will get a place to enter the monster cemetery. Then, the final of this challenge begins. As the host finished speaking, the roar of the engine instantly filled the entire venue. The leader was Exian. Her gorgeous fighting posture was dazzling and powerful. She instantly surpassed everyone and sprinted to the top of the mountain road. Damn, she's worthy of being a Silver Steel S-class mecha girl. Her agility value is at least over 100. Eisen is so handsome. I'm your fan. The audience cheered. And in the next moment, another gorgeous flash of light appeared, as red as a flame. It was the combination of Li Muming and Lina Mecha. Their movements were only slightly slower than Wu Zhe's. Fuck, what kind of competition is this? Just give the spots to these 2. The remaining contestants followed behind, cursing. Looking at the existence of Reina's mecha within the radar range, Exian frowned and said, Master, shouldn't we destroy him now? Wu Zhe sneered, if the rumors are true, she will become a killing machine after being injured, right? So what does the master mean? Exian was stunned. If we are killed by our own robot, no one can blame us, hee. Pushing the engine, Exian stopped abruptly and turned around. At the same time, the two cylindrical yellow-blue laser guns behind his arms unfolded and charged. Two lasers fired out and directly hit Lena's energy shield. Reminder. Shield damage detected, violent mode activated. Li Muming, who was controlling the Rena mecha, shook his body and his eyes became sharp. His spot is gone, I said. After Li Muming stabilized the Rena mecha, the values in the cockpit began to soar. Battle, 120. Agility, 109. With an increase of nearly 20%, Rena's two basic stats are no less inferior to EXIN's. This is the horror of having core talents. Mecha pilots and mecha girls without core talent simply cannot understand this unreasonable strength. No matter how advanced your aircraft design is or how rare the materials are, it will be useless. The next second, the speed of Rena's mecha increased, and it quickly approached the Isin mecha. At the same time, the armed module searched for the enemy and locked the target. Reminder. Flare missile charging is complete. The fierce rainbow crossed the long peak and shot straight towards the Isin mecha without any cover. The terrifying shock wave frantically shook the energy shield covering the outer shell of the Isin mecha. The cockpit shook violently, and Wu Zei's body hit the operating table left and right. He cried out in pain and glanced at the screen. Seeing that the previous attack consumed nearly 90% of the energy shield of the EXIN mecha, Wu Zei was shocked. Damn, even if facing an ordinary silver steel level attack, it would not consume so much energy shield. Damn it, change of plan, full speed ahead, wait until we get to the third high voltage current door before we start. Wu Zei's eyes were as cold as a poisonous snake. At this moment, he no longer just wanted to destroy Rena's mecha, but wanted to consume the opponent's energy first, and then use the high voltage current gate to kill Li Muming. The booster behind EXIN opened, and energy patterns all over his body began to glow. A light silver glow surrounded the energy shield of the machine, and a sonic boom was produced at the moment of propulsion. Beep beep. At this time, the sound of detection radar kept ringing in my ears. Isin, is your radar broken? Wu Zei was a little displeased. No, it's Li Muming and the others. They're still behind. What? Wu Zei turned around in surprise, and the red mecha was really following closely behind him. How is this possible? She is an iron-class mecha girl. Even if she blew up her engine, overdrawn her power source, and broke her thrust rod, she still couldn't keep up with my speed of 100 plus. This unbelievable speed stunned everyone. Chapter 13, The Art of Manipulation. You're telling me this is iron grade? This speed is called iron grade? He is at the black iron level, what are we? Scrap metal? Even though the other contestants pushed the thrust rods to the point of bursting them, the engine of the mecha girl still only made noises but did not provide any power. They were so angry that they cried and complained while being left far behind. Master. There seems to be something wrong with this robot. EXIN's tone became a little serious. Wu Zei was only shocked for a short time before he calmed down. Why are you panicking? Her basic stats are also S-level, and she has a core talent. It's not unreasonable for her to run faster, but can a poor guy from the outer city control these stats? What's wrong with the speed? At most, the mecha's stats are outrageous. I'm a top-level mecha pilot, my experience exceeds yours countless times, and my mecha girl is one level higher than you, so it's easy for me to beat you. Hearing this, EXIN calmed down. She also felt that she was worrying too much. And just after Wu Zhegang passed through the strong current network in the first area. Boom! A string of shells were fired like fireworks from the missile system hidden in the mountains, heading towards EXIN, who was at the front of the group of mecha girls. If it were an ordinary iron-class mecha girl, under such intensive firepower, it would definitely lose at least some of its mobility and modules. But under Wu Zei's control, the Azure mecha was like a fish in water, dodging between the missiles flexibly and freely, while using thrusters to accelerate without any pause. Although a lot of the energy shield was consumed, the power was retained to the greatest extent. A missile bombing zone. You've come just in time. I want to see if you have the guts to keep hiding. Wu Zei turned around and sneered, then continued forward. At this time, on the commentary desk. Here we go. This second area is equipped with more than 1,000 missile launch bases, simulating the bombing that might occur in the monster cemetery to the greatest extent possible. Ah! Wu Zhe has crossed the line of fire in just 3 minutes. He is worthy of being the top mecha master in the Silver Steel class. This driving skill is a model. The host was explaining the story when he suddenly started breathing rapidly. Behind. Li Muming has caught up too. In everyone's sight, Li Muming was the second person to enter this area. Just like what Wu Zhe faced, missiles fell from the sky. Standard missiles will have an explosion delay of 0.3s to 0.5s after a precise collision. As long as we seize this opportunity, we can pass through at high speed without any problems. Li Muming's eyes were as sharp as torches. Facing the overwhelming missiles, he did not dodge. He swung straight at them with the sunlight beam sword in his hand. What does he want to do? Under the astonished gazes of countless people, Rina's mecha beam sword accurately slashed at the rear section of the missile body, and her steel arms changed the missile's trajectory with a slight force. Amidst the dense swarm of missiles, the Rina mecha was like an expert on an operating table, accurately dropping its sword and turning, while moving straight ahead at full speed. The collaborative bionic cockpit mode allows Li Muming to fully maximize his driving experience and reactions. Missiles exploded behind the Rina mecha, and dust and debris became the backdrop of the Rina mecha. Fuck. I've been hosting competitions since I was born, and I've never seen such a decisive response. The host's microphone fell to the ground. Wang Zai's eyes widened, and he slapped his legs repeatedly. Fuck. I thought he only had an incredible weapon module, but his combat experience is also incredible. In just 2 minutes, Li Muming's terrifyingly precise control petrified everyone and made them begin to doubt their own eyes. While others were simply dodging, Li Muming's move could be considered the art of fighting. Not on the same level at all. Impossible. How could he possibly perform such a delicate operation? I don't believe it. Wu Zhe was blinded by this operation and immediately became furious. Even someone as experienced as him didn't dare to be so confident. In this situation, any slight mistake could result in a missile exploding next to him. You're just a black iron-class mecha, how dare you be so arrogant? I'll use 3 silver steel-class purple weapon modules to beat you into a sieve. Under the hard shell of the Eisen mecha, a large amount of light silver energy spread towards the left arm like roots, tightly interweaving like externalized muscle fibers. The mecha raised the broad blade beam sword in its hand, and as the hilt turned, the beam sword split into 2 and turned into a beam spear. Like a comet flashing by, the laser suddenly shot out, and the airwave surged. With the Eisen mecha as the center, the trees within 100 meters around swayed wildly, and the trees with thin branches were directly blown off. In front of this huge mecha, the tall trees in the eyes of humans are no different from bushes. Any silver steel level mecha master would have to dodge an attack of this magnitude with extreme caution. But when everyone thought that this attack was difficult for Rina mecha to block, the Rina mecha was like a ghost in the night. In the first few seconds before the laser hit it, the mecha's body actually displayed an incomprehensible speed of light, instantly opening up a distance of 100 meters. This instant amplification ability that far exceeds the mecha girl's own level is precisely the tyranny and unreasonableness of Taxu Zhan. I've heard that Li Muming's robot girl seems to have spiritual skills. It's actually true. It's hard to say who will win this time. Seeing that his attack was dodged so easily, Wu Zhe was completely furious. He immediately began to consume the nutrient solution in Exion's body and output the energy of the beam spear to the limit. Swish. Extremely powerful lasers are connected into lines. A bunch of. 2 bunches of. 3 beams. It bombed Li Muming directly, and the damage was much heavier than the missiles in the previous area. And these lasers turned into thin threads falling from the sky in front of Li Muming, covering the half-kilometer in front of him. Chapter 14, Attitude. Boom. Under such intensive destruction, the mountain shook, and whole blocks of granite cracked, fell, and smashed down. The Rina mecha swung its sword and chopped the boulder in front of it into pieces. The booster behind it increased its power, flashed to the left, and landed directly on the platform halfway up the mountain. And that fierce attack was avoided just like that. Wu Zhe followed closely behind and came to the platform. He brought the beam spears of the EXIN mecha together and transformed them into broad blade beam swords again. When the blade was swung, it left a trail of afterimages. Two mechas as big as hills fought each other, and the energy waves from their confrontation surged like sharp blades. The expected crushing victory did not occur. Li Muming perfectly dealt with all of Wu Zei's attacks. Wu Zei raised his beam spear, and the violent firepower rushed forward again like a roaring lion. Li Muming stopped dodging and raised his beam sword. At the same time, he released the flare missile. The terrifying heat bomb forced Wu Zei to avoid it. Boom! Under the explosion of the flare missile, another section of the mountain wall was shattered. This mountain, which was supposed to stand majestically in the base, was already devastated by the battle between two mechas alone. Another sword. Li Muming. Seeing that the damage to Rina's mecha was getting worse and worse, Wu Zei became more and more crazy and excited. He felt that he could win. As long as he continued like this, Rina's mecha would be the first to collapse. But what he didn't know was that the more damage he caused, the smaller his chances of winning. Warning. The body's energy shield has collapsed. Warning. The damage value of the machine exceeds 10%, and the second violent state is activated. The limit growth value can reach 40%. Battle value increased to 140. Agility value increased to 129. Defense value. At this moment, inside Rina's body, the panels around Li Muming suddenly turned blood red. At the same time, he could clearly see that Rina's various values began to soar. Outside, the Isin mecha raised its sword, aimed at the core of the Lina mecha, and slashed at it using almost all of its energy. In the entire Silver Steel class, few people can deal with this sword head-on. But the next moment, he was stunned. I saw the red mecha in front of me just gently raised its beam sword and blocked the sword with one hand. The moment the two swords touched, a gust of wind blew. Instead of dodging, Li Muming faced it head-on. Reminder. Ray tracing missile charging completed. At the same time, in the cockpit of the Rina mecha, a prompt sound rang in Li Muming's ears. Li Muming curled his lips and said calmly, "Wu Zei, it's over." The basic value is close to 140, plus the inherent amplification of the ray tracing missile, the value alone has reached a terrifying 160. This is a combat value that most Silver Steel level mecha girls cannot achieve. You farted, I still. The next moment, Wu Zei's roar stopped abruptly, and he was horrified to find that the right and left arm joint modules of the EXIN mecha were directly penetrated by two missiles. Boom! The missile exploded, and the terrifying shock wave instantly shattered his mind. With another sword strike, the energy module of the Isin mecha was directly pierced through. The limb modules were all scrapped under Li Muming's torrential attack. In just 30 seconds, the damage to the EXIN mecha had exceeded 90%, and it directly exited the mecha form. I lost. I actually lost. Despite the pain caused by the explosion in the cockpit, Wu Zei did not faint. Instead, he forced himself to lean against EXIN, his pupils trembling. Now you see, am I worthy or not? Inside the 18-meter-high Rina mecha, Li Muming looked down at Wu Zei below. Match, Wu Zei clenched his fists, his eyes were bloodshot, and he began to feel fear and terror. Li Muming said coldly, "Kneel down, I can spare your life." You. Wu Zei gritted his teeth, but in front of the huge Rina mecha, he still had no courage to resist. Now Li Muming on the opposite side can crush him to death with just one finger. Boom! Wu Zei knelt down in front of the outdated girl and the young mecha master whom he looked down upon. You can escape the death penalty, but you can't escape the punishment of life. Go to the hospital and calm down. The next second, the Rina mecha raised its right leg and stomped on the ground hard. The terrifying air pressure created instantly blew Wu Zei and EXIN away, crashing into the mountain wall. They were seriously injured and fell into a coma. In an instant. There was astonishment at the scene. Shocked. Li Muming actually defeated Wu Zei head-on. The host dropped the microphone he had just picked up again in shock. No. Li Muming won. She's an S-class mecha girl among the Silver Steel class. Awesome. That's awesome. The top mecha master of Jishin Machinery was unexpectedly defeated head-on by a previously unknown mecha master. It is conceivable that the name Li Muming will soon be known throughout the outer city area. At the same time, Li Muming was driving the Rena mecha straight to the top of the mountain and pulling down the flag representing the championship. The meeting room of Great Wall Company. The space, which was already empty enough that one could hear an echo, is now even quieter. The middle-level leader who was counting on Wu Zhe to help his company get back on track, after seeing Wu Zhe being humiliated like this, angrily overturned his chair and beat his chest and stamped his feet, saying, "Waste. Another waste. Silver steel can't beat black iron, and you still have the nerve to call yourself top." At this time, the mecha master whispered, "It is true that Li Muming is too rebellious." He was the silver steel level mecha master who was scared away by Li Muming that day. After that incident, he had been ridiculed for this incident. But now he was very glad that he had chickened out that day. Who is Wu Zhe? He was an S-class mecha master, and even he lost to Li Muming. If he were to go up there, he would die without knowing how. Chapter 15, Spend the Money You Earn. Vice President, Li Muming's strength is indeed beyond our imagination. Should we quickly establish good relationships with him and recruit him as soon as possible? Someone spoke up at this time. The image that Li Muming is showing now is not that of a wolf cub, but that of a mature lion. A lion that is very likely to show its fangs in the monster cemetery. Recruit? What's wrong with you? If we recruit him now, doesn't it mean that we admit defeat? We are the Great Wall Company. The vice president shouted angrily and rejected the man's decision on the spot. But what he didn't know was that what he said today would directly affect his future. And when the challenge is over, the host immediately started the award ceremony. It is worth mentioning that, thanks to Li Muming defeating Wu Zhe, another mecha master also got a spot by chance. This time, Jishin Machinery didn't even win a single spot, not to mention the championship. When Li Muming stood on the podium, holding a red card with a 1 million yuan bonus and an admission ticket to the monster cemetery, all the reporters responsible for the challenge broadcast and news rushed up. The top S-class silver steel mecha girls were defeated by an unknown black iron class mecha master. They dared to say that they would never encounter such an explosive thing again in their lifetime. Reporter A, hello, is your mecha girl also S-class? Where did you buy it? Li Muming, I picked it up at the recycling station. Reporter A, what the hell? Can you tell me which recycling station it is? Sorry for going off topic. About today. Reporter B, in the Monster Graveyard Pioneer Cup in a week, given your ability, what are your expectations for the ranking? Li Muming shrugged, besides being first, what else is there to expect? Reporter Ding, Wu Zhe is the top mecha master of Jishin Machinery. You defeated Wu Zhe today. In the Monster Graveyard Pioneer Cup, aren't you afraid that the mecha masters of Jishin Machinery will join forces to target you? Li Muming smiled, it's better for them to work together, otherwise it's easy for Calabash Brothers to save Grandpa. In order to receive the 1 million prize money of this challenge, Li Muming was forced to chat with those chattering mecha masters for a long time. After being asked countless questions and flashing countless times, it was almost afternoon, and Li Muming finally pulled Lena away from the challenge venue. On the main street in the outer city. I didn't expect that fighting was tiring enough, and interviewing was even more tiring. Li Muming folded his hands behind his head, looking at the sky with a hint of fatigue in his eyes. The master is going to be famous, Lena said with her hand covering her mouth. Li Muming held up 2 fingers and said, first, it's not me who is famous, it's our partnership of the mecha master and the mecha girl. Second, there's nothing good about being famous. It's better to be paid. But now it's almost 2.3 million. Finally, I have enough money to buy an energy module. As he calculated the balance on the card, Li Muming's eyes finally showed excitement. The power of ray tracing missiles is unquestionable, so the spiritual skills created based on this armed module will definitely be even stronger. But before adding the module, I have to heal your wounds first. After all, your mecha is now covered in bruises. Okay. To be honest, the technological level of this world is indeed very advanced. Reina's injury is not serious, after all, several core modules were not damaged, but it is definitely not light, except for several core modules, all others have suffered varying degrees of overload damage. If it were my previous life, forget it, I couldn't build a mecha in my previous life. After entering the machine repair shop, everything was restored in less than a day. But this repair cost nearly 500,000 yuan, which is a huge sum of money. I just calculated the funds and only had 1.8 million yuan left before buying the modules. Li Muming couldn't help but sigh that raising a robot girl is really expensive, and how can ordinary people afford it? Master, I feel like I'm in great shape now and can fight again. Lena waved her white fist as the nutrition hatch opened. Li Muming didn't respond, but just looked Lena up and down. Are you sure it's fixed? Otherwise, such expensive money won't be wasted. Then. Master, can you check it? Reina blinked, leaned forward, and hooked her collar outward. Li Muming just glanced at it and looked away. If you want to check, you should check the status of the mecha. Who said that? We need to check the living conditions too. Master, please take a look. Is it big? Well, it's okay. Then do you want to see if other places are white? Just take a look. Under the clerk's inured look, Li Muming pulled the lively Lena away and headed straight for the module store. K5, Bell Module Shop. Hey, isn't this Boss Li? You changed the camera girl. The one from last time. After Li Muming entered the store, the boss immediately noticed him and a casual remark immediately exposed his business level. He didn't know about the conflict between Li Muming and Long. He only knew that the man in front of him was a rich man. The price of the Earth core energy source he arranged last time was nearly 3 million. And the total amount of money spent on other materials exceeded 10 million, which is considered a membership level in this store. Cough cough, Li Muming started coughing. I didn't come to this old acquaintance's store last time because I didn't want to be embarrassed. This time, I just wanted to pick a suitable module and forgot about it. Fortunately, Li Muming secretly glanced at Lena next to him. She was still looking at the modules around her and seemed not to have heard it. That was good. Boss, how much does this silver steel grade blue energy module cost? Li Muming immediately skipped the topic. Hee, if it were someone else, it would cost at least 2 million yuan, but for a VIP like Boss Li, who can spend tens of millions on any single machine, the discount should be at least 20%. The boss rubbed his hands. In his opinion, Li Muming was able to bring 2 mecha girls to pick silver steel level modules in a row. Isn't this a typical rich young man? The master spent nearly 10 million on her. A faint voice suddenly sounded beside her. Reina heard it and became a little angry. However, what made her angry was not that Li Muming spent the money on others, but that the machine girl had cheated her owner of so much money by unfair means, causing her owner's life to be difficult now. Li Muming seemed not to have heard and said seriously, Boss, take them all out. I'll pick some. Okay. Among the dazzling modules, Li Muming selected them one by one according to the instructions in the illustrations. This time the selection was much more direct than the last time. Those that cannot trigger spiritual skills are not accepted. Just when he was halfway through selecting, the information of a module came into his sight. Energy Module True Sorrow. Level, Silver Steel Blue. Provided attributes, Attack +5, Stamina +5, Endurance +2. Assembly Effect Prediction, made from materials dropped by a certain special monster, it can awaken the skill, Ray Chase, breaking the air, and it is recommended to change the configuration. That's it. Li Muming chose this module without hesitation, and after some negotiation, the price came down to 1.5 million yuan. Oh, by the way, do you have a module that can maintain the spirit of the mecha girl? Suddenly, Li Muming remembered something. This is really a niche request, but it seems that there really is such a thing. The boss thought about it and asked his employee to go to the warehouse and take out a dusty module. Chapter 16 Upgrade. Silver Steel Level Reina. Looking at the module, the data was quickly displayed on the illustration. Defense Module Ice Coffin. Level, Silver Steel Blue. Amplification Value, Attack +8. Equipment Effect Prediction, it can reduce the mental overload state of the robot girl and maintain a higher combat standard. It cannot be equipped at the current level. Seeing the assembly effect, Li Muming was quite satisfied. There is a prerequisite for participating in the Monster Graveyard Pioneer Cup, that is, the mecha girl must hold an ID card issued by the certification center. Reina's ID card has expired long ago and needs to be replaced. To reissue it, the girl has to go through the assessment process alone, and the determination of defense values will definitely trigger the violent talent. Without Li Muming driving, it is difficult to ensure one's mental state, so it is better to prepare early. After agreeing on the price, the two left. Villa. Li Muming sat on the sofa, looking at the silver steel grade energy module in his hand. It was about the size of a fist and glowed with silver light. The level of technology is really high. I don't know how they came up with it. In fact, in his initial impression, the module should be something at least the size of a toilet, which would require a crane or other machinery to install. At that time, he was ridiculed by Long for this. I only heard that it's related to the monster cemetery. Reina doesn't know the rest. Reina shook her head, stretched out her hand to pinch the zipper of her long skirt on the back, and slid it down. The silky skirt fell to her round legs, revealing the pure white lace underwear and the shiny core above. Huh? Li Muming was stunned for a moment. What are you doing? Master, shouldn't you assemble a module for me? Lina narrowed her eyes into crescent shapes, placed her hands on Li Muming's legs, and moved her upper body closer. So, Master has never installed modules on other mecha girls? The sound mixed with the hot breath of fragrance tickled my ears. Li Muming, whose vision was limited to the white ravines, shook his head and said, no, she installed the modules herself after getting them. You can't install it by yourself. What about her? When you are with me, you are not allowed to think about other girls. Lina placed her right hand on Li Muming's leg, supporting his upper body at an angle just high enough for him to look down and whose vision was blocked, while poking his face with her left index finger. Since the master has no experience, let me teach him. Then Li Muming felt a warm force lifting his hand that was holding the sorrow of truth, and pressing it towards the snow-white area. The module disappeared and entered the soul core. A strange sound was heard. The next moment, the panel about Reina in the illustration was updated. Core, LY Flare 9X. Power Module, Blazing Sun, Silver Steel Grade. Weapon Module, 1 vacant. Defense Module, 1 vacant. He was actually promoted directly to Silver Steel level. Moreover, Reina's situation is quite special. Her power module is provided by the Soul Core. After the body is upgraded, the power source is also upgraded to Silver Steel level. It is equivalent to upgrading 2 modules for 1 price. Continue looking down the panel, and a new numerical template will appear. Battle, 128. Agility, 116. Defense, 34. Endurance, 56. Battery life, 88. All the values have increased to a terrifying 30% ratio. You should know that a 20% attribute improvement ratio for a normal mecha girl upgrade is already pretty good. Relying on the terrifying power of another core talent, Infinity, it provides Reina with the ultimate increase in body attributes. And not only that, the spiritual skills page also has surprises. Spiritual skills, stepping on the void / light pursuit breaking the air. Ray tracing, breaking the air, it can be launched up to 3 times a day, and each launch consumes 5% of the nutrient solution. After launching, 2 ray tracing missiles will lock onto the target and will definitely hit the target within 1,000 meters. At the same time, as long as the opponent's defense value is lower than its own combat value, it will forcibly cause fatal damage. A magical skill with additional damage is a powerful killing move at any level. Li Muming felt a surge of emotion. Further down, the panel is not finished yet. Current best transformation plan, 1, add defense module, 2, upgrade the original weapon module. Hidden modification advanced direction, photon flare, LS high-speed fighter girl, SSS+. Required for advancement, silver steel purple armament module *4, silver steel red engine module *1, gold glory upgrade material Malva giant beast core *1. Level experience progress, 0%. After being promoted to the silver steel level, the mecha girl will consciously transform into one of the 11 mecha girl sequence types based on the mecha blueprints so that she can be transferred to become a sequence mecha girl after the shining gold level. LS is a high mobility, high-speed fighter girl. She is the fastest fighter girl who is best at instant kills, and she is also the most difficult to control. The SSS Plus level is the pinnacle, and there are only a few of them in the entire Saint Rock base. Can I advance to other sequences? When she heard Lee Mumming's future plans, Lena, who was lying relaxed in Lee Mumming's arms, tilted her head and showed a look of curiosity and astonishment. That is. Lee Mumming raised his head and laughed. Looking at Lee Mumming, who was talking eloquently, Lena's eyes sparkled with admiration. Compared with the mecha masters and spirit builders in Liang Academy who claim to be the best but are helpless against her, her master Lee Mumming should be at the top. Lena's desire to help Lee Mumming become the strongest became stronger. At the same time, another feeling also grew stronger in her heart. Staring at Lee Mumming's handsome face, Lena blinked and became aroused. Master, if I pass the certification test tomorrow, can you give me a reward? No problem, what do you want? We'll talk about it later. Me what? Lee Mumming was a little confused. After helping Reina put her clothes in order, he pinched her smooth face and said, okay, take a rest and do well in the exam tomorrow. Good. Chapter 17, Certification of the Machine Girl. Early the next morning, Lee Mumming brought Rena to the St. Locke Robot Girl Level Certification Center, completed the information registration, and prepared for the Robot Girl certification. At this moment, there are nearly 1,000 certified mecha girls in the center of the field, including combat series and daily life mecha girls. Little brother, this is your first time here. Why are you walking towards the center of the venue? Don't you know the unspoken rules here? At this moment, a man smoking a cigarette among the crowd nearby patted Lee Mumming on the shoulder. Lee Mumming glanced at the person who came and raised his eyebrows and asked, what unspoken rules? The smoking man sighed. There is a supervisor of the CHK series of mecha girls under Pluto Heavy Industries. He has a good relationship with the person in charge here. Every time he sees retail investors like us, he will ask for a guarantee fee. This fee doesn't really guarantee passing, but if we don't pay, the certified aviators under him will use all kinds of rules to block our aviators. How can we possibly compete with them? Now while he's not around, I might be able to get away by hiding in a corner. While he was speaking. Hey, isn't this Lin Guang? The guarantee fee this time is 500,000 yuan. If you don't pay, it will be 600,000 yuan next time. At this time, a middle-aged man with a beer belly wearing a black and white shirt came over with a fierce smile. Ruan Chao. You're really going too far. Didn't you ask for 100,000 before? Lin Guang took a step forward angrily. I'm in a bad mood today and I just want 500,000 yuan. What can you do? Ruan Chao sneered and then glanced at Lee Mumming. What are you looking at? Pay 300,000 yuan and I'll let you pass. Otherwise, don't even think about passing the certification in the future. Hearing this, Lee Mumming crossed his arms and said calmly, I have already paid the registration fee. Whether I pass or not is not up to you. If you want to be a beggar, go beg somewhere else. Hearing this, Ruan Chao's face instantly darkened. Hurry up and kneel down to apologize to me, or I will destroy your robot girl later. Whoosh! It happened in the blink of an eye. You're almost useless. Lee Mumming was too lazy to waste time talking to this kind of person, so he just kicked Ruan Chao in the crotch. In an instant, everyone's expression tightened. Heart-wrenching wails instantly filled the venue. You're done. Your robot girl won't be able to walk out of this place intact today. After Ruan Chao was helped away, Lin Guang and a group of people who couldn't afford the fee immediately surrounded them and said in unison. Little brother, hurry up and leave now. Yes, otherwise he will really destroy your robot girl. Lee Mumming smiled and said, no need. If he dares to take action, it will definitely be his robot girl who will be destroyed. Everyone was shocked and looked in disbelief. A mecha girl that hasn't even passed the certification wants to destroy so many excellent mecha girls of Pluto Heavy Industries. Are you kidding me? After half an hour of preparation time, authentication begins. There are 4 items in total for the G-Girl certification. The first project is the hill climbing speed measurement segment. Reina and a group of mecha girls set off and entered the mountain circling section. Boss, I've already given the order. We will stop that red robot this round and beat her half to death. Next to Ruan Chao, the assistant smiled flatteringly. This guy, I want him to see his robot being destroyed. Yuan Chao gritted his teeth. He still felt a little pain in his balls. This step is not difficult at all for Reina. Even if she has not been promoted to silver steel level, she can beat these mecha girls of the same level. After the starting bell rang, Reina's gorgeous mecha instantly attracted everyone's attention. It's really too fast. While other mecha girls were still starting up and their engines were engaged, Reina had already rushed out several hundred meters and was far ahead. Hundreds of mecha girls set off at the same time, but after only 30 seconds, Reina had reached the halfway point of the mountain. This terrifying numerical ability even stunned the staff who were used to seeing top mecha girls. They had seen many S-class mecha girls, but this was the first time they had seen one so fast. No, what's wrong with his machine? Yuan Chao was stunned. Seeing that the leader was worried, his assistant immediately started thinking, his eyes rolled around, and said, "Boss, the next round will test our defense." Yuan Chao frowned, "You mean? Let our machine girl kill her directly. At the certification center, all you need to do is call the person in charge and interrupt the signal, right? No matter how powerful she is, can she withstand it?" That makes sense. The two looked at each other and smiled. Until the end of the round, Reina passed with a huge advantage. The second task is to be assessed in a missile area, and the girl must rely on the energy shield to survive this area to pass. This was the only thing that Li Muming and Lina thought might change before coming here. After all, it was difficult to ensure the impact of Lina's violent talent when she acted alone. Although the owner is not here, with the module and many days of training, there should be no problem. Reina was thinking about it and did not immediately enter the area where the last authentication was interrupted. According to her observation, there are only 10 missile launchers inside, and after all, they are just certifications and have very low power. After making sure there was no problem, she set off. During the time that Reina was thinking, the group of mecha girls that Yuan Chao was in charge of had already arrived. The moment Reina entered the authentication area, a missile struck. But this is not an internal missile launcher, but a missile from outside. Among the more than 50 mechas outside, nearly half are equipped with armed missile modules. At this moment, they obey the leader's instructions and begin to attack Reina. Warning. Rage talent activated. Reminder. The defense module starts charging. Without the mecha pilot, crazy emotions surged in her mind, and Reina suppressed them with all her strength. But as the energy shield continued to be consumed, warlike thoughts surged into his mind. See here. Yuan Chao sneered. This is what will happen if you dare to offend me. Go and tell that man to kneel down before me now and let his beautiful machine girl sleep with me, and I will let her go. Okay. The assistant ran over happily. Facing Li Muming and others, he suddenly changed into an arrogant look. Upon hearing the request, Lin Guang and others were furious, assholes. Hurry up and file a complaint against them. This is a serious violation. Soon they got the answer at the signal at the scene was interrupted and the staff were repairing it and had no time to take care of them. I'm talking to you, reply quickly, otherwise your robot will be ruined, the assistant pointed at Li Muming's nose. Whoosh! It happened in the blink of an eye. Li Muming kicked again, also in the crotch. Amidst the heart-wrenching wails, Li Muming retracted his feet and stomped on the ground as if shaking off dirt, with a calm expression. Answer. Tell that toad to kneel down and beg for mercy, otherwise I won't be able to control this robot girl if she goes berserk next. You don't know what's good for you. Just wait for your daughter to be beaten into a sieve. Chapter 18 Monster Graveyard Pioneer Cup. What? This bastard asked them to increase the output power and directly scrap this machine. Yuan Chao gave the order. Boom. At this moment, the sharp and piercing sound of missile launches resounded throughout the entire certification center. There, under this attack, Reina's energy barrier was broken and she entered the second-level violent mode. The fighting spirit in her heart surged wildly, and the radar locked onto all the mecha girls who had taken action. In an instant, light-tracing missiles were launched continuously. Faced with these missiles that were as powerful as thunder, the group of mecha girls had no time to react and were destroyed one after another by the missiles. Fuck! What kind of destructive power is this? Horrible, Too terrifying. You're telling me that you haven't been certified as a mecha girl yet with this level of power? This sudden change stunned everyone instantly. How is it possible? How can a second certified mecha have such a powerful weapon module? Ruan Chaoran was dumbfounded. Supervisor, if you don't take care of it, our robot will be destroyed. At this time, the assistant let out a sharp roar. At this moment, Ruan Chao felt as if he was struck by lightning. His legs went weak and he fell down. Such a huge loss could not be compensated even with his life. The most important thing was that the mecha was still attacking with no intention of stopping. With the words that the assistant had just brought back echoing in his mind, Ruan Chao didn't care about anything else. He just knelt on the ground and crawled towards Li Muming like a dog. Little brother, big brother, dad, you are my real grandfather, please let your robot girl retract her magical power. If you continue like this, all my robot girls will be useless. Ruan Chao was trembling all over and begged Li Muming. I seem to have heard just now that the signal was interrupted. The images here cannot be transmitted out, right? Li Muming asked with a smile. Recover immediately, recover immediately. Hey, why did you restore it? Leave evidence and ask me for compensation. This sentence frightened Ruan Chao so much that he kowtowed repeatedly, I dare not, I will recover if you say so, whatever you say is what it is. Lin Guang and others were so happy watching this scene. This guy was usually so arrogant, but now he finally got into trouble. Please, sir, if you don't hold back, my life won't be enough to compensate. Ruan Chao hit his head so hard that it was broken. Li Muming smiled, the activation of this armed module consumes nutrient solution. Ruan Chao said anxiously, I'll pay, how much is your account, I'll transfer it to you right away. After receiving the 1 million yuan transfer, Li Muming said with emotion, after all, he is at the level of a supervisor of the sequence line body, he is very rich, just wait. Wait. Ruan Chaoran was dumbfounded. He had already lost nearly 30 robots. If he waited any longer, there would be no hope. But since Li Muming said so, he could only grit his teeth and swallow it, and could only blame himself for provoking the other party. Reminder, defense module charging is complete, start. At the factory, inside Rina's mecha, the ice coffin module was activated, and a force that could soothe thoughts surged into her mind, helping Rina to suppress her rage. The action stopped, and Rina began to actively retract her weapons. She glanced at the dozen or so shivering mechas left outside the area and did not continue to attack. Her violent talent was due to these guys, but she also relied on them to vent her desire to fight, so it could be said that her merits and demerits offset each other. Turning around, Lina continued to complete the next 2 rounds of testing. Even without that group of mecha girls who were doing bad things in groups, Lin Guang and others mecha girls were just as successful. Authentication successful. Oh my god, it's all thanks to this guy. Brother, your machine girl is too scary. Many people were first shocked by the power of the Rina mecha, and then cheered, jumped for joy, and looked at Li Muming with admiration. If Li Muming wasn't here today, most of the people present would probably be stuck because they couldn't afford the passing fee. On the other side, Ruan Chao could only escape in shame. During this certification, more than 35 machines under his name were destroyed, and the remaining machines were so scared that the certification failed. The key signal was interrupted, and he had no evidence to cause trouble for Li Muming, so he could only find a way to deal with it himself. Now, it was useless even if he regretted it so much. After declining the treat from Lin Guang and the others, Li Muming took Lina with him and got her ID. On the pedestrian street on the way back, the sunlight shone through the maple leaves on both sides, falling on the shoulders of pedestrians like gold. Oh, by the way, what do you want for the reward you mentioned last time? Master will satisfy you. Li Muming, who got a certification and made money, raised his mouth and patted his chest. Reina's eyes sparkled and she waved her hand, Master, lower your head a little, and I will tell you. Okay, Li Muming was just bending down when a jade hand grabbed his collar. Then the scenery in front of him changed and he got closer and closer to that beautiful face. Then, a fresh fragrance wafted into Li Muming's nose. His eyes widened and he felt as if his lips were imprinted on a piece of sweet osmanthus cake. I was kissed. After their lips touched for a long time, Lina let go of Li Muming, her face slightly blushing. She looked at Li Muming with twinkling eyes and clasped her hands together. Thank you for the treat. Li Muming was so amused by Reina's trick that he smiled. Is this the reward you mentioned? Yes, I do. Reina put her hands behind her back, bent over and made a face, then walked forward quickly, her red hair fluttering in the wind. Li Muming blinked after savoring the fragrance on his lips. It seems that it is not impossible to have a mecha girl. Same day. In a commercial district with tall buildings. Filong Company. What? Are you saying that Wu Zhe failed in the challenge match, or was he defeated by Li Muming, the one I kicked out before? Chen Feng, who had just replaced all of Long's silver steel grade modules, was shocked when he heard the news. Zhang Dong, the silver steel level mecha master sent by Jixin Machinery, nodded. Yes, the video is as follows. After reading it, Chen Feng was stunned and didn't come back to his senses for a long time. He's the one who broke the record at the Reckless training ground that day. How is this possible? Where did he get this girl? Long, who was standing aside, also had his eyes wide open, and his heart felt as if something was grabbing it. Zhang Dong said, according to the boss, since there are unstable factors, you, the robot girl with spiritual skills, will replace Wu Zhe to protect the young master. We will help you adapt a silver steel red power module. The moment he heard the red module, Chen Feng's breathing became rapid, and the shock he had originally felt about the record being broken that day disappeared completely. No problem. The two quickly reached a cooperation. After Zhang Dong left, Long said with some concern, Chen Feng, his robot is really powerful. Chen Feng, who was extremely excited, sneered, oh, that was the past. Now you have the red power module, plus the silver steel purple module on you, what are you afraid of? The reason he can beat Wu Zhe is nothing more than his spiritual skills. You also have them. Hearing this, Long felt relieved. But deep down in my heart, there is always some inexplicable worry. Chapter 19, This girl looks familiar. Time flies. Opening day of the Monster Graveyard Pioneer Cup. Li Muming, who had adapted to the current values through several days of training, took Lina, who had drunk enough nutrient solution, and boarded the train to the entrance of the monster cemetery. The Saint Dulac base seems quite quiet today. Through the car window, one can see the azure light curtain barrier in the sky, with a few hints of red, which is the sign of the second level alert. Monster Cemetery number 117 next to the Saint Dulac base is called the Kirin Beast Abyss, where millions of monsters are wreaking havoc, led by the ghostly Kirin Ghost Beast clan. When Li Muming arrived at the square next to the city defense, the scene was crowded with people. On top of the steel wall, the KR reconnaissance aircraft with its wings spread out provided comprehensive radar monitoring, patrolling the entire route like a flaming eagle. The KFT air control aircraft next to it controlled the airspace like a sharp sword about to be unsheathed. On both sides, 4 LM barrier mechas shining with light gold were connected to the city defense energy, and their cannon muzzles with a cold sheen were pointed at the huge steel gates, and the charging had already been completed. Li Muming was just about to find a place with few people to wait, but through the crowd, he saw a pair of familiar figures. On the opposite side, Chen Feng and Long also saw him. What bad luck. I bump into a loser like you before the race even starts. Chen Feng walked over with Long in his arms. Master, are they the couple? Lina leaned closer to Li Muming, seemingly whispering, but her voice was not quiet at all. Chen Feng's forehead veins jumped up suddenly. Who are you calling the adulterers? A bitch who relied on my master's transformation to get to the top, and a jerk boss who can't walk when someone gets close to him. What else can they be but a couple? Reina crossed her arms across her chest, her face calm, but her attack power was extremely strong. You. Fine, a stray dog servant dares to speak so arrogantly. Don't blame me for making this the graveyard of both of you in the Pioneer Cup. After saying that, Chen Feng was about to pull Long away. Long, at this time, Li Muming called Long. Chen Feng turned around first and sneered, why, are you still thinking about reviving the relationship? Long Ko has never been nostalgic for you. I'll burn your old M. Reina's chest heaved violently. She stared at the mecha girl who had hurt her master's heart and couldn't help but punch. Li Muming said calmly, I just want to say, Long, there is no regret medicine in life. Don't cry and kneel down to beg me to accept you after the game. Besides, the new owner you picked seems to be the type that would add unnecessary details. At this moment, on Long's panel. Battle, 124. Agility, 119. Defense, 84. Battery life, 89. Endurance, 19. Spiritual skill, Hurricane Flash, 60%. Module conflict. Please adjust as soon as possible. The bright red reminder on the illustration told Li Muming that Chen Feng's module modification only increased the surface values. However, in order to barely catch up with Long's EXIN value, his spiritual skills could not be fully utilized, which was actually weakened in disguise. Huh, are you trying to say that I am overdoing it? Do you know how high Long's current stats are under my command? Ridiculous. Holding Long, Chen Feng turned around and was about to leave. Li Muming. What gives you the right to say that? Long's reaction was a little bigger. She didn't know why, but seeing Li Muming so calm, she felt a little uneasy. But Li Muming was not going to pay attention to her anymore. She could only follow Chen Feng away, but the uneasiness in her heart did not diminish at all. At the east gate of St. Locke, under the huge steel gate that attracted everyone's attention. After receiving his own electronic ID card, Li Muming took a deep breath, pulled Lina, and entered the mecha state. The first test of the monster cemetery is to cross the edge of the area for 100 kilometers alone and reach a randomly assigned war zone. No one knows what will happen along the way. If you are lucky, you may not encounter any monster. If you are unlucky, you may be killed by a sudden attack. Master, let's go too. Good. Lina deployed the mecha combat form, and Li Muming took out his electronic ID card after entering the cockpit. East D Zone, 3rd Combat Unit. Looking at the approximate direction given on the ID card, Li Muming sped away. Along the way, the scenery kept changing, the wind whistled in my ears, and I could vaguely hear some unheard of sharp roars. Warning. Energy shield damage exceeds 50%. Activate the violent talent. Sudden. Before Li Muming could react, the energy shield came under an inexplicable attack and his violent talent was automatically activated. As soon as he stopped, the beam sword on his right arm suddenly unfolded. Li Muming's expression froze in the cockpit, staring at the figure that appeared in front of him. It is about 10 m tall and 12 m long, shaped like a tiger, with 2 horns on its head and its body covered with scales. It is hidden under a layer of black fog, and its bloody fangs are particularly creepy when it opens its mouth. Ghost scale beast, I didn't expect to encounter it so soon. With excitement shining in his eyes, Li Muming had only seen monsters in the news before, and this was his first official battle. Judging from the luster of its scales, this is a black iron level ghost scale beast, perfect for training. Oh! The ghost scale beast roared, and its figure was about to hide in the black fog. Once it entered the black fog, given Lina's characteristics, it would be difficult to detect it without a high-precision nano radar. Reina, let's go. Rush. The booster power on the back of Reina's mecha was loaded to the maximum. She leaned forward and sprinted. The beam sword in her hand turned a semicircle in the air. The sharp blade scared the ghost scale beast so much that it jumped back. The right leg was bent, and the mecha skeleton burst out with powerful bouncing force. The moment Reina's mecha jumped up, the beam sword stabbed at a 45-degree angle and directly penetrated the body of the ghost scale beast. The blue blood splattered on her body, adding a weird beauty to the shell of Reina's mecha. After killing the ghost scale beast, Li Muming discovered that the experience progress on the panel had actually increased. No wonder only the Liang Academy has a path to promotion starting from the Gold Glory level. It turns out that we have to go out of the base to hunt monsters. Li Muming licked his lips and grinned. He immediately changed the mission objective of reaching the destination safely. Reina, we have to kill at least 10 of them along the way. 10 is too few, 15. Standing on the battlefield in person, Reina could clearly feel that the warlike blood in her body was boiling. At this moment, her road to glory has just begun. And at the same time, inside the base, the live broadcast of the monster cemetery synchronized by the micro-reconnaissance aircraft also began to be synchronized on the big screen. Several bigwigs in charge of this Pioneer Cup sat on a high platform, each reviewing the quality of this round's contestants. At this moment, Wang Zhe, the vice president of Liang Academy, Close Combat Academy, looked surprised. Dean Wang, is there anything wrong? The assistant teacher beside him immediately bent down and asked. Wang Zhe pointed at the screen and saw the Rena mecha that had just killed 2 monsters in a row, his eyes gleaming. Do you feel that this machine looks familiar? Chapter 20, Team, Monster Tide. Look familiar? The assistant teacher glanced at the red mecha on the screen, thought for a long time without getting an answer, raised his hand, picked up the tablet, and called up the relevant competition information. Li Mumming, pilot number LY9. This number. His originally calm pupils shrank instantly, and he said in disbelief, how could it be her? Shouldn't this robot have been recycled? This assistant teacher did not hold a high rank in Liang Academy, but he had also learned about this project. 10 years ago, a group of top professors from the Fiery Sun Academy launched a project codenamed Fiery Sun No. 9, which aimed to create a top-notch mecha girl that could harness the power of the Fiery Sun. The plan went smoothly. After its birth, LY9 quickly showed terrifying numbers. But things went against our wishes and the plan failed. According to the plan, LY9's core should have been recovered, but according to the person's last wish, the laboratory gave her freedom. Now it seems like a good thing. Looking at the mecha on the field, Wang Zhe, who had the highest status on the field, began to breathe rapidly. According to the experimental plan, this robot will eventually have the power to suppress a monster cemetery. This is a serious matter. You must report this situation to the headquarters immediately, Wang Zhe said in a heavier tone. At this moment, the conversation between the 2 people from Liang Academy also attracted the attention of several other leaders on the podium. When they heard that the mecha was the result of the former Fiery Sun project, the CEOs of these large companies in the outer city were all shocked and immediately began to inquire about Li Mumming's news. East D Zone, 3rd Combat Unit. This is a pelvic area sandwiched between 2 mountains. After Li Mumming arrived, he saw a scene that surprised him. It was clearly a monster cemetery full of dangers, but in the middle of the place, there was a set of metal tables and chairs. Sitting in front of the metal table was a middle-aged man who looked tired, his chin in his hand, and he was dazed and almost hit his head several times due to sleepiness. Next to the middle-aged man, a woman in blue clothes stood upright, holding a megaphone. Congratulations to everyone for completing the first assessment. You have reached the boundary of the monster cemetery alive. Your points will be converted into corresponding points based on your arrival time and will be issued to your ID cards. After saying this, Li Mumming glanced at his ID card and found that the information on it had changed. Name, Li Mumming. Current score, 57. I had to flip through several pages to see his ranking, which was 198th. Li Mumming frowned immediately. On the way here, he wasted a lot of time because he took a detour to hunt monsters. If he had known earlier, he would have gone straight here. However, this is not meaningless. In the past few hours, by hunting monsters, Reina's experience value has increased by 13%. At this moment, a hostile force shot over. Li Mumming turned around and actually saw Long in mecha form, which means that Chen Feng is now also in her body. 4 eyes, 8 eyes met, and a faint spark could be seen between them. In 10 minutes, we will start the second assessment. There are a total of 12 mecha masters present, divided into 4 teams of 3. You need to cooperate as a team to hunt down the monsters that attack this valley. You need to hold out for 2 rounds. You cannot quit during the first round. I will take action in the second round depending on the situation. Anyone who quits can leave now and I will escort them out. Anyone quit? The girl in blue glanced around. I. 2 people spoke up immediately. Li Mumming glanced over and found that one of the robots had lost both arms and had lost its ability to fight. Its body was covered with scars. It seemed that it had risked its life to get here. The other mecha couldn't even maintain its balance, and there seemed to be something wrong with the module, so leaving was the right decision. The lady in blue nodded, took away their ID cards, and then looked at the remaining 10 people, feeling a little embarrassed. It seems like he is thinking about how to divide 10 people into 4 teams. As the wrinkles between her brows grew more and more, then, under the gaze of everyone, she raised her hand. Bang! The middle-aged man was knocked to the ground with a slap. Sleep, 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 you will die of sleep, squad. The lady in blue kicked him with a cold face. No, you can't count, why did you kick me? The middle-aged man covered his face and stood up with a look of grievance. Hearing this, the lady in blue raised her hand again. Hey, I'll do it, I'll do it. The middle-aged man quickly held her hands with both hands, smiled foolishly, looked at everyone, and said, so, is there anyone willing to form a team by themselves? You can double the points. Everyone was stunned. Well, neither of these seems reliable. Putting aside other things, if one person does the work of 3 people, shouldn't he get 3 times the score? But then again, even if they were given 3 times the score, they would not be willing to face the monster alone. If they were to team up to face the monster, they wouldn't be able to guarantee that they would survive. As for going it alone, they would just die. No idiot would risk his life for such a small score. Li Mumming, we are short of 2 teammates, so triple the amount would be more appropriate. Middle-aged man, no, at most twice. Li Mumming, okay, then I'll be on the solo team. Everyone looked at the person who was speaking in astonishment. Is there really a fool here? Li Mumming, are you crazy? With your mediocre skills, you want to be in a single team? You're crazy to want to win. Chen Feng, who was in the same group, sneered when he saw Li Mumming actually took the initiative to stand up. Li Mumming. Let me see. He's ranked 198th. How dare you do that? His family owed foreign debts and he didn't want to pay them back, so he came here to commit suicide. In this stage, the stronger the teammates, the safer people feel. Among the crowd, Chen Feng, the only silver steel level mecha master, naturally became the core figure. Seeing that he and Li Mumming had a conflict, the others came over to step on him eagerly, hoping that Chen Feng would pay more attention to them when he chose his teammates later. As for why the level of Rina's mecha could not be seen, it was normal. Rina's outer energy shield was still black, unlike Long, which was silver-white. This requires Li Mumming to replace the remaining engine modules and weapon modules with silver steel grade. The middle-aged man paid no attention to the conflict among the young people. He clapped his hands and said, then the rest of you should quickly split up into teams. For a moment, almost everyone turned their eyes to Chen Feng, their eyes full of desire, and began to introduce themselves and show their special abilities. Chen Feng really enjoyed this atmosphere. That's right, that's it. As a strong person, you should be treated like this. You can't do it, you can't do it either, Chen Feng commented on several people arrogantly, and finally selected 2 teammates with armed modules suitable for auxiliary functions. In his opinion, it is enough for him to be the main attacker, and his teammates only need to serve as a foil. Chapter 21, Long's endurance problem breaks out. The first one chosen by Chen Feng was a mecha girl with an excellent engine module, which could provide Chen Feng with a good vision in combat situation. The next one is a half-silver steel grade machine, which is prepared to develop into a TYE auxiliary heavy-duty mecha girl in the future. It has an auxiliary defense module that can provide him with an energy shield and a good output environment. Seeing that they were chosen by Chen Feng, the 2 men couldn't help but clench their fists in excitement. The rest of the people looked disappointed and had no choice but to form 2 teams. See, that's good now, the middle-aged man looked at his robot girl, rubbed his hands and smiled. Tisk. The next moment, the blue girl transformed into a mecha. In an instant, a giant blue and white dragon-headed mecha girl appeared in everyone's sight. In addition to the nearly 20-meter-long sniper particle gun that exuded a terrifying aura, it was actually an LX long-range sniper mecha girl. The purple starlight that appeared all around also attracted everyone's attention. Purple starlight, he is a purple star-level mecha pilot. Everyone was shocked. Black iron and silver steel, these 2 levels include almost 90% of the people in the base, shining gold and emerald diamond, all of them are elites, and as for the purple star level. For those without talent, this level will be difficult to achieve in their entire life. The man in front of me has enough strength to easily sweep across a mountain range. No wonder he dares to be so relaxed in this monster cemetery. Oh yeah, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Zhua Sheng, the Vanguard Commander of the Guards. So, I wish you good luck. Taking the 2 withdrawn contestants with him, Zhua Sheng left the valley. He just left like that. Don't care if we live or die. Hey, look behind you. After swooshing left, the blue shield above his head began to slowly reveal the true face of the valley behind it. Monsters, hundreds of monsters. And this is the number that can be seen at the entrance of the valley. No one dares to imagine what will happen deeper. All of a sudden, a chill ran down from the soles of my feet. Quick! Get ready for battle. Base, a high platform in the city. The monsters captured by the guards this time are very unique. They are all regular monsters with special powers. They should be able to shock these little guys. The regenerative Vine Mon, the sword-skilled Blade Mon, the twin evil Mon that can fuse the powers of its own kind. It must have taken a lot of effort to capture these monsters. Someone looked at the monster that appeared on the screen and exclaimed in surprise. That's stressful, but I'm curious. There are a total of 20 regions, and 260 contestants are left. Who does Dean Wong think is the most promising? Someone said. Wang Zhe glanced at him and said, there's no need to test it. I'm really optimistic about a person, or should I say, a girl with a mobile phone. Is this Li Muming? Everyone present looked at each other and did not find anything special about this person in the regular information, but it was definitely not simple for him to be noticed by Dean Wong. For a moment, almost everyone focused their attention on him. Hey, where did a Black Iron-class Sabermon go to? Normally, a Black Iron-class Blademon can handle 3 Black Iron-class Mechagirls or 1.5 Silver Steel-class Mechagirls. He should be able to do it, but it will probably take some time. In the valley. After a brief panic, everyone quickly formed a formation and each occupied an area. After all, they have come this far and have faced some monsters and have combat experience, so they will not be completely wiped out in one encounter. As a single player, Li Muming did not need to be delayed by the formation and started to act without any hesitation. They are basically all Black Iron level monsters. As expected, the test is cruel, but not as difficult as hell. Li Muming held his breath and concentrated as he glanced at the monsters rushing in. Reina was ready early. Master, let's clear the field first. Good. 4 flare missiles exploded precisely within a range of 200 meters ahead. The terrifying heat instantly burned a large number of monsters, and wailing was heard everywhere. But soon, more monsters passed the pioneers and rushed over with roars. Among them, a strange-looking monster with 6 limbs attracted Li Muming's attention. It stood on all 4s, with a centaur-like front torso and 2 sword blade arms, and a triangle-like head burning with flames. These monsters are all really ugly. Li Muming muttered to himself, and without hesitation, he launched the ray tracing missile first. As his trump card, he could launch it at most 4 times a day. Before this, he always adhered to the principle of saving as much as possible. But now the situation is urgent and we must open up the situation first. Facing this missile that was like a meteor carrying shattered mountains, the blade monster blocked it with its 2 arms and used all 4 limbs to try to block it directly. The terrifying impact force directly knocked it away, and the Reina mecha followed closely behind, holding up the beam sword and slashing across the lower abdomen of the blade monster. What was weird was that the blade monster actually crossed its legs and took the blow. At the same time, its upper limbs turned in the air, and its blade arms chopped down with a cold glow. Step on the void slash. Without hesitation, Li Muming unleashed the spiritual energy in his body and activated his spiritual skills. The blade monster's attack missed, and as it was looking for a target, Reina's mecha did not appear, but a sword light fell from above the blade monster's head. Laugh. 1 meter. 2 meters. 4 meters. The blade of the beam sword extended further and further until the hilt appeared. The entire sword was already grasped by Reina's mecha, piercing through the upper body of the monster from the top of its head. Such smooth fighting techniques immediately made many people in the base shrink their eyes. Although this kind of combat power is rare, it is not hard to find. However, under such tremendous life pressure, they can still fight so calmly. Apart from genius, they can't find other words to describe it. Under their increasingly solemn and surprised gazes, Li Muming's attacks became smoother and smoother. But it is the opposite of Li Muming. Chen Feng's team, which should have been the strongest among the other 3 teams, is now in crisis. Long's beam sword module has a serious energy chain interruption problem. You know, the beam sword is the weapon module that consumes the least stamina and is extremely stable, so it is basically impossible for problems to occur. What's even more terrifying now is that something went wrong for them on the battlefield of life and death. Boom! After repelling a monster with his fists and the force field of the heavy tank girl assisted by his teammates, Chen Feng roared, "What's going on? Isn't your weapon module silver steel purple level?" At this moment, Long's head was a little confused. "Hey, you! Come over here and hold me back. I'm going to exit the mecha for maintenance." Chen Feng yelled at his teammates. The mecha master who was assisting the mecha girl immediately replied, "No, there is no way I can bear it, and you will die if you exit the mecha state in a place like this. If I ask you to carry me, then..." Chen Feng had just roared when a sword blade beast suddenly appeared in front of him. Laugh. The two sword blades accurately pierced through Long's body. Chapter 22, Chen Feng's Collapse. The sudden attack caused serious damage to Long's fuselage in an instant. Boom! A missile flew past his ear and repelled the sword beast in front of him. It was Chen Feng's teammates who came to support him. "Chen Feng! Don't be distracted. With your stats, your mecha girl can survive without the weapon module." The voices of his teammates came, but Chen Feng cursed in his heart, "How many points can you get with just fists? You two hold on, I will reassemble." But a cold blade flashed before his eyes, and the sword blade beast leaped into the air, blocking Chen Feng's way with a fierce look in its eyes. "Damn it, I'm going to die, I'm going to die." Chen Feng cursed and tried to control Long to use his spiritual skills. The thing that frightened him happened. After what happened just now, Long's mecha was now damaged in many places. The armed module, which had been unable to be used normally, was now completely out of control. In other words, he couldn't even use his spiritual skills now. Damn it, Chen Feng controlled the steering wheel and began to flee left and right, but no matter how he dodged, the blade beast always followed him. Not slow, not fast, just like a cat playing with a mouse, teasing him. In fact, no matter how ferocious this blade beast is, it is only at the black iron level. As a silver steel level mecha girl, Long has the power to kill it even if she loses her weapon module. At worst, she can retreat easily. But at this moment, Chen Feng was facing a life and death crisis, his heart was full of fear, and even Long's speed advantage could not be brought into play. Long kept calling on Chen Feng to calm down, but he simply didn't listen. Boom! With the help of a mountain wall, the Blademon jumped and inserted its arms into Long's back, hanging behind him. "Don't want." Just as the fear of death completely overwhelmed Chen Feng's mind, a missile exploded nearby. The terrifying heat instantly made the blade beast roar in pain and flee. Escaped. Chen Feng turned his head and his pupils shrank after seeing the scene clearly. On his right side, densely packed monster corpses covered the land like a carpet, and the air was filled with the pungent smell of blood. What turned these monsters into stepping stones was a red mecha. It was like a shining scorching sun, easily melting these malicious invaders. Swish! The beam sword left after images as the red mecha unscrupulously unleashed its full-strength destruction. Opposite it, a Blademon with a size of over 20 m was swinging its sword. Damn, that Blademon's aura is so strong, is it silver steel level? That Li Mumming is not as weak as Chen Feng said. On the contrary, he is terrifyingly strong. Look at that area. He alone has killed more people than our 3 teams combined. Li Mumming's terrifying combat power gave the other mecha masters present a chance to breathe a sigh of relief. Boom! Boom! During the battle, Li Mumming released flare missiles continuously and unceremoniously to suppress the opponent's space, but despite the fast speed of the missiles, several of them were dodged. One of them happened to fall on the head of the previous blade beast. Boom! Chen Feng just stood there blankly, watching the monster that almost took his life, being killed so easily by the aftermath of Li Mumming's battle, and the blood instantly evaporated under the heat. At this time, Li Mumming didn't even pay attention to this side, he was just suppressing his opponent. Damn it, why? How can he have such a good mecha girl? Chen Feng roared in his heart, he was not convinced, he was extremely unconvinced. He possesses a full set of modules above the silver steel purple level, and his numerical values and overall combat power are definitely superior to Li Mumming's, but now he can only flee in panic. Thanks to Li Muming's ferocious fighting performance, the first round of Beast Tide was finally defeated. The moment the blue barrier descended, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, and they all cancelled their mecha status and lay down on the ground to rest. Staying in the cockpit for a long time would make them too nervous. Congratulations to everyone for completing the first round. The second round will begin in half an hour. If you need to withdraw, you can do so now. Zhuo Sheng appeared in the sky driving a mecha. After he said this, most people present chose to withdraw. They were not elites and had basically reached their limit at this moment. After exiting the mecha state, Chen Feng, with bloodshot eyes, was about to reinstall the module in public. Hearing this, Long bit her red lips lightly. Chen Feng, reloading may not be good in the second round, otherwise we... Bang! A sharp slap hit Long's face, instantly attracting everyone's attention. You still have the nerve to talk like that? I spent a whole set of silver steel grade modules on you, and what's the result? If I didn't need you now, I would have recycled you right now. Chen Feng shouted angrily. Tear. In public, Chen Feng actually tore open Long's shirt, and without hesitation, let Long take the module out of her soul core, and then savagely reinstalled it without considering Long's emotional changes. Long turned his gaze away and happened to meet Li Muming's eyes. Looking at the complicated expression in the other person's eyes, Li Muming felt calm. At this moment, he was poked in the waist, and Reina's voice floated over with a few wisps of fragrant wind. What? Are you heartbroken? Hearing this, Li Muming looked over with a strange expression on his face, rubbed his smooth, fair and delicate face, and said viciously. What nonsense are you talking about? Because of her, I lost my money, my opportunities, and my future. If I hadn't met you, my life would have been completely ruined. Am I a dog licker? Oh, I see. Reina felt like her face was being treated like dough by this man. The second round begins. There were not many people participating. Li Muming and Chen Feng were the only two people in the team. According to past records, most people only lasted one round, so the contestants who were watching were not very worried. It took less than half a minute for the blue barrier to be retracted. The familiar tide of beasts surged into everyone's sight. Even though they were no longer facing them and were protected outside the valley by Zhuo Sheng, they were still terrified. The moment the battle started, Li Muming took the lead. 2 flare missiles accurately covered the range of 500 meters in front of him. He accelerated with the beam sword in his hand and cut down 2 monsters. On the other side, Chen Feng saw this and did not care about Long's current condition. He just made sure the armed module was repaired and then rushed into the Beast Tide. Chen Feng, my condition. Long was a little uneasy. Shut up. You're a silver steel class mecha girl, and these are just a bunch of black iron class monsters. Chen Feng was unwilling to lose to Li Muming. The other party was just a piece of trash that he could fire at will 2 weeks ago. Just when Chen Feng was giving his all and his points were rising continuously. Warning. The weapon module is overheating and will fail soon. A familiar reminder sounded, and Chen Feng's face turned pale. Chapter 23, Chen Feng exits. The other side. Reina Mecha has now entered the second stage of its berserk state, and its combat value is close to 150. Facing this group of black iron level monsters, the attack of Reina's mecha can be described as crushing. No monster can withstand the sword swung by Li Muming with all his strength. In the vast valley, the red mecha is like a king in the arena, tearing apart all enemies in front of it. Damn it! Damn it! But Chen Feng was not so lucky. He slammed his hands hard on the control panel with a ferocious look. Chen Feng couldn't accept that the mecha girl he had carefully modified actually suffered from lack of endurance. Before he could regroup, several monsters broke through his teammates' auxiliary force field and headed straight towards Chen Feng. In just half a minute, Long's armored shell was penetrated and shattered, energy began to flow disorderly, and various modules sounded the alarm. What was even more terrifying was that all the monsters around him were rushing towards him. They were afraid of Li Muming's strength and were unable to break through the force field of the auxiliary mecha girl. For a moment, Chen Feng, who had the highest level in the field, became the final breakthrough point. Chen Feng. Let's withdraw from the competition. We will die if we continue like this. Long's urgent voice came. Shut up, you stinky bitch. I've worked hard for several years just for this monster cemetery. How could I possibly withdraw from the competition? Chen Feng roared. Alarms sounded in front of me. The surrounding monsters were destroying Long's mecha shell like peeling an onion. A half-meter-long bright red claw penetrated into the cockpit and scratched the operating table in front of Chen Feng. This scene completely scared Chen Feng and caused his psychological defenses to collapse. I don't want to die, please, someone save me. Chen Feng's legs were trembling as he kept dodging behind the cockpit. Whoever comes to save me, I can offer 20 million, no, 30 million. I don't want to die here. I'm still young and I have a bright future. Chen Feng's wailing mixed with the monster's roar seemed so powerless. Everyone saw how cowardly he was, but they were all struggling to save themselves, so how could they have the time to save a mecha that had lost its combat capability? In this situation, if we were to say who has any energy left in the whole stadium, it would be only Li Muming. Li Muming, please, please, save me, I can let you return to the company, oh no, I can work for you. Chen Feng obviously also realized that the strongest person in the audience at the moment was only Li Muming. Reina's mecha clamped a defenseless monster and responded calmly, work for me. You need to be capable to do that. After saying that, the Reina mech turned around and threw the silver steel level tiger beast in front of the Long mech. Help. No. Seeing this scene, Chen Feng's pupils contracted and his whole body felt like he was falling into an ice cellar. Roar. The tiger beast that escaped death used all its strength to pounce on the Long mecha, which became the last straw that broke the camel's back for Chen Feng and completely cut off his future of entering the Liang Academy. The Long mecha was completely damaged, Chen Feng fell in the pile of beasts, and announced his withdrawal from the competition. Li Muming did not let Chen Feng's affairs affect the progress, and the hunting of Reina mecha continued until the end of this round. About 10 minutes later, the standings information summary was refreshed. One piece of information shocked everyone. Li Muming, 274 points, second. You know, this project tests the cooperation of an entire team. But Li Muming, relying on his own fighting power, surpassed those 3-person teams and 4-person teams and came to the second place. Even the top brass at the base were stunned for a long time as they looked at the scene on the screen. On the field, the red mecha's feet were already piled with monster corpses and blood was everywhere. He alone has killed more monsters than all of us combined. My god, with his fighting power, I can't even see his taillights. I guess the monsters that died at his hands thought they had encountered a monster. All the contestants present were terrified by the scene before them, and some of the timid ones even vomited. You are very good. Keep it up. If you have the opportunity in the future, you can come and work under me. Sua Sheng extended an olive branch. He had never seen such a violent newcomer. This level of combat is no less than that of the elites who have been on the battlefield. Li Muming nodded symbolically, I'll consider it. Sua Sheng nodded and glanced at everyone. In the final assessment, you will receive a module location worth 200 points. Just use any means to get it. So, good luck to you all. After he finished speaking, Sua Sheng took the seriously injured and dying Chen Feng, as well as the others who had withdrawn from the competition, to the base's treatment center. Brotherly, can we go together later? At this time, someone invited Li Muming. The end point is on the southwest side of the monster cemetery. It takes a lot of time to get there from everyone's current location, and it is difficult to ensure safety during the period. The best way is naturally to travel together. And Li Muming is undoubtedly the strongest person on the scene. No need for that. I prefer to act alone, Li Muming refused, driving the Reina mecha and heading towards the location immediately. For Li Muming at the moment, forming a team is actually a burden, after all, no one in this group can keep up with him. At the same time, somewhere in a canyon, Shi Hua controlled his mecha and fled at high speed, and above his head, a blue and white mecha was flying high in the sky. Before the job changed to the golden level, the mecha girl could not be equipped with a flight module, but this mecha girl uses her spiritual skills and is really flying. Missiles burst out from all around the blue and white mecha girl and directly locked onto Shi Hua's mecha. With just this one attack, Shi Hua was almost forced to exit mecha form. Shi Hua, how is it? Do you want to compete again? A voice came from the blue and white mecha. Shihua shook his head and said, Master AI's skills in controlling the mecha girl and the mecha girl herself are both top-notch. I can't compare with her. I am willing to lend a hand to you and become the new king. You better be smart. Before I kill enough monsters to earn experience, leave the points module in front of Ghost Dragon Valley. Anyone who dares to take it will be killed. As the voice fell, the blue and white girl flew away. Chapter 24, This road is impassable. Same time, another place. Base, Medical Department. After Long sent Chen Feng to the intensive care unit, he pondered for a moment, said hello to another company machine girl, and prepared to leave. Aren't you waiting here for your master to wake up? The girl on the robot was a little surprised. Long replied, my mecha is damaged by more than 50%. I need to go back to the company for repairs. Please help me take care of it. Good. In fact, when Long left the battlefield, he had his own little thoughts. With the ability currently demonstrated by Li Muming, he is far beyond Chen Feng. His past modifications to herself played a very crucial role. If Chen Feng hadn't made random changes, she would not have been able to stop here in this competition. Long felt sick when she thought about what Chen Feng had done to her. After all, Li Muming and I have been together day and night for half a year. I am also his first phone girl. He has also seen that Chen Feng is just forcing me. As long as I go back and beg him and throw all the responsibility to Chen Feng, he will definitely not refuse me. At worst, I can just pretend to sign a soul contract with him and test his abilities. If I'm wrong, I won't suffer any loss. Long thought about it and was extremely confident. After all, a robot girl was willing to sign a soul contract, so what was wrong with asking him to wait a while? In all the years since she left the factory, she has never seen an organic girl sign a soul contract, so this is already sincere enough. If all else failed, she would use her own personal savings account to pay Filong Company the penalty for breach of contract, and then use the money to make up for the modules that Li Muming had paid for. There is no way he would refuse if it was something that he was paying for. Long returned to the company as quickly as possible. Now he just wanted to complete the repairs as soon as possible so that he could show his sincerity on the day Li Muming's competition was over. Obviously, she had forgotten what Li Muming said to her at the opening of the Pioneer Cup. Ghost Dragon Valley. After a day, Li Muming finally reached the last section of the road. As long as he crossed the valley, he would reach the point module. After a short rest of half an hour, Li Muming drove the Rena mecha rapidly along the route. Just when he vaguely saw the exit, he suddenly stopped. At this moment, dozens of mechas can be seen at the exit. The battle zone they are in is closer to here, so they have to arrive first. But now, they seem to be stuck here, unable to move forward. At this time, Shihua also saw Li Muming. Their eyes met, and the next second Shihua deployed the wing weapons behind him without hesitation, aiming the gun-type weapons at Li Muming. In his opinion, the threat posed by Li Muming alone is greater than that of everyone present. Noticing Shihua's change, everyone turned their eyes to Li Muming. Someone was the first to shout out, indignantly saying, "Brother, this Shihua relies on his own strength to block our way. It's really abominable. Let's attack together and kill him." That's right. And the other roads are also blocked by people from Jishi Machinery. This is too overbearing. Li Muming ignored his incitement. He could see at a glance that this group of people were just all talk and no action. Not everyone present wanted to grab the points module. There was only one module anyway, and it would not affect the overall ranking. Coupled with other factors including distrust, Shihua was able to successfully block 20 or 30 mecha divisions by himself. In fact, Shihua is now a little anxious. He has been waiting here for a long time, and the nutrient solution is almost running out, and AI Xiao has not come yet. And at this moment, it was as if I heard his call. A blue and white flying robot swooped down from the horizon. Its current burst of speed even exceeded Reina's full speed, and it was absolutely top-notch in the Silver Steel class. Such a strong Silver Steel level aura, I recognize him, it's the number 1 AI ZU. It's going to be interesting. Let's see how Shihua stops him. Just when everyone was gloating and preparing to seize the opportunity to rush out, they were shocked to find that Shihua did not try to stop them, just let the man pass, and even nodded in response. Fuck. A gang committed a crime. No matter how stupid they were, they knew that Shihua was stopping here just for this person. Sorry, he's using your time to hunt some monsters, so you guys have to wait a little while. Shihua sighed, and just when everyone thought they could finally go forward and catch up, they saw two particle laser guns assembled on the wings of Shihua's robot girl and placed on her shoulders. The brown-yellow laser shot out with terrifying impact, but the target was not the crowd. Missed the shot. No. Li Muming reacted and turned his head to see that a cave entrance collapsed where the laser hit, followed by a strange dragon roar that spread in all directions. Fuck. Shihua, I'm CNM, you actually took the initiative to provoke Gui Long. Everyone was panicked and immediately fled in all directions. You will basically not encounter any other monsters in the Ghost Dragon Valley, because here live the Ghost Dragons, a hybrid of the Dragon Beast and the Ghost Scale Beast. This monster species is lazy by nature and generally does not actively hunt humans, so everyone was relieved when they found that the last area they needed to cross was the Ghost Dragon Valley. But this is only limited to when the Ghost Dragon is not awakened. Once it is awakened, they will face an elite monster with unparalleled silver steel internal combat power. It can be said that in the outskirts of the monster cemetery, it is almost impossible to find a silver steel level monster stronger than the Ghost Dragon. It's just a little insurance, don't mind it, Shihua, relying on his advantage as the only one in the field with a temporary air control weapon module, hung high under the dome and looked down at everyone calmly. No matter how powerful the Ghost Dragon is, it is not a real dragon after all and cannot threaten him who can fly. This scene immediately caused an uproar outside the monster cemetery. Countless people cursed at the screen. Asshole. You think you have great capital, don't you? You're doing something shady. CNM's Great Wall Company uses this kind of tactics. I won't recognize this as the new king. Ordinary people without power don't deserve to win the championship, right? I want to report it. And at this moment on the high platform, a leader from the outer city ignored the anger of the crowd and said with a smile, it seems that the newcomer of this year is from Jishin Machinery. Congratulations, Boss AI. The others also remained calm, as they were already accustomed to this kind of thing. It is extremely rare for ordinary people to seize the opportunity through the challenge competition and finally enter the Liang Academy. As for the annual Rookie of the Year quota, it is circulated among various companies. Power and resources are also part of strength, aren't they? Don't say that. Dean Wang is concerned about that guy named Li Muming, how waved his hand, with some contempt in his words. He recommended his son to the other party many times but was ignored. As a result, he now pays attention to a poor boy who drives an expired car. Even though she was an S-class mecha girl and a top-notch plan 10 years ago, it cannot be considered top-notch now. The driver has no background at all. In front of his son, she can only be used as a background board. Wang Zhe didn't say anything, but just stared at the screen. He also wanted to see what Li Muming would do in this situation. Chapter 25, 2 Bombs and 1 Sword, Breaking Down the Class System. MD, I don't need to grab this core. I'd better go somewhere else and kill a few lone monsters to gain some experience. Faced with the nearly 30-meter-long ghost dragon beast with a lizard body, attached to the mountain wall and covered with black mist, everyone present immediately lost their will to fight and prepared to flee. At this moment, Li Muming was the only one who had not yet escaped in the valley. For Li Muming, Rina's stats in the second-level Berserk state are already the best in the field. They are both at the silver steel level, so why should he hide? There is still 25% of the nutrient solution left. Lina, get ready. With his eyes fixed on the ghost dragon beast hovering at the entrance of the valley, Li Muming prepared to defend himself. Looking at Li Muming's actions, Shihua slowly shook his head. A half-baked silver steel level mecha girl who has just been promoted and does not even have a complete silver steel level module has less than 1% chance of winning against a ghost dragon beast. Roar. The ghost dragon beast also discovered the red mecha that was eager to fight against it, and it crawled towards it on all fours. The black mist around it was terribly corrosive. Facing the increasingly approaching ghost dragon beast, the red mecha did not move at all, but the armed module on its back continued to charge. How can an armed module of this level possibly cause any damage to the ghost dragon beast? It's ridiculous, Shihua sneered in midair. It's just like throwing an egg against a rock. The next moment, Li Muming began to act. Hint. Ray tracing missile charging is complete. The spiritual energy in his body exploded, and Li Muming released his spiritual skills without hesitation. Ray tracing breaking the air. Two terrifying meteor-like dazzling lights shot out from behind, so fast that they were blurry. Before anyone could catch up, a sound of shattering was heard. Snap! The defensive scales of Ghostraman, which were second to none in the Silver Steel class, were shattered like inferior glass by the devastating attack of Ray Pursuit Skybreaker. The terrifying thing about this spiritual skill is that it ignores any bloodline abilities and amplifications. As long as the defense value is lower than its own attack value, it will definitely break the defense. The strength of Ghostraman mainly comes from the amplification of its bloodline, and Reina's spiritual skills can be said to be a natural restraint for these monsters. The Ghost Dragon Beast's pupils shrank in shock, but it was still running. However, when it came in front of Li Muming and tried to wave its huge claws, it suddenly felt dizzy. The moment the head fell, it vaguely saw the bloody hole in its chest. Boom! As the ghost dragon fell, everyone present stopped in shock. What's going on? Got killed in seconds? Are you kidding? WC, he was killed in an instant. Where did this god come from? If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed that a fellow contestant could kill Ghostraman in an instant. Among all the people present, Sherhua was the most shocked. He had fought with Ghostraman before, and although he won, it was also a hard battle, relying on the advantage of his mecha girl's ability to fly. But now, Li Muming only used 2 missiles and killed him instantly. In addition to being shocked, a chill ran down from the soles of his feet because he found that Li Muming's eyes were locked on him. Such a powerful spiritual skill cannot be used without cooling down. His weapon module cannot withstand it. Sherhua pondered, still blocking the exit. Get out of the way. Pointing the sword at the opponent, Li Muming's calm voice came from inside the Reina mecha. This moment. A terrifying sense of crisis enveloped Sherhua's body and mind. When their eyes met, he was a little hesitant to gamble and finally took a step back. At this point, everyone present sneered. Oh, I don't dare to stop you now. You are just a bully. People from these big companies rely on their company's power to do this all the time. Finally, someone can discipline them. These words hit Sherhua hard in the face. He had never been so humiliated since joining Great Wall Company. Birch. At this time, a voice came from a distance. Zhang Dong. Don't you need to worry about that? Sherhua was stunned when he saw that it was another mecha master from Jixi Machinery. Zhang Dong snorted coldly and said, I don't have any tough guys on my side. A bunch of small fish and shrimps were scared away by a ghost dragon beast. But you, it seems that you have been driven out. To be honest, if it weren't for that useless Chen Feng, who took so many resources but couldn't stand the second assessment, he would never have cooperated with the people from Great Wall Company. After speaking, Zhang Dong's eyes fell on Li Muming. Be careful, he just killed a ghost dragon beast. The two of us just need to hold him back, Sherhua reminded. Zhang Dong snorted coldly, drag? Just shoot him and it's over. So what about Ghost Dragon Beast? My weapon module is a brand new Silver Steel Grade L, R150 Yen MO sniper rifle. Just considering the attack amplification, one shot can kill half of Ghost Dragon Beast. After he finished speaking, Zhang Dong immediately set up his own armed module, a brand new large-caliber sniper rifle, and aimed at Li Muming. Seeing this, Sherhua stopped trying to persuade her, but just drove the mecha into the air, with the armed module ready to go. This aura is infinitely close to that of an LX long-range sniper girl. He must be Zhang Dong, right? One of the favorites to win this time. Damn it, he and Sherhua are 2 favorites to win the Silver Steel level. Are they going to join forces? They don't even care about the dignity of a mecha master. Seeing that the 2 men pointed their guns at Li Muming at the same time, everyone angrily denounced their shameless behavior. Li Muming has no habit of waiting for others to shoot first. The moment the booster was activated, the Reina mecha rushed directly towards Zhang Dong. Zhang Dong was not stupid either. He immediately activated the stealth defense module of his mecha, blended into the environment, and prepared to assist Sherhua in long-range sniping. Light pursuit, breaking the air. Aiming at the direction where Zhang Dong disappeared, Rena Mecha released its spiritual skills again, and 2 light tracing missiles were suddenly launched, carrying an unstoppable momentum, and then, after chasing for 100 meters, it turned a corner and headed straight for Shihua. Hundreds of meters above the sky, Shihua was about to remind Zhang Dong to be careful, when he saw that the real target of the spiritual skill was actually himself. Grass. With a curse, he immediately activated his energy shield, ready to withstand the attack and then immediately cover Li Muming with fire. But he forgot that even the thick-skinned ghost dragon beast couldn't survive this spiritual skill, so how could he withstand it? Boom! Warning! The mecha's damage exceeds 60%. The moment light chasing, breaking the sky touched the energy shield, Shihua heard the sound of some substance shattering. The next moment, he lost control of the mecha and fell down. What's going on? On the other side, Zhang Dong was still confused by this sudden change when he heard a cry of surprise in his ears. Master! What are you standing there for? The stealth module hasn't been fully activated yet. Finished. Zhang Dong's hair stood on end. Before he could react to how Li Muming had acquired such powerful combat power, he saw a beam sword occupying the entire shared screen in his field of vision. Tread on the void / This voice came to my ears, and just at the same time, before Zhang Dong's brand new armed module could fire a single shot, the energy module of the mecha girl was completely penetrated. All the nutrient solution in his body flowed out, and after just 2 minutes, he and his mecha girl exited the mecha state because the nutrient solution was exhausted. Zhang Dong collapsed on the spot, looking up at the 6 or 7 story tall Rena mecha with a cold sheen all over its body, and felt terrified. Severe pain invaded his mind. Just when he was about to say something, he saw Li Muming swiftly put away his sword and prepared to leave. Don't do this kind of road-blocking thing next time. You are not qualified. After saying this, Li Muming turned around and left. The 2 silver steel level favorites to win the championship joined forces, a lineup that was enough to make everyone give up. Li Muming only used 2 bullets and 1 sword to seriously injure them. At this moment, the base was in an uproar over this scene. Chapter 26, Fight Back. Small people also have great courage. Ha ha ha, I haven't seen such a brilliant young man in many years. Inside the base, the leader of the guards laughed loudly, his eyes filled with admiration. Okay. The last time someone had this kind of overwhelming power was Luo Shuling and S-rank mecha girl Han Shuang 5 years ago. In my opinion, Li Muming is probably a bit stronger. After all, the former has a lot of company resources behind him. The same was true for everyone present. No matter what the outcome today was, Li Muming's potential had clearly entered the eyes of all the senior executives. TSK, the Rookie King is not from our company. My son Aizu is even stronger than him, the company boss sneered, his eyes still full of disdain. No one responded, but at this time someone spoke in surprise, Boss AI, I think I saw your son. Did he go in the wrong direction? What? Boss AI frowned, looked up at the screen, and then his pupils dilated. In the Ghost Dragon Valley, everyone was staring at the Rena mecha. They couldn't imagine that this mecha and the mecha pilot inside it, relying only on this half-baked silver steel level, actually defeated these 2 people. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that the mecha that Li Muming was currently driving, apart from its core being at the silver steel grade, had modules of varying quality, some even having modules at the black iron grade. But even so, he still defeated the 2 favorites to win the championship, 2 100% completion silver steel level mecha girls. Li Muming, I admit that you are indeed very strong, but unfortunately, you are not destined to be the Rookie King, came Shihua's weak voice. Li Muming frowned and immediately started the engine to head towards the destination. Oh, there are so many people here, it's quite lively. At this time, a voice was heard. Everyone looked up and saw that the LS high mobility fighter girl who had left long ago had come back in front of the horizon. It should be said that only this type of fighter girl could make such a quick round trip. At this moment, in the hand of the mecha girl, there was a module shining with golden light. Aizu. The way back is not this way, Shihua said in disbelief. The blue and white girl slowly stopped the engine, and a calm voice came from inside, do I need you to teach me how to do things? Shihua was speechless. The blue and white mecha girl and the red mecha girl looked at each other. It should be said that when the four of them looked at each other, Aizu spoke first, "Do you want this core?" After a long while, Li Muming's voice came faintly, "Are you sick?" Aizu was stunned, "What?" Li Muming shook his head and said, "No wonder you say you're not afraid of great teammates, but you're afraid of idiot teammates. If I were you, I would immediately take the championship core to exchange for points." Aizu laughed and said, "What I want is not just the title of Rookie of the Year. What I want is to defeat all the strong men in this session. Among your classmates now, I think you are the strongest." As Aizu finished speaking, the outer shell of the blue and white mecha girl's legs opened, revealing two sharp swords inside. This is the LS High Mobility Fighter Girl's unique armed module, the rapid slashing double swords, which can attack rapidly and leave the opponent without any resistance. Li Muming's eyes became serious, but his tone was still relaxed. "Then after you beat me in this state, aren't you afraid that others will think you won unfairly?" Aizu, naive, "If the only thing we are competing for is strength, what do I need these subordinates for? Their role is to consume the strength of the strong, and then I will reap the harvest. Those who say this are just envious of my resources." Li Muming, "Oh, resources are also part of strength, you understand this sentence perfectly. No matter the process, the result is that you, the strongest in your class, were defeated by me. I deserve the title of Rookie King." Aizu moved, holding two swords. "Let me introduce you to my mecha girl Cold Blade, Silver Steel grade, and all modules are Silver Steel Red grade." The Cold Blade mecha quickly approached the Rena mecha, and the two swords in its hands swung down like a rainstorm and a strong wind, giving Li Muming no chance to breathe in his operation. Battle, 165. Agility, 179. Defense, 142. Endurance, 161. Battery life, 98. Spiritual skill, Hurricane Dance. The opponent is very strong and surpasses Reina in all aspects. The most terrifying thing is that as a mecha master, Aizu will shamelessly use all his resources in order to become the strongest in his class. Li Muming could conclude that if he had not demonstrated his strong strength, the other party would have already gone to redeem points. Laugh. Laugh. The sword is as fast as the wind. 1 knife. 2 knives. 3 knives. The knife shadow approached quickly like an illusion, fell, and disappeared. If it weren't for the additional wounds on the outer shell of Rena's mecha, ordinary people would even suspect that they had seen it wrong. And this red mecha, which had instantly killed all its peers a few minutes ago, was now only able to take a beating in the eyes of everyone, and it seemed that it could not even organize an effective counterattack. Warning. The drive engine is damaged. Warning. The energy module is damaged. Warning. Left arm damaged, the weapon module flare missile cannot be connected normally. Warning. The damage to the body exceeds 50%, and the nutrient solution is rapidly draining. In the cockpit, warning messages popped up quickly, bright red and terrifying, like death notices. But Li Muming was not ready to release his spiritual skills immediately. "Lina. Hold on a little longer. The current value is not enough." Li Muming gritted his teeth and held on, enduring the pain of the strong electric current all around his body. He was waiting for the limit of his violent talent, the 60% attribute bonus. With the attribute bonus, Reina's attack value just covers Hanren's defensive ability. He only needs one chance to severely damage the opponent. Reina's strong voice trembled a little. The condition for the third level of rage to be activated requires that the damage to the body exceeds 70%, but remember not to damage the weapon module and the core. Okay. Li Muming, who received the valid information, immediately began to retreat. Although he was still passively taking the beating, Li Muming deliberately dodged the key module parts. Warning. The nutrient solution is less than 10%. At this moment, a crucial alarm sounded. The wounds on his body caused the nutrient solution to start leaking out. Once all the nutrient solution was gone, his counterattack plan would be completely ruined. Warning. The nutrient solution is less than 9%. In just 10 seconds, the nutrient solution was depleted by 1%. That was to say, within the next 40 seconds, he had to seize the opportunity, counterattack successfully, and destroy a top-level Silver Steel-level mecha girl. It can be said that this is an idea that is almost a fantasy, but Li Muming never lacks confidence. Spreading its arms and holding the beam sword in both hands at the same time, the red mecha counterattacked in the complicated gazes of the crowd, but it was only exchanging injuries for injuries. Everyone could even feel that under this desperate fighting style, the damage to the red mecha was even more terrifying. Damn it, I can't stand it. They have people, and we have people too. I'm going to help this guy today even if my module is damaged. That's right. I missed a year last year because of the shady dealings in the challenge tournament. I've been annoyed with them for a long time. For a moment, more than a dozen young people who came up from the challenge tournament were inspired by Li Muming. Finally, they could no longer suppress the anger in their hearts and pushed the forward lever. Chapter 27, The Battle That Shocked the Entire Outer City. You are just a bunch of ants struggling to survive, yet you dare to attack me. Aizu didn't take the counterattack of this group of people seriously at all. The next moment, the sound of the energy core spinning wildly roared from all around the cold blade mecha girl. Spiritual skill, Hurricane Dance. The terrifying sword wind swept in all directions, and Han Ren seemed to appear in multiple places at the same time, swinging his sword at the same time. Laugh. 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 In just a few seconds, everyone was knocked back, their bodies damaged. What an incompetent act, Aizu said coldly. At this time, Li Muming's voice came, you are wrong. These few seconds are enough to break your arrogance. Warning. The damage to the machine exceeds 70%. Level 3 violent state is activated. In the next 60 seconds, all machine attributes will increase by 60%. The cold voice resounded directly in Li Muming's mind. It was the voice of Lina herself, who had gone completely berserk and had only the fighting instinct left. Aizu turned around and saw that the weapons on the back of the red mecha were fully deployed, and 2 missiles were loaded and locked onto him. Cold Blade. Get out of here. Although he believed that Li Muming could not cause any effective harm to him, he still prepared to leave cautiously. But at this distance, it's already too late. Now is my home court. Spiritual skill, light pursuit, breaking through the air. Li Muming did not hesitate. He used up the remaining nutrient solution and poured it all into this spiritual skill. The next moment, 2 missiles were launched. Aizu fled at full speed, but he still underestimated the terrifying movement speed of this spiritual skill. Especially under the blessing of the 3rd level berserk state, the increase reached a terrifying level. Seeing that he could not dodge, Aizu stopped, crossed his swords, and held them in front of his chest to try to block. Boom! One in front and one behind, the double sword modules, which should have been extremely strong, were easily torn and penetrated by the 2 missiles. In Aizu's shocked pupils, the 2 missiles pierced straight through the core of Han Ren. The terrifying electric current instantly penetrated his body, and his consciousness became blurred. I lost. This is impossible. This was Aizu's last thought before he was seriously injured and fell into a coma. Win. Li Muming breathed a sigh of relief. Aizu was very strong, but he still underestimated his and Lina's terrifying fighting power in desperate situations. If he kept his distance from the beginning and prepared to consume the enemy from a distance like Shihua did, he would just consume the enemy to death. Warning. The nutrient solution is exhausted. The mecha status will be released soon. The next second, the mecha state was released, and Li Muming's legs went soft the moment he landed. Fortunately, the girl next to him reached out and hugged him, so he did not fall down. Master, are you still alive? Lina blinked her big eyes. After returning to her normal state, the pain in the mecha state did not affect her. So now Lina, who is seriously injured, is in much better condition than Li Muming, who has internal injuries. Li Muming raised his head and was about to hit Lina on the head, questioning what this girl was thinking, but the severe pain prevented him from raising his hand. Master, I'll do it myself. Lina stuck out her tongue, lifted Li Muming's hand, and hit it with a whoosh. Ouch! Reina pretended to be in pain, then covered her head and explained, I am concerned about my master. After all, in theory, even I would lose consciousness with the 3rd level violent talent, let alone the driver. I was a little worried before, but now I am completely relieved. Looking at the girl's flashing eyes, Li Muming smiled helplessly. Won. Just like that. He won again. The crowd that was seriously injured by Aizu stood up again, but now they all stood still as if petrified. Even though they really wanted to win in their hearts, they found it unbelievable when Li Muming actually won. Brother Li. You are our god. The light of the common people. After a brief silence, there was a roar of cheers. Brother Li, the title of Rookie of the Year must be yours. I'll escort you to redeem your points. That's right. I'll see who dares to snatch Brother Li's core. I'll be the first one to disagree. The crowd gathered and prepared to escort Li Muming. In fact, they don't need to do so. After all, Li Muming's strength is obvious to all. Just ask yourself, who would dare to offend a man who single-handedly defeated a ghost dragon beast, 2 silver steel elites, and a top silver steel mecha master in a short period of time? Even Shi Hua, now that he had realized the gap in strength between the two sides, did not dare to have any thoughts at all. He just regretted that he had not sincerely recruited Li Muming in the first place. Well, actually there's no need to do that. Is there any mecha girl in the support sequence who can give my Rena a simple emergency repair and replenish some nutrient solution? Li Muming coughed lightly. Of course, I'll pay for it. Brother Li, what are you talking about? I'll fix it. I'll do it. I'll pay you to fix it. At the moment when Li Muming defeated Aizu, nearly 10,000 people in the base were all shocked. At this moment, the 4 super large screens were all showing the figures of Li Muming and Lina at the moment of their counterattack. Those 2 missiles were like 2 extremely sharp slaps in the face. While blowing Aizu away, they also knocked down the arrogance and conceit of all the big company bosses present to the ground. The other ordinary people in the audience were so shocked by Li Muming's gorgeous counterattack that they got goosebumps all over their bodies. Did you see that? He won. He won all by himself. He won. Spiritual skills. He is only at the silver steel level, but he can use 2 spiritual skills so skillfully. So terrifying, so terrifying. All of these people's faces turned red and they roared excitedly. What's so good about forming a gang to win the championship? Li Muming had nothing behind him, but relying only on himself and his partner, he successfully defeated that group of so-called geniuses who had massive company resources. Dean Wang, the stats of that machine are really terrifying. Yes, even after 10 years, it is still top-notch. Gazing at Reina's figure, the senior executive sighed with emotion. Wang Zhe shook his head. This is not entirely due to the mecha girl. After 10 years, some of her modules have long been out of date. This is due to the good modification by the mecha master. Moreover, just by being able to pilot the LY-9, he has done something that countless people cannot do. This is great. Liang Courtyard will become more lively from now on. On the day the game ended, many companies were in chaos both inside and outside. Great Wall Company. The big boss angrily scolded the middle-level leader, "You are a piece of trash, you are just a white-collar worker, right? There is a piece of gold dangling under your nose, but you don't know how to recruit it. What's that stuck between your ears? If you can't find him, you'll be fired." Filong Company. Boss Chen Fan was sitting in his office, feeling restless. My rebellious son, I told him a long time ago to stop bullying employees. Now we are going to become a complete joke in the industry. The interior of Jixin Machinery was very quiet, except for the sound of a number of people making non-stop noise in the ears of the gloomy-faced boss. Old AI, looking at the situation, Li Muming won't join your company, so I'll go and give it a try. What do you mean you should try? Is your company richer than ours? I haven't even tried to recruit anyone yet. I'll go first. I know you are all in a hurry, but don't worry, let me be in a hurry first. A group of prominent company bosses are now on the verge of fighting in their quest to recruit Li Muming. Li Muming, I'm sorry. It was my fault before. Let's make peace. I still want to be your robot girl. Just when Li Muming returned to the base and declined all visits, saying that he would recuperate first, Long came to him. Chapter 28, An Ungrateful Wolves That Can Never Be Tamed. Actually, I have a reason for leaving you behind. First, it's for your own good. I know you're broke and I don't want to burden you anymore. Second, Chen Feng threatened me that if I don't sign a contract with him, he won't let me advance to the silver steel level. You know, whether a machine girl can advance depends on the company. Believe me, everything I said and did to you at that time was just an act for Chen Feng to see, so that he wouldn't do anything to you. Long looked like she was about to cry, her posture was even more humble, and her trembling lavender eyes stared at Li Muming. What a green tea bitch. Li Muming sighed in his heart. If he had not traveled through time, with only the original owner's experience of being 18 years old, he might have been fooled by Long's superb acting skills. Just when Li Muming was about to expose the green tea girl's mask, Lena spoke first. She walked in front of Long and said in astonishment, "So, the master has always misunderstood you?" "Yes." Long nodded without hesitation, and then said with an embarrassed look, "Actually, I'm not trying to steal Li Muming. You know, an excellent mecha master who wants to go to the battlefield will not only contract one mecha girl. I am willing to be his backup mecha girl. I don't ask for anything else. As long as he is willing to transform me like before and help me awaken my spiritual skills, that's enough." That's right, this is Long's real purpose. She now understands that her ability to awaken spiritual skills before must be the result of Li Muming's transformation. Only by possessing spiritual skills can her own value soar. That does make sense, but the master is now the rookie king of the Liang Academy. There will definitely be no shortage of top-level mecha girls in the future. If you want to be a backup mecha girl, you should at least show your sincerity. Under Li Muming's astonished eyes, Lena raised 3 fingers. First, you have to redeem yourself, cut off the contract with Chen Feng and leave the company. You know the principle that a woman should not serve 2 husbands. Second, the master has spent at least tens of millions of dollars on you before, and you have to pay back both sides now. Third, the backup girl can't be too weak, but I have doubts about you and must test you a little. What is this? The more Li Muming listened, the more he felt something was wrong. Lena usually looked quite smart, so could she have been fooled by Long's acting skills? Reina. Listen to me. Lena turned her head and glanced at Li Muming. Her ladylike smile revealed a sense of oppression as if a rainstorm was coming. Li Muming immediately retracted the words that were about to come out of his mouth. At that glance he understood Reina's true intention. For Lena, Li Muming is her savior, and it was he who pulled her out of the abyss. It is hard to repay a favor even if one dies 100 times. For those who have hurt Li Muming, Lena will punish them in her own way. As Long listened to what Lena said, a hint of hesitation appeared on his face as he began to think. In this world, the status of mecha girls is not low. In addition to having various protection laws, they also have the privilege of actively cutting off contact with the mecha master once and not having to repay any transformation costs. But few mecha girls do this, because once they do, they are basically tied to the next mecha master. In Feilong Company, her annual salary is actually very high, which can fully afford some of her own modules, but she knows nothing about these and can only rely on the mecha technicians. After following Chen Feng for these days, she also discovered that Chen Feng had no method for his modifications and basically just relied on assembling modules one by one. Li Muming awakened her spiritual skills without even trying after he modified the module for her. There is no comparison between the two. Damn it, why didn't I discover Li Muming's talent for modification? Long now regrets doing this, otherwise she would be the one to follow Li Muming and get the title of Rookie King. Long, I finally found you. Chen Feng has woken up and is looking for you. Just as Long was thinking, the auxiliary heavy machine girl trotted over. He woke up. Long was surprised that he woke up so quickly despite his injuries. The machine girl nodded, glanced at Li Muming, and whispered a reminder, "I hope you are mentally prepared. He may be a little extreme mentally right now, and his words may not be very pleasant to the ears. He still has the nerve to be mean to me." Long sneered in his heart, "Okay, I get it. Let's go together." Looking at Li Muming, Long smiled sweetly, took a step forward and wanted to hold his arm. Bang! Lena immediately pushed Long's hand away and hugged Li Muming's hand tightly, her expression suddenly turned cold. "What are you doing? You haven't shown your sincerity yet." Li Muming glanced down at the softness pressed against his arm. He wanted to pretend that he didn't care, but the upturned corners of his mouth betrayed him. Long's eyelids twitched, but she still said softly, "I will take you to witness my sincerity." Hospital bed. Hasn't that piece of trash been found yet? I spent tens of millions on her, but it was all wasted. She was even insulted by that piece of trash Li Muming. I'm not Chen if I don't teach her a lesson. Chen Feng's voice spread throughout the hospital. I'm a waste. You are the real waste. The door opened and Long walked straight in, followed by Li Muming and Lina. Seeing this, Chen Feng immediately opened his mouth and shouted angrily, Li Muming. What are you doing here? Long, are you blind? Why don't you kick him out? You should be kicked out, Long said, and threw out a contract. Chen Feng, I now unilaterally declare that your modification capabilities are simply insufficient, and I want to terminate the contract with you. Chen Feng was stunned. Looking at the contract on the blue and white striped hospital bed, he felt a sense of déjà vu. Endless humiliation came. Chen Feng didn't care about the tubes on his body, and was about to take action. Long. Do you know what you are doing? How dare you? How dare you? Oh, what am I afraid of? Apart from having a little money, how can you compare to Li Muming? If I hadn't been forced by you, why would I have followed you? Long spoke without mercy. You guys. Chen Feng raised his hand with difficulty, pointed at Long, Lina, and finally looked at Li Muming. Especially the way Li Muming looked at him now, so calmly as if he was looking at an insignificant ant. The scene of him expelling Li Muming was still vivid in his mind. How furious he was at that time, and now that fury had turned into a sharp knife piercing into his heart. He lost miserably. Due to the violent outburst of emotions, the medical equipment made a sharp sound, and Chen Feng was actually fainted from anger and was sent to the emergency room. Long looked calm as he walked out of the hospital with Li Muming and then smiled as if nothing had happened. Now I've shown my sincerity. I'm independent now, Lina said, and then she took out another card and handed it to Li Muming. This is the money I saved in Feilong Company in the past 2 years. There is about 12 million left. This is everything I have, and I give it all to you, Long said sincerely. Thanks to Chen Feng's poor modification skills, she sold the unused modules to make some pocket money. Now that I have proven my sincerity and completed the first 2 points, how are you going to test the third point? Chapter 29, Retribution for Betrayal Twice. It's actually very simple. With your strength, you are definitely not as good as mine. So don't be a mecha master. Just compare the mecha values. If you can last for 1 minute, you'll pass. Reina said casually. Okay. Although Long was very unhappy with the other party's contempt, he was very satisfied with this condition. Reina is a mecha girl with 2 spiritual skills. If she were controlled by a mecha master, Long would definitely be defeated. But if we were to compete on machine stats, Long had at least spent tens of millions on a silver steel grade. The most important thing is that Reina's body is now much more seriously damaged than hers. Not only do I have to hold on for a minute, I also have to defeat you and let Li Muming understand my value. Long Xian had already begun to sneer. When his mind is fully focused on me and he helps me to develop 2 more spiritual skills, I will let him banish you to the cold palace. The man and 2 girls with robots soon arrived at the Reckless Man training ground. As a duel venue, this is a great place. After entering the venue, Long was the first to enter the mecha state and got ready. In her opinion, her return to Li Muming was a foregone conclusion. Next, you just need to use the weapon module to win by numerical value in the shortest time. After saying that, Reina entered the mecha state. Seeing Reina's seriously injured posture, Long Xian felt more confident that she could win. She immediately activated her beam sword, increased the thrusters to maximum load, and rushed forward like a wolf. But Lina did not act immediately. In her violent state, she used her remaining bit of rationality to recall the posture of Li Muming when he controlled her and performed his spiritual skills. Energy began to be allocated, and the energy of the beam sword in Reina's hand vibrated, as if some kind of terror was about to erupt. Just when Long thought she was going to succeed, the opponent's Lina moved, and the red beam sword flashed in front of her eyes in less than 1 second. What? The terrifying explosive power at this moment made Long clearly feel that even in terms of the machine's physical values, she was a level lower than the machine girl on the opposite side. But how is this possible? I am a real fully modular silver steel level mecha girl. You are not worthy of using the power module he bought. The fiery red beam sword pierced directly into the power module on Long's chest. Reina swung the sword out diagonally in a sweeping gesture, directly destroying half of the module. Why are your stats so strong? Long's painful voice came. But there was no response from Lina. She stabbed with sword after sword, but then seemed unsatisfied and simply switched to boxing. There was no skill at all, and the rest of the fight was purely mechanical collision. Boom! Boom! With every collision, mechanical parts would bang on the ground, raising a cloud of dust. The current situation looked like a battle between two mechas, but in fact it was a one-sided crushing. After Long's power module was destroyed, it was difficult for him to put up an effective resistance and he had to passively take the beating. Almost all the modules inside the mecha were damaged. Boom! As Lina punched Long in the chest, the power module was completely scrapped. Long exited the mecha state and fell to the ground. Reina, who had regained her girlish appearance, walked up to Long and said, "I'm sorry, you didn't pass my review." Long's face was pale and his whole body was shaking. You didn't even plan to let Li Muming take me in." At this time Li Muming also came over. Lina hugged Li Muming's arm and said coldly, "I'm so sorry, even if I can accept an organic girl sharing the master with me, that organic girl will not be you. You bastards. You two are a pair of bastards who are in cahoots with each other. You will not live happily ever after. Li Muming. You scumbag." Long was completely desperate at this moment. After falling out with Chen Feng, no company would ever hire her in the future. All her money was with Li Muming, and she couldn't even repair the module. In other words, she will never be able to enter the mecha form again. The only two options waiting for her are to be recycled or to be bought by a recycling station to be used as a housewife. "Oh, seeing you look as pitiful as a dog, I am too lazy to argue with you." Reina gave her a cold smile. Turning around, Reina pouted, looking weak, "I bullied my brother's ex-machine girl, my brother won't blame me, right?" She really doesn't care about her image in front of Li Muming. "Pretend, you know that even if you beat her to death, I will only care about your damaged state." Li Muming reached out and gave Lina a chestnut, smiled dotingly, and was about to take Lina to the repair shop to repair the aircraft. "Li Muming. You are not allowed to leave. You two bitches. You will not die well. Woo-woo." Long collapsed on the cold ground, looking from a distance like a poor stray dog. Time flies. Just 1 week after the Pioneer Cup ended, Li Muming picked up Reina, who had just been discharged from the hospital. On the way to the Monster Cemetery Pioneer Cup award ceremony, he took out a card and shook it with a smile. "Deposits, bonuses, and the money I got back from Long, a total of 20 million yuan. I have money now. After the award ceremony is over, I will take you to exchange for a new set of modules." Reina was very excited. "Okay. It's too boring to stay in the hospital. I want to improve my combat power." The award ceremony was held at Liayang Square. This is the closest point from the outer city to the inner city, and is also the venue for the annual giant gathering at the St. Duroc base. This award ceremony was more popular than ever before, and the reason is simple. The Rookie of the Year this time is not a talented player created by a big company, but a self-taught mecha master with no background, who can even be said to be ordinary and a bit poor, Li Muming. For the common people, he is the light of the common people who defeats capital. And for those senior executives, the fact that he could drive the LY-9, which was known as a killing machine, was something worthy of attention. To sum it up in one sentence, the tens of thousands of people at the scene all came for Li Muming and Lina. Before the award ceremony began, Vice President Wang Zhe of Liayang Academy came to see Li Muming. "There's still an hour until the opening. Do you want to go with me to visit Liayang Courtyard?" Lina looked at Wang Zhe warily and protected Li Muming behind her. "What are you going to do?" Wang Zhe was stunned and smiled. "Don't worry, we're not going to capture him for human experiments, it's just that some people want to see him." Chapter 30 Contradiction, Receiving a Space Ring. In Wang Zhe's private car, Li Muming looked at the high-rise buildings and high-tech neon lights outside the window and couldn't help but sigh that compared with the luxurious inner city area, the outer city area was really just an old, dilapidated and small slum. Nearly one-fifth of the inner city area is under the jurisdiction of Liang Court. Here, you can treat Liang Court as an independent area. Should we say it is worthy of the Liang courtyard? Li Muming was a little surprised when he heard this. Lina sat next to Li Muming and seemed relatively quiet. We're here. This is the core area of Fiery Sun Academy, the Fiery Sun Central Tower. The car stopped, and the iconic pyramid that could only be seen from afar was now right in front of Li Muming. However, after getting closer, Li Muming discovered that this pyramid was not a solid building at all, but just a layer of energy shield. Wang Zhe led the way straight through this energy shield. Soon, the three of them came to a meeting room. The conference room is luxuriously equipped with a sense of technology, and an old man is sitting inside. Let me introduce you. This is the vice president of our Liang Academy, Luo Kong, Wang Zhe said, and the white-haired old man looked over. Li Muming's heart was shocked and he greeted, "Hello, Dean." Okay, the old man Luo Kong smiled kindly, his turbid eyes paused on Lina, then looked at Li Muming. Don't be nervous, just treat it as a pre-hospital chat. I've read your message. How did you meet Ly-9? Reina. What? Her name is Reina now. I named her. I found her at the recycling station. Luo Kong was stunned for a moment. Reina, it's a good name. I've been paying attention to the situation in the monster cemetery. You've done a great job. And according to the information, you should have only been in contact with mecha girls for half a year, which is enough to show that you are very talented. Luo Kong expressed his affirmation. As one of the leaders of the entire base, he had seen too many geniuses, but people like Li Muming were still rare. Then, he changed the subject and asked, so, how did you maintain your self-esteem under Reina's violent talent? As soon as he finished speaking, a feeling of oppression came over him, and Luo Kong's eyes suddenly became serious. Li Muming was very direct and decisive, and said neither servile or arrogant, personal talent cannot be copied. Luo Kong had expected this answer. After all, there was no other possible explanation. Just as he was about to say something, there was a sudden noise at the door. With a bang, the door was opened. A woman with a delicate face, simple clothes and a high ponytail bumped in. I will not allow this killing machine to return to Liang Court. Scanning the conference room, the woman's eyes landed on Reina, full of disgust. Li Muming frowned and said nothing. You are the owner of this killing machine. I advise you that Liang Academy does not welcome her. If you are sensible, you should give up the place yourself. Otherwise, the woman said with murderous intent in her eyes. Sierre, go back, Luo Kong's voice interrupted her. Grandfather. The woman stared at Luo Kong, her emotions becoming increasingly unstable. Do you know who you are accepting? She is the murderer of my father. Go back, Luo Kong still said this. The woman wanted to say something, but when she saw Luo Kong's increasingly sharp gaze, she dared not to make a fuss anymore. Before leaving, she glared at Li Muming fiercely and said, I advise you that if you kill someone, you must pay with your life. You are not here to be here. Boom. The woman slammed the door and walked out. My granddaughter has a bad temper. If there are conflicts in the future, I hope you can be tolerant, Luo Kong sighed. Also, this is for you. It is my gift to you as a small token of my appreciation and compensation to you, the potential mecha master. Luo Kong took out a ring. The ring is made entirely of silver, with dense patterns engraved on it, and it shines with a strange luster in the sun. This is a space ring. Li Muming's eyes widened. The space ring is the embodiment of another kind of scientific and technological technology in this world. Mecha pilots need to carry sufficient nutrients and supplies to fight long battles in the monster cemetery. These things are heavy and inconvenient to carry, so space rings came into being. As strategic level materials, space rings are extremely expensive and generally out of stock. The most important thing is that after Li Muming's spiritual energy reached the inside of the space ring, he saw a module with a light purple color. Is this a purple level energy module? And according to the analysis of the illustrations, this module is exactly what Lina needs now. Thank you, Dean. You're welcome. As the Dean, I have to express my gratitude for this. After saying goodbye to the dean, Wang Zhe's assistant teacher took Li Muming and Lina and prepared to leave. On the way, Li Muming asked about the woman. The assistant teacher hesitated for a moment and said, "Her name is Chen Shi. She is the granddaughter of Dean Shen, and her father was the first mecha master of Reina." Now Li Muming completely understood. In a sense, it was revenge for the murder of his father. Looking at Lina, who had been silent and looked a little pale, Li Muming comforted her. "Reina, this is not your fault. The core talent is something no one could have predicted. You are my robot girl. No matter what happens in the future, I will shoulder it with you. We can compensate her to the best of our ability." After hearing Li Muming's comfort, Lina felt a little better. "I'm sorry, master. I've caused you trouble." Li Muming smiled and said a few more words of comfort. After finishing the work here, the assistant teacher drove Li Muming and the other teacher to the award ceremony. At the award ceremony, which was packed with people. When Li Muming arrived, he just heard his name being called on the stage. As the Rookie of the Year, he naturally gave his acceptance speech and then received the honor and reward of being the first. 5 million in cash, the right to choose 2 silver steel grade blue modules, and various privileges after entering the Liang Academy. The reward of being the Rookie of the Year alone is enough to make many people drool with envy. After the award ceremony, Li Muming undoubtedly received invitations from many companies, and the conditions offered by all of them were top-notch. Especially when it comes to backup mecha girls, the conditions for their dismissal are not low. What you need to do after joining the company is the same as before, you just need to modify the company's mecha girls and provide driving training. However, Li Muming rejected them one by one. Seeing that they could not convince Li Muming, the guys from the company turned their attention to Reina. After all, the mecha pilot and the mecha girl are both independent individuals. "Hello, LY9. I'm the HR manager of new airline company. I'm wondering if you'd be willing to become our pilot girl for an annual salary of 20 million. A female manager of a company offered an extremely high salary and guaranteed that her partnership with Li Muming would not be affected without reason. "Excuse me, is it inappropriate to poach her in front of her master?" Standing in front of Lina, Li Muming looked at the manager with a smile. Chapter 31, Girls Need to be Coaxed in New Ways. The female manager smiled. "You're joking. Whether in the outer city or in Liang Courtyard, the company is a driving force for development. To be fair, you can't limit her from moving towards a better future. Okay, now that the law and morality have been brought up, you can ask her. If she is willing, I don't mind." Li Muming spread his hands and made room for her. Lina glanced at Li Muming, who had moved aside, with a look of surprise and a hint of anger. "What does it mean? It doesn't matter." The female manager smiled more and looked at Reina. "You. Lina, go away." The smile froze, and the female manager continued, "If you are not satisfied with the conditions, we can still discuss it. After all, resources are limited." "You." Reina exuded a cold aura. "Don't you understand what I'm saying? Get lost. I won't accept any contracts except the ones sent by the man next to me." The female manager, feeling frustrated, apologized and left. "There's no need to get so angry, just refuse." Li Muming blinked. Reina turned her head and said in a cold voice, "What do you mean by not helping me reject you? If someone proposes to your wife in the future, will you also make way and watch from the side?" Li Muming suddenly realized that Reina was really good at giving some strange examples. He blinked and asked softly, "Then, can a mecha girl and a mecha pilot get married? Why not? It's not like the mecha girl can't." The originally cold voice gradually softened. Lina covered her mouth and glared at Li Muming. "Haha, what can't you do?" Li Muming bent down and turned around, looking up at Lina, but the other party turned her head away. "Ignore me. Still ignoring me? Are you really ignoring me?" Reina turned cold again and didn't answer. Li Muming raised his eyebrows, glanced at a middle-aged man who had been lingering around him, and frowned. "Hello, what are you doing?" "Hee, hello, I'm the vice president of Great Wall Company." The man mustered up the courage to come over, a smile on his weathered face. Ever since the order came down from above that anyone who failed to recruit Li Muming would be fired, the vice president had been in a daze all day, regretting it to the core. If he had been able to get Li Muming to join the company after the preliminary round of the challenge, then not only would he be fired, he would not sit at the table at large company gatherings in the future, and those big leaders would not even pick up their chopsticks. Li Muming glanced at Reina, who was still indifferent, turned his head and said, "Sign a contract, right? How can there be a story without taking the initiative? What competitiveness do you have? We can provide you with an S-class backup mecha girl." Li Muming nodded. "That sounds good. I'm also annoyed by the invitations from those companies. You can hold a press conference and I'll make the announcement." "Ah. Okay. Okay. Just 3 minutes is enough." The vice president, who was supposed to be in a high position of power, was suddenly surprised. He immediately ran around excitedly and summoned the media. Hearing this, Lena, who had pretended to ignore Li Muming, pricked up her ears. And these people were all gathered in this square at the moment, and hadn't left yet. As soon as they heard about the popularity, they rushed over in 2 minutes. Can Great Wall Company actually offer the conditions that the newcomer king wants? I just eavesdropped and it seems like he wants an S-rank backup mecha girl. Shit, our company only has one with an owner. These big companies really make money from money. Li Muming is not comparable to an S-class silver steel machine girl. He wants an S-class backup mecha girl. Lena stood aside and bit her red lips. If this scumbag dares to find one, I will find a chance to destroy it. Ahem, what I'm going to announce next, and I hope our media friends can help spread it. Li Muming glanced at the square that was surrounded by cameras and cleared his throat. Thank you for your invitation, but I'm sorry, I will not accept any contract from any company in the future. First of all, I will not change the affiliation of my robot girl to any company. She will only belong to me. Secondly, I don't need you to provide any spare mecha girls. I only need her, LY9. If something happens to her, I will no longer be a mecha pilot in my life. Finally, I have my own robot girl, I can earn money to support myself, so I don't need you to tell me what to do. That's it. I'm gone. For Lena, Li Muming is her light. On the other hand, for Li Muming, the same is true for Lena. When she was at her lowest point, she chose to believe in herself. She could not have gotten here on her own. Facing the vice president's dejected expression, Li Muming pulled Lena out of the crowd. No matter how crowded the crowd was, he never let go of her hand. You're not angry now? In the villa, looking at Lena who was blushing all the way, Li Muming spoke first. Reina pouted, it's okay. Ah. I sacrificed a vice president of the Great Wall Company, and you are unwilling to forgive me? Humph, the people in that company are not good people. Li Muming stood up immediately and said, then I have to go back and find the backup girl. You dare. Reina raised her fist. This punch was only going to hit your backup mecha girl, but now, hee. Hiss, what will you do if you hurt me? If I can save you, I'll save you. If I can't, I'll go back to the furnace. Okay, you win. Li Muming originally wanted to use today's performance to suppress Lena, but he still underestimated Lena's character. Damn, this little girl, sometimes she looks a little inferior, and sometimes she is extremely strong. Li Muming gritted his teeth. Glancing at Li Muming, Lena lowered her head and uttered in a mosquito-like voice, can't. What? I said it then, it's not like I can't. What? Looking at Li Muming, who was pretending to be deaf and dumb, Lena, with a blushing face, angrily grabbed his collar and pulled him towards her. Before Li Muming could react, his lips were blocked by sweet and soft taste. Li Muming's eyes widened and said, I thought you were talking about the issue of getting a marriage certificate, but it turned out you were talking about a physiological issue. We have a legitimate contractual relationship. This is a reward. Master, don't think too much about it. After licking her red lips, Reina returned to her serious look. Li Muming put his arms around Lena's slender waist and was about to fight back when he suddenly heard a knock on the door. Boom boom boom. Outside the door. The manager of K5 Shanghai Module Store came to apologize. Since the last interview, when a reporter asked Li Muming what tips he had for modification, Li Muming replied that he should try to go to Lingdang instead of Shanghai. The sales of Shanghai Module Store have dropped significantly. This horrific situation instantly made the manager scolded to death, and he demanded forgiveness at all costs, otherwise he would be fired. After Li Muming opened the door, he immediately expressed his apology and sincerity. Uncle. This is the latest red module and 12 purple modules in our module store. You can choose any two. Chapter 32, Incomplete Red Armor Module. In the villa. Li Muming glanced at the list that the manager presented with both hands and flipped through the catalog. Lena beside him said casually, "Actually, I still prefer your unruly look before." The store manager's forehead was covered with sweat, and he bowed repeatedly, saying, "You are joking. I was blind before, and I didn't recognize the great man. Please forgive me for my offense. This module is a bit strange." Li Muming let out a light exclamation and pointed his finger at one of the armed modules. Armed module chain force field. Level, silver steel purple. Amplification attributes, attack plus 12, defense plus 5. Effect, launch 12 particle barriers to form an inescapable particle force field. Predicted assembly effect, can be used with 2 spiritual skills to achieve greater effect, suitable for assembly. Why is the effect incomplete? In view of the recommendation in the illustration book, Li Muming has decided to choose this module. The manager explained, this was originally a red armed module, but when the previous owner disassembled it, he accidentally damaged a core component and lost some of its effects. Li Muming nodded and said, "What parts are damaged? Can they be repaired? Let me check for you." Good. Soon, the store manager said that there was recent news that the material was available on the black market. Black market, okay, I'll take this one. After selecting this module, Li Muming picked out another engine module recommended by the illustrations to replace the original one. Then I'll take my leave. Taking out the 2 modules from the space ring, the manager spoke tentatively. Go ahead. Okay, the manager wiped the sweat from his forehead and left in a hurry, ready to start public relations for this crisis. Letting Lena close the door, Li Muming played with the module in his hand and sighed. It was easy to get. I didn't expect to have the right red weapon module so soon. Reina also agreed very much and said, "Then when are we going to the black market?" "Let's do it tomorrow." "Let's install these 2 modules tonight," Li Muming said, looking at Lena, their eyes meeting. No. Which kind of good person would spend a whole night installing a module? Don't misunderstand me, it's okay to misunderstand me. Li Muming looked at Lena. "Take it off, it's time to put on the model." Reina blinked her bright eyes and said, "Take it off for me." Li Muming, who had no experience in love and was still very innocent, was defeated in a second. He could only curse inwardly, then turned his head away and listened to the girls giggling. Early the next morning. Black market area. Li Muming searched for almost half the morning but could not find any information about the pulse core. Just as he turned into an unknown alley, he saw a young man being beaten. Seeing that the fight was almost over, the group of people left. Li Muming didn't want to get involved in this matter, but when the young man raised his head tremblingly, he was stunned. Yang Yuan. That's right, this young man was actually Yang Yuan, who was knocked unconscious during the preliminary round. Li Muming. Why are you here? Please, help me. The modules on Lingxi's body are about to be dismantled. This will kill me. When Yang Yuan saw Li Muming, he was stunned at first, and then he immediately knelt down and spoke with tears and snot. Am I very familiar with you? Li Muming asked mercilessly, turned around and prepared to leave. Reina also ignored him and just kept looking at the roadside stall. Master, will you continue to look in the morning? Forget it. Since no one here knows about the pulse core, it probably won't be found in a short time. Let's eat first. Just as Li Muming and Lena were about to leave the alley, Yang Yuan, who heard their conversation, suddenly shouted. Wait. I know where it is. If you promise to help me, I'll tell you. Oh. You knew. Li Muming turned around and looked at Yang Yuan. Yang Yuan nodded excitedly. Yes, I know, as long as you are willing to help me. Oh. You're still negotiating terms with me? Do you think you're the only one who knows? Li Muming said this calmly, and these words completely shattered Yang Yuan's plan. Black Boxing Arena. There is a pulse core in the Black Boxing Arena. Among the rewards for the top 3 winners, there is one. Yang Yuan said hurriedly, it's in the underground mecha arena next to us. You need qualifications to participate. I have one. You can use mine. Li Muming crossed his arms over his chest. No wonder he couldn't find it no matter how hard he looked. After searching for a long time, he found that the resource was underground. Glancing at Yang Yuan, Li Muming said calmly, "Let me make it clear first, I have no obligation to help you. Tell me the situation, and I will decide based on the circumstances." Yang Yuan nodded and immediately told him what had happened in the past few days. To sum it up, he and Lingxi were marginalized by the company because of what happened in the preliminaries. In order to improve his strength, he could only participate in the black competition. But in the end, he was tricked and lost all the modules of Lingxi except the soul core. Li Muming looked at Lina. He doesn't sound like a good person. When Lina heard this, she pretended to be scared and stuck to Li Muming, holding the ball on his shoulder, and said pitifully, "Then master, please protect me." Li Muming curled his lips and smiled. "No problem." Inside the underground arena. Under the brilliant lights, in the huge underground cave, the sound of mechas colliding and the men's unbridled roars were deafening. When Li Muming, Lina, and the other two arrived. On a dual arena the size of 2 football fields and surrounded by a terrifying high-voltage electric current network, 2 mechas are fighting in close combat. One of the mechas was relatively large in size, with a powerful armed module, and each attack caused terrible damage, while the other streamlined mecha was obviously a type that excelled at speed. In this crowded arena, the latter was unable to exert his strength at all, and was constantly suppressed and beaten. Most of his modules were broken into pieces. If he continued like this, death was only a matter of time. This way. Yang Yuan took Li Muming and Lina and walked towards the back. Chapter 33, Gambling Battle, killed as soon as the match starts. Registration room. Dong dong. As the door opened, more than a dozen strong men and the machine girl looked over. Yang Yuan glanced at the crowd, looked at a bald man and said, "Where's Shaoli? I have someone else who wants to participate in the competition." The bald man laughed coldly, "You just got kicked out and you're here to deliver goods again. You really don't learn your lesson. But you're lucky. The place is full today. Go away." "Oh." Yang Yuan snorted, and said with more confidence, "The person next to me is the newcomer king of Liang Academy, Li Muming." The next moment, a young man hugged 2 mecha girls and stood up. "Let me introduce myself. I am the young master here, Shaoli." Shaoli glanced at Li Muming, and then looked at Reina greedily, "You are the rookie king. The rookie king of Liang Academy, then it is indeed worthwhile to participate in the competition. Set a goal and a bet. The organizer will send out a total of 10 mecha divisions to defend the ring, and the contestants will be ranked cumulatively based on the number of defeats. Participants must set goals and bets before the game, specifically how many machines to defeat. If successful, they will receive a bonus, and if they fail, they will lose the bet. Target? A pile of scrap metal. We'll kill as many as we can." Li Muming smiled, revealing his white teeth. He had just used the illustrations to scan all the mecha masters in the backstage. Except for the mecha girl next to Shaoli, whose stats are pretty good and very close to AIZU's, every other one is really capable of fighting. "Asshole. You're the fucking piece of junk. Get on the stage. I'm going to tear you alive." Upon hearing this, everyone present became furious. Shaoli seemed calmer. "Such a big goal, what do you want?" Li Muming raised 2 fingers. "A silver steel red engine module, plus a magma beast core. Do you think this is a wishing well?" As soon as these words came out, Shaoli's eyelids jumped. "The red engine module is not available. There are not many in the entire outer city area. It can be replaced with 3 million cash. The magma core, what is that? Change the conditions." It didn't meet expectations, so Li Muming didn't say much. "Can you change the conditions? Then I want Yang Yuan's robot girl." After he finished speaking, Yang Yuan looked at Li Muming in astonishment. He had never placed his hope of saving Lingxi on Li Muming. "I just hoped that Li Muming could avenge me and deal with those arrogant guys, but I didn't expect that he would be willing to help me." For Li Muming, this was just a casual thing, but for Yang Yuan, it almost concerned his entire life. "Shaoli, okay, deal, but if you fail, I want your robot girl." Li Muming smiled, "I won't lose." Half an hour later, the news that the new king of Liang Academy would participate in the competition spread instantly throughout the underground arena. The silver steel level area was suddenly crowded with people. Tarzan vs. Rena. Silver steel grade vs. silver steel grade. Bet ratio, 1-to-1. Above the venue, the contestants were flashing brightly on the 10-meter-long screen embedded in the ceiling. The newcomer king of Liang Academy actually came to play in the black match. Oh wow, there's something interesting to watch today. So what if he's the rookie champion? The people here are all experienced in battle. In the audience stands, discussions surged like a tide. Enter the ring, don't worry about life or death, just go in. The host glanced at Li Muming and said that he was the rookie king of Liang Academy, but they didn't know his specific strength. What if his fame was greater than his strength? The rest of the matches can get ready. I don't like waiting for anyone. Before Li Muming went on stage, his calm voice spread throughout the venue through the host's microphone. After everyone was silent for a while, there was an overwhelming roar. Does he think that he is invincible just because he has won the title of Rookie King of Liang Academy? Let Tarzan kill him later. Teach this arrogant guy a lesson. Go on stage. Boy, you are so arrogant. You'd better offer me a condition to spare your life. Tarzan's mecha master sneered. Just as he was about to ruthlessly tear apart the mecha in front of him that was so gorgeous that it made him feel inferior, a red light flashed before his eyes. Soon. It was so fast that he didn't even react until his chest core was completely pierced. Boom! Tarzan crashed in front of Rena, resuming his life as a mecha girl, while her mecha pilot, a middle-aged man with tattoos all over his face, was knocked unconscious by the electric current in the cockpit. The scene was silent. No one could believe what they saw before their eyes. An instant kill against someone of the same level. Li Muming's current record, defeated 1 player in total. The next mecha that appeared was also a heavy-duty one. At such a close distance, with the same sword, the opponent was killed without even being able to utter a word. Defeat 2, 3, 4. With overwhelming momentum, Li Muming defeated 7 machines in just half an hour, and most of the time was spent waiting. No silver steel level mecha girl could dodge the terrifying blow of treading the void slash at such a short distance. The winner is Rena. Wonderful. I have never seen such a terrifying gap in combat power. The audience's eyes at this moment have already changed from contempt to fanatical admiration. The atmosphere at the scene had been pushed to a climax at this point. With his current results, Li Muming deservedly won the top 3 places. Backstage, Yang Yuan's breathing quickened. He thought of the time not long ago when Li Muming killed him instantly and used the same trick. It's just that I was at the black iron level at that time, while the one he can kill instantly is at the silver steel level. Time flies, oh no, his strength improves so fast. The 8th and 9th mechas only lasted half an hour longer before the people in the duel arena backstage began to get restless. Young master, if this continues, he will sweep the entire silver steel level area. Yes, normally even the top mecha girl would have used up most of her nutrient solution after 9 rounds, but he doesn't seem to have any signs of exhaustion, and he even gets stronger as the battle goes on. Young master, who shall come up next? Xiao Li narrowed his eyes and said coldly, why are you panicking? Have you forgotten that this is your territory? Are you afraid that he will win? You mean, cheating? Someone whispered. Bang! Xiao Li slapped him and stared at him with cold eyes. Can you call it cheating if no one knows about it? The man who was beaten was not angry, and nodded and said, yes, the young master is extremely talented, and the newcomer king of Liang Academy is no match for you. Bang! After another slap, Xiao Li said coldly, are you mocking me for not becoming the rookie king of Liang Academy last year? The man wanted to cry but had no tears. Chapter 34 How to Deal with Black Market People. Oh no! They are going to use the venue to target Li Muming. Yang Yuan, who was originally excited, felt like a bucket of water was poured on him when he heard this, and his eyes became flustered. The ground of the duel arena is also connected to a high-voltage power grid. The organizers can control the direction of the current at any time and attack from underground. That's how he lost to a mecha girl whose stats were even worse than his. Damn it, I can't remind Li Muming here at all. Yang Yuan was so anxious that he forgot that before today, he hated him so much. On the field, the host was very emotional. Dear audience, stay tuned. The next Mecha Master to defend the ring is the strongest in our duel field, Xiao Li, the young master, and his partner Lei Yun. After that, Xiao Li and Lei Yun came on stage. We haven't seen the power of thunderclouds in a long time. Lei Yun has never been defeated since he took part in the competition. Students from Liang Academy also participated in the competition and were defeated every time. The strongest silver steel level. Thundercloud. The scene reached a climax again. Never defeated. Otherwise, you go down and let someone else come. Li Muming raised his eyebrows. Xiao Li smiled calmly and said, why? Are you scared? Not really, it's just that your title sounds very prestigious. It's a pity to lose it today. Li Muming shook his head. I hope you can still be so arrogant later. Xiao Li smiled confidently. As the information on the electronic screen changes, the battle begins. A purple thundercloud stood on the ring, nearly 2 meters taller than Lina. The armed modules on its legs were directly unfolded, revealing densely packed long and thin spikes like lightning rods. Li Muming, who was always alert, immediately glanced at the specific information in the illustration. LCMT-51 Lightning Microflash Bomb Arming Module. Level, Silver Steel Red. Effect, can generate a small range of high-voltage current, with an additional interference effect. This module is a perfect match for the name Lei Yun. Li Muming was thinking about it and preparing to release his spiritual skills to end the battle directly. Sudden. Tip. Energy shield damage exceeds 50%. Rage talent activated. Tip. Interference from strong current. All connections to the black iron module are disconnected. The silver steel module is about to be disconnected. In the cockpit, red warning strips suddenly popped up. What's going on? Hasn't he launched the attack yet? Li Muming was extremely confused. If it were an ordinary Mecha Master, he would have panicked at this moment, but thanks to the firewall, Li Muming still kept the clearest mind. No, it's not his method, there's something wrong with this venue. Li Muming's eyes instantly swept across the surrounding high-voltage power grid. Rookie King of Liang Academy. Sorry, you will have to work for our duel arena from now on. Xiao Li showed a triumphant smile as he looked at the mecha opposite him that seemed to have been electrocuted. He knew that with his current numbers, he would lose, so he just used cheats right from the start. The next second, lightning flash bombs from the legs were fired like a rainstorm. Boom. All hits. Hiss. Xiao Li's strength is so strong. He directly shocked the Rookie King. He didn't even try to hide. It feels like I was hit by Xiao Li's lightning bullet. When did he attack? It was so fast. The crowd was stunned. In the backstage, all the Mecha Masters in the duel arena smiled, except Yang Yuan, who was extremely anxious and almost in despair. It's over, everything is over. Not only is Lingxi gone, but Li Muming is also implicated. At this moment, he felt extremely regretful. On the court. Warning. All energy shields are damaged. Level 2 violent mode activated. The outer shell of the mecha began to break, and the dense lightning bombs under its feet continued to release electric current, interfering with operations. If it were an ordinary cockpit, the situation would have allowed the attacker to do whatever he wanted. After all, the mecha pilot in the cockpit couldn't stand even a little bit of high-voltage electricity and would not dare to act rashly. But thanks to the collaborative bionic driving mode, Li Muming doesn't need to do anything, just think about it. Chain force field. Charging completed. Activate. The space of the armed module on the back unfolded, and 12 force field missiles were fired directly at the surrounding area, forming a force field energy field that directly isolated the strong high-voltage current. As soon as he resumed his actions, he heard Xiao Li on the other side say, "Congratulations on joining us. In the next year, I look forward to your good performance. If the income is high enough, I don't mind giving you a salary." After all, in Xiao Li's opinion, with his module combined with the underground high-voltage power grid, no silver steel level mecha master would be able to escape. However, after seeing Li Muming's strange missile, he still raised his eyebrows and prepared to go up and attack him twice more, but unfortunately, it was too late. After re-establishing the connection with the armed module, Li Muming released the spiritual skill, chasing light breaking the air, without hesitation, and 2 light-chasing missiles penetrated the opponent's core without any hindrance. The battle is over. The result was reversed so quickly that no one at the scene could react at all. Wasn't Li Muming suppressed by the lightning flash bomb? Why did they turn defeat into victory? They didn't understand, but they were shocked. Is this the power of the Rookie King of Liang Academy? Too terrifying. He broke the record for the longest duel in this arena. Amidst the exclamations and admiration, Li Muming asked Lina to carry the half-dead Shaoli, and took his reward and bet in a threatening manner. Naturally, Lingxi was also rescued. It was not until they left the black market that Lina threw Shaoli back. They are a group of cannibals. You should avoid dealing with such people in the future. Li Muming got what he wanted and was in a good mood. He also talked a few more words to Yang Yuan. Yeah. I'll listen to brotherly. Yang Yuan looked like a little fan. Li Muming raised his eyebrows. He naturally didn't know that his actions today had given him an eye in Feilong Company and even in Jixin Machinery, and he would repay today's favor in the future. Chapter 35, Paying Debt with One's Own Body. After returning from the black market, Li Muming immediately contacted Wang Kai and prepared to upgrade the combat module. K4, Qingfeng Repair. When Li Muming and Lina arrived, Wang Zai had just seen off the last guest. After wiping the sweat off his head with the towel, Wang Kai threw it over his shoulder with a snap. He looked at Li Muming and said with a smile, "Hey, isn't this our Rookie King? What are you here to fix?" The module we talked about last time. Li Muming smiled, and took Lina to sit naturally in the boss chair in the store. Wang Zai was a little surprised. You got it from the black market so quickly? You're lucky. Keep a low profile. Our strength is here. Li Muming immediately took Lina into the side room, took out the chain force field arming module, and handed over the pulse core. Hiss. The level of your module is a bit high. After it is repaired, it will have to be silver steel red level, right? After Wang Zai scanned it, he found something unusual at a glance. As expected of Brother Wang, you have a wide range of knowledge. This is a lot of work, and maintenance costs are inevitable, Wang Zai said seriously. Hey, Brother Wang, about the repair fee. Li Muming stood up, straightened his clothes, put on a very handsome look, and said seriously, how about I pay off the debt with my voice? Wang Ya and Reina both widened their eyes. Fuck, I'm normal, Wang Zai waved his hands. Lina also looked at Li Muming with complicated eyes. Master actually likes this? Then what should I do in the future? No, I'm talking about reputation. Li Muming raised his voice a little, feeling offended. Is that so? Wang Zai thought for a moment. Reina breathed a sigh of relief. Half an hour later. All major platforms have posted advertisements saying, in the repair shop, the new King of Liang Academy will provide free guidance on Mecha Girl transformation. Master, will there be a lot of people coming? Lina sat in the boss chair, her legs swinging, looking expectant. With the Master's transformation technology, there will definitely be no problem. She really likes the atmosphere of the Master showing his strength and being admired by others. If it's just for transformation guidance, 100 or 200 people. Li Muming spread his hands. Then again, even if no one comes, it can be considered a wave of endorsement traffic, and Wang Kai will definitely not lose out. Time passes. No one comes. Are you questioning my transformation level so much? Seeing that no one came in 2 hours after the advertisement was put up, Li Muming gritted his teeth and whispered. Damn it, illustration, you've suffered with me. Thinking that this couldn't be the case and that something must have gone wrong, Lina glanced at the ad comment section, then poked Li Muming's face and blinked. Master, he didn't seem to leave the address. In the comment area. Damn, such a good thing. Where is it? Post the address. Whose advertisement is like this? Leave your address and phone number. I'm dying. This is false advertising. Either you tell me your address or I'll call the police. Li Muming. After the address is added. Just 1 minute later, 2 young men came running over with their robot girls excitedly. Is this the place? Is this the place? I didn't expect it to be right outside our doorstep. Reina. It's Reina. It's the living Reina. After seeing Reina, the two young men's mecha girls ran over with excitement on their faces. Mecha girls always admire the strong, and Reina successfully attracted a group of young mecha girls with her abilities. Idol, are you going to start conquering the monster graveyard soon? I heard that a beast tide has broken out in the eastern suburbs of the base, and the army has been dispatched. While the mecha girls were chatting, the two young mecha masters began to humbly ask for advice. The speed is not increasing. Is the charging too slow when the weapon module is deployed? Hearing the question, Lee Mumming looked at his robot girl. Also quickly shows the modification plan for this mecha. Recommended modification plan: 1. Replace the overly powerful power module. 2. Match all other modules to the iron purple level. But it was obviously unreasonable to simply tell others about the transformation plan, so Lee Mumming followed the conventional method, first confirming the module information and then conducting a test drive. Well, please give me some advice. Seeing that she was about to be driven by the rookie king of Liang Academy, the cute short-haired mecha girl blushed and unfolded her mecha form in the test field at the back. This was Lee Mumming's first time entering the operating console of an ordinary cockpit. Looking at the thousands of buttons and densely packed data, he suddenly felt a little overwhelmed. Of course he still had to pretend, so he randomly pressed one of the buttons. The mecha jumped on the spot. Interesting. Lee Mumming's eyes sparkled and he pressed another button next to him. The mecha did a backflip. This is interesting. At one side, Lena stared at the curious Lee Mumming with a dim gaze, her little canine teeth rubbing against each other, and the water cup in her hand was about to be crushed. After operating two mechas in succession, Lee Mumming put forward his own suggestions. That's it, you figured out the problem. Don't you need to try the weapon module and the engine? One of the young men was stunned. Yes, let me see, that module will be fine. Lee Mumming pointed to an energy module in the next exhibition hall according to the analysis in the illustration. Assembly effect prediction: it can be coordinated with the machine girl's own problems, and it is recommended to change the configuration. Although the young man was a little shocked, he still replaced the power module directly in the repair shop out of trust. After the young man had driven the car for a few minutes after changing the configuration, a voice of surprise came over immediately. The problem has really disappeared. It charges much faster now. His eyes were immediately filled with admiration. He was clearly just jumping, doing a backflip, and standing on his head, but he actually found problems in several modules. His understanding of mechas is truly profound. Little fanboy +1. After that, more and more people came in, and the originally spacious storefront seemed a little crowded. After a few people who were conquered by Lee Mumming's transformation plan posted messages, the popularity grew and it directly entered the hot search list. At this time, the inner city. K6JS Dust Light. I'm sorry, Miss Shen, regarding the problem with your machine girl, we suggest you find a professional spirit builder to debug it. At your level, we can't come up with a constructive improvement plan. Two exquisitely dressed women left the luxury module store. On the way, the classical-style woman looked a little depressed, while another woman in sportswear and a high ponytail was browsing her phone nonchalantly. Hey Schwer, the internet says there's a very capable mecha master in the outer city area who provides free modification guidance. Chapter 36, Mighty and Powerful, Unyielding. Luo Shuling glanced at the content of the post handed over by her own machine girl and her face was calm. Frost, do you think this is possible? Mechas of different sequences have completely different adaptability to modules. Even the founding engineers of the sequence can't do this. But it looks very real, Frost continued to brush. Hey, Schwer, he's the rookie king of Liang Academy just like you, and he's from this year's class. This can't be fake. Han Shuang opened another post and handed it over. Luo Shuling didn't even bother to look at it. Does the current rookie king still have any value? It's just the power behind the company. The real combat power of the base depends on the geniuses in the inner city. No. He is alone and he fought his way up from the challenge tournament. You can see for yourself, there is also the video. Han Shuang jumped up and down. What? Luo Shuling was stunned. If he were alone, he would be quite powerful. But Luo Shuling would never believe that someone could come up with constructive suggestions for mecha girls of different sequences in a short period of time. Even her mentor, the head of the general hospital, couldn't do it. Let's go. We have nothing to do these few days anyway. Let's go take a look. Han Shuang didn't care, put his cell phone in his pocket, held Luo Shuling's arm and walked towards the outer city. 3 o'clock in the afternoon. After realizing that Rena, whose face was puffed up like a balloon, was jealous of him because the girl was piloting another mecha, Li Muming decided to end his guidance for today. There was a chorus of complaints in the store, and someone was willing to pay Li Muming to develop a renovation plan, but was rejected. Wang Zai was quite happy about this. He was also tired. He would not be able to finish today's orders in the next month. After seeing off the customers in the store, Wang Zai turned his gaze to Shen Shuling and Han Shuang, who had just entered the store, and said, "Excuse me, is our store closing early today? The guidance is over." Han Shuang was surprised and said, "It's only 3 o'clock in the afternoon and it's closed. That's it, we made a wasted trip." Luo Shuling's expression did not change at all, and she said, "It's okay. He is probably just seeking fame and reputation. Just come out to relax. You are such a rude person. If you don't believe me, why don't you just not come? Do you have to come and spray me to show off your superiority?" Li Muming was verbally insulted, and before he could say anything, Lena, who was jealous, stood up from her chair with a cold look in her eyes. Luo Shuling frowned, but didn't feel the need to explain, and prepared to pull Han Shuang away on the spot. "Hey! You guys were the Rookie King group 5 years ago, right?" At this time, Wang Zai remembered something. The main thing was that these two people were also top-notch in appearance and were still very recognizable. "Hey, someone in the outer city still remembers us," Han Shuang was a little surprised. "Let's go. There's no need to stay in a shop that misleads young people." Luo Shuling looked at Han Shuang calmly. "Stop." Lena took a few steps forward and said coldly, "Speak clearly, when has my master ever misled the young men?" Obviously, the person in front of her should be stronger and of higher status than her, but Lena was very arrogant. Although she was jealous, she couldn't tolerate someone insulting Li Muming in person. There are so many factors involved in the modification of a mecha girl. With continuous instruction in such a short period of time, are you trying to say that your master, who is less than 20 years old, has mastered tens of thousands of module combinations and hundreds of mecha girl sequences? Shen Shuling's tone was calm, but unquestionable. Just as Reina was about to speak, Li Muming pulled her behind him and said calmly, "I'm indeed not proficient, but I know that your robot girl should also be a 3-second girl now." "How dare you, what did you say if you are not proficient in it?" Shen Shuling was stunned. Li Muming did not respond, but instead turned his gaze to Han Shuang. Machine type, LX long-range sniper machine girl. Battle, 375. Agility, 315. Defense, 210. Endurance, 362. Battery life, 159. Evaluation, this is a top-notch machine, but when it is supplied with too many high-level modules, its battery life will be drastically depleted, and it can only release 2 spiritual skills at most. The current best transformation plan: 1. Remove the weapon modules in 2 locations, 2. Increase the power module level without affecting the harmony of spiritual skills. It is somewhat similar to Long's situation, but also different. Long's structure itself is flawed, and its weapon module can be easily burned. The mecha girl in front of him consumed too much nutrient solution. It might not be a problem normally, but it would be a big problem if he was alone in a deep monster cemetery. Seeing that Li Muming didn't answer, Shen Shuling frowned and didn't speak. Frost came up curiously at this time. "Do you know what my problem is? At the rate you consume nutrient solution, you shouldn't be able to enter the monster cemetery. You can release spiritual skills twice at most before you have to exit the mecha form, right?" Li Muming answered a question with a question. "Wow, how did you know?" "You knew it just by looking at it. It's amazing." Han Shuang jumped up excitedly, then took Shen Shuling's hand and said, "He is so amazing." Shen Shuling was also extremely shocked at this moment. You have to know that the experts at K6, which we just visited this morning, were unable to detect this abnormal condition using any instruments. You have a solution. Yes, but why should I say it? Because you are good looking. Because you are a senior. Li Muming had no need to be nice to people who were not kind to him. Li Muming. I heard that she is a genius who is about to be promoted to the Purple Star level. Not only is she very powerful in Liang Academy, but her father also owns a giant enterprise. Wang Zai was anxious. He didn't want Li Muming to fail here just when he was getting started. Li Muming asked back, so what if she has power? Do you still have to put on a smiling face when being insulted? I do have a way, but she has to apologize first before I can say anything. Wang Zai opened his mouth but didn't say anything more. Change your request, Han Shuang wanted to negotiate. Others might not know, but she knew how proud Shen Shuling was in her heart. If you hadn't been able to provide me with something I needed, I wouldn't even have had the chance to apologize. Frost sighed and prepared to leave. I'm sorry, I apologize to you, Luo Shuling bowed and apologized at this time. Frost was stunned. Not sincere enough. You. Han Shuang gritted her teeth and glared at Li Muming. Han Shuang, Luo Shuling grabbed her forcefully and apologized solemnly again. Li Muming nodded slightly, this is just a pardon for your attitude. Giving you advice is another price. If you can't do it, I still won't help you. Good. I want a silver steel red engine module, plus a magma behemoth core. Chapter 37, Evened Out. The module is fine, the magma monster core, how do you know about this kind of monster? Shen Shuling looked at Li Muming with a deeper gaze. I've seen it on a mecha blueprint, Li Muming said without blushing. Shen Shuling stared at Li Muming for a long time and said, then this blueprint should be quite old, it's best not to use it. So what's wrong with this monster? Li Muming asked. Have you heard about what happened in the eastern suburbs? Eastern suburbs beast tide? Yes, this time the monster tide is coming very fast. According to investigations, the lava mountains in Monster Cemetery number 256 are about to erupt. Shen Shuling continued speaking. After the operation is over, there should be a large number of magma monster cores flowing into the market. But at present, the battle with Monster Cemetery number 256 happened 100 years ago, so it is impossible for there to be magma monster cores left. When will the operation begin? Li Muming frowned. This was a necessary item in the atlas for the hidden route of Rina's awakening. If the action was not started, wouldn't they have to wait forever? Didn't you receive any notice? Shen Shuling was a little surprised. Notify. Because of yesterday's monster tide, the new recruits of this year's Liang Academy will report early, in 3 days. They will have about a month to train, and you will have to cooperate with the vanguard team to enter the monster cemetery. Li Muming and Lina looked at each other. Where's my phone? Brush the post. What's the news? Do not disturb. Sure enough, the text message was sent at noon. The two looked at each other. Okay, I think you have some sincerity. Seeing that Shen Shuling's attitude was quite sincere, Li Muming gave her guidance according to the suggestions in the illustration book. Don't doubt people when you ask them, and don't ask people you don't doubt. Shen Shuling did what she said and decisively removed the 2 frost-armed modules and started trying them out in the backyard. 5 minutes later, Shen Shuling and Han Shuang came back with shocked faces. When they looked at Li Muming, their eyes were full of disbelief. It's actually much better. I just released 3 spiritual skills in a row, and the energy is still around 50%. This was a problem that many powerful people could not solve, but it was solved by a young man in this small outer city area. Li Muming shrugged and smiled. You paid the right price, so I will naturally produce corresponding results. This world relies too much on equipment to judge modules. No one can see the core problems between complex modules at a glance like Li Muming. But in this case, without using spiritual skills, the overall strength. Shen Shuling thought quietly, with 2 modules missing, the weakness was not just in the numerical performance. If there's a chance, I can help you pick a power module that won't affect the harmony of your spiritual skills. This will be a perfect solution to the problem, Li Muming said. I'm afraid this will take a while. If there are plenty of module options, about an hour. Shen Shuling's crystal clear eyes widened. She calmed down and asked like an innocent little girl, 1 hour. Can you do this? She had also thought that it was a problem with the power module, but after the golden level, it involves spiritual skills, which are tricks that affect the entire body. Except for upgrading and adapting according to the drawings during promotion, the power module is never easily changed under normal circumstances, and each change takes a lot of time. And judging from the tone of this young man in front of him, he seems very relaxed. If I'm lucky, Li Muming shrugged, but he sighed in his heart, if I'm lucky, 1 minute will be enough, but wouldn't that seem very unskilled? An hour. Shen Shuling was still shocked by Li Muming's ability to see through the renovation plan at a glance, and his words of choosing the module in 1 hour. But she knew that there was always a small group of people in this world who possessed unique powers. These people were called Destiny Mecha Masters. In her opinion, Li Muming is the kind of person with special abilities, a destined Mecha Master. Taking a deep breath and calming down, Shen Shuling said solemnly, "Thank you for this time. My name is Shen Shuling, the president of the Liang Academy Student Union. Leave me your contact information. I will come to you to exchange the conditions after I report." Good. After watching Shen Shuling leave and getting the module repaired by Wang Zai, Li Muming also said goodbye with Lina. Inside the villa. Weapon module, XT-01 Chain Force Field. Level, Silver Steel Red. Effect, launches 12 particle barriers to form a particle force field that isolates external matter. The opponent cannot leave the force field. At the same time, it suppresses the opponent's actions with strong interference, which has a certain taunting effect. Hiss. Seeing the complete skill effect after the upgrade, Li Muming stroked his chin. It felt a bit like an artificial arena. Within the same level, with this skill, he could almost always kill the opponent alone, and the opponent would not be able to escape even if he wanted to. Just as Li Muming was imagining the duel scene, a fragrant breeze blew in his face. Reina used his legs as a pillow and leaned against them. Reverse knee pillow. Reverse Tiangang. Li Muming angrily denounced this behavior in his heart, but the words that came out of his mouth became, tired. No, I just want to smell it to see if the master's smell has changed after close contact with 59 machine girls. Well, I just need it. Then why doesn't Frost need it? Why didn't he need it for me when we first met? The master's novelty of wild flowers is at work. He was smiling after the first few drives. Lina didn't believe this excuse at all, but before Li Muming could explain, she took the initiative to change the subject and lowered her voice. There must be someone in Liang Hospital who doesn't want to see me. After all, when I left the factory. Li Muming flicked Lina's head and leaned closer, that's not your problem. It's useless to put the blame on you. Why don't you blame the entire project team? You bully the weak and fear the strong. Don't be afraid. I, the future strongest Mecha Master, am here to protect you. Pucci, it's obviously me who is protecting the master, so you have to stay inside my body every time. How should I stay? Li Muming blinked, looked at the delicate and beautiful face in front of him, and moved closer, even being able to hear her breathing. Just like that, woo. Their lips were sealed for a long time before they separated. Looking at the red-haired beauty who was somewhat limp in his arms, Li Muming showed a triumphant smile, but on the surface he said seriously, I pay you back for the kiss you forced on me last time. We're even now. No. Lina gritted her teeth, perhaps a little jealous of his behavior today, and grabbed the collar of Li Muming, who had just separated, and pulled it down hard. Chapter 38, Good Fighting Skills, Need to be Honed. There was a soft glow from an incandescent lamp overhead, illuminating the warmth in the room. After a long time, they parted their lips and looked at each other for a long time, thinking about the time when they first met. I still remember the time you kicked me when we first met. Humph. Master, you are so stingy. Who allowed you to molest me then? Oh, tell me about the molestation in detail. Li Muming said jokingly, gently stroking her beautiful red hair with his hand. What kind of gentleman would touch someone's hand when meeting them? Reina was talking when she suddenly stopped talking and her face turned red. Is that how you touch it? Li Muming stroked Lina's slender hands, and then her cheeks. They were soft and smooth, like delicate jelly, making him want to take a bite. Reina let him do it, not resisting like she did the first time. The way they get along and their feelings for each other made her decide that no matter what happens in this life, Li Muming will always be her first. It was because Li Muming had no experience in love before and knew how to control himself, but today, Lena's initiative completely ignited the fuse. After all, Li Muming is also a young man full of vigor and vitality. Soon, Li Muming went beyond caressing and began to kiss her lips, and after a long time, he moved to her cheeks. A muffled groan suddenly sounded from the small sofa, like the chirping of a bird. The next morning, Reina leaned lazily to the side. Last night, the two of them first went to the sofa and then went back to bed. Does this count as entering the master's room by yourself? Li Muming stood aside, admiring Lena's charming face and grinning. You carried it in here. Although Lena has already decided on Li Muming in her heart, she still wants to save some face. Okay, it's me, Li Muming didn't argue, just smiled. Reina was so excited by the look that she immediately pulled up the covers and hid her head under them. Master, we still need to practice our fighting skills today. Practice, you must practice. The time after that. Li Muming and Lena conduct combat training during the day and at night. Until 3 days later. On the day of reporting to Lianjuan, Li Muming and Lena entered the inner city from outside the villa in the suburbs. In front of the pyramid's energy barrier, a portal opened, and a dozen seniors were responsible for entering and arranging the information of the new students. There are quite a few people nearby, more than 1,000. After all, Liang Academy is a place to change one's destiny for people in the outer city area, but in the inner city area, anyone can apply as long as they have graduated from a 6-year basic college. Li Muming, newcomer king of outer city district. When it was Li Muming's turn, the person in charge of entering the information was stunned for a moment, then smiled a little more and said, your residence is a little special. I'll find someone to take you there. Then, a senior named Han Yi stood up and led the way. The latter was surprised. No, why should he, a civilian from the outer city, receive special treatment? The senior calmly said, if you are the rookie king of the outer city, you can also have it. I'll give you the address. Go there yourself. Next one. Rookie king, the student shrank his neck and stopped talking immediately. In a European-style college. The senior student led the way in front with a sincere attitude. With the help of Han Yi, Li Muming quickly found his own house among a group of townhouses. There are 2 floors, with a standard 2-bedroom apartment upstairs and data testing equipment everywhere except for the living room downstairs. With these devices, you can understand the values of your machine without leaving home. Being rich means being arrogant. But it seems that I need to input Liang points to use it. I don't seem to have any. Li Muming was just thinking about asking Han Yi when he saw a notice on his phone about the Newcomer Orientation and Preliminary Examination Conference to be held at 1500 hours in the afternoon. It didn't say that participation was mandatory, but it listed a large number of rewards that could be obtained at the preliminary examination, including but not limited to the currency that was compulsorily circulated in Liang Academy, Liang points. Law enforcement team members. What are they doing here at this hour? Han Yi was about to leave when he suddenly saw several students from the law enforcement team in white clothes through the floor-to-ceiling window. They compared the household numbers one by one and got closer and closer to Li Muming. Law enforcement team. Yes, Luo Cixi is currently the captain and has the power to enforce the law to deal with internal conflicts among the students. Luo Cixi, master, it seems like he's coming for us, Lena frowned. Li Muming nodded, how quick of action. Coming for you? Have you offended that captain? Han Yi was stunned for a moment, then became hurried. Then let's leave quickly. They can make up any excuse to prevent you from participating in the preliminary examination. Without points, you will have no chance to move forward in Liang Academy. But the other party had already arrived. The leader looked arrogant. Is it Li Muming? I am. The law enforcement team needs to investigate. Come with us. Now. Li Muming and Lena looked at each other, and there was a lot of communication in their eyes. The latter nodded. Okay, I'm the only one needed, right? My robot girl will stay here to get familiar with the environment, said Li Muming. Several members of the law enforcement team looked at each other and whispered, that's fine, anyway, the boss means that he can't participate in the preliminary examination meeting. No problem. Immediately, Li Muming was taken away. It's over. How come you offended the young lady from the law enforcement team as soon as you came in? Now you can't take part in the preliminary examination and you won't have any points for the next 2 weeks, Han Yi lamented. Reina raised her eyebrows and said in a cold voice, am I not still here? Han Yi was surprised, what do you mean? Reina asked, does the preliminary competition force mecha pilots to participate? That's not the case. It's just that without a mecha pilot, we can only exert 50% of our strength at most, and we can't use our spiritual skills either, if we have any. Han Yi shook his head, thinking that Lena's idea was a bit naive. You just need to take me there. Lena looked at Han Yi. For some reason, when facing Lena alone, Han Yi always felt that there was a bit more pressure on her and she was not so natural. Okay, I'll take you there. Han Yi nodded. He would not tell anyone else that as a gold-level mecha pilot, he was intimidated by a silver steel-level mecha girl, which was an embarrassing thing. At this time, inside the teaching building, Luo Cece glanced at the message report on her mobile phone and curled her lips into a smile. This is just an appetizer. I have plenty of ways to humiliate you in Liang Courtyard. Several law enforcement officers standing by looked at each other and didn't dare to speak. Chapter 39 I Believe in Her. The process of the welcome party was very simple and it was over in no time. The highlight was the preliminary examination meeting that followed. All the newcomers present began to gear up, and many of them had prepared in advance, ready to show their skills in this conference. When Han Yi brought Lena here, they just caught the last bus to register. Are you really going to participate alone? Han Yi still couldn't believe it. Lena was going to participate in such a grand event alone. Of course, Lena lowered her eyes and gently stroked her chest. Battle, 168. Agility, 140. Defense, 69. Endurance, 101. Battery life, 105. After Li Muming's transformation, Rena's basic values have already increased a lot, and now her internal modules are actually not bad. It has a red armed module and a talent power module that is more terrifying than the red one. Its numerical values, especially its attack and agility values, are almost top-notch in the silver steel level. If the enhancement of the berserk mode is taken into account, relying only on the existing values and 2 spiritual skills, it is possible to fight against the golden level. Of course, this is the extreme situation of Li Muming's driving. However, with only Reina, before the second level rage talent, it was enough to deal with the group of mecha girls of the same level in the initial conference. At the same time Reina came on stage. Teaching building, law enforcement office. Li Muming was simply fooled. After investigating for a while, he was left here until Luo Cece came. How dare you come to Liang Courtyard? Do you really think that what I said was a joke? Luo Cece did not have a good expression at all, and did not hide her behavior of taking revenge for personal gain at all. Li Muming looked her straight in the eye. I won't say that I understand you, or that I can comfort you. I'm not qualified to do so. If there's anything I can do to help you in the future, I'll do my best. But if you make trouble, I won't be polite either. Li Muming didn't say this openly. Who do you think you are? What abilities do you have? For example, right now, no matter how many rookie champions you are, you still have to stay here, right? Luo Cece sneered, it seems that you don't know the importance of the preliminary examination yet. Let me popularize it for you. This is the only way for newcomers to obtain Liang points in the next half month. Without points, you can't take a single step in Liang Academy. Really? But the initial conference shouldn't prohibit mecha girls from participating alone, right? Li Muming looked calm. Luo Cece looked at him with disdain, do you think this is still the slum area in the outer city? There are many classmates here who are better than you. Do you still expect your robot girl to do anything? You dare to show off your cleverness in front of me? You, turn on the screen projection and connect to the initial conference scene. Under Luo Cece's order, a member of the law enforcement team began to take action. Soon, the situation on the scene was released. I'll show you how that mecha girl was defeated. I can't understand why such a useless mecha girl was favored by so many people. Luo Cece said this, leaning back in her chair, her 2 snow-white thighs folded together, and stopped talking. Really? I'm quite confident in my own mecha girl. Li Muming looked confident. Coincidentally, at this moment, the screen was showing Reina's second round of competition. Silver Steel Grade Black Lizard vs Silver Steel Grade Reina. As the host read out the name, the two cameras moved at the same time. The Black Lizard began to deploy its own armament module, but before it was fully charged, it was killed instantly by Reina's sword and was directly eliminated. I have to say that the area of Lianjun is really large, so large that just one playground can accommodate hundreds of mecha girls fighting at the same time. Even with such a large number of people, Reina's posture still attracted the attention of many people. After all, killing one machine in seconds is nothing, it's just level suppression. But killing 2, 3, 4, 5, in seconds is different. Hiss, this mecha's combat stats are quite high, it can kill instantly. Don't you know this name? She is the rookie champion of the Outer City. It's not normal for her to have such strength. Tisk, what's there for the guys from the Outer City to be proud of? It's just that they haven't met the top 10 geniuses from our inner city. People in the inner city still look down on it. But in the following matches, Reina either killed instantly or continued to kill instantly after suffering minor injuries. This terrifying momentum lasted for 2 hours. Only 16 mechas left in the semifinals. Impossible. How could the people from this outer city be so powerful? Kill her. The new mecha caused some damage to Reina, but it still couldn't survive the Berserker mode. Reina advances to the top 8. Damn it, if the top 10 in the inner city hadn't been in a civil war for the past few rounds, how could she have gotten here? She'll face Mercury next, and that machine is ranked 8th in the inner city. With the next match, Silver Steel Mercury vs Silver Steel Reina, the atmosphere at the scene became lively. Unlike the previous playing house, those who remain now are the real elite characters. Boy, let me see how capable you, the rookie king of the outer city, are, said Mercury's mecha master in a powerful voice, and began to provoke as soon as he came on the court. But Reina ignored him. After the game started, she started the engine module directly and rushed forward with the beam sword in her hand. When Mercury, who was a size larger than Reina, flexibly raised her shield and blocked the sword. She was the first mecha girl that was not killed instantly today. Reina could sense how difficult the opponent was, and immediately began to charge her other 3 weapon modules. Just when she was about to distance herself, Mercury attacked. The sword had already been noticed in her sight. If Li Mumming was there, he could immediately use the stepping void slash and then counterattack and kill the enemy instantly. However, without human control, Lina could only take it. Boom! He swung his right arm up and used the energy shield to block the attack, but the next moment, Mercury's fierce fist came down. Boom! This punch directly consumed most of Lina's energy shield, and she took several steps back. At this moment, the value of the violent talent enhancement began to rise wildly, and at the same time, the fighting will in her heart also broke out, and Reina's originally blue electronic eyes gradually turned red. Wow! See how powerful our top 10 inner city players are. What outer city rookie champion? He can't even reach our top 5 level. At a glance, most of the people present were from the inner city. They had been suppressed for too long because of Reina's performance, so they were naturally excited when they saw Reina's decline. What is the Rookie King? They have been unhappy with this title for a long time. It's just a bunch of inferior mecha girls fighting each other. If you have the guts, come to the inner city and try your luck. What do you think? Admit defeat. If it happens again, your energy shield will be exhausted and the module will be damaged, Mercury's mecha master smiled proudly. Just you. Reina's cold but extremely violent tone spread throughout the venue. The next moment, she rushed up at a rapid speed, and her actions were even more terrifying than before. This terrifying speed increase instantly made the Mercury mecha alert, but what followed was a numerical crush that was difficult to overcome with his operating skills. In the following time, he was almost always beaten. After a burst of light pursuit missiles, the Mercury mecha's energy shield was exhausted, the module was damaged, and it was blasted out of the field, declaring defeat. Reina advances to the top 4. Among the top 4, the outer city area accounts for 2 places, Lina and Aizu, which is a terrifying ratio. Damn it, the outer city district is a bit too aggressive this time. We have to put it out later. Why are you panicking? AI Ziyu is still a bit difficult to deal with, but Li Muming has obviously reached her limit. Pay attention to her fuselage, the energy in it seems to be a little unstable. Two mechas from the inner city were standing side by side, discussing loudly without any scruples, but their words were relaxed and they did not take the two people seriously at all. After all, they are ranked first and second. Hearing this, all the people in the inner city felt more relieved. Just when they were expecting Reina to be defeated and leave the stage, a cold voice spread throughout the venue. That's it. For the remaining finals, I'm out. What's going on? Are you scared? Before anyone could comment, the next second, something happened that petrified countless people. As Reina exited the mecha state, everyone discovered that she was alone. Where is the Mecha Master? Chapter 40 Aries Society. Am I dazzled? Is she alone? So, she was completely relying on automatic driving just now, without the assistance of a mecha pilot. You know, the mecha girl with a mecha pilot and the mecha girl without a mecha pilot are completely at two different levels of strength. Seeing this scene, everyone present, even the several responsible teachers in the college were a little stunned. It's not like I haven't seen geniuses before, but it's unheard of that someone could train the attributes of a mecha girl to such an incredible level right after entering Liang Academy. The top two in the inner city, who were originally boasting, are now silent and wish they could find a hole in the ground to crawl into. They said that their strength was just a so-so, but their mecha masters hadn't even arrived yet, and with just an autonomous driving robot, they had already defeated all the mecha masters in the inner city. Is there any need to compare them? No matter who wins the championship, it will be a shame. The mecha girl can kill the top 8 mecha divisions in the inner city area. Are you saying that if they work together, 1 plus 1 won't be greater than 2? What a joke. For a while, the new king of the outer city district named Li Muming cast an indelible shadow over this class of students right from the start. Just when the remaining 4 people were reluctantly heading into the finals. How is this possible? How is this possible? How can that girl robot be driven independently? This is impossible. Luo Cece couldn't believe what she saw. Li Muming shook his head. There's nothing unbelievable. It looks like your plan has failed. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first. Stop. Luo Cece scolded, I didn't say you can leave now. Still want to entangle? Li Muming frowned and was about to speak when 2 beautiful figures appeared outside the door. Even the law enforcement team does not have the power to arbitrarily restrict the freedom of any student under the pretext of non-compliance. Shen Shuling, who wore a classical style, and Han Shuang, who wore a sporty style, walked out the door. Shen Shuling, what does this have to do with you? Luo Cece frowned. Please call me President Shen when you are at work, or are you abusing your power during non-working hours? President Shen. If there's nothing else, I'll take him away first. Seeing that Shen Shuling was about to let Li Muming leave, Luo Cece managed to utter something through gritted teeth. No wonder you're so confident. It turns out you hooked up with this guy. But so what? You'd better not participate in the Monster Cemetery Club mission in half a month, otherwise I can't guarantee that you can come back alive. Li Muming left without stopping. After clearing out the desk angrily, Luo Shuling left as well. Outside the teaching building. Why is President Shen here? Li Muming walked side by side with her, a little curious. Just call me Xue Ling. I always have to repay the favors I owe, so I've been paying attention to your news. I guessed that you might be in trouble. How did you end up offending her? Shen Shuling asked. Li Muming smiled, feeling that there was nothing to hide, and immediately told everyone the relationship between Lina and Luo Cece. Wow! Your mecha girl is actually the LY9. I was wondering why the name looked familiar. Han Shuang was surprised. Shen Shuling was stunned for a moment, as if she didn't expect that Li Muming could drive that killing machine. But on second thought, if he wasn't a special mecha master with destiny, how could he so easily see through the characteristics and transformation plans of the mecha girls of each sequence? After thinking for a moment, Shen Shuling said, if that's the case, you have to be careful. She has a lot of power. Li Muming frowned. Shen Shuling nodded, the instructors of Liang Academy usually only teach. There are only 2 institutions in power, the General Elders Academy, which is responsible for coordinating the entire St. Dulac base, and the Student Union, which is responsible for managing the entire Liang Academy. As for the law enforcement team, it is the part of the Student Union that holds real power. I can only restrict it and cannot directly manage it. Hearing this, Li Muming frowned, sensing a sense of crisis. What is the mission of the Monster Cemetery Club? Is it a mandatory mission? Li Muming asked immediately. Shen Shuling replied, in Monster Cemetery number 256, according to the division of Liang Academy and the Army, there are two battlefields in the North District and the West District. The northern area that Liang Academy is responsible for is divided into 136 areas, 300 of which are cleared out according to the ranking of the club's strength. Every action can earn a large number of Liang points. And half a month later, there will be a collective cleaning mission, which is mainly used to assess the newcomers and familiarize them with future operations. Li Muming raised his eyebrows. Is it very dangerous? Shen Shuling said, it depends on the overall strength of the club. My club ranks second overall. Do you want to join? When the recruitment of new members starts on a large scale, I can help you form a team. Although there was suspicion of early enrollment violations, Shen Shuling still took the initiative to take action against the destined mecha master like Li Muming and the legendary mecha girl like Lina. There happens to be a club assessment today. You can go to the Monster Cemetery to gain experience. You can participate or not. Join us. Li Muming felt that Lina would definitely want to participate and would not waste the opportunity to enter the Monster Cemetery. Then let Frost take you to the club now. Good. Shen Shuling left because she had other things to deal with, and the task of leading Li Muming fell on Han Shuang. I have to go pick up my Reina first. After picking up Lina, Li Muming and Han Shuang came to a large row of high-rise buildings. Are these all club buildings? Li Muming was a little shocked. Han Shuang nodded, put her hands on her hips and said proudly, of course, they are all my Schwer's buildings. With the help of Han Shuang, Li Muming quickly completed the registration for joining the group and was taken to a large conference room. Then I'll be leaving first. When you come back tomorrow, remember to treat us to a meal. Ha! Li Muming raised his eyebrows. Master, are we going to join the club so soon? I just heard at the welcome party that the club will start recruiting new members in 3 days, and clubs are not allowed to expand illegally now. After Han Shuang left, Reina whispered in her ear. What? Li Muming's mind flashed with Shen Shuling's calm look. Recruiting people in violation of regulations, so you are this kind of student union president. Li Muming pushed open the door and just walked in with Lina. They heard a loud shout from inside. You are all a disgrace to Liang Court. I have no expectations of you. Chapter 41, A Gamble. In the final analysis, all of you present here are defective products eliminated by the various clubs in Liang Academy. The newcomers have already been admitted, but you are still at the silver steel level and have not made a breakthrough. And you still say that you are not a disgrace to the Liang Academy. Remember this, if you don't want to be beaten to death on the beach by the waves behind you, today is your last chance. At the front of the conference room, a bald man was yelling. The meeting room now is filled with students from the previous class who were kicked out by other clubs or who have not been accepted by any club for a long time. Due to Liang Academy's policy on monster cemeteries, this group of people obviously couldn't be left alone, so, led by the Student Union and the Aries Club set an example by first recruiting a group of students for training and assessment. As long as they can complete this test at the same level as the newcomer assessment, they can join Aries, a top club that only recruits those who can reach the gold level within 3 months of admission or the top 100 admitted to the hospital, to obtain resources. Master, this bald guy is a good man. He is encouraging them, Lina muttered to Li Muming. Both of you. This sentence immediately attracted the attention of Li Muming and Lina. The bald man shouted and walked over with his eyes wide open, do you know what day it is today? How dare you be late? If you don't want to join the club, get out now. Seeing the bald man's anger shift, everyone breathed a sigh of relief and at the same time gloated over his misfortune. Sorry, I won't do it next time. Li Muming glanced at the bald emerald diamond level mecha girl, feeling deeply impressed by the strength of this club, and then made a serious promise. Next time. With your attitude, if you can pass the assessment, I will take your last name. I will personally issue your tasks later, so get back to your seat, the bald man scolded. Good. Li Muming didn't argue with him too much. Glancing around the classroom, Li Muming pulled Lina to sit in a corner. Huh, brother, you are such a stubborn person. This is our last chance to join the club, and you don't even cherish it. If you offend him, you won't be able to pass the test. A few people nearby sneered. They were naturally happy that someone had attracted the fire. As expected, when the assessment tasks were distributed later, everyone was able to accept their task lists after seeing them, and the bald man personally announced Li Muming's task. You, go to the Nether Mist Valley in Area 256. Within 1 day, bring out at least 1 silver steel-grade Nether Mist Beast core, otherwise you will fail the assessment. The bald man stood in front of Li Muming's seat, looking down at him. After a brief moment of stunned silence, everyone shrank their necks, as if they were somewhat afraid of that place. Li Muming was surprised. Misty Valley. Seeing that Li Muming looked like he knew nothing, the bald man was like a volcano about to erupt and was about to roar. At this time, the bald girl explained coldly. We, the Ares Society, are responsible for Area 256 of the North District battlefield. There are 39 areas in the area that have monster species above Emerald Diamond, and Misty Valley is the weakest among them. The weakest? Li Muming was a little unconvinced. If he was the weakest, how could the people nearby have such an expression? The girl's expression became more and more unfriendly. This is related to the characteristics of the Mist Beast. You can ask it yourself later. It's like a rotten tree that can't be carved if you don't know anything in a year. The bald man knocked on the table and said without hesitation, "You are eliminated." Li Muming was surprised. Why? With your clueless state, do you think you can pass the test? Trash is just trash. Ares will not accept trash who has no self-awareness and no ambition. Li Muming also stood up, his momentum not weakened at all. What if I can pass? The bald man sneered, then I will follow your lead from now on. If it doesn't work, you can just quit Liang Court. Okay, deal. While everyone was stunned, Li Muming and Baldy made the bet. This guy is crazy. He originally just didn't have a club, but now he wants to quit Liang Academy. Damn it, stay away from him, he's sick in the head. Misty Valley. After the tasks were distributed, Li Muming still found a good person and learned some information, such as the fact that this place is shrouded in mist all year round, and any electronic communications will be interfered with. The Mist Beast is not strong, but it has a very powerful superpower. Mirror image. As the name suggests, among the same level, the Phantom Mist Beast can perfectly copy the mecha combat skills of the intruder and can burst out the same combat power. When there is only one person, the winning rate is almost 0. Other monsters can rely on strategies and life characteristics to launch sneak attacks, but this one can't. When the Mist Beast appears, it locks onto the Mirror Man. Of course, it is not without benefits. That is, as long as you have the idea of retreating, the Mist Beast will also lose its will to fight, and your safety will be completely guaranteed. Master, this is my second time in the monster cemetery. Although a conflict had occurred, Reina was still somewhat excited when she set foot in the monster cemetery again. Li Muming joked, yeah, I didn't expect it to come twice in a week so quickly. After unfolding the mecha, Li Muming drove the Rena mecha and slowly floated in with the help of thrusters. After entering the valley, the vision began to become blurred, as if an invisible hand was blocking Li Muming's eyes. Hiss, the visibility is probably no more than 5 meters. Li Muming and Lina were on alert when the early warning radar suddenly sounded an alarm. With energy flowing all over her body, the angular Rena mecha drew out its beam sword and slashed at the fog in front of it. When this sword actually hit a real object. The fog within a few meters in front of the line of sight was blown away by the sword energy, gradually revealing the huge monster inside. Intersecting with the sword blade was a beam sword of the same model, and the operator holding it was a mecha that looked exactly like Rena. One red and one black, two 100% identical mechas, now facing each other with swords. Is this the Phantom Mist Beast? Li Muming whispered, then swung out a sword without warning, but was blocked by the opponent with the same move. Master, it seems to be able to predict our movements in advance and then imitate them, otherwise her performance would be higher than mine. Not necessarily, it should be caused by other superpowers. Li Muming denied the horrible operation. If he could really predict the movements in advance, then what's the point of fighting? But it turned out that no matter how he controlled it, the mecha on the opposite side could perfectly copy it, even his spiritual skills. Step into the void and cut. Li Muming raised his foot to avoid a sword. At that moment when he used his spiritual skills to prepare to bypass the mecha, the opponent also took action. The spiritual skills of the two mechas were activated and released almost at the same time. Disappear. Appear. The positions of the two mechas did not change at all, they just went 100 meters deeper into the canyon from the entrance. Master, this mecha has no soul core and should not be able to replicate my core talent, Reina said at this time. Yeah. After Lina said this, Li Muming's eyes lit up and he immediately and deliberately took the sword. Warning. Energy shield damaged by more than 10%. Rage talent activated. After the violent talent was activated and the body values began to rise, Li Muming was able to keenly discover that the movements of the two mechas were still the same. But the mecha on the opposite side was obviously starting to slow down. Just as Li Muming swung his sword now, the opponent could still block it, but the heights of their swords had changed. I didn't expect that the violent talent could be so effective in defeating me. Li Muming's eyes lit up, his hands moved quickly, and he chopped horizontally with a turn of his wrist. This time the feeling was illusory. After Li Muming cut off the mecha's head, its figure disappeared like smoke. Seen from the outside, at this moment, one point of light from the entire mist valley was cast in. In the next few hours, Li Muming relied on his core talent to kill nearly 20 or 30 mist beasts in succession. This time, it was visibly less mist. The changes here were gradually discovered by the mecha masters in the area. The first to be affected is District 257, which is the closest to here. Chapter 42, Comparing Amplification. I am the Ancestor. Captain, has the Ares Society launched an operation against the Mist Valley? In Area 257, a woman from the Jiannan team of the Linyi Society expressed doubts. Jiannan was also a little surprised, that shouldn't be the case. Why would we clean up the Mist Valley if we have nothing to do? Let's go and join in the fun. Jiannan, who loves to watch the fun, took his teammates directly to the Youwu Valley. But when they stopped in the air, they were somewhat surprised. There was only one mecha fighting the mist beast in the valley below. A silver steel level person made such a big fuss. Wait, he is fighting 5 phantom mist beasts at the same time. Jiannan, the most capable person in the audience, was shocked by the scene and spoke first. Damn it, how can anyone fight 5 of themselves at the same time? Everyone present was stunned. You know, the mecha masters who can defeat their own mirror images without relying on their teammates are all geniuses above the gold level and possess special spiritual skills. Silver steel grade, the only outcome is 100% failure after the nutrient solution is exhausted. Everyone was shocked. The president will definitely be interested in such a tough guy, let's record it. The people in the Linyi Society, who loved to watch the fun, immediately started taking photos and recording videos. Little brother, we are all above the Yao Jin level. The mirror image that goes down is not easy to deal with, but this can help you. At this time, Jiannan shouted downwards, and then threw out a portable energy source from the wing of the mecha. Just as Li Muming was about to say thank you, the fog in the valley surged rapidly, as if some terrifying creature was about to attack. Oh no, it's an emerald diamond level phantom mist beast, little brother, get out of here. Everyone was shocked. They didn't expect that Li Muming's actions would cause such terror. The phantom mist beast, which is 1 level higher than you, can perfectly copy your own abilities, and its stats will be increased by 20%. This is obviously emerald diamond level, 40% higher than you. Retreat quickly. Don't think about retreating while fighting. Once a phantom mist beast of this level is mirrored, it will fight to the death and will not retreat. The people from the Linyi Society gave some anxious reminders. 40%. That seems to be the case now. Li Muming thought about it. It has a 40% increase, I have a 50% increase. In the valley, a red mecha formed by an emerald-class mist beast rushed straight towards Rena's mecha, with a faint and cold laugh coming from its mouth. After just one encounter, the energy shield of Rena's mecha was shattered by the opponent. Tip. Entering the second level of violent state. Instantly, Rena mecha's stats began to climb. The Phantom Mist Beast was just about to torture the mecha, but found that the opponent's state was very strange. Although the energy barrier was broken, it fought even harder. Roar. Not willing to be outdone, it let out an angry roar. The two mechas started the most primitive fight. Although Rina's mecha found very good attack angles every time, they were all blocked by the Phantom Mist Beast. Judging from the current numbers, Rina's mecha is still at a disadvantage, with parts of it constantly being destroyed and the damage value gradually increasing. Everyone was puzzled. Why was this person so stubborn? Why would he fight a battle that he was bound to lose? Tip. Entering the third level of violent state. Just after another module connection was torn apart by the Phantom Mist Beast, bloody warnings began to burst out throughout the cockpit. The body's stats increased again, this time directly reaching 50%. Facing the fist of the Phantom Mist Beast, Li Muming did not hesitate and clamped it directly. The Mist Beast wanted to break away by force, but it was horrified to find that it had lost the contest of strength. Reina Mecha's iron fists exerted force and actually crushed the palm of the Mist Beast directly, turning it into mist and dissipating. The astonished Ghost Mist Beast reacted and tried to retreat immediately, but what frightened it even more was that it was not as fast as the main body of the mecha. How is this possible? With a 40% amplification effect, how can you still lose? By the time this Emerald-level Mist Beast discovered this horrific thing, it was already too late. In the half of its life after being promoted to the Emerald Diamond level, it relied on its amplification to hunt down many Golden-level Mecha Masters, and even killed 2 Emerald Diamond-level Mecha Masters by exhausting their nutrient solution. But now, it actually turned over on a Silver Steel-level Mecha Master. Under such doubts, the Phantom Mist Beast died completely after enduring 4 light pursuit, breaking the air attacks and 1 treading the void/sword attack. Boom. Fuck, he actually won. Why can he win? Oh my god, I think there's something wrong with my eyes. This scene made Jannan Team's scalp tingle with fear. After Reina's mecha left the Mist Valley, they were the first to come forward. Jannan asked, "Brother, how did you manage to defeat yourself with a 40% increase in power?" Li Muming replied immediately, "Isn't it enough to have hands?" "Damn, if I hadn't seen you fight, I would have thought you were a bully," Jannan cursed, then asked with interest. "You have this level of combat power, why are you still only a silver level and have to take this kind of assessment?" Li Muming explained the whole story. "Fuck, you're the new guy. That woman is using her position for personal gain. I just heard that there's an awesome guy among the newcomers. He can beat his peers just by using his robot. It turns out to be you. No, I can't accept this. Your process is not compliant. I'm going to report it. And then poach you here." Jannan gritted his teeth. "Why did all the excellent resources go to the Ares Society?" Li Muming coughed lightly, "Newbie, don't do it. Why, do you think our Linyi Club is not as good as Ares Club? And we don't have the power that their president has?" "Somewhat. Brother, you are a bit too straightforward. We are also the third-ranked society." Jannan was not annoyed. Seeing that poaching people was not working, he thought about making more friends and said, "I'm very optimistic about you. If you want to join the Linyi Club, feel free to join." After everyone left, Li Muming looked at the time and found that the time limit had expired. Chapter 43, The Robbery is Coming. Inside the Ares Society at this time. More than 50 participants have returned one after another. "Hey, where's the clown who made a bet with the bald guy? He hasn't come back yet. The day is almost over. I guess he was just pretending to be cool and never went to the monster cemetery. After all, no matter how bad one's grades are, as long as he can graduate, his future will be bright." They didn't believe that Li Muming could abide by the bet at all. After all, the difficulty of that place and the heaviness of the bet were something that no one present could bear. Just as the statistics of this year's assessment results were about to be completed and everyone was nervously waiting for the results, 2 stunning figures appeared. It's President Shen Shuling and her robot girl Han Shuang. I heard that President Shen Shuling has been promoted to president of the student union. Damn, if I can join the Ares Club, I will definitely be able to rule the Liang Academy in the future. As everyone was whispering, Shen Shuling looked at them calmly. "Where's Li Muming? Didn't he come to participate in the club assessment? Who is that?" Looks familiar, seems to be the guy targeted by Shi Guang. What the hell? That guy is actually related to the president. That bald guy is doomed. When the bald man saw Shen Shuling coming in person to inquire, he felt disappointed and immediately ran over to report the situation. He went to Misty Valley. Is that where the test is held? Nonsense. I'm telling you, he's the rookie king of this year's Liang Academy. I was willing to break the rules to recruit him in advance. If anything goes wrong, I'll hold you accountable. Shen Shuling frowned and became angry. Hearing this, the bald man was so frightened that his whole body trembled and his lips quivered. The rookie king of this session of Liang Academy, if he had known this important information earlier, he would not have dared to target Li Muming like this. He would have served tea and water long ago. Here, Shen Shuling just turned around and was about to look for Li Muming when she bumped into Li Muming, who had just returned. Li Muming asked in surprise, "What happened?" Seeing that Li Muming was fine, Shen Shuling breathed a sigh of relief. "You just reported for duty today, but I asked you to go to Misty Valley. This was a mistake in my management and system formulation. I apologize to you. In the Mist Valley, even if I'm at the Silver Steel level, I can't kill my mirror image in a day. Don't be discouraged." Shen Shuling comforted her. "Does this mean I can't complete the task?" Li Muming raised his eyebrows. Here, the bald man was looking at Li Muming, and he wanted to hide himself in a hole in the ground and leave secretly. "Wait, have you forgotten our bet?" Seeing the bald man was about to leave, Li Muming stopped him. The bald man smiled awkwardly. "That's because I'm blind. I'm just an ordinary student at level 3. How dare I let the rookie king leave the academy? Apart from anything else, if Li Muming really quit, the school leaders would not let him go." "Oh, you are sure that my mission failed, so you quit?" Li Muming smiled. "Isn't it?" The bald man was dumbfounded. Just as Li Muming was about to continue speaking, a voice came. "Huh, it's quite lively here." President Shen, a long-haired man with one hand in his pocket, walked over to the opposite door of the club. Beside him, all members of the Jiannan team that had just returned followed him. "Brother Li, I'm sorry, the president wanted to come as soon as he knew about your situation, and I couldn't stop him." Jiannan clasped his hands together and bowed again and again with a bitter face. "Vice President Ling, what are you doing here?" Shen Shuling frowned. "As the vice president of the student union, I am here to perform my supervisory duties. As the president of the student union, how can I ignore you for using your power for personal gain?" Ling Changxing smiled and looked at Li Muming and Lina. "I will not let go of anyone who can kill a Jade Diamond level Phantom Mist Beast. Li Muming, join our spiritual club in 3 days. Today you can become the vice president of the Fierce 1 or Fierce 2 level. How do you think?" The words were so abrupt and contained so much information that everyone present was stunned. What's going on? The Silver Steel level defeated the Emerald Diamond level Phantom Mist Beast. Is this still Chinese? While others were still in shock, Shen Shuling was the first to react. It was really gratifying that Li Muming had such strength, but she couldn't stand it when others poached him in front of her. "Ling Changxing, you want to poach people in front of me?" Shen Shuling, who is the brave one who uses the power of the student union president for personal gain. The two top figures of the student union stared at each other across the road, invisible sparks flew in the air, and the atmosphere gradually became depressing. "I'm too lazy to talk nonsense with you. How about a fight in the arena? Do you dare?" Ling Changxing crossed his arms across his chest. "I hope the vice president won't cry after losing," Shen Shuling said with no sign of weakness. "I'm afraid you don't have the ability to do that." The two of them were at loggerheads and soon made an appointment to go to the arena. But after the two left, everyone was a little confused. "No, this year's Outer City District Rookie King? How could such a terrifying guy join us for the team assessment? Why am I hallucinating? The Jade Diamond level Phantom Mist Beast definitely cannot be hunted by someone above its level. Don't worry about this for now. The two presidents are going to fight because of him." The scene caused a sensation, and the news that two powerful figures in the student union were willing to meet in the arena in order to compete for Li Muming spread like wildfire. Immediately, this incident caused an uproar in Liang Courtyard. Chapter 44 Peak Showdown. By the time the people from the two clubs arrived at the arena, quite a few people had already arrived on the stage, and those who arrived later had to squeeze outside. Things have become so drastic, is it okay? Lee Mumming was in the audience, feeling emotional. It was just a simple assessment for joining the company. How did it develop into this situation? Shen Shuling said calmly, my teacher, the head of Liang Academy. Well, what is there to worry about? Lee Mumming suddenly felt that the background of this club was a bit too big. Could he persuade the other party to just leave? He was already a member of the Aries Club. Master, we seem to be being roasted on the fire. The tallest tree in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. Lena's words sounded a little worried, but her tone was very relaxed. Looking around, there were indeed quite a few people staring at them. What's going on? There was no fight when Ling Changsheng lost the election for president, but now he's fighting with Shen Shuling. It seems like, snatching someone. I heard that Shen Shuling used her power to recruit a new person in advance. Yes, that's the newcomer who won 4th place in the preliminary exam just by virtue of his mecha girl. His overall strength is probably the strongest among the newcomers in the past 10 years. It makes me want to touch him if I have a chance. This group of people completely regarded Lee Mumming as the representative of this class of newcomers, and their eyes were filled with fighting spirit. If a weak person was pushed to the forefront, he would probably be shaking with fear by now, but Lee Mumming was different. He is really capable. If there is a fortune-bringing boy who comes to challenge him in a duel later, should he bet on cash or points? He doesn't know whether points can be bet. While Lee Mumming was stroking his chin, the battle between Shen Shuling and Ling Changsheng has begun. The outer shell of the frost mech is covered with a layer of ice crystal mist that can freeze everything. It is 18 meters tall and has a long sword-armed module on each side of the fuselage. After the Ling Changsheng's robot girl on the opposite side turned into a mecha, there was a dull sound. She was 22 m tall, with energy transport patterns flashing all over her body. The long-range weapon module and huge shield visible to the naked eye were as tough and terrifying as a fortress. This is a showdown between the LA Comprehensive Speed Fighter Girl and the LT Heavy-Duty Machine Girl. The moment the battle began, Shen Shuling displayed extremely terrifying speed. She crossed a distance of 100 meters in the blink of an eye, and drew her 2 swords to complete the slash. When the shield in Ling Changsheng's hand collided with a sound. The 2 swords did not touch the shield itself, but were blocked by the ripples on the surface of the shield. The ripples rippled, and then like a calm river turning into a roaring sea, the terrifying rebound force instantly tore Shen Shuling's 2 swords. It's the fixed shield anti-spiritual skill that the LT Heavy Tank Girl can awaken only at the purple star level. Ling Changsheng is indeed half a step to the purple star. Lee Mumming, why don't you go and persuade them both? There seems to be something wrong with the president's robot girl, someone spoke up in the Aries Club. Lee Mumming. I go and persuade them. How do I persuade them? I go up and shout, stop fighting. Is that what I mean? In Lee Mumming's opinion, the fight between the two was not only due to their own reasons, but also due to some personal grudges. Otherwise, there are so many ways to poach people, it is impossible that fighting is the only one. After being shield countered, the lower limb propulsion module exploded, and the frost mecha turned and leaped to the side of Ling Changsheng as if passing the ball on the basketball court. Both swords slashed at the same time, and a strange cold air surged from all directions, like a man-eating beast, devouring everything around it and bringing it into a space of absolute zero. The ice stabbed out from the tip of the sword and was right in front of him. The torso module had been frozen by the cold air, but Ling Changsheng was not at all panicked, just smiled. I haven't seen you for 3 months. You really haven't made any progress at all. Ling Changsheng raised his shield high, and in an instant, a terrifying gravity field centered on his mecha pressed down on all directions. The ground of the arena broke into pieces, and the ice crystals turned into crisp flakes and scattered. Spiritual skill gravity crush. Really? Shen Shuling asked back. The mecha jumped high to avoid the force field. On the 2 armed module swords, one sword burst out with frost, and the other sword actually burst out with flames. Spiritual skills flame and ice sorrow. The raging flames strangely wrapped around the ice, and the sword shadows of ice and fire fell from the air, instantly leaving a deep black crack on the arena. He put the shield in front of him again, and the scaly energy shield suddenly unfolded, forming a fortress that covered half of the arena. After the sword shadows raged, only the fan-shaped area behind him remained intact. Tisk, is this still a mecha battle? There's so much light pollution. Li Muming's eyes showed a strange color. Shen Shuling's mecha girl, the power is a bit mottled. Li Muming glanced at his robot girl and said, but this output is pure to the extreme. It's really fun to watch. Huh. You can still release spiritual skills. On the field, Ling Changxing frowned after defending against Shen Shuling's 3 spiritual skills and consuming a large amount of nutrient solution. He originally came to challenge Shen Shuling because of her abnormal strength. Now that the opponent's problem has been solved, why both of them want to fight? Are they going to fight until both sides run out of nutrient solution? Shen Shuling, what? You don't allow others to improve when you don't improve yourself. Thanks to Li Muming's coping method, she was able to solve this problem. As the battle intensified, it was obvious that both men were serious about it. For a moment, the roar of mecha collisions resounded throughout the scene. After Shen Shuling used a terrifying spiritual skill, Ling Changxing's shield was shattered. Ling Changxing had not expected that Shen Shuling's abnormal condition would be resolved so quickly. Damn it, didn't they say that no one in the base could solve her problem? Surprised, Ling Changxing continued to increase the output load, but to no avail. In the end, Ling Changxing was defeated. After exiting the mecha state, Shen Shuling said calmly, Vice President Ling, if there is nothing else, just go and complete your job. Heh, the arena is not the strong point of the heavy machine girl. Ling Changxing sneered and looked at Li Muming, are you sure you don't want to consider it again? As long as you are willing to come, I can reserve the position of Vice President of the Linyi Society for you. It's not impossible, Li Muming said surprisingly. Everyone present was stunned, including Shen Shuling. What do you mean? Shen Shuling fought for you and won with all her might, but you want to run away to the opponent? Then you'll be the loser. Although the Linyi Club is also in the top 3, the background behind it is ultimately not as good as that of the Ares Club. Ha ha ha. Ling Changxing laughed. Although he didn't defeat Shen Shuling, he couldn't be impatient. Being able to dig up a potential stock, it was not a complete loss today. But Li Muming changed the subject, after all, you just lost. I also want to see the strength of your club first. How about this, let's make a bet. You pick any senior from the previous year, and if he can beat me, I will join your club. If you can't beat me, how about you give me a silver steel engine red module? Chapter 45, Bald Head bowing his head. The people at the scene had different expressions. What does that mean? Are you joining or not? At first glance, it seems like there is nothing wrong with it, allowing the other party to flex their muscles, but upon closer listening, why does it seem to have such a strong purpose? However, if we just talk about it, and challenge a senior who is 1 year older than him, everyone thinks that Li Muming can really win. After all, he can kill the Emerald Diamond level Phantom Mist Beast by jumping 2 levels. The Emerald Diamond level Phantom Mist Beast is also Emerald Diamond level. But he should never have looked for the Linyi Club, because there were top students from the previous session there. Even if he was given 2 lives now, he would not be able to win. A Emerald level Phantom Mist Beast is still a Phantom Mist Beast. Oh, interesting, Ling Changxing smiled. He admitted that Li Muming's strength was the best among the newcomers, but was his Linyi Society made of clay? How about 3 days later, still in this arena? Ling Changxing's attitude towards Li Muming is much kinder than that towards Shen Shuling. As for why it was 3 days later, it was very simple, because 3 days later was the formal procedure, the day when new students joined the club. Ling Changxing was mocking someone's procedure. Good. Then, I'll come back in 3 days, Ling Changxing left. Brother, why are we still having a competition? Now that you are here, it will be easy to get the module. Jiannan patted Li Muming's shoulder, smiled and left. On the way back to the Ares Society, everyone had strange looks on their faces, looking at Shen Shuling and Li Muming in front of them with calm expressions, not knowing what was going on. It may be difficult for you to take a piece of meat out of Ling Changxing's mouth, Shen Shuling said. Li Muming was surprised and asked, can't I really want to join the Linyi Club? Not likely, Shen Shuling hesitated, after all, I have a bigger background, and we have a favor relationship. Li Muming laughed and said, don't look at me like this, I am still very confident. I would like to see how strong the seniors who are 1 year older than me are. Reina looked at her master in surprise. In fact, in her opinion, her master seldom made such uncertain bets. After all, the other party was a senior from the previous year, so there must be a genius among them. 1 year is enough time for the opponent to grow to a very high level. Can we really win? A sure win? That's definitely not a sure win. Li Muming is unsure now, but he really doesn't have much time. Now it seems that only Luo Cixi has shown her malice, but Lina definitely has more than just these few enemies in Liang Courtyard. If he fails to demonstrate his strength and potential when he is admitted to the hospital and attract the attention of some senior officials, then it will be more difficult to deal with if Luo Cixi or even higher level authorities target him later. Even if he can escape by chance, what about Lina? On the surface, it is for the Lingyi Society to flex its muscles, but in reality, Li Muming must flex his muscles. This battle can be with the Lingyi Society or with anyone else. But the Lingyi Society is more important, and there is an unexpected surprise now. I didn't expect Ling Chongqing to be so obedient to the procedure and not fight until 3 days later, so I still have time to prepare. After returning to the club, the admission assessment continues. Although they had been prepared in advance, when Li Muming took out the emerald-level core of the Phantom Mist Beast, everyone was still shocked and secretly resentful. Damn it, I'll stop believing in the saying that the future is uncertain and you and I are both dark horses. Gold with strength is destined to shine, while those without strength are destined to be just cattle and horses. What's this guy's name? Li Muming turned his gaze to the bald man with great interest. Ever since the people from the Lingyi Society arrived, the bald man's expression has become embarrassed, and now he feels as uncomfortable as if he had eaten raw large intestine. Shi Guang, my name is Shi Guang, the bald man replied with gritted teeth. As you said, both parties have to abide by this bet, so shouldn't you fulfill it now? Li Muming crossed his arms across his chest and tapped his arms with his index fingers. Shi Guang gritted his teeth, and finally used up all his strength. I will join your team in the future and follow your command. In the future? Do you expect me to lose the bet with the Lingyi Society? Li Muming smiled, and then said mercilessly, why don't you process the membership procedures for me now? After taking back his own jade diamond grade materials, Li Muming threw out the silver steel grade materials required for the mission. Okay, Shi Guang got the materials and began to handle the work that should have been done by Li Muming himself. The others looked at each other, not knowing whether they should ask about their own assessment results. If they didn't ask, it would be wrong for them to leave, and it would be wrong not to leave. But if I ask, I am not Li Muming, and in this situation I will definitely be scolded. No matter what, the other party is still a senior 2 years older than him and is about to be promoted to an Emerald Diamond level Yaojing class Mecha Master. It is estimated that in the entire Liang Academy, Li Muming is the only one who dares to make such a bet with his senior. By the way, I came here this time because I have news to tell you. Shen Shuling, who was not planning to protect the old members of the club, took out an invitation letter after seeing that the matter was over. This is a module auction held by the Tianwen Society. There are modules you want, and even original crystals. You can bid appropriately. Auction. I don't have any money, Li Muming said bluntly. Shen Shuling handed over an ID card without hesitation. Of course it's mine. The points in it are enough for you to buy a red module at the auction. You can take Shi Guang there later. What's this feeling of being kept? Reina feels that her sense of existence is a little low. In fact, Shen Shuling was just returning a favor. I'll go with you. Shi Guang's face was burning. He had already wanted to take 3 days off to avoid Li Muming, but he was arranged like this. Wait, arrangement. Shi Guang suddenly glanced at Li Muming, then looked at the card in Li Muming's hand, and suddenly seemed to understand something. That's not bad, Shi Guang nodded to himself. If the relationship between Li Muming and the president has become this good, then he is not losing out. This is a relationship that no one can ask for. Li Muming looked at Shi Guang in surprise, then said goodbye to Shen Shuling and took Lina to the auction venue. Building DH22 is the exclusive area for the Tianwen Society. Hello, please show your invitation letter. At the door, people from the Tianwen Club were verifying identities. Only the top 100 clubs were invited this time, so there was still a threshold. Shi Guang. It's you this time, another reviewer saw Shi Guang and laughed. Shi Guang coughed lightly and pointed at Li Muming in front of him. Brother Peng, this time it's not me, it's my future, Captain. Li Muming handed over the invitation letter. Captain? You're Captain. The reviewer was stunned and almost forgot about accepting the invitation letter. He was sure that he had never seen a strong man like Li Muming in the Aries Club. But after he came to his senses, he quickly checked and let them go, watching Li Muming and Shi Guang go in. Damn it, Shi Guang is about to break through the Jade Diamond level, and there is still someone who can tame him and make him willing to be a team member. Nonsense. With a slight sigh, he continued his review. After entering the building, Li Muming saw many small cubicles selling materials, the scale of which was in no way inferior to some higher-level shops. The Tianwen Society is the most financially powerful among all the societies. This building usually serves as the most comprehensive materials market in Liang Academy, Shi Guang introduced. Ever since he accepted the idea that Li Muming and Shen Shuling were having an affair and that he had to take advantage of this opportunity, his attitude towards Li Muming became more natural. Li Muming didn't notice the change in attitude, but Lina looked at Shi Guang a few more times. There are indeed a lot of things. Li Muming nodded, but when he casually glanced at the surrounding objects, his expression was slightly stunned. A message on the panel attracted his attention, making him suddenly excited. Chapter 46 Targeting Me. I'll strike first. Raw stone remnants of the Black Sun. Grade. Dash. Function, can be used to upgrade Reina's own weapon module. Assembly effect prediction, you can upgrade Reina's 3 black iron level weapon modules with the help of a forger. Forging is recommended. The illustrated book responded to a black square fragment in the cubicle at the end of Li Muming's sight, and the information in Lina's recommended transformation plan column changed. Lina, come on, I'll take you to buy something nice. Li Muming's eyes suddenly lit up, and he pulled Lina away. Reina's eyes sparkled. See something good? Want to bargain? Certainly. After entering the store, as the salesperson was boasting, Reina picked and chose on the counter and smacked her lips. None of them look good. Let's go. We don't want any of them. As she said this, she was about to pull Li Muming away. At this time, the shopping guide immediately explained, that's not the case. Our batch is all carefully selected raw stones. Many of them are hard to come by in 10 years. Rough stones refer specifically to those that have died on the battlefield, with all their modules damaged and unable to work independently, but they retain some of their characteristics and can be used as materials for forging and upgrading low-level modules of the same sequence. Upgrading the module is not simple. In addition to the basic materials, it also requires a stable supply of raw stones. The price of a suitable piece of raw stone is indeed hard to come by. Li Muming stroked his chin and thought, yes, although we don't have any module upgrades now, who knows if we'll need them later. When the salesperson heard this, he immediately brought out the rough stone attribute catalog and handed it over while saying with a smile, yes, many of our customers come with this idea. Reina seemed to be thinking for a long time before she said, then you pick one. Let me make it clear first. If the price is too high, I won't take it. Li Muming nodded, okay. After selecting the silver steel grade materials for a long time, he picked up the remains of the Black Sun and asked, how much is this? 200 points, the shopping guide rubbed his hands and smiled innocently. So expensive? Why don't you just go and rob it? Lina exclaimed in surprise, with a look of disgust on her face, and hurriedly pulled Li Muming out the door. Seeing an order slipping away, the shopping guide immediately took the initiative to bargain down the price. 190, 180 is fine. 100, no more. If no one is suitable for the raw stone, don't even think about selling it for 100, Lina pulled Li Muming and left without looking back. Leaving now? Shi Guang raised his eyebrows. He could see that Li Muming actually went straight to the raw stone and never took his eyes off it. Just as I was about to leave and go to the next store, the salesperson's anxious voice came over, 100 is 100. Li Muming and the other person looked at each other, and Lina burst out laughing. I've heard that the raw stone has a lot of water content, but I didn't expect it to be this high. Of course. This kind of raw stones are basically free of charge. If you're lucky, you can pick up a lot of them in a day in the monster cemetery. Except for some powerful organizations that need to return the items to their original owners, the rest are yours, Li Muming shrugged. Okay, a gang bargaining, right? Shi Guang looked at the two in surprise. This shouldn't be the case. Shouldn't young people of this age have clear stupidity in their eyes and not be able to bargain, nor dare to bargain? Save 100 points today. You can have more meals. Add some extra food. After getting the rough stone they wanted, they headed towards the auction. Behind them, two young men from the law enforcement team took out their mobile phones, compared the photos of Li Muming and the other man, looked at each other, and followed. Auction venue. After sitting down in the seat belonging to the Aries Club, Li Muming keenly felt two pairs of eyes falling on him. People from the law enforcement team. Master, they seem to be staring at us, Reina muttered beside her. Li Muming nodded, I didn't expect to meet him here. The law enforcement team receives a lot of point subsidy, so they are the ones who pay the most in auctions like this, Shi Guang said nearby. He didn't realize that Li Muming had provoked the law enforcement team, so he continued. Generally speaking, everyone will give face to the law enforcement team. If they want to shoot something, they will let it go when the price is right. Really? Li Muming and Lina looked at each other and could see smiles in each other's eyes. Since you are targeting me, I have no choice but to strike first. I want to raise the price of everything you want, just to disgust you. Is there no rule against this? Deputy Captain Wang Zhe, it's not a good idea to use force against him inside the Tianwen Society, a member of the law enforcement team asked in a low voice. Wang Zhe glanced at him as if he was mentally retarded, are you stupid? This is an auction. No matter how he tempted Shen Shuling, he must have something to ask for to be able to sit here on behalf of the Aries Society. The team members suddenly understood, so we just need to target him. Of course. When it comes to financial strength, our law enforcement team is afraid of no one except the Tianwen Society, Wang Zhe sneered. Although no one knows how this person offended the captain of the law enforcement team, but since the captain has spoken, Li Muming is destined to be the public enemy of all law enforcement teams. At any time and any place, as long as Li Muming can be targeted, it will be a credit. No one can laugh when being targeted by the law enforcement team. Boom! The sound of the auction table. The first item brought up for auction was a material from the Heavy Mecha Girls series that could be used by most of the gold-level mecha girls for promotion. For each club, this was a very scarce and much-needed item. Whether or not we can play a more important role in this round of recruitment of new recruits depends on whether these materials can be supplied. 10 pieces of Mountain Soul, starting price is 1,000 points. This is a rare material, don't miss it. As the auctioneer finished speaking, the bidding began. The law enforcement team is a relatively open organization that maintains impartiality, and its members are not allowed to join social groups, so they naturally need these materials. Wang Zhe from the law enforcement team was the first to offer his price. 2,000 points. The price was directly doubled, close to the highest point of the market price. This is also a common tactic used by law enforcement teams. They directly use financial resources to overwhelm others, and with a few cents of face from others, the basic bid is the buying price. TSK. Some members of the club who still hoped to get something for free were somewhat dissatisfied, but they could do nothing about it as they could not defeat the law enforcement team after all. There is no place here for anyone who dares to confront the law enforcement team. 2,000 points for the first time. 2,000 points for the second time. 2,000 points, third place. At this moment, a voice interrupted the rhythm on the field. I'll give you 2,001 points. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw the stranger sitting in the Aries Society's seat with intriguing looks of surprise. Newcomer? Or is he a newcomer who dares to confront the law enforcement team? Poochie, the newbies are just stubborn. They think they can be fearless just by joining the Aries Club and relying on President Shen. The law enforcement team can't really do anything to the Aries Society, but it's more than enough to target a mecha master who hasn't reached the Emerald Diamond level. Shaking their heads, everyone just thought that Li Muming was an old student who had just joined the Aries Club. He had been suppressed for too long and could not see his own position clearly. But what happened next completely refreshed their cognition. Chapter 47, The compensation is not enough, pay more. 2,100 points. 2,101 points. 2,200 points. 2,201 points. Every time Wang Zhe called out a price, Li Muming would add 1 point at the end. Even a blind person can see that this is a deliberate targeting. MD, how dare he? Wang Zhe, who had been going smoothly all along, shouted angrily, 2,500 points. This price is already above the market price. At this moment, everyone's eyes fell on Li Muming. They were just looking for fun and hoped that the material could be sold at a higher price. Li Muming spread his hands in surprise. Why are you looking at me? I can't keep up. Someone has been fooled. Everyone laughed in their hearts and looked at Wang Zhe unconsciously. MD, Li Muming, if you dare to lift it again, I will kill you. Wang Zhe was furious and began to threaten openly. For the next 5 items, Li Muming did not call out the price again. Just when Wang Zhe thought that the other party had restrained himself, Li Muming started arguing with him again over an item that was very important to the law enforcement team. As always only 1 point more than him. The other party seemed to know what he urgently needed and which were dispensable items, and only picked the important ones to raise the prices. This is too much, this is too much. Wang Zhe roared in his heart. Next time, if he dares to lift it once, I will let go immediately. Wang Zhe gritted his teeth. Just a few items had already consumed nearly 1,500 points of his points, which was not a small number. If he couldn't target Li Muming at this auction, he wouldn't know how to report to the Captain Luo Cece. I didn't expect you to know so much about the needs of the law enforcement team. Li Muming looked up and down at Shi Guang in surprise. He was able to raise the price accurately just now thanks to the other party's information. Shi Guang smiled and said, in addition to being the new recruit examiner, I am also responsible for investigating information about other societies. I basically come to every auction. The inspectors outside the door know me now. Li Muming said, oh, no wonder Shen Shuling asked him to go along. The next lot will be a blessing for the Silver Steel class speed fighter girl. The auctioneer smiled confidently and motioned for everyone to look at the new item on the stage. Silver Steel Red Engine Module Sunny Day, with a total point increase of 20. Agility plus 12, Attack plus 8, with a high probability of awakening spiritual skills with the weapon module, and comes with a built-in energy gathering sprint effect. The starting price is 200 points. If you have a Silver Steel level mecha master at home who needs to improve his strength, you can start now, the auctioneer said, and the auction began. All societies have great interest in this kind of red modules. Even if it is Silver Steel grade, the red modules are still quite precious, with a market price between 500 and 800, and they are still out of stock. This module looks pretty good, what do you think? Li Muming turned his head and looked at Lena. Reina shook her head, I can't tell. I trust the master's judgment. Well, the basic attributes are indeed very useful, but it cannot awaken spiritual skills. Overall it is still very good and can be achieved within 800, Li Muming thought. Although this was indeed his purpose, he had already made a bet with the Lingy Society. There would always be a module. If he could save Shen Shuling's favor, it might be useful in other places later. I'll give you 800 points. Thinking of this, Li Muming directly stated his bottom line. Here it comes. On this side, Wang Zhe's eyes lit up. Li Muming definitely has a rigid demand for such a big request at once. He is now at the critical time of Silver Steel level, and this time he might be coming for this module. Wang Zhe thought that there was nothing wrong with his thinking, and he sneered, Li Muming, you have to pay for what you did. 1,000 points. He made an offer directly. As expected, Li Muming glared at him angrily and said without hesitation, 1,200 points. 1201 points, Wang Zhe felt relaxed and at ease, and suddenly felt relieved. Here we go. Everyone focused their attention again, ready to watch this great show. You have to pay the price for what you have done. If you are a newbie, you won't get this module without paying a little. It really wasn't a wasted trip today, After 2 price increases, the points have reached 1501. Hey! Do you know how long I've been waiting for this module? If you know what's good for you, just let it go. I'll give you 1,600 points for a flat price. Li Muming yelled at Wang Zhe, his face flushed red. I will repay you in the same way you tortured me before, Wang Zhe, who was in a high position, didn't care about anything else and didn't care about the dissuasion of those around him. 1,601 points. Wang Zhe held up the number card with a proud look on his face, ready to stop after this trick. But then, the air was silent. Having just seen Li Muming's furious Wang Zhe not wait for the price to be raised, he knew it was over. Li Muming smiled and said, "The module of 1601 is worthy of being a law enforcement team. It is rich and powerful." This taunting finishing blow immediately dealt a fatal blow to Wang Zhe. Wang Zhe didn't recover until the end of the auction. He suffered heavy losses in this auction. The people from other societies all smiled. They had been oppressed too harshly by the law enforcement team before, so they were naturally happy that someone could take care of them now. "Li Muming, do you know what the price of offending us is?" Outside the Tianwen Society building, Wang Zhe roared. Li Muming looked directly at Wang Zhe and said, "Don't worry, you are not qualified to threaten me. You'd better work harder in these 3 days, otherwise you will be beaten to death on the beach." After saying that, Li Muming took Lina and Shi Guang away. "What did the master just say?" On the way back, Reina spoke. Li Muming smiled and said, 3 days later, after we defeat the Lingyi Society, we will go and pick all the previous members of the law enforcement team. What do you think?" Now that he has the rough stone, he only needs to upgrade the 3 armed modules to the silver steel level. Li Muming is confident that with his 2 spiritual skills and core talents, he can create a rookie myth of his own in Liang Academy. "Okay." Reina smiled. Shi Guang stood beside them in a daze. "No, is this still human language?" Chapter 48 Old Man. In front of the club building, an old man in a white shirt and a girl with short hair walked out. As soon as Li Muming's eyes swept over the mecha girl, his pupils shrank. Machine type, LA Comprehensive Speed Fighter. Core, Ares MX-1, God level. Evaluation, this is a terrifying existence that is beyond the current detection range of the illustration and has the power to destroy the world. Warning. Unable to detect. Cannot fight. This was the first time that Li Muming encountered a mecha girl whose values could not be fully detected by the illustrated guide, which should have a lot to do with his current level. Even at this level, Li Muming had never heard of it. Seeing Li Muming's reaction, the old man asked curiously, "Oh, you know me?" "No." "So, you can tell the strength of a mecha girl just by her lifestyle?" Li Muming did not hide it and said directly, "Yes." The old man raised his eyebrows in surprise and motioned Li Muming to follow him. Li Muming and Lina followed. "Reina, do you know him?" "No." "All right." Along the way, Li Muming was very keen to see that when the people from the astronomy club saw the old man, they didn't seem to greet him respectfully. This was not right. Isn't he a senior executive of Liang Court? This confusion lasted for 5 minutes, and the 4 of them arrived at the basement of the Tianwen Society building, in front of an electronic door. Ding, identity verification passed. "Welcome, Mr. General." "Chief Executive?" Li Muming was a little surprised. What kind of position was this? With doubts in his heart, Li Muming stepped into the door, but when he turned his head, he found that Lina was looking at everything inside in astonishment, as if she was doubting it. The old man turned around and said, "Do you recognize it? This was once your birthplace, but now it's just an abandoned warehouse." Lina's birthplace? Li Muming was stunned and looked around. The basement, which is as vast as 4 football fields, is filled with scrap metal and remains of unknown materials. In the deepest part, notes about experiments appear in Li Muming's field of vision. What is shocking is that the span of these notes is as long as 7 years. Coupled with the strings of data, solutions, senior political department officials, and military commanders who appeared, even Li Muming, a layman, could feel the importance of this experiment. There is no doubt that this is the plan for LY-9. Li Muming, you can control LY-9. I admire your soul strength. But considering the possibility of LY-9, I still need to ask you, what is your goal as both of you? The old man's voice became heavy. It is obvious that Li Muming's question will determine the old man's attitude towards his future. That's naturally the strongest mecha pilot and the strongest mecha girl, Li Muming said without hesitation, as if he had already engraved this goal in his heart. The old man was stunned for a moment, as if he didn't expect Li Mumming to answer so naturally, and then his face became more examining. Oh, then how are you going to do it? Or, do you have any plans? As far as I know, someone is eyeing you. Plan? Yes. Tell me about it, maybe I can give you some advice. Li Mumming, first, I will upgrade Reina's weapon module, defeat the Lingi Society in 3 days, get the red engine module I won in the bet, and then declare war on the entire previous law enforcement team members, so that they dare not attack me. After that, upgrade the weapon module, and then go find the core of the magma beast to awaken it into a photon flare machine and reach SSS level. Li Mumming talked freely about the next arrangements. The old man was stunned. How did you come up with this horrible plan of a newcomer beating up an old man? And what about that photon flare machine? The photon flare you mentioned is the promotion sequence route you researched yourself? The old man coughed lightly. Yes, it is absolutely powerful. Li Mumming was very confident about it. Hearing this, the old man quieted down. He wanted to question Li Mumming but was too embarrassed to say it. After reaching the gold level, almost all mecha girls have to rely on mecha blueprints for upgrades. The number of those who can research a separate sequence title on their own is very small, and it is almost impossible to succeed. But then he thought, maybe he could let Li Mumming try it first. After all, weren't the current mecha blueprints also created by geniuses in the past? Yes, her creator Su Ming would be relieved if he knew that LY9 met such a good master. The old man wanted to say something else but changed his tone when it came to his lips. Where is Su Ming now? Lena interrupted at this time. The restricted area in Monster Cemetery number 255, the head of the abyss. I have cleansed the entire restricted area 3 times, but I still cannot find his remains. Perhaps, he is in the stomach of a monster. As soon as a terrifying and murderous intention arose, the old man smiled and his tone returned to calm. Li Mumming, if you have a chance in the future, I hope you can find Su Ming and his mecha girl. After all, in order to find materials that can withstand the flare core, he took away part of Reina's soul core. After hearing this, Li Mumming looked at Lena in astonishment. The core is incomplete. Why didn't the Atlas detect it? With an incomplete core, how could it still have such powerful numerical capabilities and talents? How powerful would it be in its heyday? Reina also looked confused, she had no memory of this. Remember, LY9 was created with the efforts of the entire base. She is a mecha girl worthy of the name God Slayer. Her potential is far greater than the level you have created now. She is even stronger, more terrifying, and more unscrupulous. At least before I die, you can rest assured to develop in Liang Academy. No one who is not a student will dare to attack you, unless he does not want the current power. The old man said, extending his hand. Handshake. Li Mumming stretched out his right hand in surprise. The old man's robot mother smiled and watched silently as the old man patted Li Mumming's hand away. That rough stone, and 3 weapon modules. After all, I was once the vice president of the Forging Institute, and my skills are no better than those of the outsiders. Oh. Li Mumming withdrew his hand awkwardly, handed over the spirit stone, and after exchanging glances with Lena, he took out 3 armed modules from the corner. Her 3 weapon modules can all be continuously upgraded. You didn't replace them with silver steel grade modules right away. This is a good insight. The old man praised him and began to see him off. I'll let you know when I'm done forging it. Good. Before leaving, Li Mumming asked, what's your name? I'm just an incompetent old man who lost his younger brother. You can call me Old Man Su. Old Man Su smiled and watched Li Mumming leave. It was not until Li Mumming left that Old Man Su's machine girl spoke. Old man, you have already taken on the enormous pressure from those guys for him. Do you still need help? Those guys don't want to see LY9 grow up. The old man narrowed his eyes slightly. The guys in the political department and the military department are like dead trees half buried in the ground. They have long lost their will to fight. Protect the 1 acre and 3 fen of land you have now. Defend the eastern suburbs today and the western district tomorrow. What a joke. The vast territory beneath our feet is nothing more than the human territory. They are nothing more than a bunch of stray beasts in the cracks. What is there to be afraid of? Besides, the god-making plans of several other bases have already begun to show their potential. Is our Saint Duloc base weaker than them? When he grows up, it's time to fight back. You really are optimistic about LY9. No, I am more optimistic about her as a mecha master now. Chapter 49, The Arena of Public Attention. Until they left the Tianwen Club, Li Muming was still looking at Lena. Master, you are a bit like a pervert, Lena poked Li Muming's face with a look of disgust. Li Muming chuckled, I didn't expect you to have such a great potential background. I thought it was at most an S-level mecha girl project. Lena's eyes sparkled. She stood on tiptoe and touched Li Muming's head. She said in a conscientious manner, from now on, will you call me master? Against Tiangang. Holding Rena's slender waist, Li Muming lowered his head and gave her a kiss, which made Rena's body soften a little and her face flushed before he let go. Who is the master? Master, there is someone here, someone. Lena squeezed her legs together, pulling at the corner of Li Muming's clothes with both hands, with a somewhat amorous look on her face. Didn't you say I was a pervert? Huh? Are you still going to say it? Li Muming bravely pinched the peak with one hand and then let go, revealing a smug look. Rena straightened her clothes, looked at him with a flushed face, and stuck out her tongue. Master is a bad person. Still talking? Fine, I'll show you something worse when I get back. After returning to the Ares Club, Li Muming returned the card to Shen Shuling, chatted with her briefly, and then returned to the dormitory to continue honing his combat skills with Lena. In the next 2 days, Li Muming didn't do anything special. He just familiarized himself with the environment and organizational structure of Liang Academy with Lena. For example, Liang Academy is divided into 3 colleges. They are the Auxiliary Sequence Institute, the Heavy Armor Sequence Institute, and the Melee Sequence Institute, corresponding to a total of 11 mecha types. In addition to the 3 colleges, there is a special existence, the General Elders College, which is responsible for formulating rules. These rules include but are not limited to the Liang College, and if necessary, can involve the entire Saint Duloc base. The very next afternoon, Li Muming received news that the module had been upgraded. Li Muming immediately pulled Lena to get the armed module back. The original 3 black iron level modules have now all been upgraded to silver steel purple armed modules. Alas, my hands are still raw, otherwise there would be 3 red modules. These are the original words of Old Man Su. During this period, Li Muming finally confirmed the old man's identity through indirect questioning. Su Su, the director of the General Elderly Care Center who had not appeared in public for 10 years. After expressing his gratitude, Li Muming returned to the dormitory and installed the module on Lena. This time, Rena was quite well behaved. After the installation, the value increased by nearly 30 points, which is a very terrifying increase. Battle, 178. Agility, 150. Defense, 75. Endurance, 103. Battery life, 107. According to the standards of Liang Academy, a combat value of 160 is in the gold level category. Lena, that's good. We are already close to the gold level. Li Muming's mouth corners were almost raised to the sky. With such a high combat value, coupled with the enhancement of the rage talent, the attack value can already reach 200 in battle. How terrifying is this? Rena raised her fist and said, I am confident that I can beat up the guys from the Spiritual Society tomorrow. With Rena's current stats, there won't be any problem as long as she isn't facing some incredible genius. In the blink of an eye, it was the next day. Early in the morning, Li Muming and Lena went to the arena. On the way, they saw many people walking in a hurry, and they seemed to be heading in the same direction as them. I heard that Jifeng is back and wants to compete with a newcomer. Jifeng is the 5th in the Li 2 class. He once cleared a whole Golden Monster Canyon by himself. What newcomer can compare with him? You don't know this, right? He's the rookie king of this year. I heard he killed a Jade Diamond level Phantom Mist beast alone. That's why the 2 student union presidents came out to compete for him and made this bet to fight him. Hiss, it's hard to imagine that someone could hunt down a Phantom Mist beast with an increase of more than 40% when the opponent completely copied all the numerical skills. There was constant discussion on the road. The master has become famous, Rena smiled, covering her mouth. Li Muming smiled and said, "We are partners, and you are famous too." When Li Muming arrived at the arena, an orange-yellow mecha with a black glowing sniper rifle on its back was already ready to go. As Li Muming came on stage, everyone cheered. "It's Li Muming. Li Muming is here. It's a bit handsome, but he was just unlucky in a one-on-one duel with Jifeng. He can't win this time." Indeed. After all, he is a veteran gold-level mecha master. I don't think he can last more than 5 minutes. Just as everyone was discussing the battle situation in the arena. "You must be Li Muming, right? Let me introduce myself. My name is Ji Feng, a gold-level mecha pilot. My mecha girl's name is Huang Cheng, also a gold-level mecha girl." A calm voice came from inside the mecha. Upon hearing this, Li Muming also began to introduce himself. "I know you. You are known as the strongest newcomer in Liang Academy. Before the duel, Brother Ling told me not to hurt you. So if you feel you can't bear it anymore, you can admit defeat." From Ji Feng's perspective, Li Muming was just an arrogant newcomer who could be criticized, but after all, he would be a member of a society in the future, so the relationship could not be allowed to become too strained. Li Muming smiled, "Okay." After saying that, Reina unfolded her mecha form. There was no referee in this arena, but since today was the day for all the major clubs to recruit new members, plus the matter of the Lingyi club, this time the club was recruiting new members. It was set in the third arena. In other words, almost all the newcomers and club leaders are now scattered throughout the venue. "MD, why is he so noisy? Once you get knocked down, we'll have some fun." The newcomers of this year, the first and second in the inner city, were also hiding in the crowd, whispering and mocking. They both acknowledged that Li Muming was strong, but how could he beat the 5th place in the previous session? Chapter 50, Invisible Module. Battle, 201. Agility, 145. Defense, 128. Endurance, 144. Battery life, 115. Evaluation, this is a sniper robot that focuses on combat values. It has a terrifying defense-breaking ability at the same level, but its overall ability is not outstanding. After confirming the values of Ji Feng's mecha girl, Li Muming launched an offensive without hesitation, blocking Huang Cheng's route of action with the most decisive attack. The most terrifying thing about the sniper girl is her ability to lock on and break defenses from a distance. As long as she can get close, she can minimize the threat. It's a very conventional way of handling things. It works for ordinary sniper girls, but it's useless to me. Ji Feng pulled the joystick, and the yellow and orange figure actually rushed straight towards Li Muming. "Don't retreat, but advance. Master, be careful of traps," Lina warned. The beam sword in Li Muming's hand spun a circle, and the tip of the sword drew a sharp arc in the air, but just as it was about to tear apart the attacking figure, the attack missed. Without any warning, the nearly 20 m long yellow and orange fuselage disappeared out of thin air in front of Li Muming's eyes. It's the sniper girl's stealth module. To have such a high-quality stealth module at the Yao Jin level, it's worthy of Jifeng. This new guy is doomed now. He is not at the brilliant gold level, so how can his module values support him in seeing through invisibility? There was an uproar at the scene. They at least thought that Li Muming could fight Ji Feng for a few moves before losing, but now Ji Feng directly activated the stealth module. Is there any need for a competition? Master, the existing radar cannot detect his location, Lina reminded. Li Muming frowned. The sniper girl's stealth module was beyond his expectations, so he didn't make any preparations in advance. Stealth module, that's great, let me also broaden my horizons, Li Muming simply laughed. On the vast arena, Li Muming was the only one left. The feeling of being surrounded by wild beasts was deeply rooted in his heart. Boom! The roar of a giant dragon on Earth sounded like thunder, and a simple but extremely profound bullet pierced through the space and appeared in front of the chest of Li Muming Lina's mecha. So fast! Li Muming's pupils contracted, his brain worked at high speed, and his body moved subconsciously, deviating a few inches to the left. Snap! The bullet corroded into the outer shell of the mecha's right arm like a poisonous snake, biting tightly into the bone module of the right arm. Warning! The right arm torso module is seriously damaged and may lose connection at any time. Warning. Energy shield failed. Entering a violent state. The blood-red message in the cockpit was overwhelming and continuous because the second bullet from the opposite side was coming. From Li Muming's blind spot, Huang Cheng raised the sniper rifle high. The pitch-black sniper rifle, which looked like a sign of the abyss, had already spewed out its second attack. The ballistic trajectory is so ordinary that there is not the slightest uniqueness, yet it exudes the most deadly danger. But this time, Li Muming was so tense that he keenly noticed the changes in the environment. The leg thrusters started, and the engine module instantly entered the load state, and Li Muming narrowly escaped the attack. Oh, you can still remain calm in such a situation. You look more like a seasoned warrior, Ji Feng's somewhat surprised voice came from one direction. Boom! The next moment, the flare missile that had been ready for launch was launched directly, covering the source of the sound in high temperature. Come again. Seeing that Ji Feng still did not appear, Li Muming launched the flare missile again. After the three armed modules were upgraded, the flare missile was the one with the most obvious improvement. Whether it is the speed, the shock wave after the explosion, or the heat wave and high temperature within a radius of 100 meters, there has been a significant increase. The most important thing is, from Li Muming's point of view, since the other two armed modules can synchronize spiritual skills, then this module will definitely be able to do so after reaching a certain level. Under Li Muming's indiscriminate attack, the entire arena has fallen into a strangely high temperature. Even the people outside the arena felt the heat wave that could boil an ordinary person dry. Damn, it's so hot. What is that Ji Feng doing? Why don't you deal with him yet? What a waste of stealth module. If I were Ji Feng, I would kill Li Muming immediately with one more shot. Everyone around was stunned, having no idea what Ji Feng was doing now. Fuck, this Li Muming is a little weird, isn't his attack power fucking off the mark? Even in invisible mode, the damage you suffer will not be reduced at all. Just now he reacted just a little bit late, and his defense module was destroyed by the heat wave of the flare missile and could not be connected. There were even more terrifying and intensive attacks behind them. Almost the entire arena was within the opponent's attack range. Ji Feng had no chance to accumulate strength and attack. It's good enough if you can escape everywhere and not be knocked out of invisible state. No, let's find an opportunity to finish him off with one strike. This Li Muming is too evil. Ji Feng thought. No, there is no chance to kill him. If this continues, we won't be able to afford the consumption of nutrient solution. Li Muming thought. Master, why don't you expose his weakness to him first? Lina reminded at this time. You mean, we can use the light-chasing missile the moment he launches his attack? That's not impossible. Li Muming nodded. With the help of the firewall's golden finger, he could always maintain the calmest combat thinking. What's more, the situation is favorable to him now. As long as the opponent shows the slightest flaw, he will be able to defeat him with unstoppable force. In just a few seconds, the plan was successfully made. In the eyes of everyone, Li Muming, who was like a firepower turret, finally stopped attacking. Ji Feng also breathed a sigh of relief and immediately unleashed his spiritual skills. Mingshi Sniper. This time the noise was so powerful, like the collision of thousands of spiral auras, and the dark bullets attacked with destructive force. It's Ji Feng's spiritual skill. He's finally serious. This competition is over. No one in the same Yao Jin level can withstand this attack. In the audience, the newcomers were still watching intently, while the veterans had already begun to sigh. But the next moment, something happened that shocked them. Step into the void and cut. Under the gazes of countless people, Li Muming's figure flashed quickly to the other side of the duel arena and avoided the attack. The next moment, a magical skill called Light Pursuit, breaking the air, suddenly erupted from the rear wing of Rina's mecha. Ji Feng was still trying to dodge, but to his shock, he could not dodge the attack at all. In addition to the terrifying effect of ignoring defense, ray tracing, sky breaking has another effect. That is, it inherits the nature of the module itself and can continue tracking after locking onto the enemy. It's just right for dealing with enemies like Ji Feng. After this attack, Ji Feng's mecha girl's soul core was almost shattered, which scared Ji Feng very much. But even if he avoided the key parts, Huang Cheng's invisibility was directly broken. Not good. Just as Ji Feng's soul was shaken and he was about to enter the invisible state again, Li Muming, covered in wounds, appeared in front of him. The beam sword pointed resolutely at the yellow and orange core. You lose. Chapter 51, Wang Zhe comes to your door. The beam sword stopped only 5 centimeters away from the core. Just by moving forward a little, Ji Feng, the future mainstay of the Lingyi society, will lose his own mecha girl. Seeing this scene, Ji Feng was in disbelief at first, then he was stunned and smiled bitterly. He really could not have imagined that he would lose to a silver steel level mecha master. Before today, he even looked down on most of the shining gold level mecha masters. But unexpectedly, Li Muming taught him a severe lesson. Wait, am I dazzled? Li Muming won. The change was too fast. According to the predictions of the people around him, Li Muming should have fallen directly under Ji Feng's spiritual skills. His less than a week after being admitted to the hospital, he has already defeated Ji Feng. At this speed, Li Muming will definitely be on the potential list. Horrible, so terrifying, I just don't know if Li Muming's level will have any impact. Boom. The moment Ji Feng announced his surrender, a bell sounded as if coming from the sky. Immediately afterwards, this message was posted on everyone's Lianjuan account. Li Muming, a silver steel level player, defeated Ji Feng and advanced to the 73rd place on the potential list. Everyone was shocked and speechless. What is the potential list? Why have I never heard of it? A newcomer asked. An old man started to explain. The potential list is a list created by the General Academy for the Yaojin level. All students can challenge it after entering the Liang Academy for half a year. All the mecha masters who appear on the potential list are the best among the best, and they are guaranteed to be purple star level in the future. Ever since Liang Academy created this list, it has indeed relied on the list's reward mechanism to train a large number of mecha masters. In fact, there are countless geniuses among them, but people like Li Muming who enter the potential list at the Yaojin level are unheard of in the entire history of the list. It is conceivable that once today's news spreads throughout Liang Courtyard, it will inevitably cause an uproar. There actually is such a list. Li Muming was a little surprised after asking Han Yi. Han Yi said, yes, this list is very valuable, but it also has its troubles. Once you are on the list, you have to accept being challenged by others. Really? That's a good relationship. Li Muming's eyes lit up. At this moment, Li Muming saw several familiar figures. They were Wang Zhe and several other members of the law enforcement team. Deputy Captain Wang Zhe, although you said that we should target Li Muming, now, he has entered the potential list. Yes, although you are ranked 65th and are not afraid, we at the Yaojin level are like clay in front of Ji Feng. What about Li Muming? We are afraid that we will be beaten to the point where we lose our way. Several members of the law enforcement team had vowed before coming to help the captain solve his problems, but just now, after seeing the new message on their mobile phones, they all backed down. Are you kidding? A silver steel level mecha master who has just been enrolled for 4 days has entered the potential list. Is he an ordinary person? Huh, you are a bunch of cowards. You are scared by the fact that you are on the potential list. It is difficult for you to achieve anything great. Wang Zhe scolded a few words. Ever since he was teased by Li Muming at the auction a few days ago, he not only lost the chance to move up, but also almost lost his position as deputy captain. If he wasn't ranked 65th on the potential list, he would probably be sitting on the bench in the future. Even so, the ridicule from others and the indifference from the captain in the past 2 days made him feel uneasy. Just as he found out some secrets about Li Muming, he came over immediately. But before he could take any action, he saw the news that Li Muming had entered the potential list, and even he almost couldn't breathe. Fortunately, Li Muming's rank is very low, so it can't affect him now. No, I got it wrong. Today I am here to target Li Muming. Li Muming, I underestimated you. Wang Zhe walked onto the arena, crossed his arms over his chest, and looked down at Li Muming with a haughty look. Who are you? Wang Zhe, deputy captain of the law enforcement team. I met him at the auction. Reina smiled and said, I remember that rich bastard. Wang Zhe's face darkened, and his teammates pretended not to see it. So, Deputy Captain Wang Zhe, what brings you here today? Li Muming asked calmly. As the deputy captain of the law enforcement team, I am naturally here to perform my official duties. Wang Zhe felt more confident when he said this. Li Muming, according to our law enforcement team's investigation, you joined the Ares Club 3 days ago and obtained a large amount of points through the Ares Club. Is everything okay? So what? It's good that you admit it. You know, in your case, you are already suspected of 2 illegal acts. Wang Zhe said, moving closer to Li Muming, and pretending to be profound. This situation can be very serious, or it can be downplayed. Do you understand? Li Muming said calmly, you want to threaten me with this little thing? So what? I tell you the truth. If it happened to someone else, we wouldn't care about it, but not you. Wang Zhe sneered, come with us. By the way, your 73rd place on the potential list sounds good, but in fact, it means nothing in front of our law enforcement team. Wang Zhe taunted wildly, trying to make up for the psychological trauma of the past few days. Really? Why don't we try it now? Just as Wang Zhe was about to look at Li Muming's flustered look, he heard these words. What do you mean? Wang Zhe was a little stunned. Li Muming said directly, I am indeed not satisfied with the 73rd place, so I want to move up 1 level. Puff. Wang Zhe smiled and said, do you think the potential list is run by your family and you can move up whenever you want? Why not just attack? Li Muming smiled deeply and said, let's start from now. Wang Zhe, I challenge you as the 73rd on the potential list. The words echoed in the arena. After a long time, bursts of roars broke out. Damn! Did I hear it right? He just made it onto the potential list and he wants to challenge Wang Zhe again. That Wang Zhe is a 2-time veteran and a deputy captain of the law enforcement team. How dare he challenge me? Why not? He defeated Ji Feng, so he is not without the ability to fight. Li Muming. I support you. Beat up those guys from the law enforcement team. The atmosphere at the scene suddenly became lively. The club's recruitment, which was already on time, was now suppressed by Li Muming. Everyone is looking forward to how many miracles Li Muming can create today. At this time, Wang Zhe just reacted. Chapter 52, The Current Situation of the Barrier Girls Without a Team. He wants to challenge me. Furious. The corners of Wang Zhe's mouth curled up wildly. Good opportunity, good opportunity. I was worried that I wouldn't have the chance to deal with him, but now he comes to my door, so I can't blame myself. Okay. Wait for me 10 minutes, oh no, 5 minutes. Raising his right hand, Wang Zhe immediately called the woman who was doing maintenance on the machine, as if he was afraid that Li Muming would go back on his word. For a moment, the already boiling venue was like poured with another layer of oil, with people talking and roaring. Li Muming's terrifying strength naturally made these newcomers feel that they shared honor and disgrace. After all, they were all from the same class. 5 minutes later. Wang Zhe's mecha girl arrived by express train. In Liang Academy, without application or special circumstances, it is not allowed to display the mecha status outside the arena. Master, I'm busy. What's the matter? Wang Zhe's mecha girl named Tieta had her long hair fluttering in the wind and looked a little unhappy. Wang Zhe sneered, if someone challenges me, I will naturally accept it. Who? He. Wang Zhe pointed at Li Muming, this year's newcomer, silver steel level, just defeated. I'm leaving. When Tieta heard that it was a newcomer, he turned around and was about to leave, showing no interest at all. Wang Zhe immediately stopped her and said flatteringly, don't be like this, listen to me. After some explanation, Tieta stayed and glanced at Li Muming, then glanced at Wang Zhe and said, it'll be okay to take care of him in 5 minutes. Wang Zhe nodded, that's natural. 5 minutes? Li Muming asked with a smile after hearing this, did you two grab the pen holder during the 1-year-old celebration? Wang Zhe and Tieta were stunned, what do you mean? It can hold pens like this, Reina answered quickly. The next second, Li Muming and Lina entered the mecha state, looking down at the two of them from above, and their words came out. I hope you are as strong as you are strong. Angry. Tieta's good mood suddenly turned bad, and he said coldly, Wang Zhe, in 5 minutes, I want to see them both kneeling in front of me to apologize. The next moment, the Iron Tower mecha state was unfolded. He is nearly 21 meters tall, with black stripes all over his body, a head like a black turtle, the outer shells of his limbs are like steel armor, his lower limbs are as strong as steel pillars and reveal a strong muscular feel. He holds a diamond shield in his right hand and 2 pitch-black missile holes extend from his left hand. Obviously, this is a LM Barrier Mecha with both offensive and defensive capabilities. The Barrier Mecha Girl is the only one among the 11 Mecha Girl types that cannot move after entering combat mode. Conversely, in combat mode, all values except combat and defense will be evenly divided. Li Muming, if you kneel down and beg for mercy now, I can spare you and your robot girl from physical harm, Wang Zhe sneered. Stop talking nonsense, just kill him. Tieta interrupted coldly. Wang Zhe was speechless, his hands operating the control panel skillfully. The sound of metal friction and collision was heard, and within just 30 seconds, a large number of data lines on the side of the lower limbs of the Iron Tower mecha were connected and merged into one. Then the Diamond Shield energy barrier unfolded, standing in front of the body like a barrier, with only a hole that could accommodate a missile hole exposed. Master, the defense value of this guy opposite is a bit high. He may be difficult to deal with, Lena reminded. Li Muming also nodded, it's a bit difficult to deal with. In a one-on-one fight, the barrier girl is indeed a bit troublesome, but she is not without weaknesses. Battle, 265. Defense, 277. Agility, 0. Endurance, 200. Battery life, 50. On the panel, the tower's current data is clearly displayed. It is obvious that the opponent's endurance and battery life are just at the passing line. After all, the peak state of the barrier girl should be under teamwork and connected to a direct supply line from at least one K3 or above energy station. Without the energy station to supply power and cool down, the barrier robot girl is still strong in single combat, but she can only be strong for 5 minutes at most. Boom! Just as Li Muming activated the engine module and began to move toward the rear, Wang Zhe had already anticipated this, and the missile module sprayed out terrifying flames. 2 sharp missiles raged like fire beasts and exploded at the edge of the arena. They were quite similar to Li Muming's flare missiles. Large flames covered the area, turning half of the border into a sea of fire. Warning! The damage to the robot has reached 45%, and the second-level violent mode is still being activated. The wound sustained in the battle with Yashamine had not been repaired, and Reina's mecha was still in a violent state. Take another one of my inflammatory bullets. Wang Zhe activated the missile module at maximum power. The surging energy fluctuations shook the air into waves. The fire bombs suddenly poured down like a rainstorm, dyeing half of the sky red in front of everyone's eyes. This is the unparalleled firepower coverage of the Bastion Mecha Girl. This is an attack that is almost impossible to avoid. Li Muming's idea was even simpler. Since he couldn't avoid it, he would just attack instead of defend. Step into the void and cut. Step into the void and cut. Step into the void and cut. The body was like a phantom. The 18 m tall body of Reina Mecha was flashing at a terrifying speed. Every time it flashed to a position, it would cut down a fire bomb. Such intensive attacks put the mecha pilot's mental endurance to the test. Even the audience held their breath and dared not say a word. Li Muming relied on his firewall talent to make every move just right. Flashing with precision and flashing with elegance. So much so that under such all-round firepower, the damage to Reina's mecha was only 5%. Damn, this kid must be born in the year of the monkey. He can jump so fast. Wang Zhe was stunned, but the next moment, his cockpit began to shake violently. As he looked in disbelief, the tip of the red mecha's sword appeared above the hole of his missile module without him noticing. Damn it! Wang Zhe felt as if he was falling into an ice cellar. He was about to take back the armed module, but at this moment he heard a laugh. I'm sorry, but it looks like you can't last 5 minutes. The next moment. Snap! The high endurance value means that the Bastion girl will not be disconnected because of herself, so almost no one will focus their attacks on the armed module. After all, those who are not strong enough will not be able to withstand the terrifying artillery flying all over the sky, and those who are strong enough will simply wait for the opponent to run out of energy. Only a self-taught mecha master like Li Muming could perform such an unusual but very effective operation. Under the brilliant sword light of Taxuzhan, the scorching sunbeam sword directly destroyed the missile module of the Iron Tower. Just as the other two armed modules behind the Iron Tower were rotating, Li Muming did not hesitate. Like pursuit, breaking the air. The two missiles directly destroyed Wang Zhe's dream of struggle. With all the armed modules destroyed, Wang Zhe had already failed while he was still in a daze. Wang Zhe! What's wrong with you? The Iron Tower exploded with a sharp voice. Now kneel down and beg for mercy, and I will let you two suffer less. Chapter 53 Captain. Vice President. Do you think I will give up just like that? Wang Zhe was a little bit skeptical and tried to struggle without the armed module. 3 minutes later. Boom! After Wang Zhe was released from his mecha state, he knelt on the ground, his face flushed red. The dignity of being a senior and the arrogance of the law enforcement team tortured him all the time. But I have to kneel down. After losing the energy source, Li Muming almost destroyed all the modules of the tower. If he didn't admit defeat, the robot girl would die. Waste. Wang Zhe, you're a waste. I've suffered so much following you. I want to change my mecha master. Tieta scolded Wang Zhe angrily. Li Muming naturally didn't care about the dispute between the two people. He just walked in front of him and said condescendingly, "Go back and tell Luo Cixi that I hope she can stop now. I can let bygones be bygones, otherwise." After the conversation, Wang Zhe slipped away with his tail between his legs. Today's club recruitment can be said to be the slowest in history, because no one was seriously recruiting new members for almost the entire morning. Everyone was talking about Li Muming. Are you kidding? A silver steel level newcomer jumped up the potential list twice in one day. Who could have thought of that? You are the newcomer, so what are we? Under Li Muming's reputation, the law enforcement team's recruitment this time can be said to be very slow, while in previous years they only selected the elites from the elites. This time, almost all of the top 100 students in the inner city chose to join the Ares Club. Only the guys like those in the first 10 who were slapped in the face by Li Muming from a distance did not go. If I join a club, I will definitely be suppressed in the future. Who can beat Li Muming? Even though I couldn't win even if I changed clubs, I still felt unhappy. If they had some ideas before, now they have to nip any signs in the bud themselves. Damn it, if I had told my mom earlier, I would have held back a grade. Who can stand being in the same grade with this kind of monster? It's not necessarily all bad. For example, at least he will be there to hold up the sky if it collapses in the future. That makes sense. After the club recruitment is over, each club starts to take the applicants back. If there are many people, they will be screened, and if there are few people, they will be admitted directly to the club. Let bygones be bygones. He dares to tell me to let bygones be bygones. Bang! At the law enforcement team headquarters, Luo Cixi slammed her fists on the desk. Wang Zhe stood at attention like a statue, not daring to say a word. He just stood in front of the table, submissive and submissive. It's indeed a bit arrogant, but master, if I remember correctly, tomorrow is the start time for new students to attend classes, Luo Cixi's robot girl spoke. Then what? If I remember correctly, there was a death indicator in the first course. Luo Cixi's eyes lit up. The first lesson for freshmen is a war class in a virtual battlefield. Through virtual connection equipment, the new mecha operators living in the base can truly feel the atmosphere of the battlefield as quickly as possible. But if the connection level is too high, dying in the virtual battlefield may very likely lead to brain death in reality. Although there are standards for data requirements now and someone is always watching, what if the caretaker is negligent or the device is not connected to the main system? Luo Cixi smiled coldly. Wang Zhe, I'll give you a chance to redeem yourself from your crime. Ares Society. The club interviewers who had been in charge of recruiting new members for 2 years were stunned. They had never seen so many people sign up since they joined the club. There are nearly 1,000 people in front of the club building. What does this mean? There are nearly 10,000 new members, and 1/10 of them have signed up for the Ares Club. Among the 300 clubs, who has such a rich battle to fight? You have to know that the total number of people in the Ares Club is only a little over 1,000, and without exception, all of these people are here for Li Muming. In the end, there was no choice but to let Shi Guang call Shen Shuling. Shen Shuling was still a little bit unbelievable when she arrived at the scene. She looked at Li Muming and asked in surprise, "You killed Ji Feng in seconds?" Although there were many things to deal with, Shen Shuling still took the time to pay attention to the situation here and knew that Li Muming was facing Ji Feng. "President, look at this." Shi Guang coughed lightly, took out his mobile phone and opened the 2 text messages. "What?" Shen Shuling took the phone, took a look at it, and for the first time in a long time, she showed a look of surprise, her pupils widened. "What's going on?" Directly entered the potential list. "Is there a senior executive who has been keeping an eye on Li Muming? Wait, twice in a row. And promoted to the top 70. Seeing Shen Shuling's expression, who always seemed calm, Li Muming also smiled a little. "Shuling, are there any rewards for recruiting so many people?" "Well, what do you want? How about a captain or something?" Li Muming smiled. "Captain? Vice president, right?" Ah. Everyone was surprised and said in unison, even Li Muming himself was confused. No, why did he agree so decisively? He was one of the top 3 strongest people in the entire Liang Academy and the vice president of the Aries Society. According to past practice, newcomers will be assigned to different teams after joining the company. This time, you first select 5 teams, and I will assign the old captains to you. In terms of training, I believe in your vision and transformation ability. Shen Shuling looked at Li Muming. Shen Shuling's idea was very simple. In addition to their qualifications and levels, the talents and potential displayed by Li Muming and Lina completely crushed everyone else. Even Ling Chongsheng was willing to give up the position of vice president, so why would she be reluctant to give it up? In just a few words, a vice president of the Aries Club was decided, and Shen Shuling quickly left to deal with other matters. Shen Shuling came, but it seemed as if she didn't come, and there was no substantial solution. But then again, isn't there already a new person in charge? Everyone looked at Li Muming. "President, what do you think we should do now? According to the previous standard, we can recruit no more than 80 people each session." Shi Guang's attitude changed very quickly. He was arrogant at first but then respectful, with a smile on his face. The other members of the club looked at each other and cursed in their hearts, "What a face." Next second. "President, why don't we recruit according to the machine girl data? This is how it has always been done." No, President, let's compare the initial data of the Mecha Girl with the current data and calculate the transformation index of the Mecha Master to choose. We still have to give priority to the Mecha Master. President, the old students who were responsible for recruiting new people contributed their ideas with their most enthusiastic attitude and professional perspective. "If you ask me, I'd just go up and shoot them with an arrow, and those who can withstand it can come in," Reina said her signature words. Li Muming's originally somewhat confused thoughts suddenly became clear. This way, you can select new people with high Mecha Girl stats or good Mecha operators, and establish your own prestige, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Great, that's it. Chapter 54 Virtual Battlefield. The method sounds good, but there are too many people after all. After screening based on numerical values and transformation values, finally 542 people were left to be interviewed by Li Muming. Considering that Reina's mecha is in berserk mode, Li Muming has restrained himself a lot. For example, an attack on a mecha only lasts for 3 seconds at most. Even so, the final result was that only 87 out of 542 students got Li Muming's nod. Only after facing Li Muming's attack did this group of newcomers realize the real gap between them. It was a pure, absolute crushing that included but was not limited to numerical values, spiritual skills, and combat techniques. Just as Li Muming thought, the eyes of this group of newcomers were full of conviction when they looked at him. Nothing can make people bow their heads more than strong strength. The rest of the things were much simpler, as Shi Guang and others were responsible for leveling the newcomers' information and dividing them into teams. Li Muming took Lina with him to repair the mecha and replenish the nutrients. After all, they still had classes to complete the next day. The next day. After completing the basic tasks for freshmen, the real course arrangement finally began. Nearly 10,000 students were divided into 3 colleges based on their mecha volunteer types, and within each college, classes were arranged according to more detailed types. Lee Mumming's volunteer type is LA Comprehensive Speed Fighter Girl. More than 900 people chose this type this year. The freshman meeting began in the huge Science and Technology Museum. When Lee Mumming and Lena arrived, there were already quite a few people there. They were chatting with each other, their eyes sparkling with curiosity about new things. But when Lee Mumming came in, the atmosphere became tense. They all recognized the identity of the man in front of them. This was a natural fear of the strong. Soon, at the front of the venue, under the screen, an elderly class teacher slowly walked onto the stage, while his assistant followed quietly behind him. My name is Han Guang. If nothing unexpected happens, I will lead you in the next 6 years of your career at Liang Academy. I don't have any requirements, and I don't care about the attendance rate. I only look at 2 things. The first is your strength, and the second is the degree of completion of the club's tasks. As long as I can do these 2 things well, I don't care about anything else. Han Guang said, glancing at the more than 1,800 people in the venue. Next, I will lead you in the first lesson. The course is called, The Mindset Change from a Rookie to a War Mecha Pilot. Later you will enter the virtual cabin, and through virtual equipment, your consciousness will be sent back to the War of 100 Armies thousands of years ago. Your specific identity and mission will be random. The score will be calculated based on the number and level of monsters you kill. The top 3 in the score list will receive free access to the virtual cabin for 3 months. Don't underestimate this permission. If you pay to access it later, the price per hour will not be less than 5 points. So this is both a course and a competition, so let's be more passionate. After he finished speaking, Han Guang took the lead and walked towards the back door of the venue. Follow me. More than 1,800 people, a huge group. Master, do you know about the virtual cabin? Lena followed Lee Mumming, with her hands on her back, her head tilted and staring at the young man with a smile, as if ready to show off her profound knowledge. Lee Mumming shook his head, I don't know. That's right, because I don't know either, Raina smiled. Boom. Lee Mumming gave Lena a chestnut and glanced at the scene on the road. As a science and technology museum, it houses a large number of module remains, public high-end mecha drawings, and some module concepts that have not yet been scientifically developed. 5 minutes later, everyone arrived at a vast open space. So many coffins, Raina sighed. After Lee Mumming scanned the situation on the field, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Indeed, why does it look so much like a coffin? Yes, within a distance of thousands of meters in front of us, there are countless white square strips, shaped like coffins, which should be the virtual cabins. After entering the corresponding virtual cabin according to your student number, this course will begin. One thing worth noting is that when the virtual warehouse is connected to your spirit, a larger solidification value will be generated. Once the value exceeds 50, there will be risks, including but not limited to consciousness falling into nothingness, or consciousness also decaying after death on the battlefield. Taking damage will increase the coagulation value, so if you find that the coagulation value is too high, you can exit on your own. Students with 0 points can enter a second time. After confirming that his rules and precautions had been stated, Han Guang began to read out the student numbers. Lee Mumming was in 11th place and quickly found his virtual cabin. It's just a virtual cabin. After taking a look at the cabin environment, Raina smiled, Master, do you want to be on it? A partition is provided in the cabin, dividing it into 2 smaller enclosed spaces. There are countless data connectors and 2 helmets neatly placed around it. Above. The 2 entered the virtual cabin and became a single man and a single woman in the same room. Just after Lee Mumming and Lena put on their helmets, a string of data appeared in front of them. Number 39, Lee Mumming Lena, Virtual Class Information Dispatch begins. Identity shaping is complete. You will experience the role of the Deputy Captain of the Lone Wolf Vanguard Squadron of the 7th Column of the 74th Army. Begin the mental synchronization. A few minutes later, the data of number 39 was refreshed on the huge screen above the field, and the points behind it were 0. Your performance this time will be stored in the archives of all the major courtyards. Don't give up easily. I wish you all good luck. As the words fell, everyone's eyes went dark. The troops have been dispersed. I can't count the casualties. We are surrounded by scale wave beasts. Number 24. Go support the barrier team, they can't hold on any longer. Noisy, a sound as noisy as the tide flooded into my mind. The furious captain in front of the communication radio station, the young man covered in blood in the tent, the support team with footsteps as fast as Hot Wheels, everything was changing rapidly while Lee Mumming and Lena were stunned. Are you going to come collect our bodies in 3 hours? Our energy station was bombed, and everyone's nutrient solution is less than 10%. With one roar of rage, hundreds of people slowed down their movements. Bang! The captain's mecha girl smashed the communication radio with a punch and shouted angrily, "No need to ask people from other bases for help, we can complete the mission ourselves." The captain still held the communication phone and glanced at the people around him, then set his sights on Lee Mumming, count the number of people, and also, the team members who don't have brothers or sisters at home, let them leave. This is my home. I'm not going anywhere. I still have nutrients, so I can still fight. If I die, my mecha girl will be the last missile. The team members around were roaring, and no one wanted to retreat. Suddenly, a strong wind blew, the tent flew away, and the scene outside fell into Lee Mumming's eyes. This is a ruined academy. In the distance are waves of monsters and behind are endless transport teams. They are guarding here as the last line of defense. You are great. If you can go back, I will treat you to the best wine. Now, number 39. You will lead 50 people and charge from the left. Make sure to delay the actions of the monster camp. Before Lee Mumming could react, he had already agreed unconsciously. Yes. Chapter 55, Give the Mecha Master a shock from thousands of years ago. In the face of the endless monster camp, the team led by Lee Mumming was as weak as a firefly. Deputy Captain. The first wave of attack will be launched in about 5 minutes. The barrier has been built, but the nutrient solution is insufficient. We can only provide defense. Under the broken walls, the 8 mecha masters of the barrier mecha girls have formed a copper wall covering nearly 100 meters, blocking the entire passage. Okay, Lee Mumming responded. The bloody smell in the air was constantly irritating Lee Mumming's nose and lungs. Even though he had been to the monster cemetery before, he still felt a little uncomfortable facing this kind of battlefield for the first time. As the mecha girl, Lena's reaction was much better than Lee Mumming's. She kept stroking Lee Mumming's back and comforting him. Oh my, Deputy Captain, this won't do. How come you're acting like a little woman? That's right. If I get married, I'll definitely get bronchitis. Lee Mumming heard several voices behind him and they were all familiar strangers. My master is very fierce, so don't be scared by his macho strength later, Reina laughed out loud. Yeah, don't get scared later, Lee Mumming glanced at Lena, felt relieved, and smiled as well. The mecha status was unfolded, and Lee Mumming, as the deputy captain, stood at the head of the team. Boom! With the sound of loud noise, the first wave of beasts arrived. At first glance, there were nearly 1,000 of them. They were covered with scales and shaped like centipedes. They crawled in a twisted manner at a very fast speed, with blood-red tongues sticking out of their round heads. Deputy Captain, how do we fight? Someone next to him spoke. Lee Mumming said without hesitation, I will be the main force, and you can just assist from the side. After he finished speaking, Lee Mumming drove the Reina mecha and rushed out first. Although the beast tied in front of him was frightening, Lee Mumming could feel that the highest level among them was only silver steel. With Reina's physical capabilities, the thing she was least afraid of was probably facing this kind of trash. In front of the beast tide, a monster with more densely packed scales and a huge body was wantonly destroying everything around it. It was obvious that it was the leader of this group. Reminder, light cone missile charging is complete. Lee Mumming glanced at the panel and his consciousness moved slightly. The next moment, the wings of Reina's mecha unfolded and the missile module appeared. The monster paused slightly and looked at the insignificant human barrier with some confusion. Why does it feel threatened by such a group of little bugs? It vigilantly let the other monsters rush out first, and its eyes swept across each mecha, finally stopping on the shining light like the sun. Why does this mecha feel a little different? I haven't seen it before. Just as it ordered all monsters to concentrate their strength to destroy the mecha, its pupils contracted and the whole beast fell into extreme fear. Within sight, the unstoppable missiles, like divine punishment, penetrated the bodies of all the monsters along the way and headed straight for it. Unstoppable. Unstoppable. The missile penetrated its scaly armor directly and exploded on the spot. The shock wave generated instantly formed an empty area on the spot. Behind Li Mumming, the nervous team members were stunned. What happened? The leader of the Beast Tide died just like that. Oh no. However, the death of their leader not only did not make the monsters retreat, but made them even more violent. Reminder, the flare missile has been fully charged. Before the group of monsters could take a few steps, the flare missiles fell with a bang, causing a horrific heat wave to erupt in a huge area, and the monsters died one after another. Reminder, Chain Force Field Program debugging completed. After the restrictive locking force field was activated, Li Mumming raised the beam sword in his hand, pointed the tip of the sword at the Beast Tide in front, and then stepped forward. Kill 1 Silver Steel level monster leader, score 20 points. Kill 3 Silver Steel level monsters, score 15 points. Just after Li Mumming took action, his name ranking flashed rapidly on the big screen in the Science and Technology Museum, and the news behind it was constantly updated. At the same time, the teacher in charge of recording the grades also noticed Li Mumming's skyrocketing scores. Is this guy really a newcomer? Even if the students from the previous class were here, they wouldn't be able to match this combat data, the employee in charge of monitoring the virtual cabin exclaimed in amazement. On the screen, Li Mumming killed more than a dozen monsters with one sword, and the score continued to jump at a high speed like a plane. Although Han Guang had known for a long time that a monster had appeared in his class, he did not expect it to be so amazing. He immediately laughed and said, "Damn, luck is finally on my side. With Li Mumming here, I will definitely stand on top of my boss when it comes to the performance evaluation in the future. Whose head do you want to stand on to take the test?" At this time, a voice came over. Han Guang's smile froze on the spot. Looking at the leadership group headed by Wang Zhe coming out from behind the door, he immediately took 2 steps as fast as he could and came over to greet them. "How did you find time to come here, to inspect the work?" Wang Zhe looked at the figure on the screen and said, "Of course, I am here to observe the existence called genius. Han Guang's heart was shocked. Nearly 1,000 monsters were blocked by him and his mecha. It's really shocking. His mecha girl is really suitable for the battlefield. She becomes braver and braver as she fights. If she can awaken her soul talent, she will be even more terrifying." Everyone was amazed. Li Mumming's attack was too sharp and too fast. In just 5 minutes, nearly 50 monsters died from his attack. That girl was like a killer on the battlefield, cruelly and brutally taking the life of every invader. Hey, this weapon module of his is interesting. Can it form a blockade force field? In this case, he will have to face all the beasts by himself. You are young and energetic, after all, you have great ambitions, but even a battle-hardened golden-class mecha master can't achieve this level. Always keep an eye on his solidification value and be ready to cut off. As Wang Zhe spoke, the atmosphere gradually became quiet, and everyone stared quietly at the figure of the red mecha on the screen. Fuck, when did the deputy captain become so fierce? He's even fiercer than the captain. Who said there can only be one captain? I don't mean to say that we are really just going to stand there and watch without going up to help. The phantoms in the virtual world are smiling. They are all beings recreated using technology and are given the greatest degree of freedom. Soon, they decided to go forward to provide support. But he didn't know where to start, because Li Mumming's position was too central, and he was almost alone in the middle of the Beast Tide. If it were an ordinary mecha technician, he would have been preparing to collect the bodies by now. But the current situation is that Li Mumming is almost killing himself. Just at this moment, a tentacle tore the earth apart with a bang and wrapped around it. The leader of the second wave of beasts took action in advance. Chapter 56, Mecha's Natural Enemy, the Energy-Eating Beast. On the big screen, the tentacles all over the red mecha were like messengers from hell, filled with the stench of death, wrapping around the red mecha. Warning! The body's nutrient solution is being absorbed. Intense consumption. Warning! The solidification value exceeds the 45 red line. Warning! The nutrient solution is less than 30%. Warning! The solidification value exceeds the red line of 48. Warning. The nutrient solution is less than 25%. Blood red pop-up windows and voice messages like a death countdown filled my eyes and ears. This monster that suddenly appeared actually has the ability to absorb nutrient solution. Moreover, within the range of the tentacles, Lee Mumming discovered that the stepping void slash could not be used and the engine was completely restricted. It's a golden-level energy-devouring beast. Thousands of years ago, it was this race that attacked the St. Dulac base with the force of thunder. It is the most feared enemy of the mecha group. Lee Mumming's team's mission should be to survive the first wave of beasts, right? Why hasn't he come back yet? A leader looked at the information list of Lee Mumming's team and raised questions. At this time, many mecha warriors have woken up within the virtual cabin, but without exception, they were all frightened by the war or lacked strength, so they took the initiative to cut off the connection. I guess he wants to fight for a while longer. It's good that young people are motivated. Pay close attention to Lee Mumming's information and be ready to cut off his connection with the virtual world at any time, Wang Zhe said as he made arrangements with a smile. The staff member in charge of the virtual cabin immediately took action, but soon, beads of sweat flowed from his forehead and he became visibly panicked. No, this is bad. His virtual cabin has no signal connected to the main control console and cannot be interrupted manually. We can only wait for him to complete the task and then cut off the signal automatically. What? Everyone was stunned. Han Guang took 2 steps at a time and came to the staff member's side. He glanced at the panel of the control console, and the expression on his face suddenly turned cold. Have you completed your self-inspection task? Why did such an oversight occur? If casualties occurred during non-wartime, it would be considered a very serious teaching accident, and he, as the responsible teacher, would definitely be held accountable. The staff member trembled his lips and said, "It's done. It's definitely done. I just checked it 3 days ago. Let's ask the engineers from Universal Heavy Industries to come and handle it first." Wang Zhe was stunned for a moment, then narrowed his eyes and glanced at the staff indifferently. "Oh yeah, I'll go right away." As the staff left, the scene fell into silence, and all eyes were fixed on Wang Zhe, who was emitting a powerful aura. No one here is a fool. They naturally know that it is most likely not a problem with the equipment in the Science and Technology Museum. Someone wants Lee Mumming dead. Moreover, they had also heard about the recent scandal at Liang Academy. As an impartial law enforcement team, they were openly hostile to a single student. They were naturally very clear about the tricks involved. I hope some of you know the importance of Lee Mumming and Ly, and Lena. If anything happens to him, the head of the hospital will not let it go. Not to mention that Dean Luo will not intervene. Even if he intervenes, he can't stop it. Wang Zhe put his fingers on his shoulders and tapped them continuously. Everyone present was shocked and they heard this, especially Wang Qinggong, the deputy director in charge of the Science and Technology Museum facilities, who looked pale at this moment. Although the head of the General Hospital has not appeared for many years, it is undeniable that he still has the greatest power in Liang Court and even the entire base. "Dean Wang, what should we do now?" asked Lin Zhonghai, director of the Speed Combat Department. Wang Zhe took a deep breath. Given his current condition, the solidification value will definitely rise to a dangerous level. Either the people from Universal Heavy Industry arrive in time, or we can only rely on that group. Flare missile. Lee Mumming made up his mind and released a flare missile directly above his head. In an instant, a terrifying shock wave and heat wave swept over, causing damage to the body and forcing back the tentacles on the body. "Master, pay attention to the left." Lee Mumming was checking the current data of the machine when he heard Lena's exclamation. With the warning sounded, the Rena mecha moved its huge body and brushed past a tentacle as hard as steel. Left side. Dozens of tall sheep-headed monsters with bared fangs and claws were wriggling. Each one was over 30 meters tall and had no less than 20 tentacles. Their bodies were pitch black, and their foul-smelling body fluids were flowing down, turning the land into an ink pool. "Deputy Captain, they are energy-eating beasts. Be careful of their tentacles. They absorb all kinds of energy and then use it to reinforce their own tentacles to launch attacks." The team members behind her came to support her. The 2 giant rings behind the TYE auxiliary heavy machine girl driven by the bald team member flew up and circled around Rena's mecha, providing a thick energy shield. I don't have much nutrient solution left, Deputy Captain, I'll give it all to you. At the same time, a female voice came from the SPT support mecha girl closest to Li Muming, and then the limb modules of the pink mecha girl unfolded, and more than a dozen 1M in size, like 7-spotted ladybugs, flew over. Under the defense of the auxiliary giant ring, the support aircraft began to repair the shell of Rena's mecha and replenish nutrient solution. Reminder, nutrient solution is being replenished, 40%, 50%, 60%. Boom! The energy-devouring beast on the opposite side became angry when it saw someone carrying out battlefield repairs in front of it and attacked with its long tentacles, but was blocked by other team members. Is this a well-trained mecha team? Li Muming sighed in his heart. Reyna also said, Master. I feel like I can continue hunting again. That's right, hunting. After the repairs were completed, the red mecha joined the battlefield and instantly began his massacre. Led by a gold-class energy devourer, a dozen silver-class energy devourers should have been slaughtering without restraint, but with the terrifying speed of Rena's mecha, their tentacles couldn't even get half a step closer. Step into the void and cut. Ray tracing breaking the air. Under the release of Li Muming's free spiritual skills, the Rena mecha was like a dragon swimming in the sea, freely crossing the battlefield, aiming directly at the golden-level energy-devouring beast. Roar! A dozen tentacles stabbed at her like sharp swords, but they could not get close at all. Rena's mecha relied on its terrifying movement speed to flash, and the sword shadow was as cold as a crescent moon, piercing straight into the monster's body. The energy-devouring beast was trembling all over. The entire blade of the beam sword penetrated its body. With the roar of Rena's mecha engine, the blade suddenly slashed to one side like cutting paper, leaving a fatal wound. As this energy-devouring beast fell, the remaining energy-devouring beasts were all beheaded with the cooperation of the team. After the battle, even the team members could not believe the result. You know, this was beyond the scope of their mission. Before coming, they were all prepared to sacrifice themselves in the first wave of beasts. But unexpectedly, their vice-captain turned the entire battle situation around by himself. It would be great if the mecha could operate without the need for nutrient solution. Li Muming checked himself and found that the shell of the mecha that had just been repaired was damaged again and the nutrient solution was exhausted again. He could hardly continue fighting. The nutrient solution reserves supporting the mecha girl had also been exhausted long ago. Reyna thought, I seem to have heard of a plan to be able to move without nutrient solution. Huh? Li Muming was about to ask a question when he suddenly felt an even more terrifying earth tremor. In the distance, countless monsters crossed the mountains and appeared beyond the horizon. No, this mission is so perverted. It's not over yet. Li Muming stood there with his mouth wide open. Chapter 57 Record. Anyone with hands can break it. Monsters were everywhere in the mountains like a tide. Even the 5 or 6-story high body of Rena's mecha was like a mountain and rubble compared to them. Something might be wrong out there, and that's definitely not our mission. Li Muming fled the scene as quickly as possible, his breathing becoming a little rapid as he had already consumed a lot of energy just now. Master, are you saying that someone wants us to die in this virtual battlefield? Reyna's voice became serious. Probably. Now we can only hold on until someone notices our abnormality. The Rena mecha turned around and launched a light pursuit missile. In this desperate situation, Li Muming began to desperately look for a glimmer of hope. But under the surging tide of beasts, his struggle soon became futile. And the next moment, countless monsters came from all directions to bite them. Mission completed, start exiting the virtual world. It looks like the problem has been solved. Li Muming breathed a sigh of relief the moment the prompt sounded. Just after the two people's spiritual bodies were sent out of this space, the beast tide receded, the scene gradually became blurred, and fog began to cover everything. If Li Muming could see what happened next, he would definitely begin to doubt the effectiveness of this virtual battlefield. Now. Li Muming's teammates all gathered together and started chatting excitedly. Why are the people from Lianjuan using planes? They still want us to send people out after the mission is over. It was worth it this time. I have never seen such a shining soul core. The power contained in it is astonishing, the bald mecha master sighed. Especially this kid himself, whether it's battle situation analysis or mentality, he's at the top level, and he has some of the heroic spirit of us in our prime. The Mecha Masters present smiled. Although their levels were low now, they were all true god level before their death. The reason why he can appear in this virtual world in the form of a soul is because of the means and backup plans of certain people in Liang Academy. Staring at the big screen. Haven't the people from Universal Heavy Industries arrived yet? The leader's breathing became rapid. Faced with such a horrific beast tide, even if they were let in, they would not survive. Next second. As if there was a power outage, the picture on the screen was disconnected and went black. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. What is going on here? I don't know. The staff member who had just contacted the engineer was in tears. But the next moment, he was shocked to find that the virtual cabin that Li Muming belonged to had actually been exited normally. All the teachers who received the news were stunned and surprised, and then immediately ran towards the virtual cabin. Only Wang Zhe looked thoughtful. He had heard rumors from the top brass of Liang Academy that there were living creatures in this virtual world and in control. This time, it seemed like it was not groundless. Inside the virtual cabin, Li Muming and Lina walked out holding the cabin door. As soon as he came out, he saw the panicked expressions of the teachers. As the person involved, Li Muming roughly guessed that things were as he expected. He looked around and looked at Wang Zhe, still wanting to make a joke. Why is Dean Wang here too? Did I just experience a major teaching accident? Wang Zhe was first surprised that Li Muming judged the situation so quickly, and then replied. Yes, your cockpit is disconnected. We still need to investigate the cause. It may be a mechanical problem, or it may be. It's man-made. Li Muming answered the conversation and narrowed his eyes. This was no joke. If it wasn't handled properly, he could lose his life. President Wang, no matter what the hospital's attitude is, I will not let this matter go hastily. If some powerful incidents occur. It is not Li Muming's style to be submissive when someone has a knife at his neck. Don't worry, I will definitely give you a satisfactory answer to this matter. There will be a result in 2 hours at most. Wang Zhe said firmly. Teaching accidents cannot be taken lightly, especially when they involve the rookie king Li Muming. Good. After Li Muming watched Wang Zhe and others leave, the other cockpits in the area were opened one after another, and everyone's scores began to be calculated into the rankings. President Li. At this time, a slightly fat guy ran over with a smile on his face. Li Muming was puzzled. Who are you? I'm Ding Yifan, have you forgotten? I'm a member of your club now, Ding Yifan explained. Li Muming said, oh. He had some impression that this guy was number 11 in the inner city area and he managed to withstand his sword. President Li, you may not know that your performance in this class has made history. Listening to Ding Yifan's words, Li Muming looked up at the screen in front of him and saw his name hanging high in the first place. Li Muming, 1020 points. Gu Hao, 210 points. Looking at the standings, discussions broke out one after another. Outrageous. Outrageous. Li Muming must be cheating. Aren't everyone's tasks different? Teacher, I want to report Li Muming. His points are too high. At this time, a student who was so frightened that his scalp numbed shouted loudly. There must be something fishy going on. What a joke. I'm almost dead, and I only got 100 points. How on earth did he get 1020 points? Han Guang said, he exceeded his target, it's that simple. When these words were spoken, everyone was shocked. They were almost dead just by completing the mission, and some even had their knives chopped to pieces and their missile tubes smoking before they completed the mission. With such a difficult level, is there anyone who can exceed the target? A girl who had tried her best and only scored 50 points stood there trembling all over. After a long time, she clenched her fist and couldn't help asking Li Muming, how can you do this? Is it difficult? Just kill the monsters you see. Li Muming's voice was understated. Fuck, that's so easy to say. Can you do this? He really has the ability, I have no choice but to accept it. Woo woo woo, 10-20 points, even 20 is fine with me. One word stirred up 1,000 waves, and everyone looked at Li Muming with astonishment, admiration, respect, and jealousy. In addition to training your mentality and practical skills, this course can also allow you to weigh your own weight and be more cautious in the future. After all, you are not Li Muming and cannot break records. Before the end of the course, Han Guang specifically praised Li Muming's record and his outstanding performance in the virtual world. All of a sudden, Li Muming became a role model for everyone. And right after the course ended, Han Guang left Li Muming alone and poured 2 cups of tea and placed them on the coffee table. The investigation has yielded results. There will be a suitable conclusion by the afternoon at the latest. Li Muming picked up the tea and took a sip, then said, "It's related to Luo Cixi, right?" Han Guang nodded, "That's right." Reina snorted coldly, "I knew it, I can't let her go this time." Han Guang heard this and promised, "Don't worry, Dean Wang has already notified the head elders and Dean Luo Kong, and they will definitely handle it impartially." Chapter 58, Handle it impartially and hand you over to the General Elder's office for handling. Inside the law enforcement team office. Luo Cixi, as the captain of the law enforcement team, you knowingly broke the law and murdered a student. Do you admit your guilt? Wang Zai's words are sharp. At this moment, beside him, Wang Cheng, deputy director of the Science and Technology Museum, stood there sweating profusely, not daring to interrupt, and Wang Zai also felt like he was in prison, not daring to breathe. "Dean Wang, I haven't seen you for half a month. How come you've learned to spit bloody words at me?" Luo Cixi seemed to respond calmly, but in fact, she had already scolded Wang Zai and his uncle in her heart, saying that they were more likely to cause trouble than to help. Wang Zai didn't waste any time and directly opened his mobile phone and took out a video. The video was restored through some means, recording the scene of Wang Zai and Wang Qing colluding. The conversation between the two also mentioned the benefits promised by Luo Cixi. Panic suddenly flashed across Luo Cixi's eyes, but soon turned into anger. She looked at Wang Zai and shouted angrily. "Wang Zai, you are so brave. How dare you murder students in my name? Do you know your crime?" I know my guilt." Wang Zai was horrified, but then he was afraid of Luo Cixi and Dean Luo Kong behind her, so he gritted his teeth and decided to take the blame. He knows his guilt. Wang Zai looked calm and didn't bother to talk anymore. He said directly, "In that case, let's go through the interrogation process." Hearing this, Luo Cixi simply stopped pretending and sneered, "Wang Zai, you don't have to threaten me. You are just the vice president of a branch. What right do you have to judge me?" Wang Zai stared at it for a few seconds and said, "In that case, we can only ask Dean Luo Kong to come." Hearing this, before Luo Cixi could react, a familiar figure outside the door walked in. "Grandpa." Luo Cixi was horrified. "You abused your power for personal gain and tried to kill students. I don't have a granddaughter like you." Luo Kong's turbid eyes stared at Luo Cixi for a long time. Luo Cixi gritted her teeth. Since Luo Kong was already here, there was no point in her quibbling any further. But she refused to accept the result. "Grandpa. That machine killed my father. As the vice president of the entire Liang Academy, you didn't dare to do it, but you didn't let your granddaughter do it." Luo Kong shouted angrily, "Sheer. How dare you? Don't you know that your father volunteered to be an experimental mecha master?" After saying that, Luo Kong's expression became more decisive, "Sheer, you're in big trouble, you know." Luo Cixi retorted, "Just because he's a pariah from the outer city? At worst I can just quit my job and drop out of school." You are confused. The machine girl numbered LY9 is the result of many years of hard work by the general manager and the deceased deputy general manager. On the day Li Muming entered Liang Academy, the general manager ended his 10-year retreat. Don't you understand what the interests involved are? Let's talk about Li Muming. He's only 19 years old, but he can control the LY9 and even modified it to a level that can sweep away his peers. Can't you see this talent? Even if we put all this aside, he is still the leader of this class of students. If you kill a student like him, who can protect you? Who dares to protect you? After he finished speaking, Luo Kong sighed sadly. Luo Cixi's face turned pale in an instant. She didn't expect that this matter would involve the boss. You must know that the chief is in charge of all affairs of the Liang Academy and is directly involved in the management of the base. His power is above everyone else. Wang Cheng, according to the rules of the academy, you will be stripped of all your job benefits and sent to the vanguard company of the third column of the Liang Academy garrison at Monster Cemetery number 256. Wang Zhe, deprive Liang Academy of everything it has obtained and expel it from the academy. No academy or institution within the base is allowed to recruit you. Luo Kong was merciless and announced the results of the treatment of the other two people. Luo Cc. This involves the position of captain of the law enforcement team. It will be handed over to the General Elders Council for review. How could it be? No, Grandpa, you can't do this. If I hand it over to the General Council, I will never be able to join any organization and my life will be ruined. Even when she learned that the operation had failed, Luo Cc didn't care. She still had plenty of ways to deal with Li Muming. She could even do it herself during the club assessment. But after hearing the result, Luo Cc was really panicked. She didn't expect that her grandfather would actually kill his own relatives for the sake of justice. Having lost Luo Kong's protection, Luo Cc was suddenly at a loss. She was so frightened that she even forgot to beg for mercy. Sheer, you should never, ever provoke Li Muming at this time. As Luo Kong finished saying this, all the energy in his body seemed to be drained away, and then he turned his head to look at Wang Zhe. Please inform Li Muming of the result, and inform the entire hospital as a role model. After getting the news, Li Muming and Lina looked at each other. I didn't expect Luo Kong to be able to handle this impartially, Reina raised an eyebrow. But we have done our best, Li Muming said. It was Li Muming's kindness to be willing to compensate for her father's death, and it was his duty to be unwilling. Luo Cc attacked without any reason and repeatedly, this time even resorting to fatal force. He deserved this fate. Now that he knew the result, Li Muming did not stay any longer and went to the Aries Society with Lina. The module of the previous bet with the Lingy Society has just been delivered. Aries Society. Office of the Vice President. After getting the module, Li Muming immediately looked at the illustration panel. Engine module, wind and cloud. Level, silver steel red. Amplification attributes, speed plus 15, attack plus 4. Effect, within 30 seconds after being hit, the maximum speed can be increased by 10%. Predicted assembly effect, greatly increase the speed of the machine, and at the same time enhance the speed of void slash and light chase braking. After looking at the attribute panel, Li Muming became excited. According to the silver steel level module's maximum increase of 20 numerical points, this is already close to the limit. In the Aries Club, as the vice president appointed by Luo Shuling, Li Muming also has his own small office. After adding this module, we are one step closer to the gold level, Li Muming said with emotion. Reina was full of fighting spirit, then we can go to the monster cemetery and kill more monsters. With previous experience, Li Muming quickly completed the assembly of the module, and the information on the illustration began to change. Except for the values that have reached the golden level. Hidden modification advanced direction, photon flare, LS high-speed fighter girl, SSS+. Required for advancement, gold level upgrade material, 1 magma beast core. Level experience progress, 64%. Judging from the illustrations, we are now only 2 steps away from the conditions for awakening the hidden form. By hunting monsters to reach the experience bar and obtaining materials, we can reach the gold level. This is a pretty terrifying upgrade speed. At this moment, most of the newcomers, including some veterans from the previous class, are still looking for suitable mecha blueprints and studying how to develop their own mecha girls into that sequence. Without mecha blueprints, almost no mecha technicians dared to blindly absorb monster cores. Not to mention upgrading, they didn't even dare to assemble modules at will. Let's go to the simulated battlefield to try out the new engine module. Li Muming opened the door and motioned Lina to follow. Just as the two of them walked out of the door, a dozen or so mecha masters and mecha girls came towards them, all of them exuding a murderous aura. You must be Li Muming, the leading man in black stopped and stared at him with hawk-like eyes. The person who came was not friendly. Li Muming narrowed his eyes slightly. Well, who are you? Han Long, the outer city district rookie of the last session, the man in black said with a cold look in his eyes. I don't know how you became the vice president, but I want to tell you that you don't deserve this position. What do you mean? Li Muming raised his eyebrows, neither humble nor arrogant. It's simple. Let's have a fight in the club's backyard to see how strong you are, Han Long said directly. Han Long is very annoyed now. He set out to complete the mission in the monster cemetery just for the position of vice president. A club has one president and 3 vice presidents. The 3 vice presidents will be selected from every 2 classes of students. When he set out this time, almost all club members had already acquiesced to his position as vice president. But what he didn't expect was that just after he came back to hand over the task, he heard that the vice president had been replaced by a newcomer. If you're still a man, go and have a fight with me now, or don't blame me for making it difficult for you to finish the fight. If looks could kill, Han Long would have skinned Li Muming alive 1,000 times. Chapter 59 Neil. Oh, we can have a competition, but no matter what I say, I am still the vice president. Isn't it against the rules for you to talk back to the president like this? Li Muming crossed his arms over his chest and looked at Han Long with interest. All of a sudden, the initiative slipped from Han Long to Li Muming. Han Long said bluntly, if you can beat me, let me recognize your position as vice president, let me kowtow to you and apologize, otherwise, you must resign in front of all the members and apologize for taking my position. When will the era of gambling and fighting end? Li Muming sighed and said, you asked for this. Don't blame me for coming. Don't wait for the results of the competition to come out. Gather the members now. It just so happened that Li Muming was also preparing to establish his own prestige among the club's 2 classes of students. There were probably quite a few members from the previous class like Han Long, but they just didn't say it to his face. Li Muming also learned about the rights and interests of the vice president in the past few days. First, there is a fixed 5% income from club tasks every month. Considering the size of the Aries Club, the minimum monthly guaranteed income is 1,000 plus Liang points. This is a very scary data. You have to know that the 4th place in the last preliminary examination only gave 50 Liang points. Points are necessary for purchasing upgrade materials and modules in the later stage. Second, the vice president has the authority to change the club's mission members, which means that within the Aries Club, the 2 classes of students that Li Muming is responsible for will be directly transferred by him. Can a member not listen? Yes, unless he does not want to stay in the Aries Club anymore. Thirdly, the vice president of the top club can freely enter and exit all the training grounds of Liang Academy, and except for important courses and assessments, he can be exempted from ordinary courses and tests, which greatly guarantees his freedom. Therefore, Li Muming will definitely not give up the position of vice president. Aries Society. Martial Arts Arena. In an area of nearly 1,000 square meters, there are already hundreds of members and mecha girls present, most of whom are basically members of the previous session. After all, as their leader, Han Long naturally came to cheer them on. Some new people also came, but in front of these old people, they were ashamed and could only silently support Li Muming. Are you sure you want to duel? Guo Zhe, the vice president in charge of the 3rd and 4th class members, glanced at the 2 of them, mainly focusing his eyes on Li Muming. After all, the other party is at the same position as him, so he should still show due respect. Li Muming nodded, took Lina to the edge of the martial arts field, and directly entered the mecha state. The fiery red sheen of the mecha was reflected in everyone's eyes. Come on if you want to challenge me. The vice president will teach you a few moves, the voice echoed in all directions. Puff. Reina's voice rang out in the cockpit, Master, you are really attracting hatred by doing this. Look at him, his eyes are about to spit fire. Isn't this great? If he can't even manage his emotions, wouldn't it be more dangerous on the battlefield? He should thank me, Li Muming responded with a smile. Asshole. You're looking for death. Sure enough, Han Long, who had a bad temper, became restless after hearing Li Muming's provocative words, and immediately called on his mecha girl to enter the mecha state. Master. Don't let him lead you by the nose. Calm down. He must have some extraordinary qualities to be the vice president. Han Long's LA comprehensive speed fighter girl gave a few reminders. As a mecha girl with a body type very similar to Reina's, she keenly felt that there was a very hidden dangerous aura from the other party, like a peerless sword hidden in a wooden box, which could kill her at any time. Hehe, so what if a newcomer is so powerful? We are a combination of golden class mechas with all purple modules. Han Long laughed, started the engine and attacked immediately. In fact, if Han Long was willing to ask more about Li Muming, he would not be so reckless. Can a newcomer ranked in the top 70 on the potential list really be considered a newcomer? Han Long's black mecha carried 2 light swords on the shoulders. As he moved, his strong arms held the swords and slashed down in a cross shape. Han Long is underestimating the enemy. Is he really going to charge forward without even opening the energy shield? Hey, with this level of seriousness, Han Long will probably lose in less than 5 minutes. It wasn't that idiot who asked him to challenge President Lee. There are differences between geniuses. To the surprise of Han Long's teammates, in this battle, before the newcomers even started talking, the members of their class were all optimistic about Li Muming. What's going on? No matter how good a newcomer is, how can he be better than Han Long, who made it to the potential list in just half a year? When? Without using any spiritual skills, Li Muming controlled the Rina mecha and blocked with both hands holding the beam sword. However, he was at a disadvantage in terms of pure attack value and retreated repeatedly under the 2 swords. Boy, since I entered the hospital last year, I have ranked first in the preliminary examination, first in the club assessment, promoted to the golden level in 3 months, and entered the potential list in half a year. What can you compare with me? Han Long roared, and the laser module behind him was completed. Lasers like brilliant streams of light exploded with a loud bang and scattered like streamlines all over the sky. Each laser had a terrifying penetrating power that was enough to penetrate steel. We can burst out at high speed after being hit, Lina, let's try it. Li Muming swung his body with the engine module running at full output power. The huge red mecha blocked, dodged, got hurt, dodged, got hurt, dodged. Huh, this Li Muming is not as powerful as you say, Han Long's teammates mocked. Someone responded indifferently, has President Lee given up now or has he lost his ability to fight? The silver steel level can fight against the shining gold level just by the numerical value. What if he also has spiritual skills? What? Han Long's teammates were shocked. At this moment, Han Long on the field also discovered something was wrong. With his current attack density, let alone the silver steel class, even the newly upgraded gold class mecha should have been seriously injured. But why is Li Muming still alive and kicking? The next moment, he knew the answer. That's because the other party didn't try his best at all. Step on the void slash. A calm voice entered the cockpit, and before Han Long could react, he saw the red mecha disappear from his radar range. Suddenly, he turned around and swung his sword. When? After 3 swords clashed, he took a step back and his pupils contracted. Step on the void slash. With the 2 swords lightened, Han Long's mecha rushed forward by inertia, but turned around very quickly with the help of the engine module. Spiritual skills. I have some skills, but unfortunately they are useless, Han Long took a deep breath. Really? 1 spiritual skill is useless, what about 2? The sound came, and the next moment, Han Long suddenly found that within 100 meters around him, a layer of force field had been set up at some point, and he didn't even notice it. Light pursuit, breaking the air. 2 missiles came into view. 2 spiritual skills. Han Long suddenly felt that he had underestimated the newcomer in front of him, but just as he deployed the defense module, something even more terrifying happened. The 2 missiles, seemingly plain in appearance, contained extremely powerful firepower, which actually broke through his defense module and destroyed his armed module in an instant. How is this possible? How can you possess a spiritual skill with such powerful attack power? Before Han Long could express his disbelief, endless flare missiles and light pursuit missiles had already covered him with firepower. Under the restriction of the chain force field, he couldn't even escape. In the end, Han Long was defeated. Just as those members said, Han Long didn't even last 5 minutes. After removing the mecha state, Li Muming looked at Han Long lying on the ground and said condescendingly. Kneel down. Chapter 60, Genius. Just a casual move. Shame, shock. Han Long couldn't believe that he was defeated by the opponent like this. His robot girl was also standing there in a daze, staring blankly at the 2 juniors opposite. What's going on? She and Han Long came all the way from the outer city, backed by Giant Enterprise, and both their combat experience and module quality were at the top level of the Yao Jin grade. What's more, they just ranked 49th on the potential list last month, almost catching up with the mid-level strength of the previous two classes of seniors. This was the result of their hard work over the past year without even a moment's rest, but now they were defeated by a newcomer who had been in the hospital just a week. What? Are you going to pick up what you said and eat it? Seeing that Han Long didn't move, Li Muming urged again. I can do things for you in the future, Han Long said after a long silence. Li Muming sneered, oh, what? Isn't it your duty to follow the president's instructions? You! Han Long shouted angrily, but the pride in his heart would not allow him to bow his head. Moreover, almost half of the members of the society were present at the moment. If he knelt down now, how would he be able to function in the society in the future? President Li. After all, they are the most promising members in the past two classes. If the harmony of the team is damaged, it will be difficult to carry out work in the future, said a senior from the previous class. The others also began to plead. Yes, President Li, although you are the vice president, the tasks within the club must be completed by everyone. If there are fewer talented teams in each cycle, it may affect the overall ranking of the club in the end. President, please think carefully about this. Li Muming glanced at the crowd. Almost all of them were people with some talent from the previous session who spoke up, mainly Han Long's team members. He could almost foresee that if he let Han Long go now, the seniors from the previous class would definitely not obey him in the future, and would probably do many things like pretending to obey but actually disobeying him. Seeing this, Han Long's face regained some pride. He didn't stay there for nothing during this year. Even if his strength was not enough, he still had some reputation. Besides, this group of people didn't want future resources to be tilted towards newcomers. Now, what will you do? Guozhe stood quietly aside without saying a word, just staring at Li Muming. Deep down, he was very dissatisfied with Shen Shuling's hasty arrangement of the position of vice president, but now it seems that Li Muming, as a newcomer, has both potential and strength. But as a vice president, strength is only the foundation, you also need to be able to convince the public. Guozhe, what do you think you will do? At the side, Guozhe's high ponytailed girlfriend was eating spicy noodles, with an excited look on her face as she watched the fun. Guozhe guessed, this new vice president is an arrogant person, and he is young and energetic. I think Han Long is in trouble, but... A light laugh interrupted Guozhe's words. In the middle of the field, Reina seemed to be listening to some joke and was laughing without any concealment. It seems that some of you are still too arrogant, genius. You can go ask around in the outer city areas. I never make friends with geniuses because I can create geniuses myself. Your so-called potential is nothing more than relying on the mecha blueprints and copying them with your crude equipment. If I want, I can make you old men a joke at any time. Li Muming gave no face to this group of old people. Although everyone was amazed at Li Muming's strength, they felt humiliated when they heard him say this. President Li. As the president, you must be responsible for what you say. If you say this, aren't you denying all the mecha divisions in the entire Liang Academy and even the base? Based on what you said, I know you are just a pure gorilla with simple limbs. Without the mecha blueprint, who can guarantee that their mecha will be successfully upgraded? That's right. Understanding and comprehending mecha blueprints and applying them perfectly to mecha girls is our talent. The atmosphere was filled with a great deal of noise, and these members from the previous term felt that a riot that would affect the society might occur at any time. Not good. Guozhe's heart sank and he immediately prepared to step forward to save the situation. However, Li Muming did not give him this opportunity. He just waved to the crowd and said, Shi Guang, Ding Yifan, and your pilot, come here. Hey, it seems like they are calling us. Ding Yifan's girlfriend was a petite girl. When she heard her name being called, she jumped up and down with joy. Myself and my master have been singled out by the vice president. Do we have to shoulder some important responsibility? Ah. Ding Yifan was stunned for a moment, feeling that now was not a good time to show his face, but he still stepped forward. Shi Guang was also a little confused, but when he came to Li Muming's side, he did not ask questions immediately. You are all familiar with these two people, right? One is a level 3 Lai student, but he is not even on the potential list, and the other is in the same class as me, a level 1 Lai student. It won't take long, half a day, and I can make one of them enter the potential list, and one of them can at least defeat any of your experienced Silver Steel level veteran students. As soon as these words were spoken, they caused an uproar. Not to mention these members, even Guozha laughed in his heart. This kid, does he really think everyone is a genius like him? He himself is one in a million, but everyone else is just an ordinary person. What if you can't do it? A student asked mockingly. Li Muming smiled confidently. You can decide the result, but if I do it, everyone who pleaded for Han Long today will be kicked out of the Ares Club. The words were light, but they were like a winter blizzard, and their heavy weight instantly made everyone fall into an ice cellar. I know you all don't believe it, but it doesn't matter. By this time tomorrow, the facts will tell you the answer. Of course, I don't object to you making a fuss about what I said today. You are free to do so, but now. Reina, since he won't kneel, give him a hand. As soon as the cold words fell, before Han Long's robot girl could react, Lena grabbed his collar and pushed him to the ground, as miserable as a deserter who had lost his armor. Boom! This time, no one begged for mercy. Remember, a gentleman's word is as good as his bond, Li Muming said with a smile as he looked at Han Long, who was kneeling on the ground under the restraints. I know you are not convinced. If you want to quit the company, do it sooner. Otherwise, come and fight him tomorrow as I say. Looking at Shi Guang who Li Muming was pointing at, Han Long suddenly felt that his dignity was torn to pieces, and his scarlet eyes stared at Shi Guang. Shi Guang shuddered all over. Okay, it's getting late, you guys keep busy, I have a newcomer class to teach tomorrow. Li Muming patted Han Long's shoulder and signaled Lena to let go of him. As Li Muming and Lena left, Shi Guang followed them without stopping, and so did Ding Yifan. Only at this time did the level 2 students dare to speak. Damn it, he's acting so superior. He really thinks we geniuses are cabbages. I'll slap him in the face tomorrow. Then why didn't you say it to his face? Guozha, there's a good show to watch, Guozha's girl said with stars in her eyes. Guozha showed a strange look. Li Muming did such a decisive thing. Was he really confident that he could successfully transform those two people? Impossible. President Li, I really have to fight with Han Long tomorrow. I really can't beat him. Shi Guang wanted to cry but had no tears. Shi Guang's mecha girl Lu Xian nodded. I can prove that he is really a coward, his skills are not good enough, and his transformation ability is not enough. The little girl Tada pouted in grievance, my master is the same. Although he has a good personality, he has no strength. He will definitely be beaten if he goes up tomorrow. Can we not be beaten? Let's just be invisible. Ding Yifan felt that it would be better to find a hole in the ground and crawl into it. Chapter 61, Mecha Blueprints. What is that? Why panic? You still have some potential. Li Muming glanced at the panels of the two mecha girls. You two mechas are actually pretty good. One is Gold B+, and the other is Silver B+. If nothing goes wrong, you should be able to upgrade to A level and then be promoted within half a year. As for S level, Shi Guang sighed, forget about S rank. It's out of reach. My Lu Xian is not destined to be S rank. Ding Yifan also cried, my Tada doesn't have this fate either. I've already told you, why are you panicking? If you can't get to S level, how can you possibly defeat Han Long? Shi Guang, am I right? Li Muming looked at Shi Guang intently. Shi Guang was stunned for a long time. After a while, his pupils trembled and he said in ecstasy, could it be possible that President, you can help my Lu Xian grow to S level? Li Muming stretched out his hand and measured the thickness of a hair with his thumb and index finger. It's only this difficult. President. If you can really help my Lu Xian enter S level, you will be my second parent from now on. If you tell me to go east, I will never go west. Shi Guang suddenly became excited. You have to know that he has always been a mediocre and transparent character among the level 3 members of the Ares Society, which is why he has fallen to the point of recruiting students. Those who are truly capable have all gone to complete the task. He also longed to join the exploration team, but his ability was too low and there was no room for him to display his abilities in the club. But if he could really enter the S level, he would really be able to turn the tables and change his fate in an instant. President. Ding Yifan's eyes lit up and his breathing became rapid. Don't worry, we treat everyone equally. Soon, the group arrived at the largest module store in Lianjuan. Lu Xin, the basic values are not low, but there is a lack of high-level modules, and there are conflicts in the existing armed modules that affect the values. At least 2 adapted armed modules need to be replaced. I will pick one for you. Tada, same problem, but the engine module is obviously more different. In addition to the weapon module, a suitable defense module is also needed. Following the module's suggestion, Li Muming stroked his chin and began to select in the module store. Shi Guang and Lu Xin, Ding Yifan and Tada, these 4 people are now feeling very uncomfortable as they watch Li Muming making his selection. Don't worry too much. Master will definitely accomplish anything he can say, Reina said with a smile, comforting him. It's not that we don't believe it, it's just that this is too shocking. It's not that easy to improve the numerical level of the mecha girl. Shi Guang smiled bitterly. He had been working hard for 3 years but still hadn't accomplished anything. Okay, stop chatting and come over here to try out the new module. At this time, Li Muming had already selected a suitable module. Fortunately, these 2 mecha girls are not like Reina, and the adaptation is very rare. This module store has a large number of excellent adapted modules. So soon. Shi Guang and the other 3 were stunned. How long had just passed? Normally, it would take at least half a day to select a suitable module. After realizing what was happening, the 4 of them quickly installed the corresponding equipment. Inside the module shop testing area. Looking at the 10 mechanical sandbags opposite, Shi Guang in the Luxin mecha took a deep breath. According to my usual strength, beating 3 in a row is my limit. If I can bet on 5 today, it will be a huge improvement. After pumping up enough air, Shi Guang pushed the engine lever. Fuck, that's fast. The start-up speed far exceeded the previous one, which made Shi Guang excited. He directly deployed the armed module and started the attack. Amazing. The attacks are lighter, faster, and more powerful. As the blow was struck, Shi Guang cried out in surprise, his blood boiling, and he immediately rushed towards the other 9 mechanical sandbags. 10 or so seconds later, all 10 mechanical sandbags were cut off. Shi Guang stood there in a daze, looking at the damage he had caused. Is this really my fault? Li Muming crossed his arms and smiled, that's right. The value has increased by nearly 35%, S level, I'm not even an ordinary S level. Shi Guang was ecstatic. On the other side, Ding Yifan also completed the test and exclaimed that his improvement was no worse than Shi Guang's. President. From now on I will follow your lead. The 2 men bowed their heads and looked at Li Muming with respect and admiration in their eyes. In such a short period of time, being able to dramatically increase the numerical levels of 2 mechas is something that humans simply cannot do in their world. From then on, if Li Muming asked them to go east, they would never go west. Li Muming, who was very satisfied with the 2's condition, smiled slightly. Then let's teach those arrogant guys a little lesson. One day later, the day of the competition. In the Ares Society. With Han Long's deliberate promotion, almost all members except those who were on mission came to watch the fun. An unknown newcomer, a useless old man who can only recruit newcomers, wants to challenge Han Long. It's simply a fantasy. I told you long ago that the new vice president is mediocre, but no one believed me. He is just a braggart. When Li Muming brought Ding Yifan and Shi Guang to the venue, the eyes around them were full of contempt and ridicule. Li Muming ignored the looks of the members and stood on the field, saying directly, "Who will come, the old man of the Silver Steel level?" In the Ares Club, there are fewer Silver Steel level students than Jade Diamond level students. They are considered a disgrace on normal days, but now that there is an opportunity to show their abilities, several of them immediately stepped forward. They even fought for it before finally deciding on a half-gold level mecha master. 2 mechas came on stage. Just do it. Ding Yifan was blunt, and his words lacked the weakness he had in the past few days. It's not good to bully the weak, so I'll let you attack first. The man chuckled and immediately deployed his defense module. That's true. Thank you. Ding Yifan smiled. His mecha girl was developing towards the LX long-range sniper mecha girl series, but the sniper rifle behind him had been replaced by a focused photon gun by Li Muming. At this moment, start accumulating strength. With the transformation of the illustration, Tada's current value after charging has reached the golden level. The only drawback is that the charging time is very long. The other party, on the other hand, directly handed over the pillow and prepared to fall asleep. Boom! With a loud bang, the focused photon gun emitted a powerful laser beam with high speed, high energy, and high penetration. Snap! A shattering sound was heard, and with this blow, the silver steel grade player didn't even have time to react before his defense module was directly shattered. In this battle, Ding Yifan won by instantly killing his opponent. What's going on? Are the newcomers so fierce nowadays? Where did this Ding Yifan come from? Why haven't I heard of him being so strong before? This group of old club members were so shocked that they were speechless. Looking at the astonished expressions of the seniors around him, Ding Yifan also felt proud, held his head high and looked at the loser. One shot is enough for someone like you. Chapter 62. You are geniuses, and I create geniuses. Is this new guy already good, or did President Lee spend a day to transform him? Damn it, which team is that guy from? He's really bringing shame to our level 2 Lai. Kick him out of the club right away. The students at level 2 of Lai felt ashamed, and those at level 3 and above looked at Ding Yifan with astonishment. Does he really have this ability? The most shocked people in the crowd were undoubtedly Guozhi and the group of members who were responsible for enrollment. How could they not know what level Ding Yifan was originally at? But after Li Muming's transformation, his strength has more than doubled. While ordinary members were still astonished by Ding Yifan, the powerful elders had already set their sights on Li Muming and continued to be astonished. It is really that Li Muming is too calm now, as if this should be a matter of course, as if even a piece of straw can turn into gold in his hands. This is impossible. This new guy must have hidden his strength and let Shi Guangshang go. Don't we know what kind of person he is? That's right, hurry up and play the next game. If Shi Guang can beat Han Long, I'll stand upside down and eat him. What is Han Long's strength? Even if he was defeated by the genius Li Muming, he was a real former member of the potential list. What could Shi Guang do to defeat him? Is it really just Li Muming's transformation in just one day? Their doubts not only failed to repel Shi Guang, but made him even more excited. President Li, I'm going. After getting Li Muming's instructions, Shi Guang took the lead and walked towards the stage with Lu Xian. He stretched out his hand and hooked his finger at Han Long, whom he had never dared to provoke. You, come up quickly. Shi Guang. Han Long stared at him with gnashing teeth, his eyes like a venomous snake, and said angrily, since you want to die, don't blame me for being rude. Both parties entered the mecha state at the same time. Boom. As soon as they met, they started a crazy fight. Han Long tried to vent all his anger towards Li Muming on Shi Guang. Shame. What a shame. Losing to Li Muming has become a stain on his future life, and in order to humiliate him, Li Muming even tried to mock his past. What a joke. Since entering Liang Academy, I have been the best of that class. Even if Shi Guang is a Lai 3 level student, so what? He is just a mediocre person, but he actually wants to use me as a stepping stone for him. Look, I'm going to kill him with 3 swords. 1 sword. 2 swords. 3 swords. 4. After several interweaving of light and shadow, Han Long went from being furious, dazed, and confused at the beginning to being filled with disbelief. What's going on? Why couldn't he finish off the other party? When did Shi Guang's mecha girl become so powerful in attack and agility? Is the tantrum over? Inside the green mecha, Shi Guang looked at Han Long, whose movements were gradually slowing down, and grinned. How can a mediocre person like you possibly know what kind of talents our President Li possesses? Take this move from me. The brand new armed module behind him, the double-edged broadsword, was pulled out from the sheath. Shi Guang quickly adjusted the energy on the operating table and pushed the power rod fully to the top. The next moment, thanks to Li Muming's transformation plan, Lu Xian's spiritual skills, which originally had a power of B+ level, were upgraded to A+ level. The mighty sword blade seemed to be stacked with layers of mountains, and its heavy weight caused the ground under the mecha's feet to begin to fall apart. Facing this sword, Han Long actually felt a sense of crisis. He was in disbelief and became even angrier. Just you. Just you, how could I not win? The energy patterns on the mecha's shell glowed brightly, and the two agile swords were as swift as arrows shot from a bow. One sword released the force, and the other went straight to LVXIN's energy module from the left. As long as this blow lands, he can declare victory. Han Long is still Han Long after all. His talent in understanding mecha girls exceeds Shi Guang's. But President Li, don't worry. At least Ding Yifan has proved your transformation ability. Guo Zhi watched the situation on the field and determined the result in his heart. But what surprised him was that Li Muming showed a calmness far beyond his peers at this moment. He just smiled calmly and said, "It's too early for President Guo to say anything. The result is still unknown." Just as Guo Zhi turned his gaze back to the field, his astonishment contracted. There was nothing wrong with Han Long's battle strategy, but he underestimated the explosive power of Shi Guangjin's spiritual skill at the moment the two swords touched. Boom! The sword-holding right arm of Han Long's mecha was firmly suppressed, and even his entire steel body tilted down. Although Han Long tried to remedy the situation immediately, Shi Guang's second attack came the next moment when he stabilized his body. Shi Guang had never felt an attack so powerful. Awesome! It turns out that controlling a mecha with high attack values is so cool. Lu Xian, are you happy? Shi Guang was excited. His combat experience. It's all thanks to President Li that things are going well. You just need to do your best, Lu Xian said. Shi Guang was not annoyed, but just smiled. Yeah, I never thought that it would be so easy to improve strength by matching modules, so we can't let President Li down. The missile module was unfolded with armor on both shoulders and fired out with a bang. At the same time, the spiritual skills burst out again. Heavy mountain slash. Han Long just watched the sword fall, and his mecha girl was unable to effectively counterattack at this moment. The opponent shattered his defense module with even more domineering values. The moment the energy shield was broken, the last bit of pride in Han Long's heart was also shattered. Wow! The whole audience was silent, watching the scene in disbelief. How is it possible that Shi Guang was trained so well by President Li in just one day? Horrible, so terrifying. Doesn't this mean that President Li is proficient in almost all the sequences of mecha girl transformation paths, and he doesn't rely on mecha blueprints? All members felt that their perspectives had been refreshed. They have been taught since childhood that once they are bound to the mecha girl sequence after reaching the gold level, they will have to stick to the mecha blueprint for the rest of their lives. Human energy is limited, and a person who can master the modification of a mecha can be called a genius. But what about this vice president who is only 18 years old? Based on genius, is there anyone who is unique among the crowd who is the most talented? In other words, is there really someone who can guide other types of mecha girls so accurately? There are not many people in the entire base who can do it. But the facts are before us. Shi Guang, who was the only one in charge of recruiting people yesterday, is now able to defeat Han Long. The whole audience was silent. Shi Guang had already exited the mecha state. After he vented his anger in front of Han Long, he immediately bowed respectfully to Li Muming and said, "President Li, Han Long is disrespectful to you and has violated the club's regulations. What do you think of the punishment? Just kick him out. Our club doesn't need people who don't obey orders," Li Muming said in the gentlest tone, words that frightened everyone. "Of course, I will also be willing to provide guidance to those who have made contributions, so you can rest assured." The subtext of these two sentences is that anyone can be replaced as long as he is willing. The key is that Li Muming has proved that he really has this ability. All of a sudden, the look in the eyes of all the members changed, to respect, desire, and a bit of fear. At this moment, their identities have completely changed from newcomers and seniors to vice presidents and members. Looking at the expressions of all the members, Guo Zhi slowly came to his senses and laughed at himself in his heart. He had been the president for 2 years, but his prestige was not as high as Li Muming's. I guess at some times, what Shen Shuling said is not as effective as what Li Muming said. In addition, I plan to form my own direct task force. Anyone who has an idea can sign up. Before leaving the club, Li Muming left these words. Immediately, the whole community was in an uproar. Chapter 63, Leadership Team. You know, the competition for resources in Ares communities is very fierce nowadays. Anyone picked out at random from the club could be among the top 100 of the session. Under such terrifying pressure, any slight improvement is enough to stand out. Moreover, judging from the progress of Shi Guang and Ding Yifan, this is not just a little bit, it is simply a leap forward. If I am lucky enough to be chosen by Li Muming and become his teammate, then there is no doubt that the gears of destiny in this life will start to turn. For a moment, everyone in the Ares club started fighting to become Li Muming's teammate. The next few days. On the social platform of Liang Academy, following the last few hot searches, there were countless discussions because of Li Muming's outstanding performance in the club. I heard that the newcomer Li Muming has become the vice president of the Ares club and beat up the previous rookie king. Not only that, he helped 2 members skip grades in just one day, and one of them even beat Han Long up. In the current Ares society, Li Muming's reputation is unmatched. That's not true. Ever since Li Muming announced that he wanted to recruit teammates, everyone in the Ares club has been competing like crazy. No matter who comes, it won't work. The number of posts is still increasing, and there are also discordant voices. You believe whatever they say. Don't you know how difficult it is to modify a mecha? A young man is proficient in all types. Do you believe it? He is disrespecting all of us mecha masters who have upgraded through mecha blueprints. How can Liang Academy tolerate such heretical remarks? He's just a man seeking fame and reputation. Watch me expose his ugly face in the club assessment. In addition to the parties involved, the popularity of this matter has reached the point where everyone in Liang Court knows about it, even the top leaders. For example, Su Su of the main nursing home. Do something serious now. You've been posting for a long time. It's not decent for you to spread it out like this. Today, the girl, who was dressed in classical clothes, stared at Su Su, who was lying on the sofa, with a look of disdain. Su Su disagreed and said with a smile, I am doing this for the future development of Liang Academy. Li Muming really gave me a surprise. This talent cannot be found even if you search the entire human race. So, I decided to put all the posts targeting him into Li Muming's assessment area. Boring. A week passes in a flash. The day of the club assessment. The huge square in front of Liang Academy was packed with people, including new students who had just enrolled, as well as nearly 1,000 old club members. Ares Community Area. Li Muming attracted everyone's attention just by standing in front of the team. That's Li Muming. He's handsome and capable. I wonder if he has a girlfriend. Hey, he will definitely be the rookie scoring champion this time, but I don't know if he will try to win the overall scoring title. Everyone was talking at once, but soon fell silent. Because on the high tower in front of the square, Wang Zhe and a group of vice presidents and directors appeared. Hello, students. I am Wang Zhe. Let me explain the rules of this club assessment. The so-called club assessment tests the performance of new members and the performance of veteran members of the club. The combined index of the two will be the most important reference data for future changes in club rankings. Mission requirements: 2 students with a strength of less than level 3+ and newcomers form a team of 6 to 10 people. A total of about 1,000 teams will be randomly divided into 36 high-risk monster cemetery areas directly under the Liang Academy to carry out monster clearing operations. Each area is divided into ordinary monsters, elite monsters, and boss monsters. The scores are strictly set, and the team that wins the championship will receive a reward of 2,000 Liang points per person. The highest scorer in this year's club assessment and the highest scorer among newcomers will each receive a reward of 1,000 Liang points and 3 opportunities to enter the Liang Academy material library. After the rules were introduced, everyone started to divide the areas. Li Muming's team was assigned to Area 4. After the division was completed, Wang Zhe continued, in addition, according to the rules, we will select a leader team in each of the 36 regions, and the points within the team will be announced to all regions. Wang Zhe raised his voice a little and said. Area 36, the leader team, Lingyi Society Jiannan team. Area 29, the leader team, Zhuge Yi team of Tianwen Society. Area 19. Without exception, all of them are teams led by elites from established societies. Area 4, the leader team is Ares Club Li Muming's team. When the list was announced, it immediately caused an uproar. Fuck, in such a terrifying place like Area 4, the leader is actually Li Muming's team. Isn't he a newcomer? I saw the Luo Qing team, the Golden Dragon team, and the Wu Ran team from the Tianwen Society in that area. Aren't they qualified? These are all mecha masters who are just one step away from the Jade Diamond level. Huh, it's going to be a good show. These teams will definitely not give up. For a time, Li Muming's team was pushed to the forefront. Members who are taking the club assessment, please remember this. At this time, Wang Zhe's voice continued to echo throughout the campus through the loudspeaker equipment. After entering the high-risk area of the monster cemetery, you will face monsters with thinking consciousness. They will be even more terrifying, but you represent the entire human race. This trip to Monster Cemetery number 256 will be broadcast live on the internet as usual, and will be broadcast live throughout the St. Duloc base. Now, I declare that the 3225th Club Assessment of Liang Academy has begun. Everyone, enter the military fighter planes according to the serial numbers. At this moment, outside the square, 36 heavy transport aircraft converted from KFT air control aircraft were hovering in the sky. At the same time, countless micro-reconnaissance aircraft will be responsible for monitoring and live broadcasting tasks. Damn it, this club assessment is actually being broadcast live on the entire network. Wouldn't my parents see how pathetic I am? Wouldn't it be embarrassing if I got scared by a monster? If you don't lose face, you will lose your life directly. An atmosphere of passion mixed with tension enveloped this group of newcomers. Chapter 64, No Comparison, No Harm. Li Muming's team members, who were selected through layers of selection, are Shi Guang, Ding Yifan, Xiao Min, Xiong Si, and Song Liuzi. With this group of people, Li Muming's team boarded the transport plane. But as soon as they stepped forward, they heard someone making sarcastic remarks. A rookie team is worthy of being a leader team. The hospital's head has really been kicked by a donkey. Everyone looked back and saw a group of young men in fancy clothes passing by them indifferently. Captain, he is Luo Cici's cousin. He probably knows that you have a grudge against each other and might target you, Shi Guang said vigilantly, looking at the young man's back. He is not qualified to target me. Li Muming looked out the window calmly, not taking it seriously at all. The carrier started, and clouds and fog surrounded the window. Monster Cemetery number 256. In area number 4, which is directly under the charge of the Liang Academy's headquarters, the carrier aircraft did not land directly but stayed in the air for a short time. The captain of the transport plane said, "Everyone, Area 4 is known as the Death Zone. It is home to many boss-level twin lizard beasts. It is also adjacent to Monster Cemetery number 255, so it is extremely dangerous. If you think you can't continue the fight, you can find a cave to hide in. I wish you all a safe journey." After that, the hatch opened. The surging air currents hit everyone. As the leader, Li Muming's team took action first. Reina. No problem. Standing at the door of the cabin, thousands of miles high in the sky, Li Muming opened his arms, holding Lena's hand, and fell down together. Amidst the terrifying wind blades, the mecha state unfolds. Like a falling meteor, Rena's mecha deployed all its engines, and the huge thrust began to maintain its shape, and it landed heavily in the canyon of Area 4. Everywhere the eye could see were ugly monsters. When they noticed Li Muming's arrival, they rushed over with roars like hungry wolves seeing meat. "Captain Li, what's our plan? Should we clean out these miscellaneous soldiers, or go straight for the boss-level monster?" Behind him, teammates arrived. Li Muming said, "Of course we will sweep all the way. No matter if it is an ordinary elite or a boss, we will let go of those who run fast and kill those who run slowly." He glanced over and saw that there were basically gold-level monsters everywhere, which were basically fatal to all newcomers, but he didn't take them seriously at all. With Reina's current stats, she no longer takes ordinary gold-level players seriously. Moreover, several of her teammates have been carefully selected and trained by her. It would be too embarrassing if they could not even complete a club assessment. "As expected, you are Captain Li. Just give the order and we'll start killing." Shi Guang laughed. Behind them, Luo Qing said to his team members, "When we follow Li Muming's team and encounter the twin lizard beasts, don't hold back. We must make their leader a joke. It would be best if Li Muming and the robot girl could stay here forever." At the same time, fighting also began in 35 other areas. The High Tower of Liaoyang Court. On the huge broadcasting platform, headed by the chief elder of the main academy, Su Su, a dozen committee members, and several vice presidents of departments of Liaoyang Academy sat together. In addition, Student Union President Shen Shuling and Vice President Li Gang were also present. Hello everyone, I am Li Gang, the commentator for this game. Currently, a total of 1,068 teams from Liaoyang Academy have entered District 36. In the next 7 days, I will show you how these future rising stars perform. As the images are sent back by the microdetection drone, the scenes change and the audience can switch areas freely. When the camera is focused on the old actors, it's still acceptable, but the group of newcomers look extremely ugly. How come this student from District 36 ran away when facing a silver steel level snow wolf? Isn't he going to fight? Why do the newcomers of 27 like to hide behind the seniors? Are the weapon modules still charging? Hiss, the 8 new members of this team were all stunned in tacit understanding. It must be hard for the veteran students who lead them. Seeing that the senior leaders' faces were becoming increasingly gloomy, Li Gang quickly coughed to hide his embarrassment. Cut the screen, let me see the performance of the newcomers in Area 4. The first one that comes into view is the newcomer from the leader team, Li Muming's team. Shit! Li Muming killed a golden-level scale-armored Cloud Eagle with one sword. On the screen, 2 support mechas are providing long-range protection. The barrier mecha is responsible for guarding the support mechas, and Li Muming is the main force, with the sniper mecha and heavy mecha as auxiliary, killing people on the battlefield. So far, no monster has been able to withstand Li Muming's sword. If there is, then 2 more swords, 3 more swords. The comments section exploded. Fuck, are you telling me, are these newcomers? Or a team of leaders? A team of leaders led by newcomers? What are those things in front of the newcomers? Fertilized eggs. So terrifying. Those old students are not as strong as him. He is only at the silver steel level. Chapter 65, Are You Worthy? The middle area of Area 4. End of the canyon. The red mecha is like a scourge. Compared with the monster on the opposite side, its terrifying maneuvering speed and attack value make it more like a monster. Boom! As the sniper rifle hit the wing of a monster, a red afterimage flashed the moment the monster fell, instantly killing the last monster in the area that was willing to escape. Even though the speed of these scaled Cloud Eagles is considered top-notch among the Shining Gold class, almost no newcomers can face them alone. But without his wings, he could still be killed instantly by Reina's agility and spiritual skills. Lianjun, on the leaderboard on the high tower. The latest data is refreshed. Region number 4, first, leader team Li Muming's team, 421 points. Wow, they are indeed the leading team. Team Li Muming was the first to score 400 points in Area 4. Ever since Li Gang saw the performance of Li Muming's team, he no longer wanted to commentate on other newcomers. There are talents among those newcomers, but they are just unlucky. Compared with Li Muming, they are too difficult to be put on the stage. Region number 4, first, Luo Cheng team, 430 points. The next moment, Luo Cheng's team overtook. I almost forgot about Luo Cheng's team in Area 4. As a top 5 mecha master at level 3, Luo Cheng's mecha girl is S+ in the Shining Gold level. After this assessment, she will most likely be promoted to the Emerald Diamond level. However, our future backbone of Liaoyang Academy seems to be clashing with our rising star. The whole body is wrapped in brown light, with a single sword across the waist, a heavy energy gun behind the back, and multiple missile modules on the body. The nearly 22m tall LA Comprehensive Speed Fighter girl appears on the screen. This is Luo Cheng, the player with the greatest hope of becoming the top scorer in this year's overall standings. Another veteran student in his team is also a top 5 mecha master and has another S+ mecha girl in the Tianwen club. This is the foundation of the strongest club in the entire Liaoyang Academy. At this moment, the team on the screen, which can be said to have a luxurious lineup, is only half a mile away from Li Muming's team, and it seems that they are about to start competing for the victory. The live camera suddenly focused on the sky above the canyon. A 30m tall twin scaly lion with 2 heads and a body covered in red mist, stepped on the corpses of many monsters, with endless black mist pouring from the depths of its pupils as it stared at the mecha masters in front of it. It's the boss-level monster twin-scaled lions in the Yao Jin class. Shi Guang exclaimed. The twin-scaled lions are monsters that possess the power of two attributes. They are more mysterious than single monsters, and it is difficult to understand their attack methods. The most terrifying thing is that if you encounter a twin scaly lion during the upgrade period, remember that you can only destroy one of its heads. Once both heads are broken, the attribute energy it releases will be a signal to call on the tribe. This is the curse of the twin-scaled lion clan on hunters. Therefore, the points of the twin scaly lions will be counted as long as one of their heads is smashed. After all, this is just an assessment and there is no need to fight to the death with the other tribe. And now, from the time the twin scaly lions appeared to the 2 minutes of fighting, they had been forced to the cliff in the canyon by Li Muming's team, and they didn't even have time to use their two attribute powers. After Li Muming drove the Rena mecha into the second-level berserk mode, the attack value had reached 238. The attack power of the light-chasing and air-breaking spiritual skills directly shattered the defense of the twin scaly lions and penetrated deep into their flesh. The twin scaly lions were seriously injured in one blow. Hiss, this is terrifying. With the addition of the points from the twin scaly lions, Li Muming's team can return to first place again. Just as everyone was looking forward to watching Li Muming take action, a gorgeous laser shot out from a distance and directly smashed one of the heads of the twin scaly lions. In the standings, Luo Qing team's points rose again to 460 points, firmly sitting in first place. Fuck, how can you steal someone else's peaches? Luo Qing is really going too far. You can't say that this is wrong. If someone is quick to act, why do you care? If Li Muming has the guts, he can just hit the other head as well. The comments section was buzzing with activity. Inside the canyon, Li Muming ignored the twin scaly lions that had fallen into suspended animation, and turned around to drive the mecha towards Team Luo Qing. Shi Guang, you guys spread out and listen to my instructions later. Okay, although they didn't know what was going to happen, they all chose to believe Li Muming unconditionally. Soon, the red mecha arrived only 100 meters away from the brown mecha. The two teams met each other, and the atmosphere on the scene suddenly turned cold. What? Only you can kill this twin-scaled lion. I like to kill twin-scaled lions, one by one. Or do you want to snatch it from me with your silver steel level? Luo Qing was not afraid at all. Instead, he sneered and held the steel knife at his waist. The meaning of this sentence is very clear. Next time you meet one, I will kill it and see what you can do. Li Muming did not say anything, but the missile module on Rena's mecha unfolded, and the dark hole seemed to reveal a heavy tearing feeling. Everyone who saw this scene. Fuck, are these two teams going to fight in the monster cemetery? I'm on Li Muming's team. Luo Qing's team is too shameless. But Luo Qing's team's stats are much higher than Li Muming's team's. If they fight now, they are totally not on the same level. The comments came like a rainstorm. Even on the high tower of Lian Court, all the leaders began to hold their breath and pay close attention to the situation on the field. The person in charge of reconnaissance in Area 4 was very sensible and fixed this scene on the screen without switching it. Inside the canyon, facing Luo Qing's rudeness, Li Muming just smiled and said, "A gentleman does not take away what others like. Since you want to fight so much, I can let you fight to your heart's content." What? You dare to blow up its other head? Let me tell you, this Area 4 is the territory of the twin scaly lions. If you provoke them, not to mention you, even an emerald-level mecha master will be useless. Luo Qing smiled, not caring about Li Muming's words at all. But the next moment, he was dumbfounded. Not only him, everyone was dumbfounded. Two light-seeking missiles flashed across the field. One directly smashed the head of the twin scaly lions, and the other directly lifted its body. The next moment, a lion's roar as if from deep underground spread throughout Area 4, as if some kind of switch had been turned on. 1, 2, 3. More and more twin scaly lions began to appear at the end of the canyon, and the terrifying golden-level Legion-style suppression was seen by everyone. You lunatic. Luo Qing was stunned for more than 10 seconds, then turned around and was about to leave while driving the mecha. With this kind of lineup, even for him, he would die on the spot. There was no need for him to stay any longer. Did I let you go? The next moment, a red mecha holding a scorching sunbeam sword appeared directly in front of him, blocking his way. Get lost. You dare. Shi Guang and others around also immediately received the signal and controlled the 8 newcomers of Luo Qing team, preventing them from retreating even a step. Luo Cheng's movements froze. The nearest twin scaly lions in the distance were less than 2 kilometers away from everyone. If they didn't leave now, no one would be able to escape. Luo Cheng took a deep breath. Li Muming, what do you want to do? Li Muming's kind voice came, I've already told you, don't you like to beat the twin-scaled lions? I'll let you beat them to your heart's content, but you seem to be very scared, so. The next moment, the voice turned cold. You dare to steal my points, do you have the guts to do that? Chapter 66, What a Fight on the First Day. Seeing himself being humiliated by Li Muming like this, Luo Cheng was furious, but he had no way to do anything. If we don't leave quickly, we will inevitably be trapped in the beast tide of the twin scaly lions, and then our life or death will depend entirely on luck. Don't worry, we are all teammates in the same trench, sharing the joys and sorrows. As soon as Li Muming finished speaking, a twin scaly lion pounced over. Step into the void and cut. Without hesitation, Li Muming turned around and drew out the sunlight beam sword, completely chopping off the opponent's 2 heads horizontally before it even activated its attributability. If you say that what happened just now was just the beginning of the beast tide, Li Muming's sword now completely drove the twin scaly lions crazy. Damn it, lunatic. You are a lunatic. Luo Qing roared. He no longer wanted to waste time on Li Muming and prepared to turn around and evacuate to other places. But obviously, it was too late. Starting from the end of the canyon, twin scaly lions appeared one after another on the mountain wall. Li Muming, I'm going to see how you die. Luo Qing shouted viciously, and then ran straight to the high ground in the east. Li Muming no longer stopped Luo Cheng's team and returned to his own team area. He told his teammates, later, start hunting with me as the center. If you feel that you can't hold on any longer, retreat immediately. The carrier aircraft still hovering overhead is the final guarantee for the students on site. Don't worry, Captain. We will never retreat until the critical moment. Shi Guang took the lead in making the assurance. Next, the 2 support robots put a layer of long-range energy shield on Li Muming and Shi Guang respectively, and supplied additional nutrient solution to the micro-machines. Ding Yifan occupied the commanding heights early on. With his current strength, he couldn't kill the opponent with one strike, but he could still interfere and have an overall view of the situation. Everything happened as they looked at each other, and Li Muming took action. Hint. Flare missile charging is complete. Reminder. Ray tracing missile charging completed. Reminder. Chain force field deployment completed. The next moment, 12 force field warheads were launched, and a blockade force field of nearly 1.5 kilometers was built with Li Muming as the center. This is another guarantee that allows Li Muming to take such a risk by asking his teammates to do something big with him. As long as he doesn't die and the chain force field doesn't disappear, then there will be absolutely no problem for him and Shi Guang's teammates behind him. The flare missile was launched, and the sound of it breaking through the air instantly attracted the attention of most of the twin-scaled lions present. They rushed forward madly, jumping left and right to try to avoid the missile. But they obviously misjudged the attack type of the flare missile. The heat wave after the explosion of the flare missile instantly burned the 5 twin scaly lions, causing their movements to be hampered. Ray tracing breaking the air. 5 spiritual skills were released in succession, and the energy supply of up to 25% of the nutrient solution instantly revealed its brutal true face. The 10 light-chasing missiles directly wiped out the lives of the 5 twin scaly lions. Liang Courtyard. On the overall ranking list. Second region number 4 leader Team Li Muming's team, 650 points. It's shocking that Li Muming dared to face the entire twin-scaled lion clan. With these twin-scaled lions, he can even challenge the first place in the overall ranking. The commentator Li Gang was very excited. It should be said that as long as Li Muming's team can deal with the twin scaly lions here, he can already reserve the top spot in the overall ranking of this club assessment on the first day. The word spread throughout the live broadcast room of Liang Academy, but few people were optimistic about Li Muming. Young people are full of energy and are brave enough to take risks, which is a good thing, but this is obviously too impulsive. If they can't handle it, everyone will withdraw from the competition, which will be a big deal. It's still because we don't have enough experience. Look at Luo Cheng and his men, they have already occupied the highest valley entrance. They can attack or defend. This is the wise choice. What a wise guy. To put it bluntly, Luo Cheng is a coward in this position. As long as Li Muming doesn't give way, he can only hunt down a few twin-scaled lions. There was a fierce argument in the comments section, with some approving of Li Muming and others favoring Luo Cheng. Above the mouth of the canyon, Luo Cheng killed the twin scaly lions with one sword and told his new teammates, it's enough to kill only one of them. It will earn you points, not attract hatred, and save nutrient solution. Okay, his teammates responded. With this intensity, I bet Li Muming can't hold on for 5 minutes at most. Luo Cheng laughed coldly. In his sight, Li Muming was beginning to be unable to bear the attacks of so many golden-level twin-scaled lions. Even with the support of the robot girl's non-stop energy shield, it would take time to refresh after being damaged. Just as Luo Cheng saw, Li Muming and Lina were beginning to feel powerless in the face of the beast tide. But this is not the beginning of failure, but a new beginning of battle. Warning. Energy shield, activating level 2 berserk state. With the highest numerical bonus of 40% and the 20% bonus of the ray tracing missile, Li Muming's new round of massacre has begun. Almost no twin scaly lions could withstand his light pursuit, breaking through the air. The only thing that limited him was the consumption of nutrient solution. After only 2 rounds, the nutrient solution had run out. If it weren't for the support mecha girl replenishing it remotely, he would have run out of it long ago. But the terrifying consumption brings about an almost terrifying bonus in points. One twin scaly lion is worth 30 points. In just half an hour, Li Muming killed 25 of them alone and got a staggering 750 points. In the overall ranking, Li Muming's team directly topped the list. The number 1 to 4 regional leader team, Li Muming's team, 1,400 points, almost half of the second place. This was an unimaginable level in the past. Who would start working hard on the first day? It's so terrifying. This Li Muming is getting braver and braver as the battle goes on. Isn't his robot girl also so brave? How can other robot girls survive? No, I feel like he's stronger and faster than when he first arrived. At this rate, Li Muming will definitely be the first on the overall ranking. His momentum has already surpassed that of the shining gold S-class mecha girl. The audiences were filled with emotion, and it would be a bit boring to ask them to visit other areas at this moment. Especially when seeing the performances of the newcomers, it felt like I was watching Baby Bus. You tell me that such a madman, who is only at the silver steel level, has such terrifying combat power. He can't be kept, this kid must not be kept. Luo Cheng's heart gradually grew ruthless. Others may not know, but he knows that his cousin Luo Cixi and Li Muming are almost irreconcilable sworn enemies. What will happen in the future when Li Muming grows up? Immediately, Luo Cheng started to play, and with his strength as a gold-level S+ mecha girl and the cooperation of his teammates, he also began to crush the opponent. Just as he was about to approach Li Muming's team area, he suddenly felt the ground shaking. Chapter 67, Incident. Monster Cemetery number 255 appears. Earth rumbling. Second beast tide. Or a scary monster. For a moment, everyone in Area 4 felt this terrifying wave and was filled with questions. At this moment, all the leaders in Liang Court were shocked. Not good. The barrier at the border of number 255 has been broken, affecting Monster Cemetery number 256. Is there a war at Monster Cemetery number 255? Why did the Holy City Beihua Survivor Base start the attack plan in advance? Su Su took the controller first and said, all members of the carrier aircraft in Area 4, immediately initiate the emergency procedure and rescue all the trainees. Nearly 20 mechas immediately dropped from the sky in the carrier, 18 of them were all Emerald-level mecha masters, and the other 2 were Purple Star-level mecha masters. Although they have begun to actively rescue, the timeliness is not good enough because Area 4 is too chaotic. Seeing the ground collapsing from the horizon, the spirit that the newcomers had learned in the virtual class finally burst out, and they started running, each one faster than the other. Shi Guang, what's going on? Li Muming asked hurriedly as he cut off the heads of the twin scaly lions in front of him with a sword. Shi Guangdao, half of Monster Cemetery number 255 is an underground cemetery, bordering us. I guess a war broke out, causing the barrier to be destroyed, so it expanded towards this side. This is not the first time. This has happened several times before, resulting in the members at that time being buried in Monster Cemetery number 255, Shi Guang added. Damn it, I'm so unlucky that I have to encounter such a thing. Luo Qing began to panic as he was caught up in the tide of twin scaly lion beasts. If encountering this group of twin scaly lions is a life-or-death situation, then being sucked into Monster Cemetery number 255 is a death sentence. Who knows which race's territory you've been sucked into? If it was a royal monster, it would at best be a terrifying existence of Emerald Diamond or even Purple Star. Going up to it would be tantamount to committing suicide. It's all because of this crazy Li Muming. Luo Cheng's gaze turned and fell on Li Muming. Faced with this sudden change, Li Muming took the lead in clearing a path for his teammates to retreat first, while he prepared to block the twin scaly lions fleeing behind. But the speed at which the ground in the distance collapsed was too fast, and in almost the blink of an eye, the black line had swallowed up all living things in front of it. After killing a troublesome monster, Li Muming's engine module operated at full capacity, and by continuously executing the Void Slash, he quickly closed the distance with his teammates. Right at this moment, Luo Cheng's attack landed on the fleeing twin scaly lions. Several of the scaly lions were frightened and attacked Ding Yifan and the other man without hesitation. Faced with the attack of these two golden-level scaled lions, the two newcomers suddenly became panicked. Luo Cheng. You are asking for death. Li Muming shouted angrily, and immediately stepped forward to stop the two golden-level twin scaled lions. Shi Guang and Xiao Min also rushed over at the same time. After only half a minute of fighting, the black line that devoured all living and dead things arrived, and the terrifying abyssal airflow swept through the body and mind of everyone nearby. Not good. Li Muming had foreseen the crisis, but he was unable to dodge the attempts of these frantic and panicking scaly lions, and eventually fell into the black line. Team leader. Shi Guang and Xiao Min cried out in surprise, but before they could react, they also fell down. At one point, at least a dozen people in this area were swallowed up by the black line. Luo Cheng, who was rescued to a high altitude, watched Li Muming disappear. He had never felt so happy. Li Muming, goodbye. By the end of the rescue operation, a total of 29 trainees were missing and had fallen into Monster Cemetery number 255. When this news reached Liang Court, everyone was furious. We just received intelligence that the Xingdu Beihua base had just completed a military reform, so in order to test the quality of the weapons, they conducted a small-scale battle in advance. The other side said that they did not expect to cause such a thing. No one present believed this. Not to mention the friction between the two bases due to the competition for supplies, how could you be so lucky as to launch a battle on the same day as our club assessment? This has happened more than once, right? I didn't expect. Su Su stared at the list of missing persons, chuckled, and then his eyes quickly turned cold. Meet Commander Hao from the military headquarters. The next second, the assistant immediately answered the call. Ding-a-ling. The only sound at the scene was the sound of a telephone dialing. This incident can be said to be a very serious teaching accident. Although students have died in the past, the scale has never reached this level. Especially since Li Muming is involved this time, the sensible senior executives have already begun to speculate on Su Su's intentions. Beep. The call is connected. Mr. President, do you have any instructions? A deep voice sounded from the other end of the phone. Su Su's voice was not loud, but it shocked everyone present. Notify the military to forcibly take over Monster Cemetery number 255. Also, tell those people in Beihua that either our students come back, or I and the god-suppressing mecha go over there. 1 hour after the mutation occurred. Monster Cemetery number 255. Under the inky black sky, you can vaguely see red stars hanging high in the sky. Master! Master! Wake up! The shouting in his ear made Li Muming gradually regain consciousness. Li Muming felt uneasy when he found himself still in the cockpit. He called out subconsciously, Lena. Are you okay? Master, I'm fine, but things don't seem good here, Reina's voice came over. Li Muming then realized his situation. At this moment, Lena's giant body of nearly 18 meters was stuck in the crack, and there were sounds of fighting in his ears. Looking up, Shi Guang was fighting with two giant beasts that were completely fiery red, made up of thousands of pieces of red iron stone, nearly 30 meters tall, and had a big mouth with magma flowing out. And all around him, Xiaomin's robot girl was deploying barriers to protect her own safety. Xiaomin, Shi Guang, what's going on? Li Muming asked while pushing the engine to break out of the crack. Captain. You finally woke up. This is Monster Cemetery number 255. According to the latest information, it should be the Nine Flame Mountain area of the magma monster. Xiao Min explained. A giant magma beast? Nine Flame Mountain. That's right. The highest possible magma beast in Nine Flame Mountain is Emerald Diamond level. It's very dangerous. We'd better move closer to Seven Flame Mountain. Okay, Li Muming said this, and then he burst into laughter in this obviously strange and dangerous place. When luck comes, it cannot be stopped. Luo Cheng, you have already found your way to death. After killing those twin scaly lions, the experience required to advance to the golden level had already been accumulated, and now all that was missing was the core of the magma beast. I was wondering how long I would have to wait for the vanguard action against number 255, but I didn't expect that we would come directly to the enemy's base camp. The danger is real, but the need is also real. Shi Guang. Work together to kill it. But remember not to damage the core. The next moment, Li Muming swung his sword. Xiao Min didn't know if it was his illusion, but his captain seemed very excited at the moment. Chapter 68, Killing the Lava Monster. Boom! Facing the two mechas that looked like children in front of it, the magma beast crushed the ground with its feet, opened its huge mouth, and the horrible magma covered its body, forming a layer of horrible rock armor. Beep beep beep. The magma dripped, corroding everything it touched like poison. Captain, the characteristic of the magma monster is that it can use its surface armor to melt missiles and other materials. It is not easy to deal with, Shi Guang reminded. Li Muming nodded, then launched two flare missiles. As expected, the missile was melted by the layer of magma armor almost before it exploded. Although it exploded in the end, the heat did not have much effect on the magma monster. It's indeed a bit difficult, Li Muming was thinking, when he saw the giant magma beast waving its giant fist, and magma blocks as big as houses were bombarding towards him. The terrifying speed is almost as fast as that of a missile with a red-armed module of the golden class. It is impossible to track it with the naked eye and can only be glimpsed on the detection radar that flashes with a leap second. Shi Guang and Li Muming moved to the left and right in tacit understanding and sought shelter. Boom! These magma blocks are like Li Muming's flare missiles. They have strong impact force. After breaking, they turn into magma and devour all living things within the range. Captain! Look! At this moment, Shi Guang discovered something and his voice became surprised. Li Muming looked in the direction he was looking at, and saw that the red line of magma flowing in the body of the giant magma beast had dimmed for a few seconds. During these few seconds, the armor of the magma beast also lost its luster. It seems that it can't maintain its own energy in the short period of time after the attack. This is our good opportunity. Li Muming and Shi Guang looked at each other and came up with a plan at the same time. Shi Guang immediately drew out his broad blade sword and quickly approached the magma beast in a diving posture. At the same time, the laser module fired remotely, attracting the opponent's hatred. As the overlord of this territory, the magma beast had never been provoked like this before. It immediately moved its mountain-like body in anger and punched forward. Boom! The broadsword and fist wind fought against each other. After being transformed by Li Muming, Shi Guang's robot girl Lu Xian's value had reached the level of S in the golden grade, but she still fell into this attack. Moreover, the energy supply of the magma beast has not changed at all. I think only a large-scale range attack will have an impact. After all, the magma behemoth is in its own territory and has domain bonuses. It is not afraid of any monsters and mechas of the same level, so it naturally won't expose its weaknesses so easily. But this only applies to the situation of fighting alone. Big guy, watch your dad take you down. Shi Guang made a plan, talked trash, and then started a guerrilla war. The magma monster's combat power and defense are indeed very strong, but its agility is not enough, so when Shi Guang escaped, it was unable to catch up in the first time. Li Muming on the side has already fully charged all the armed modules, and only needs one chance. Shi Guang, try to come to my side later. I will use its lava rain to hide, Li Muming contacted. Shi Guang exclaimed, Captain, this is not good. Its lava rain attack is very fierce. At that speed, if we want to break through from the front, there are not many mecha masters in the Yao Jin class who can do it. Even though you are extremely powerful, you are still at the silver steel level. Shi Guang did not say this. Li Muming said confidently, just do as I say. Don't worry, I can send you two back to Liang Courtyard safely. The highest level of the Nine Flame Mountain is only the Jade Diamond level. After I get promoted, I may be able to encounter it. The most important thing right now is to get the core of the magma beast. Even if the opponent is the overlord in the Yao Jin level, it is useless. The next moment, Shi Guang came towards Li Muming's direction as planned. As Li Muming expected, the angry magma monster launched its long-range ultimate move. The magma blocks poured down again. While Shi Guang was looking for a shelter to avoid them, he kept a close eye on Li Muming's movements. He also knew that the lava beast's weakness only lasted for a short time, but this operation was still too crazy. Due to the density of the magma blocks and the strong light pollution, the magma monster itself did not notice that under the black and red sky, there was also a red figure flashing, appearing from time to time and then quickly disappearing. By the time the magma monster discovered it, the flaming beam sword had already appeared between the cracks in its armor. AA. It was like a miserable cry or the wailing of a tribe's horn that spread all around. At that moment, the giant magma beast went crazy and tried to kill the small mecha in front of it with its paws covered with lava. But Li Muming did not give it this opportunity. The light tracing missile that had already been fully charged was launched directly, penetrating the surface armor of the magma monster. Roar! The magma monster looked down at his empty chest, finding it hard to imagine that he was hunted by such a small mecha. Boom! The body of the giant magma beast collapsed. Good! Shi Guang exclaimed, and he was sweating coldly until Li Muming succeeded. If he had gone there, not only would he not have been able to break through the defense of the magma beast so quickly, he would have probably been beaten to death by the rain of magma and rocks. Pieces of rock fell, and the red lava collapsed instantly without its carrier, exploding everywhere. Li Muming, who had his eyelids closed, flashed past quickly and picked out the core from the head of the magma monster. The core was only the size of a normal human head and was extremely hot. Even with the heat-resistant material of Rina's mecha, it was still being eroded. Li Muming was a little skeptical, wondering if putting it into the core like this would hurt Lina. But there is no turning back at this point. The roar of the giant magma beast has already attracted its fellow creatures nearby. Hot bubbles can be seen rising in the darkness in the distance with the naked eye. Shi Guang, Xiao Min, you two, hold on for a while. I'll help Reina advance to the golden level. After calling his two teammates, Li Muming exited the mecha state without hesitation. Ah. Good. No problem. Shi Guang and Xiao Min were surprised at first, and then overjoyed. If someone else were to advance to the gold level at this time, I'd see these two would beat each other to death. You know, the worst of the people here are the top magma behemoths in the gold level. Even with the two gold level S-level mecha girls, they can't do anything. What's the point of spending time on cover and upgrading to the gold level at this time? Is it just to make more splash? It's better to just run away. But Li Muming and the others who were about to be promoted had no such idea at all, and instead they sincerely had hope. You have to know that Rina's mecha is only at the silver steel level now, but it has already demonstrated strength that exceeds theirs, and the transition from silver steel level to gold level is a hurdle. After crossing this hurdle, the strength of Rina mecha will definitely reach the limit of the golden level. In this situation, nothing can make people feel more at ease than the appearance of a powerful mecha. Chapter 69, Promotion. Photon Flare. Hiding in the crack, Li Muming stared at Lina, feeling expectant and nervous. Don't worry, master. I'm ready, Reina smiled confidently. Okay, the mecha girl was confident that the mecha pilot would not fall behind, so Li Muming nodded immediately. But Li Muming looked at the giant beast core again, coughed lightly and said, "Can this be put in?" Reina covered her mouth and smiled, "Master, you fool, if you rub the core, won't it be sucked in?" Just do it, take off your clothes." Just after absorbing the monster core, a bright red light burst out from the mecha contract deep in Li Muming's soul. "Please confirm the sequence direction. Is it the LS high-speed fighter girl?" Li Muming said without hesitation, "Yes." The next moment, a strong light burst out. About 10 minutes later, Reina's panel data has been completely renewed. Type of aircraft, LS high-speed fighter. Unit sequence, photon flare, SSS+. Battle, 245. Agility, 210. Defense, 101. Endurance, 134. Battery life. Armament module, vacant, 3. Engine module, vacant, 2. Core talent, new effect of frenzy, the upper limit of the increase value is increased to 60%. New talent, Tongguang, this machine will no longer need any fuel to drive, and can freely absorb heat energy and convert it into kinetic energy, gaining permanent endurance. Spiritual skill, new effect of stepping on the void slash, can be released 3 times at the same time, and a new effect of 10% amplification of beam sword combat. Ray tracing breaking air has a new effect, combat amplification is increased to 30%. New skill, flare force field, you can release flare missiles by chaining force field modules, gaining a field that suppresses the mobility of any opponent of the same level, and increase your speed by 10% in the field. Hiss. Looking at the data on the panel, Li Muming was so shocked that his breathing became rapid. This doesn't look like a promotion at all, it's simply an ascension. The huge 30% increase in his stats, as always, not only put him at the top of the gold level from the very beginning, but this was actually the most expected improvement of all. The increase in existing spiritual skills and the addition of new fixed golden level spiritual skills were unexpected. What is even more unimaginable is the emergence of the core talent, Tongguang. You know, the main factor limiting a mecha pilot's long-term activities on the battlefield is the consumption of nutrient solution, even if there are already large storage tanks and portable nutrient solution to support the mecha girls. But there is still no guarantee that humans can cope with a long-term war. It can be said that the mecha girl's endurance value determines that humans cannot take the initiative in the war with monsters, but Reina doesn't even need nutrient solution now. To put it in a broader sense, this is a core talent that exceeds all known improvements and can shock the entire human race. In the short term, Li Muming no longer needs to worry about the amount of nutrient solution. He can release all his spiritual skills at will and just kill. And just when Li Muming was being promoted. On the border thousands of miles away. I am Yi Shan, Deputy Commander of the 3rd Column of the St. Du Rock City Defense Force. From now on, all conflict areas in the Monster Cemetery No. 255, codenamed Flame Mountain, will be taken over by our army. The overwhelming mecha army set out from the east of the St. Dulac base and has now reached border 255. Fuck, are these guys crazy? It's just that starting the war early caused the death of a few students. Is it that serious? A bunch of lunatics, don't nutrient solution and armaments cost money? At the North China Army headquarters in the Holy City, several column commanders and deputy commanders who rushed over after receiving an urgent military intelligence call were dumbfounded when they saw the scene. This was not the first time such a thing had happened. Did they really have to fight to the death this time? Ding-a-ling. Report to the Commander-in-Chief. The 322nd Brigade of the 6th Column stationed in Yenshan called and requested the next order, the signalman said. For a moment, the commanders looked at each other, and no one could make up their minds. This involved the alliance relationship with the St. Dulac base. Minor disputes are fine, but if you really start a fight over such a small matter, other survivor bases will send letters of condemnation and may even call for a public trial, which would be counterproductive. Call back and assist them in finding the missing students at all costs. At this time, an old man slowly walked into the hall, and his powerful voice spread throughout the venue. Commander-in-Chief. Commander-in-Chief. When they saw the old man, everyone stood up and saluted with solemn expressions. Who started this small-scale war? The old man sat down quietly, looking at everyone levelly. At the end, a deputy commander puffed out his chest and saluted, "Report." "It's me." Under the old man's gaze, beads of sweat dripped down his forehead and he dared not look directly at him. "Just now a call came directly to my personal cell phone. The other party told me that if anything goes wrong with the missing students of Liang Academy, then before targeting Monster Cemetery number 255, a long-range armed heavenly punishment strike from the god-suppressing mecha will fall in front of me." The old man stared at the deputy commander calmly. "What?" "The god-suppressing mecha is a strategic-level controlled material stipulated in the Alliance Treaty. How can we treat it as a joke? They must be crazy, a few students making such a fuss." Everyone at the scene was shocked. The deputy commander was shaking. At this moment, everyone understood the importance of this incident. In front of the Yenshan base, the commander who heard the importance of this incident was horrified. He immediately removed his arms and handed over command to Yishan. "You guys, gather the data, identify the area that caused the mutation, and rush there as quickly as possible." The order was given and everyone was ready to go. Inside Yenshan Mountain. "Captain. It's been 15 minutes. Are you ready? I can't hold on any longer." Shi Guang's wailing voice could be heard from afar. In the distance, the mechas of Shi Guang and Xiao Min were damaged by at least 50%, with many important modules damaged. Around them, 4 magma monsters were trapped. And further away, there are at least 20 magma monsters. With this number, any gold-level team is almost doomed to die. Li Muming and Lina smiled at each other and entered the mecha state. "Back off, this is my battlefield." The sound came out. Shi Guang and the other man turned around in surprise, and immediately saw a mecha that was as bright as the rising sun, with a gorgeous and sharp figure. Roar! Seeing the prey was about to run away, several giant magma beasts opened their mouths wide and rushed over like hungry wilderness wolves that had been hungry for half a month. What greeted them was only a gorgeous figure. Chapter 70, Grand Massacre. Warning! The current machine is still in the second-level violent talent state. Reminder, the current armed module does not need to be charged. When facing these magma monsters and preparing to mobilize the armed modules, such a prompt appeared in front of me. Li Muming was stunned for a moment, then the corners of his mouth rose and he activated his spiritual skills without hesitation. Step on the void slash. 3 consecutive hits. The combat value of 245, with the blessing of 40% of the violent talent, instantly reached 345, which is a medium value even within the Emerald Diamond level. In addition, after the amplification of the Sunlight Sword, it has reached a terrifying 360. Just looking at this terrifying number on paper, it is already close to Shen Shuling's robot girl Frost. It is hard to imagine that this is the value that a mecha that has just been promoted to the gold level can have. No one will believe it if I tell it to others. With a sword, the dark aura in front of him was torn apart. The red mecha, driven by Li Muming, launched an attack. The 3 magma beasts were just about to ruthlessly tear the prey in front of them apart, but the next moment, the intense pain caused them to lose consciousness before they could even react. Under the absolute numerical crushing, the armor of the magma beast was like paper and shattered without hesitation. With one sword, 3 magma beasts were hunted down. The last magma monster was stunned for a moment, and just when it was about to raise its hand to do something, a sword flashed and completely put it to death. Oh my goodness! Fortunately, we knew that the captain had been promoted to the brilliant gold level. If I hadn't known, would have thought that this was a top-notch Emerald Diamond level mecha. Shi Guang and his companion, who were hiding in the distance and preparing to provide support with the long-range armed module, stood there in a daze. They knew that Li Muming would become much stronger after the upgrade, but they didn't expect him to be this strong. Are you kidding me? A lineup that only a top-notch gold-level team could deal with was instantly killed by a single sword. The shock was not over yet, because the next moment, Li Muming turned the body of the mecha and pointed the beam sword directly at the many magma beasts watching around. It was unimaginable for these monsters to be provoked so contemptuously in their own territory by an alien mecha, as they were the overlords at the moment. The next moment, the angry magma monsters rushed forward, like rolling hills, towards Li Muming. This terrifying lineup could crush an ordinary black iron level mecha girl with just the air waves. 1.2.3.4, 23, Reina, how about we play a game? Li Muming grinned. The situation was obviously very urgent and both Shi Guang and Xiao Min were about to suffer internal injuries, but Li Muming was still in the mood to chat. Reina's laughter came from the cockpit. What? Let's make a bet. Can I kill them all in 3 minutes? If I can, remember to wash my clothes and give me massages for a week when I get home. Then. I bet on the master to win. Haha, you're cheating, huh? The approaching magma monsters did not give Li Muming any pressure, because at this moment the armed modules of Reina's mecha had already been fully opened. Spiritual skills, flare force field. 12 diamond-shaped missiles like flaming meteorites flew down in all directions, and a huge arena was built with Reina mecha as the center. As soon as a group of magma monsters stepped into this area, they already felt the terrifying heat. Even though they had been in the magma for many years, some of them were unable to resist it and their body movements slowed down. Spiritual skills, light pursuit breaking the air. With a secondary amplification of 30%, the amplification of each missile reached an alarming value. The 2 missiles penetrated directly into the defenses of the magma beasts and exploded in their bodies. A rain of lava and debris began to fall without any warning. And this is just the beginning. The fiery red mecha was born from fire, bringing with it the judgment of the scorching sun, and every sword it struck was an unmatched force. The numbers gave Li Muming absolute confidence. His attacks were very precise and he never looked back after he struck with his sword. The sky full of ray-tracing missiles is like a grand fireworks party held by a boy to pursue a girl, showing off his splendor without paying any money. But this is not fireworks, it is a terrifying weapon that can kill and destroy life and soul. The moment the missile penetrates the magma armor, it is the end of the life of a magma monster. 3. 6. 10. Just like clearing out the miscellaneous soldiers in front of him in some mecha game, Li Muming twisted the beam sword in his hand, like a king on the battlefield, strangling the lives of the soldiers. Any one of the magma beasts that could wipe out an ordinary gold-level team was slaughtered by Li Muming. In less than 2 minutes, a lava rain so grand that it could be called a gorgeous evening party began over the canyon. A total of 27 magma beasts all bowed their heads at this moment. And all this happened within just 3 minutes after Li Muming upgraded. Shi Guang and Xiao Min were already very shocked just now, and now they don't know what adjectives to use to express their inner thoughts. I have decided that I must cling to the captain's thighs for the rest of my life. Me too. The two were so moved that they almost cried. In a place like this, it would be a lie to say they were not afraid, but now, they were not afraid. This strong sense of security has made them want to sleep and rest peacefully. Boom. But just as they were about to go towards Li Muming, the earth continued to shake, and the sound of boiling water was heard from the huge volcano in the distance. The whole mountain was shaking. Or rather, that's not a mountain at all, it's a monster. It's the Emerald Diamond level Magma King Beast in Jiuyan Mountain. Not good. Captain, there must be more than 50 magma giant beasts nourishing in the body of the Magma King Beast. This is a strategic level existence, let's retreat quickly. The knowledge he had read emerged in Shi Guang's mind. The horrifying current situation made his pupils contract and his voice became shrill. This can directly destroy the combat effectiveness of a vanguard army from the front. In the entire Liang Academy, except for a few top teams within the club and 3 directly affiliated ace teams that can handle this scale, all the remaining teams have no chance of survival at all. A parent of an Emerald Diamond class Lava King Beast, plus 50 Shining Gold class Lava Giant Beast Cubs. This mountain looks so huge, but it doesn't have much weight. Li Muming murmured something, then raised the corner of his mouth and pointed a sword straight at the darkness ahead. You can just retreat and ask for help. I am enough here. Li Muming didn't know whether there were reinforcements or not, and it didn't matter. The new sword that had just been consecrated had to be sharpened with the blood of monsters. The next moment, a giant magma beast died under his sword. The stimulated Magma King Beast let out an earth-shaking roar, and all the monsters in the entire Jiuyan Mountain area couldn't help but look over here and gather. Oh no! This is the call from the Magma King Beast. Let's go quickly. Shi Guang exclaimed. Xiao Min asked anxiously, what about the captain? We are a burden here. We must go out and find reinforcements. Shi Guang saw the situation clearly and led the way without hesitation. Captain. We'll find reinforcements and rescue you right away. Xiao Min shouted and left as well. Their decision was correct. Just a few minutes after they left, Jillian Mountain was surrounded by monsters. At the same time, at Yenshan Station. The army has captured abnormal signals from Jillian Mountain. Chapter 71, Are you sure you still need our support? Report. An abnormal signal has just been detected. The soldier's voice spread throughout the command room. The commander of the Beihua base was already extremely anxious at the moment. Upon hearing the news, he immediately said, determine the exact location immediately. You have to know that the message from the higher-ups is that the safety of the students at Saint City Lock Fiery Sun Academy must be guaranteed. In a place like this, even he would not be able to guarantee safety without the army. Every second of delay would put that group of vulnerable students in more danger. To them, what's the difference between this place and a slaughterhouse? After the specific location was determined, Yi Shan, who received the news, led the team directly to Jillian Mountain without hesitation. As for the garrison of the original Beihua base, they had already entered Base 255 and were conducting a large-scale search for the trainees. In other words, there are only a few guard mechas left in the base now, which shows the importance of this matter. Along the way, the mighty army swept through wherever it passed. This time the lineup is no less than a small war. Boom! The punch from the giant mountain was overwhelming, and the wind from the punch shocked all directions. Facing this presumptuous mecha, the Magma King Beast was already furious and did not restrain its strength at all. Opposite it, Li Muming showed no fear at all. He went straight forward with his sword in hand, and they confronted each other like a quail egg hitting a chicken's egg. The sword blade left a sharp wound on the fist of the Magma King Beast, and after leaving a mark, it suddenly slashed back. The Magma King Beast didn't dodge at all, and seemed not to care about the damage caused by the mecha at all. Damn, what should we do? Shouldn't we go out now? Not far from the crack where Li Muming initially avoided, in the same crack, 10 students and the mecha girls were crowded here. They didn't know whether it was good luck or bad luck, they were all in this circle after landing. However, since their mecha girl's nutrient solution was exhausted, they exited the mecha state not long after arriving. In the end, they were all rescued by a level 3 auxiliary mecha girl senior and hid here. Their original plan was to hide deep inside and wait until the situation stabilized before coming out, but after the huge shock just now, they decided to come out and see what the situation was. But apart from the corpses of monsters, all that was left was the gorgeous mecha figure and the monsters. Fuck. That can't be Li Muming, why is his robot girl so strong? I've seen Li Muming's mecha. This is the one. It's him. Oh my god. He's fighting a group of monsters. What a terrifying power. The one opposite is a Jade Diamond class Magma King Beast. He can actually fight against such a terrifying existence. This group of students all stared with their eyes wide open. No, this Li Muming is really a monster. Are we competing for ranking with such a terrifying guy? They were both excited and desperate in their hearts. They were excited because they had such terrifying teammates in this environment, but they were desperate because they were destined to be suppressed and unable to raise their heads in the future. Under their eager gazes, Li Muming was fighting with the Magma King Beast while still having the energy left to clear out the surrounding Magma Beasts. With the current numbers, these Magma Beasts that have no special abilities and merely rely on their Magma armor to bully the same level Magma Beasts are no longer a threat to Li Muming. Big guy, do you have any other skills? Show them to me. Driven by the engine, the Rena mecha instantly killed 2 Magma Beasts and quickly dodged the attack of the Magma King Beast. Li Muming was neither hurried nor slow, and just fought with the Magma King Beast. Roar! The Magma King Beast went completely crazy. Endless magma gushed out from its body, gathering into a curtain of fire that fell from the sky. The engine of Rena's mecha was fully loaded, and its terrifying speed was clearly revealed. Even while dodging, Li Muming reached out and grabbed a magma monster that tried to stop him. Even without the Sunbeam Sword, the Magma Beast still appears fragile in the face of such crushing combat numbers. Li Muming just exerted some force, and with the synchronized movement of the Rena mecha, the bones of the Magma Beast were violently torn apart, countless ribs were broken, and magma flowed all over the ground. Violence. Extreme violence. Before it could even wail, a sword stabbed across it, ending its suffering like cutting tofu. It has very bad luck. If it faces any other mecha master participating in the club assessment, it will be the villain boss. But in front of the Rina mecha, it couldn't even accomplish the simple task of delaying time. Seeing that the red mecha was about to escape, the Magma King beast stomped the ground suddenly, and the endless magma under its feet covered its back, forming a pair of magma bone wings. The bone wings flapped slightly, allowing it to break through the limitations of the flare field and fly towards the Lina mecha. Damn, it can fly. Li Mumming was just surprised for a moment, and then he became more interested. Ray tracing breaking the air. 2 light tracing missiles were released, passing over the pursuing magma beasts and directly locking onto the bone wings of the Magma King beast. One side of the bone wing increased its strength, carrying the huge body of the Magma King beast to deviate and dodge. Just when it thought it had dodged 2 missiles, a sword light burst out within its sight, and a blazing light powerful enough to crack the earth exploded. Warning. The damage value of the machine exceeds 70%. Level 3 violent mode is activated. Just now, Rina's mecha module was damaged by the magma, and the body circuit connection was severely damaged, directly opening the threshold of the 3rd level rage. At this moment, an increase of up to 60% appeared. The Magma King beast demonstrated what it meant to seek death through its actions. It created a terrifying existence with a combat value close to 400. Not to mention that this Magma King beast has just been upgraded to the Emerald Diamond level. Even if its brother or sister comes, as long as they are still at the Emerald Diamond level, their combat value will not exceed this number. Such terrifying numbers are no longer achievable by module upgrades alone. The moment when the stepping void slash exploded. All the magma beasts were like the Magma King beast, as if they saw their ancestors waving at them, time was wandering, and life was slipping away. Snap! Countless fine red fibers covered the sword, making it full of the luster and dominance of the scorching sun. No armor could withstand this sword. A tearing sensation as heavy as a mountain exploded from the belly of the Magma King beast, instantly forming a flowing magma river. The power was lost along with it, and it completely lost control of the energy in its body. Next moment. Ray tracing missile. Emission. Flare missile. Emission. The Rina mecha stood firmly on the cracked ground, and the missile modules all over its body kept making roaring sounds. The flames seemed like the sorrow of the end of the world, and killing was as easy as breathing. The originally dark Julian Mountain was now completely illuminated by the fire from the missiles. The huge noise even covered up the sound of the supporting troops. By the time Yi Shan and his army arrived here as quickly as possible, the scene was already in such a mess that it was impossible to tell whether this was Julian Mountain or not. Looking at Li Mumming in front of them, who was more perverted than the monster and whose firepower was so intense that it never stopped for a second, they all became a little confused. Especially the officers of the Beihua base stationed in Yenshan, all of them have question marks on their heads at this moment. Are you saying that students of this level need support? Chapter 72 Shocking millions of eyes. Not to mention others, even Yi Shan was quite shocked at this moment. As for why this incident is so serious, he is one of the few people who knows the inside story. The student in front of him was the important member named by the general manager. Before coming here, he was quite confused. Is it really worth wasting such a huge military force for a student, and even ruining the relationship with the Xingdu Beihua base? Now he thinks it's worth it. Where are the micro-reconnaissance drones? Release them and connect to the Liang Academy signal at the same time, Yi Shan gave the order after a brief thought. Ah! The commander of the Beihua base was stunned. Since the trainees have been found, shouldn't we rescue them immediately? Yi Shan glanced at him and said calmly, well, I will be responsible for the rescue here, you immediately lead people to search and rescue the rest of the area. The base commander glanced at Li Mumming and suddenly a horrible idea came to his mind. Could it be that the army of Saint Dulac went to such great lengths just to search and rescue this mecha master? He couldn't help but ask himself, with the terrifying ability of the young mecha master in front of him, is there really anyone among the younger generation of the entire Holy City Beihua base who can compete with him? Determined to report everything he had seen and heard today and let his superiors worry about it, he immediately took the rest of the people and continued to search and rescue in other areas. Commander Yi, the signal is on the same frequency. Here, Yi Shan's adjutant began to report the news. Yeah, Yi Shan nodded slightly, staring at the mecha in the distance, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise. It's the right time to come today. At the moment when the signals are in the same frequency. Liang Courtyard. On the screen that originally belonged to Monster Cemetery No. 4, an unfamiliar environment suddenly appeared, instantly attracting everyone's attention. After seeing the scene clearly, the Hostly gang exclaimed, "Oh my god! It's Li Muming who fell into Monster Cemetery No. 255. He is fighting a Jade Diamond level Magma King Beast." 10,000 question marks floated in his mind and the minds of millions of viewers in the live broadcast room. No. Is this still the Li Muming I know? How come he has suddenly become so strong? Look at the energy shield. He has been promoted from silver steel level to brilliant gold level. Are you sure he's getting promoted easily? He's hitting the gold level with one punch. Countless comments pass by every second in the live broadcast room. Just a while ago, they were still lamenting the passing of such talents, bemoaning the injustice of the world, and angry at the inability of Liang Academy to protect talents. But now, not only is Li Muming fine, but he has also been promoted to the gold level and started killing indiscriminately in Monster Cemetery No. 255. Compared to him, the other people who took the club assessment this time are far behind, right? No matter how dangerous the 36 areas in Monster Cemetery No. 256 are, they are not as dangerous as the Flame Mountain area in Monster Cemetery No. 255. That is a real core danger zone. In the past, if you wanted to enter that kind of area, you would at least need to be led by a Jade Diamond level team, and all members must be at the gold level or above to enter that area. Li Muming, a newcomer, actually started killing people in there. The audience wasn't the only one shocked. At this moment, on top of the high tower of Liang Courtyard, the leaders, headed by Su Su, who held half the power in the Saint City Rock base, also stared at the screen in astonishment, unable to come back to their senses for a long time. What a monstrous growth rate! There are only a few mecha masters who can kill magma beasts at this age. Looking at the entire history of the human mecha era, there are not many, right? I don't know about others, but in the past 100 years, there has been no one else except that god of war. Several Dean-level leaders exclaimed, and then looked at Su Su at the same time. Wang Zhe announced the good news, "Old Master, now we in Liang Academy also have someone who can lead an era." It was finally done. A supercore mecha that can operate without relying on nutrient solution, Su Su muttered to himself as he looked at Li Muming on the screen. In his sight, he seemed to see his ambitious younger brother, the genius blacksmith who was determined to change the current situation of the human race. Not relying on nutrient solution. Su Su's words reminded everyone. For a moment, they were stunned again and stared at it intently. After confirming that this was the fact, they could no longer suppress their excitement and became ecstatic. Being able to move without relying on nutrient solution is the goal that countless mecha laboratories desire. Its importance almost determines the upper limit of the human mecha division's combat effectiveness. And now, spanning the tens of thousands of years of history of mecha masters, such a mecha has finally appeared. It is conceivable that once the news of this club assessment spreads, countless mecha laboratories and manufacturers will flock to it. Old Master, should we start blocking the news? This matter is too important. Wang Zhe stood up immediately. Block the news? Su Su glanced at the anxious crowd and said calmly, "Why are you panicking? I'm right here. Let's see who dares to take action." After hearing this, everyone felt relieved. And now, the Flame Mountain area is being watched by millions of eyes. The duel between Li Muming and the Magma King Beast has come to the final chapter. Under the nearly endless attacks of Rina's mecha, the Magma King Beast completely lost its desire to fight and only wanted to escape. Endless magma poured out from deep underground, covering its body and trying to sink into the ground. This Magma King Beast has already made up its mind that as long as it can escape, it will live in the underground magma sea for the rest of its life and never come out again. But soon, it found that it was overthinking. The mecha, as bright red as the scorching sun, would not give it any chance to escape. The missiles in the sky formed lines, causing destruction no less than that of an artificial bombing zone. The earth cracked, magma flowed back, and one magma beast after another died. The only end waiting for this magma king beast was death. As it looked almost desperate, a sword fell from the sky and put an end to it completely. Dear audience. Dear audience. Look at that emerald diamond level magma beast. It was killed by student Li Muming. A brilliant gold class mecha master surpassed his level and killed a jade diamond class magma king beast and dozens of brilliant gold class magma giant beasts. How terrifying is this? There will only be one shining star in this club assessment, and that is Li Muming and his robot girl Reina. Li Gang's almost roaring voice echoed throughout the live broadcast room. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? My father and my mother, what did I see? He really killed that emerald diamond level magma king beast. So terrifying. I've long seen that he has an extraordinary bearing, but I didn't expect him to be so extraordinary. He is simply a genius among mecha masters. The audience in the live broadcast room completely exploded. They had been suppressed for too long. In recent years, they had not heard any good news at all. Either the base was invaded or a beast tide was about to break out. And now, the appearance of Li Muming has unsurprisingly ignited the fire of hope in their hearts. Chapter 73 Who is the first? Warning. The damage to the mecha exceeds 80%. You will be forced to exit the mecha state. Just after he dealt with the Magma King Beast and many Magma Giant Beasts, a prompt popped up in front of Li Muming. We've gone too far, but fortunately, Shi Guang and his gang have already brought reinforcements. The tired Li Muming glanced in the direction of Yi Shan and others. The next moment, the mecha status was released. Li Muming and Lina held hands and lay on a rock that was not contaminated by magma. Both of them were breathing heavily and could see the excitement in each other's eyes. It's very tiring, but it's so satisfying to kill. At this time, they could still see the giant magma beasts still vaguely visible in the distance, but under the pressure of Yi Shan and others, the monsters did not dare to approach at all. Soon, the huge fortress mecha driven by Yi Shan approached and protected Li Muming and Lina. Next, I will send you back to Liang Court for recuperation, Yi Shan's voice came from the mecha. Thank you very much, Li Muming replied. At this moment, the group of students hiding in the cracks finally showed up and were rescued. They and Li Muming boarded the special plane back to Liang Academy. Although the changes in Area 4 had some impact, it did not cause much turmoil for those taking the club assessment. Led by Team Luocheng, the students who were originally rescued in Area 4 were dispersed to other areas to continue the assessment. On the overall list at this time, Li Muming's team, whose points have long been stagnant, has been squeezed out of the top 3. First, Area 4, Team Luocheng, 2,130 points. Area 2 to 36. In area number 5, Luocheng killed a top-level gold-level monster with one sword, and the whole team cheered. As expected of the captain. This kind of golden-level monster is no match at all. Including this one, the captain has killed 9 of them alone. With these 30 points, it's a foregone conclusion that we'll win the championship. Even the newcomers were extremely excited at this moment, fantasizing about getting those huge points. They are just a bunch of trash, and they want to compete with me for the first place, Luocheng smiled comfortably. He not only defeated Li Muming, but also won the championship of this club assessment. It can be said that it was a double happiness. At this time, without Li Muming in the live broadcast room, the audience seemed a little uninterested. No, it's only the 4th day and I can't stand it anymore. Their fighting power is too weak. That's right. Compared to Li Muming, he is not even a little bit worse. Besides, the points for the monsters Li Muming killed in Monster Cemetery number 255 can't be counted, right? Why doesn't it count? If it doesn't count, I'll be the first to disagree. Commentator Li Gang noticed this problem and immediately responded, don't worry, everyone. The leaders have already considered this issue. Based on the number of monsters killed by student Li Muming in Monster Cemetery number 255 and the Emerald Diamond level Magma King Beast, the current estimated score is 5,000. This has broken the record of Liang Academy. Only then did the audience feel relieved. It's just a pity for the teams that are currently fighting hard for the first place in the overall ranking. I wonder what they would think if they knew that Li Muming's team has already been predetermined to take the first place. I guess they just gave up and gave up. After all, the highest record in previous years was only 3,600 points, and they would not be able to reach 5,000 points even if they were given another week. In this way, the club assessment passed day by day. Soon it was the end of the day. The ranking result in the eyes of all the test takers is: first, Area 4, Team Luo Cheng, 3,219 points. Second, Area 29, Peanut Team, 2,999 points. Third, Area 35, Jiannan Team, 2,895 points. The commendation meeting for the club assessment was held just outside Monster Cemetery number 256 and was also broadcast live on the entire network. On the fortress platform that had been built long ago, teams of students returned after the assessment. After the commendation meeting was over, the assessment of this club was officially over. Captain Luo Cheng, congratulations, you have achieved a good result. Yes, 3,219 points. If put in the historical results of the past 10 years, it can also be ranked in the top 3. As Luo Cheng's team returned, many people from other clubs greeted them with a smile and started communicating with them. After all, everyone was familiar with each other, so they still had to give them the face they deserved. Especially as a member of the Lai 3 level, Luo Cheng is undoubtedly the backbone of this group of people. After the current batches of seniors graduate, Luo Cheng will be the one giving orders in the entire Laiyang Academy. The future of the level 3 students who can lead the new team to the top of the club's overall assessment list every year is undoubtedly bright. If it weren't for the abnormality in area for that delayed us, I don't think the highest record of 3,600 would be unbreakable. Of course not. As a new member of the Tianwen Club, I have witnessed the strength of a top-level golden-level mecha master. Several newcomers in Luo Cheng's team were very excited at this moment and shared their captain's achievements with everyone. For a time, almost everyone knew that Luo Cheng could solo kill 9 top-level gold-level monsters in one day, and they were all impressed. Everyone. After the leadership team headed by Wang Zhe arrived, the scene suddenly became quiet. First of all, thank you for your contribution in the Monster Cemetery. Secondly, everyone's performance has already been. Finally, congratulations to everyone for completing this rather turbulent club assessment. Since it is an assessment, ranking rewards are naturally the highlight. Now, let's begin the ranking rewards. Bang bang bang. The applause was like a sea. Tens of thousands of new students and thousands of old students were waiting for this moment. In this year's club assessment, there is such a team that not only ranks first in the overall ranking, but also ranks first in the newcomer ranking. It also broke the record of previous assessments and won the applause of millions of viewers. Let us welcome them to the stage with warm applause. Wang Zhe's voice spread everywhere. Everyone looked at Luo Cheng's team at the same time, and Luo Cheng and his new teammates walked out of the team with their heads held high. Please welcome, Aries Club, Li Muming's team. At this moment, Wang Zhe's voice sounded again. The atmosphere at the scene stagnated and everyone suspected that they had heard it wrong. Luo Cheng's original smile froze on his face, as if he had heard some huge joke. What's going on? Team Li Muming. Didn't Li Muming accidentally enter cemetery number 255? His points haven't changed. There have been constant doubts, but now, some astute people have noticed that the list has changed. The first one is Li Muming's team. The score even reached the terrifying 5,000 points. Immediately afterwards, Li Muming, who had recovered from his injuries, walked onto the stage from the back of the platform with Shi Guang and others who looked very imposing. Li Muming's gaze swept across everyone and finally stopped on Luo Cheng. His calm eyes concealed a sharpness like a sword. Luo Cheng, you didn't expect me to come back. Luo Cheng was stunned for a long time, and then he said angrily. I don't believe he is number 1. I demand a review of the scores. Watch the scoring video. Chapter 74, Curtain Call. Luo Cheng became disheveled in the wind. What happened? Li Muming didn't die in Monster Cemetery number 255. And he even won first place. Mr. Dean, is there any problem here? How could he get 5,000 points? Luo Cheng stood in front of the team and asked the question in his mind. Wang Zhe glanced at him and said, these are the results of Li Muming's team's battles in Monster Cemetery number 255. They were reviewed and confirmed by me and several deans. Don't you believe it? Luo Qing gritted his teeth, yes. I don't believe it. I don't believe he can get such a high score. Not only Luo Qing didn't believe it, almost all the students taking the club assessment present were skeptical. Are you kidding me? 5,000 points. Is that something a human can achieve? A golden level boss monster is only worth 30 points. You told me that you killed more than 150 of them. I don't believe it either. Seeing that all the tens of thousands of students on the scene questioned the fairness of the results, Wang Zhe did not intend to explain too much and spoke directly. In that case, I will have someone capture the battle footage and post it to your school group so you can watch it for yourself. Soon, all the students received the video, including members of Li Muming's team. After all, Ding Yifan behind Li Muming was also a little confused. They were panicked after Li Muming fell into the abyss, and were delighted after Li Muming returned, but before they could react, they learned that their team won first place. What's going on? They don't know. But when they saw the video, they were stunned at first, then they felt their blood boiling, and they had a strong sense of identification with the first place ranking. Damn, this is the captain of our team. We didn't contribute much, but the captain was awesome, so this first place should be ours. The footage was recorded from the micro-reconnaissance aircraft that was connected after Yi Shan arrived. The previous footage of Li Muming killing those magma beasts was not recorded. But so what? Just from what we can see in the picture, there is an emerald-level magma king beast plus 30 plus magma behemoths, and there are corpses all over the ground. Doesn't that explain the situation? You have to know that it is an emerald diamond-level magma king beast. In addition to the advantage of the venue, even a standard team led by an emerald diamond-level beast would not dare to face it head-on without the expectation of casualties. What's more, there are so many golden-level boss monsters and magma monsters in it. If any one of them were to go up, they would be killed instantly. And what about Li Muming? Flash sale. The scene was so shocking that tens of thousands of students in the audience were stunned. They were all extremely excited and shouted, "Oh my god! A captain of a level 3 team, this is a newcomer. You tell me this is a newcomer. Newcomers are already this scary." Jian En stamped his feet in shock and said, "Fuck. I discovered his potential back then, but I didn't expect that in just half a month, he would have rocketed to this point." Many newcomers cried, "How can we have fun? Other people's children have already appeared. The pressure is huge." In front of everyone, Luo Cheng's hands were shaking as he held the phone, his face pale. Are you kidding me? Just because he dropped the monster graveyard number 255, Li Muming has become so powerful. But the source of the video was the top brass of Liang Academy. No matter how stupid he was, he could not question the authenticity of the video. This means that Li Muming's current strength has really reached the level where he can defeat the Emerald Diamond level. Luo Qing stopped talking and wanted to return to his team dejectedly. But before he could take any action, he was stopped. "Luo Qing, you've asked all your questions, now it's my turn." Li Muming took a step forward and looked at Luo Qing as if he were staring at his prey. "I think you still remember what you did to me when I was down that day when the abnormality occurred in Area 4. You are the first to help me enter Monster Cemetery number 255. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's eyes were immediately focused on Luo Qing. "You're talking nonsense. This is a complete frame-up." Luo Cheng's face turned red and he denied it immediately. Li Muming sneered, "Really? That day was broadcast live on the entire network. Do you think the audience are blind?" Luo Cheng's legs trembled. He really didn't think so much at the time, but now that he thinks about it, this kind of thing is very easy to be exposed, and once it is investigated by the Liang court, the consequences will be very serious. For example, right now, Luo Qing can clearly feel the alienation of the people around him. No one present was a fool. The moment Luo Qing did not deny it, his guilt was confirmed. "Dean Wang, according to the regulations of Liang Academy, how should we deal with his behavior?" Li Muming looked at Wang Zhe. Wang Zhe said calmly, "All the promotions of Liang Academy will be confiscated and expelled from Liang Academy." Hearing this, Luo Qing roared like thunder, his legs trembled, and he could hardly stand steadily. You know, all the robots of his were upgraded from the Silver Steel level to the Liang Academy. If this is confiscated, he will immediately return to the Silver Steel level. At that time, I will start from the silver steel level to study the mecha blueprints, gather the modules and materials. This is a huge project. No, I still have connections with my cousin's family. As long as I find them, there will definitely be a chance of turning around. Luo Qing suddenly had an idea and thought of the former Vice President Luo Kong. Even though their family didn't know what was going on and all of them had resigned from important positions, Luo Kong was still an important member of the General Council and his words still carried weight. Thinking of this, Luo Qing took a few breaths. Luo Qing's incident was at most an episode. After Li Muming's achievements were known to everyone, his glory and popularity continued to rise. Especially this time, all the honors such as first place in the overall team ranking, individual king in the overall ranking, and rookie king were won by Li Muming alone, making him even more glorious. Let them question it. Are they questioning it now? Ah! Brother Li Muming is so handsome. I want to give birth to his baby. Stop drooling, bitch in front of you, Brother Li Muming is mine. Brother Li. The light of humanity's future. It's up to you to recover humanity's territory. Millions of viewers in the live broadcast room came just to see Li Muming, and each of them was extremely excited. Next, Wang Zhe began to announce the remaining winning teams. However, compared with Li Muming, their points and glory are much inferior. After nearly 2 hours of awarding prizes and leaders' speeches, Wang Zhe said loudly, "This club assessment ends here." Everyone applauded. And in the departure phase. As the champion team left the field, the leaders shook hands and greeted each of them in a friendly manner. Shi Guang and the others all had flushed faces for a moment. They had never received such an honor before, and this time they were greatly benefited by Li Muming. Li Muming is in a very good mood now. Not only has he dealt with Luo Qing, but he has also received a lot of rewards. 2,000 points for the champion team plus 1,000 points for the single-player king plus 1,000 points for the rookie king. Li Muming received a terrifying 4,000 points in points alone. This is a real set of gold-level modules. Li Muming did not think highly of the qualification to join the student union, but he cherished the chance to enter the Liang Academy Materials Library 3 times. Li Muming has already made up his mind. This time when he returns, he will start spending money to exchange materials and modules to continue improving Lina's strength. At present, there is still huge room for improvement for Reina at the golden level. On the panel, the follow-up information about Reina's future promotion is extremely clear. Chapter 75, Leading the Team to Attack Monster Cemetery No. 255. The current best transformation plan: 1. Upgrade the weapon module level. 2. Replace the full set of gold-level modules to increase basic values. 3. Fill in the missing positions of weapons and engine modules. Hidden Modification Advancement Direction, Photon Flare, SX Armed Fully Deployed Form. Required for advancement: 1. Golden Level All-Red Module, 2. Cemetery Monument Fragment *1, Flame Kirin Claw *3, Frost Elf Heart *3. Level Experience Progress, 0%. When using the Magma Beast Core to upgrade, only the power module of Reina's entire body modules was upgraded to the gold level due to the core talent. If we really calculate it, even though she has almost Emerald Diamond level strength, Reina's level is still only half gold level, and she is not even as good as any ordinary gold level mecha girl. Despite this, her stats are already far ahead of others. It is conceivable that once all modules are updated, her stats will be even higher. SX Fully Armed Deployed Form. What does this mean? Li Muming looked at the Hidden Modification Advancement Direction, feeling yearning but also a little confused. Under Li Muming's gaze, the illustration automatically generated an explanation. SX Armed Fully Deployed Mode, Emerald Diamond Level Combat Form, Reina Mecha will awaken 4 armed module spaces and overload and release the capabilities of all armed modules at the same time. Hiss. Li Muming took a breath of cold air. You should know that Reina now has 7 slots for weapon modules. Compared with the 5 slots for weapon modules of the same gold-level mecha girl, she already has 2 more attack methods. Although Li Muming didn't understand the upper limit of overload release, the total of 11 types of weapons were enough to scare people half to death. What is the difference between this and an armed artillery turret or a mobile bombing zone? Li Muming, Lena. Reina turned around, huh? Li Muming sighed. you are one step closer to becoming the strongest mecha girl. Lena blinked, gently pulled Li Muming's collar, and then pulled him into her arms as Li Muming exclaimed, now the master is close. Of course, I'm also closer to the strongest mecha master. Lena rubbed Li Muming's chin and pouted proudly. The two smiled at each other and left with the team. Inside the Liang courtyard. Just when Li Muming and Lena returned to their small villa, they suddenly found four familiar figures standing in front of the door. Boss Su. Xue Ling. Li Muming was a little surprised and stepped forward. Why did you come to my place in person? If you have anything, just call me and let me know. After opening the door, Li Muming quickly invited the two in. Su Su smiled amiably and stepped forward. Calculating the time, you should be here at about this time. I just happened to come by to take a look at your dormitory environment. Is there anything you need help with? I have everything I need, and I live a good life. Li Muming shook his head, and then asked tentatively, Boss Su, did you know that I was promoted to the Yao Jin level and then come to help me upgrade the weapon module? All four of his current weapon modules need to be upgraded. Apart from Su Su, Li Muming really doesn't know whose forging technology is reliable. Hearing this, Su Su couldn't help but clapped his legs and laughed. Young people nowadays really know how to order the elderly around. Okay, I'll upgrade for you. You're biased. You didn't help me upgrade last time, Han Shuang complained from the side, but immediately covered her mouth after being scratched by Shen Shuling's eyes. Li Muming pretended not to hear Han Shuang's complaints. Just as he was about to thank her, he heard Su Su holding up two fingers, 2,000 points, get to work. Li Muming's eyes widened as he exclaimed, so expensive? Su Su stroked his beard and asked, do you want to do it? Li Muming gritted his teeth and said, fuck. Don't worry, I won't make money from you. These are all material costs. I can also tell you one more thing. Recently, the material warehouse of Liang Academy has received a lot of good things. You can pick out 3 and I will help you customize the weapon module. Su Su thought about it and held up a finger, I'll just give you 1,000 points. Customized armed modules refer specifically to modules tailored for the Mecha Girl series. They can be almost perfectly adapted and have first-class control, but the manufacturing process is very high. Considering Su Su's level, these 1,000 points are almost the same as being confiscated. It's all kindness. Mr. Su, are there any other projects that charge money? I still have 1,000 points. Li Muming rubbed his hands with emotion, trying to get some more goodies. Su Su shook his head and said, there is no more collecting points, but there is still earning points. Li Muming blinked, what's the matter? The operation against Monster Cemetery number 255 has begun. Although the city defense forces are the main force, our Liang Academy will still select a total of 100 teams from the Li 5 and Li 6 levels to carry out special operations, said Su Su. Li Muming nodded. For such a strategic level mission, no single individual could influence the outcome of the battle. It would involve thousands of mechas. Su Su said with a kind smile, and I used some privilege to add your name. What? Li Muming stood up in surprise. Throwing me into a group of fierce level 5 and fierce level 6 Jade Diamond teams. Isn't this progress a bit too fast? I'm only a fierce level 1 freshman. As if seeing through Li Muming's thoughts, Su Su comforted him, don't worry, the special operation that Liang Academy is responsible for this time is mainly aimed at the Magma King beast. You already have experience in hunting it. Besides, although the 32 Flame Mountains has a Jade Diamond level boss monster, there are also ordinary Magma King beasts. Seeing that the plan was set in stone, Li Muming could only ask with a grimacing look, then how do I arrange my team? You can pick anyone from the Ares Society, Shen Shuling replied at this time. Su Su nodded and said with a smile, if you want, you can bring a team of Emerald Diamond level players in. It's no problem. As long as you complete the task, you will get the majority of the points as usual, and it will definitely not be lower than this club assessment. Hiss. The temptation is a bit too great. Li Muming has known about this before. There are not many ways to earn points in Liang Academy. Even for club tasks, the points are not abundant. With Reina's current upgrade speed, if the points cannot keep up, then the entire training and resources will be far behind. Done. When do we set off? Li Muming gritted his teeth. Su Su's eyes lit up and he nodded. Yes, I thought you would refuse. This mission is more dangerous than the last time we fell into Monster Cemetery number 255. Wealth and honor are achieved through risk, Li Muming smiled. Glancing at Li Muming with satisfaction, Su Su said, the mission will depart in half a month. During this half-month, I will help you improve Reina to her best condition. Give me the existing weapon modules. Remember to go to the material warehouse tomorrow to pick out the materials for Reina's custom modules. There are a lot of good stuff in there. After saying that, Su Su left first. Frost suddenly became lively, took Lena's hand and looked her around. Oh my god, what did your master do to you? How did you improve so much? My master always feeds me strange things, and I become stronger after eating them. Chapter 76 I Am Your Idol. While Han Shuang was asking Lena questions, Shen Shuling was looking at Li Muming silently. Li Muming coughed lightly. Shueling, is there something on my face? Shen Shuling shook her head. I'm just confused. You're obviously much younger than me, why do you know so much about robot transformation? The promotion conditions for the mecha girls are different. Even when Shen Shuling cultivated Frost herself, she was stuck at the Yao Jin level for more than half a year before she dug out a suitable monster core. But before Li Muming arrived at Liang Academy, he already knew that he needed the core of the magma beast to advance. Li Muming smiled and said, maybe it's true as you said, I am a Destiny Mecha Master. Yes, Shen Shuling nodded, believing it without a doubt. Glancing at the pendulum on the wall, she said, I don't have anything to deal with today. If you go to the material library now, I can give you some reference. Okay. Li Muming readily agreed. After all, he was not sure about the materials alone. It would be much safer to have Shen Shuling accompany him for reference. Shen Shuling smiled slightly, and the four of them immediately headed towards the material warehouse. The Lianjuan Materials Warehouse looks like a tall tower and covers a huge area. It's just that it's located in a remote area and few people come here. Zhang Lu, the employee in charge of guarding the material warehouse, was lying on the lap of his own machine girl, watching the wonderful videos of the club assessment with great interest, and sighed, baby, when can we be as shining as Li Muming? His robot girl comforted him, don't put pressure on yourself. You have always been dazzling in my eyes. I will always be with you, my master. Zhang Lu was moved. He turned sideways, hugged her white and tender legs, lifted her skirt and started to bite them. Yeah. Someone is there. Oh no. How could anyone come at this time? I'm hungry. Ahem. At this time, a man and 3 women walked in. President Shen. Hello, welcome to the material library. Zhang Lu stood up in surprise and turned to look at several people. As the president of the student union, Shen Shuling had privileges and strength, so she was naturally a frequent visitor to the materials library. Zhang Lu recognized her at a glance. Shen Shuling, I'm just looking for materials. Zhang Lu coughed lightly and said embarrassedly, the materials you mentioned last time haven't arrived yet, so you may need to wait a while. Shen Shuling shook her head. It's not me who looks for materials. It's Li Muming. He selects the materials for the modules. After seeing Li Muming's figure clearly, Zhang Lu was shocked. Damn it. Li Muming. I am your idol, Ba, you are my idol. Li Muming greeted him in a friendly manner, I am going to redeem my 3 selection rights. What do I need to do? Zhang Lu patted his chest and said, no need. I'll take you to the material warehouse and you can choose by yourself. After greeting the already blushing machine girl, Zhang Lu walked in front and said with emotion, you have just entered the hospital and you have reached the gold level. Heroes have always been young. Unlike me, I am in my 30s and can only watch the warehouse here. As he spoke, he opened the door to the 2nd floor of the tower and walked up the stairs. There was a wide variety of materials inside, including but not limited to materials for building modules and materials for upgrading the mecha girls. All the gold-grade module materials are in here. You can pick 3 that you think are suitable. Okay, Li Muming nodded and walked into the 2nd floor. I have watched your battle videos at least 5 times, and I have a relatively good understanding of your mecha sequence. Let me recommend a few to you, said Zhang Lu. Zhang Lu recommended several module materials, including but not limited to Qingang crystal, which is very suitable for making two-handed swords, and red lotus wolf heart, which is suitable for launching large flame bombs. Will something made of monster materials have the same attribute powers as frost? Li Muming turned his head and asked. Shen Shuling nodded. After all, the human race's materials industry is difficult to develop at present, so starting from the Yao Jin level, we have begun to dig deep into the preservation and use of monster power. That's right. We have recently received a new batch of monster materials. You can take a look. The directions that can be processed are marked on them. Zhang Lu nodded repeatedly. With Zhang Lu's introduction, Li Muming saw a lot of monster materials, including but not limited to the 1000 ice fantasy beast claws that can be used to build ice missile modules and launch ice bombs to freeze enemy movements. A thunder wolf core that can be used to create a thunder crown, bathing itself in thunder and increasing its attack and defense attributes. The inverted tail bat wings can create double wing bones and increase the ability to fly rapidly. Lina, what do you think of these? Li Muming asked Lina for her opinion. This time is different from the previous module selection. Su Su built the module himself, so there is no need to worry about adaptability. The only thing that needs to be decided is the effect. Reina poked her cheek and thought, let me think, these two. She chose the 1000 ice fantasy beast claws and the thunder wolf core, both of which can increase the mecha's control effect on the enemy. Li Muming nodded and continued reading. He soon saw some material that made his heart beat fast. The teeth of the Stone King of Mount Tai can be used to create heavy armed modules, which will consume a lot of energy in exchange for explosive power. Non-heavy machine girls should choose carefully as auxiliary materials are needed. I want this one. Li Muming chose this without hesitation. This is real heavy firepower. Ordinary fast combat mecha girl modules will not be equipped with this kind of module and cannot be adapted, but if it is tailor-made now, it can be considered. This? Are you sure? Heavy weaponry consumes a lot of energy. Zhang Lu tried to dissuade Li Muming. Don't worry, his robot is fine, Shen Shuling said, glancing at Lina. Endurance is a test for any mecha, but for Li Muming and his partner, it is not a problem at all. They don't even need to add energy. If this requires auxiliary materials, the number of selections will not be enough, Zhang Lu pondered. This. Li Muming frowned. He really wanted heavy firepower. Shen Shuling said, just use my number of times. Thank you. Li Muming thanked him. This kind of material library cannot be purchased with money without special channels. After confirming the materials, Shen Shuling said very straightforwardly, write down the requirements and I'll bring them to the teacher for you. Thank you very much, Li Muming thanked again. After leaving the materials warehouse, Li Muming took Lina back to the dormitory. The site of the original forge. His robot girl Di Lin said, it's already terrifying enough now. Just entering the Yao Jin level, it can exert the value of the Emerald Diamond level with its core talent. Su Su sighed, yes, he has already shown his potential. In the future, Emerald Diamond, Purple Star. The future of him and Reina is not something we can predict. So, while my old bones can still move, I will do my best to help. The future of the human race depends on these younger generations. Chapter 77, The Trouble of Being Too Popular. 10 days after the club assessment. After receiving the news, Li Muming brought Lina to the laboratory. Boss Su, we are here. Su Su handed over the box with the modules and said with a smile, for upgrade modules, all of which are golden purple attack modules, and 3 new weapon modules, 2 purple and 1 red. Li Muming was shocked when he heard this. It should be said that the old ones are the most experienced. The lowest level of his attack was purple. This is a big upgrade, directly promoted from silver steel purple to a higher level. Thank you, Mr. Su. I will never forget your kindness. Li Muming bowed in thanks. Su Su waved his hand, why are you talking so much nonsense? You will naturally have the chance to contribute in the future. Go and try the effect first. Di Lin smiled, he has been looking forward to it for a long time. Then we must not let Mr. Su down. Li Muming put away a few boxes and took Lina to the next room to assemble them. Half an hour later. In the room. Li Muming looked at the brand new panel, and the corners of his mouth almost curled up to the sky. Type of aircraft, LS high-speed fighter. Unit sequence, Photon Flare, SSS+. Battle, 275. Agility, 241. Defense, 149. Endurance, 168. Armament module, added, Winter missile, can launch 2 missiles with ice attributes, implement absolute zero strikes within a range of 500 m, and freeze creatures. Newly added, Thunder Crown, within 10 minutes after activating the armed module, you will be blessed with the power of thunder, which will attach to the mecha shell and energy shield, and cause paralysis to those who come into contact with it. Newly added, Taishan Heavenly Punishment, heavy armaments on all 4 limbs, which requires charging. Other armament modules cannot be used during the charging period. After the charging is completed, unlimited energy laser strikes can be carried out for up to 5 minutes. A total of 7 modules have brought Rina a total value increase of more than 150 points, which is no less than a major upgrade. The 3 new weapon modules not only bring new control effects to Rina, but also provide her with an additional terrifying and destructive means of attack. With your current stats and firepower, Lena, I feel like we can have a big go at this trip to the monster cemetery, Li Muming smiled. I will listen to my master. Lena packed her clothes, glanced at Li Muming, smiled sweetly, and felt satisfied both physically and mentally. Walking out of the room, facing the gazes of Su Su and Di Lin, Li Muming reported Lena's current values. The combat and agility stats alone are almost reaching the upper limit, Su Su sighed. His original estimate was already very high, but he didn't expect there would be a surprise. Etc. Li Muming didn't seem to use any equipment to test it, so how did he know Reina's current specific value? He even checked the equipment. This kid has a lot of secrets. It's okay now. After all, there are still power, energy, and engine modules that have not been upgraded. The values will definitely increase by then, Li Muming smiled modestly. Looking at Li Muming's proud look, Su Su and Di Lin couldn't help laughing. If this were any other student, they would just think that the young man was ignorant of the immensity of the world. What kind of geniuses haven't they seen over the years? But as for Li Muming, he had never seen anything at this level before. Okay, keep working hard. When I was your age, I was already at the Emerald Diamond level and beat everyone in Liang Academy. Su Su said calmly. Li Muming chuckled, I know that I am not as good as you, boss. Well, take a few more theory classes on the monster cemetery before you leave Liang Academy. We'll set off in 5 days, Su Su waved his hand. Li Muming immediately bowed and said, the student is leaving now. Goodbye, Reina also thanked him. The two left. Looking at the backs of Li Muming and Lena, Su Su said with emotion, there are many interesting little guys in this trip to the monster cemetery. I wonder what kind of splash he can make. I don't know about that. Anyway, when he was his age, I was still playing house with you in the Fierce 1 level, and I had to avoid the troublemakers in the Fierce 3 level. Ahem. Teaching building. After Li Muming brought Lena to class, he always felt like he had become a star and was always being watched by others. From time to time, people even came to ask him for his autograph. The most outrageous thing was that even the teacher who taught a theoretical class on analyzing mecha blueprints came to ask him if he had any secret tips on understanding mecha blueprints. Li Muming only had one sentence in response to this, sorry, I don't need the mecha blueprints. It caused another uproar. After finishing the theoretical class in the morning, I came to the practical training class in the afternoon. Thousands of people are in one large classroom. In front, a senior teacher was talking. We must understand that the numerical value is the basis of a mecha girl's combat, and accurate numerical values must rely on a calibrated machine. Let's find a classmate to test the difference between the mecha girl before and after calibration. As he spoke, the teacher glanced through the crowd. Let Li Muming and his robot girl come up and cooperate with the teacher, said the teacher. Okay, Li Muming and Lena, who were repeatedly called, went on stage naturally. In front of the standard testing cabin, Li Muming helped Lena put up the testing equipment, and then the teacher pressed the switch and the numbers on the display screen jumped. Battle, 240. Agility, 201. Defense, 88. Endurance, 114. Battery life, 29. There was an uproar at the scene. Oh shit, luckily I knew it was a false result from the detector, otherwise I would have been really scared. My mecha girl's combat power is only 124. If this value is true, I might as well find a piece of tofu and kill myself. What's the point of living? Who isn't? This number is too scary. It's even higher than some veteran Yaojin level students. This effect is too intuitive. If we want to know the values of the machine girls, we can only rely on the equipment. If the equipment breaks down, the consequences will be disastrous. Looking at the scene, the teacher nodded with satisfaction and said, "This is the result of the test chamber not being calibrated and testing incorrectly. It is easy to misjudge one's own strength. We all know that Li Muming's robot has just been promoted to the golden level, so the values will definitely not be so outrageous, so we will start teaching everyone how to calibrate the equipment." After letting Reina come out first, the teacher began to calibrate the equipment. "Master, this equipment is so troublesome." Lena hated these densely packed devices. Li Muming shrugged, "It's okay, we won't need it anyway." As soon as this was said, the Mediterranean teacher was a little dissatisfied. "Student Li Muming, although you are extremely talented, when it comes to the values of the machine girl, can you guarantee that you are accurate?" "Yes," Li Muming nodded. "That's right. If you can't do it, just listen carefully. It will be good later. Can you?" Teacher Mediterranean was stunned, then turned back and frowned. "After you were promoted, have you used the equipment to detect the value?" "No." "Without the equipment, can you accurately report the values of your own robot girl?" "Can." "If you can't, just listen carefully. Later, okay?" Mr. Mediterranean held his eyes and said, "Then tell me what you want to hear." Li Muming shrugged and began to report Lena's values on the panel. The next moment, the whole audience was stunned. "MD, there has to be a limit to false reporting, the testing equipment is right next to us." Chapter 78, the demigod level mecha master forcefully promoted. "No, my god, how can you even come up with such a ridiculous number? There's a detector right next to him. He can't be lying. Besides, Li Muming's robot has this value. I believe it. There's nothing to argue about. Just use the instrument and you'll know." Under the encouragement of the crowd, Han San began to debug his equipment, and did not forget to educate Li Muming. "Student Li, you have to know that even instrument testing may not be accurate, so you must not rely solely on subjective judgment of the value." After that, 3 minutes later, the instrument debugging was completed. "Okay, let's test it again now," Han San nodded after making sure that the standard parts values were correct. Reina entered the test chamber. Everyone started staring at the numbers on the screen. From the beginning of the battle, exactly the same as what Li Muming said. Agility. Defense. Looking at the final series of numbers that appeared on the screen, the entire audience was completely shocked. Fuck, it's really this value. Is this what you can get after just being promoted to the brilliant gold level? Wow, my child is crying because of greed. How did you modify the mecha girl? I also want to have such high values. Thousands of students were shocked and drooling with envy. However, Han San was shocked that Li Muming could really perform numerical testing on the machine girl without the help of any instruments. "Student Li Muming, the teacher has something to ask you, please answer it seriously." Han San's eyes became serious. Li Muming nodded, "Excuse me. How do you determine the values of the mecha girls, tacit understanding? Or feeling? Does it work on other mecha girls?" Han San's last sentence is the key point. Li Muming said without hesitation, "With my pair of sharp eyes, I can treat all the girls." Han San was delighted and said immediately, "In that case, teacher, I have a favor to ask you to help me. This involves the strategic event of our academy entering the monster cemetery number 255 later." Ah. Li Muming was surprised. "Let's talk after class." Good. Returning to his seat, Li Muming could feel that more eyes were being focused on him. An hour and a half passed like this and the class ended. Li Muming and Lena followed Han San's pace and walked towards the teacher's dormitory area, while listening to the teacher's request. "It's like this, one of my good friends was chosen as the deputy commander of the Liang Hospital for this operation. In order to cope with this responsibility, he and his mecha girl were forcibly promoted to the demigod level. Now the body is in chaos and the value cannot be monitored. Han San said, begging, currently, due to the impact of the war, a large number of equipment and energy sources cannot be activated, so his situation is difficult to deal with. If possible, you can confirm the situation. Li Muming raised his eyebrows. If it involves the demigod level, I may not be able to guarantee it. After all, he failed to detect Su Su's mecha girl last time because the level gap was too big. Han San smiled bitterly. This is just a last-ditch effort. My friend is extremely distressed right now. If he doesn't know the values of his machine, it will have a huge impact on his ability. After all, the basis of a mecha's combat strength lies in its basic values. Okay, I'll try my best, Li Muming nodded. Soon, the three of them arrived at Area A3 in the teacher's area. I'm sorry, Director Fu, your robot's condition is too complicated. It will definitely not be detected in a short time. It will take at least half a month. It's best not to enter the battlefield during this period. At the entrance of the luxurious courtyard, a spirit maker in white clothes looked serious. Fu Zheng, the director of the Liang Academy's Central Material Management Office, shook his head and said, even if I can only exert the strength of the Red Sun level, I can still help. Well, since you have made up your mind, I can only wish you good luck in martial arts. The spirit creator said goodbye and turned around to run into Han San and his group. Master Wu. Teacher Han. Engineer Wu nodded and recognized Li Muming behind Han San. He was stunned for a moment and then smiled and nodded. Li Muming smiled back and watched him leave. Spirit builders, whether it's mecha manufacturing, mecha repair, module creation, or numerical testing, we need their help. Some excellent spirit builders can even help mecha masters make effective suggestions on the transformation level. The Flare Laboratory of the Liang Academy is the strongest team of spirit creators in the entire Saint Dulac base, including but not limited to the creation of the LY sequence. Hey, it's Lao San, why are you here to eat for free again? I didn't cook for you today. Fu Zheng, who was about 40 years old and had a strong physique, smiled heartily when he saw Han San and immediately put his arm around his shoulders. I brought a top spirit maker to see you, to help you check Ling Qi's condition, Han San smiled. Fu Zheng was surprised and looked behind Han San, where? Is there a more professional spirit maker in Liang Academy than Master Wu? Here, Han San smiled and pointed at Li Muming. Student Li Muming. Fu Zheng was stunned, then waved his hand and smiled. Alright, you're also good at teasing people. Everyone in Liang Academy knows that Student Li is the treasure of Mr. Su. He is a top mecha master. Han San pretended to smile mysteriously. Where's Ling Qi? Ling Qi, the third brother, is here to see us, Fu Zheng immediately shouted towards the backyard. Soon, a long-haired robot girl walked out of the yard, looking very good and in great shape. Student Li, how is it? Han San immediately looked at Li Muming with expectation. Li Muming hissed and said, strange, this robot girl is in a very bad condition. How can she go to the battlefield without repairing it? She can't beat monsters of the same level. Hearing this, Fu Zheng was surprised and said, you can see Ling Qi's problem. Li Muming nodded and said, the panel values are very strong, combat 1059, agility 896, defense 799. Just this overall situation. What's the overall situation? Fu Zheng immediately became a little nervous. Although he previously thought that Li Muming was just a potential top mecha master, his thoughts have changed now. You have to know that he spent nearly a week and a lot of instruments to verify the combat value, which was exactly 1059. Regardless of how Li Muming figured it out, this number is genuine. Following the panel, Li Muming said directly. First of all, the machine girl has not reached the conditions for promotion to the demigod level. It is a forced promotion, and the promotion materials used are not compatible with the machine girl's own sequence. Then, Li Muming changed the subject and said. But fortunately, the power module and energy module are quite compatible, so we have barely reached the demigod level. However, once this huge energy source is activated, the weapon module will be useless within 10 times. Upon hearing this, Fu Zheng was stunned. This was largely the same as what Master Wu said. Well, is there any way to solve it? Fu Zheng said this for some unknown reason. But as soon as he said this, he started to laugh at himself. He was so anxious that he was confused. Even the spirit builders of the entire Liang Academy needed to study it. How could this young student know the solution? There is a way. It's normal that there's nothing I can do. After all, what? Chapter 79, We Are Sworn Brothers. From now on you are my real brother. Fu Zheng suspected that he had heard it wrong and pinched Ling Qi's waist. You're looking for death, huh? Ling Qi glanced over coldly, scaring Fu Zheng and confirming that it was not an auditory hallucination. Immediately, Fu Zheng became excited. In order to solve this problem recently, he had sought help from many demigod-level mecha masters, and all the engineers in the entire Liang Academy had visited. If this problem cannot be resolved, there is a high probability that the position of Deputy Commander-in-Chief will be lost to someone else. In a war of this scale, he will definitely get involved and help the human race. Student Li Muming, you tell me what you want to do. I can set any conditions you want. Li Muming shook his head. You are the main force against the monster cemetery. Restoring your combat power is also to protect thousands of lights from monsters. If I talk about compensation now, wouldn't it be like making a fortune from the national crisis? Hearing this, Fu Zheng was stunned. He didn't expect that it was he who had low awareness at the moment, so he immediately became serious. Student Li Muming. Oh no, Brother Li. As long as you can do me this favor, you will be my brother from now on, and we can become sworn brothers. As he spoke, the demigod-level mecha master slapped his chest muscles fiercely. From now on, your business is my business. The solution is actually very simple, Li Muming said, glancing at the panel. Your mecha girl is a barrier series, so it should be fine to use promotion materials such as the Winged Giant Bear Core, but many of your modules contain the core abilities of attribute monsters, which will cause conflicts. Immediately afterwards, Li Muming began to recommend rectification plans to Fu Zheng according to the current best transformation plan on the panel. For example, now go to the material library to find compatible materials, have a senior spirit maker upgrade the module, and replace the conflicting material core in the armed module. Alternatively, use the bones of the six-sided spider, the natural enemy of the winged giant bear, to make a demigod-level engine module to suppress the powerful output of the power module. With the help of materials such as Lingshan Golden Vine and Cold Light Beast Ashes, it can be safe in the short term. After all, your mecha girl has been promoted. The defects can only be neutralized by suppression. You can refer to my suggestions for the next promotion, but this is the only way now. Li Muming felt quite regretful as he did not notice the astonished expressions of the Qian-class Mecha Master and the Demigod-class Mecha Master in front of him. That's enough. That's enough. Fu Zheng took out a small notebook from his pocket and quickly wrote down the method that Li Muming had just mentioned. You just said Lingshan Golden Vine, what is this thing? Why haven't I heard of it? Is it written like this? As he was writing, the demigod-level Mecha Master was stumped by an unfamiliar term. Li Muming took a look and pretended to be calm and said, well, this is also a kind of monster material. The material library of Liang Academy should have it, probably. Fu Zheng suddenly realized what was going on, then tore off the paper and kept it as a treasure. Mu Ming, you can rest here now. If you need anything, just go find the third brother. Third brother, you entertain Mu Ming first. I'm going to find Master Wu to forge the module, he said, and then he hurriedly pulled Ling Qi away. Are you kidding? The army will set out in 5 days, and there is no time to waste now. Han San and Li Muming, who were left behind, looked at each other. Well, you didn't have lunch, right? I'll make some dinner. Don't be polite. We'll help, too. All three of them went into the kitchen. Inside the Flare laboratory. When Master Wu saw Fu Zheng running over in a hurry, he was about to ask what happened when a note was stuffed into his hand. Hurry, let's see which of these two methods can be completed within 5 days, Fu Zheng said hurriedly. Seeing Fu Zheng, who was usually calm, like this, Master Wu also became curious about the contents on the paper. At first glance, he was a little surprised, at second, he was shocked, and at third, he was ecstatic. Where did this plan come from? It's tailor-made for me. Teacher Wu turned on the computer and checked the materials one by one. Yes, there is no problem with the compatibility of these materials. There is no negative effect on the numerical changes of the body, and the energy allocation between modules is also suitable. Even he was not very familiar with two of the materials and had to rely on the records in the database to determine the effects. One can imagine how highly skilled the spirit creator who wrote down these two plans must be. Seeing this, Fu Zheng was completely relieved. After closing the computer, Master Wu asked curiously, "Whose plan is this? Master Huang from Pluto Military Industry? Or Master Xu from Yishan Laboratory?" Fu Zheng smiled and said, "Neither. Do I know him? You just met. I just saw him. That classmate Li Muming." Teacher Wu was shocked and said a guess that he himself could not believe. "Yes, it's him," Fu Zheng nodded proudly. "I'm ready to become brothers with him. I'll introduce him to you next time." This is unscientific. How can he know so much at such a young age? Isn't he a top mecha master? Shouldn't he have extraordinary attainments in mecha modification and driving? Master Wu was stunned. He had seen many talented people who were born to make modules, research mecha girls, and coordinate modules, but at this age, it was amazing that he could deal with a silver steel level mecha girl. But what level are Fu Zheng and Ling Qi? Demigod level. A half-step god who can cut off a mountain peak with one blow and cause seawater to flood back. For a mecha girl of this level, even a screw on her body contains huge energy, and only top-notch spiritual creators dare to touch it. How old is Li Muming? He can already provide substantial help to this level of mecha girl. This is no longer something that can be explained simply by the word genius. Fu Zheng, how about we make a deal? Let him join the Flare Lab. Just think about it, how many demigod mechas can a top-notch spirit builder create and how many god-level mechas can he repair? With his current attainments, what is his future like? Master Wu rubbed his hands, his eyes full of anticipation. Come on, if you have this idea, go and talk to Mr. Su about it yourself. Now tell me whether you can get it done within 5 days. Fu Zheng waved his hand. Master Wu sighed in disappointment and said, Liang Academy does have the materials, but I definitely can't handle this amount of work alone, but if you are willing to let Li Muming come to the laboratory for further study for 3 days, I can let half of the laboratory's spirit builders help you. That'll have to wait until our trip to Monster Cemetery number 255 is over. I'll try my best. Make a deal. After saying this, Master Wu started to call people over. After leaving the module behind, Fu Zheng happily returned to his residence with Ling Qi. As soon as I got home. Brother Mu Ming. Today we will become brothers. From now on, your business will be my business. Before Li Muming could react, Fu Zheng forced him to drink. Mu Ming, when we enter Monster Cemetery number 255, tell me which area you want to go to and I'll arrange it for you. Oh, by the way, didn't you just get promoted to the brilliant gold level? As the director of the Material Management Office, I am in charge of all the module resources in the Liang Academy. What modules are you missing? Just tell me. Don't be polite to me. If you are, I will get angry with you. Under Fu Zheng's enthusiasm, Li Muming directly selected 2 engine modules in the following days, one of which even had a new spiritual skill. 5 days passed in a flash. The Liang Academy Strategic Action Mobilization Meeting has begun. Chapter 80, Playing an Exhibition Match with the Dragon Fighting Company. Damn! A high platform and banners had already been built in front of the main gate barrier of the Lianjuan Pyramid. When Li Muming and the others arrived here, there were already crowds of people. Looking towards the platform in the front, Li Muming saw familiar faces, Wang Zhe, Fu Zheng, and several deans, including Su Su, who had not appeared in the public eye for a long time. Next to them were several soldiers in military uniforms. Ha! Suddenly, Li Muming saw Zhou Sheng, the referee of the Monster Cemetery Pioneer Cup, who was standing at the last seat. At the bottom of the platform, a group of young men in military uniforms were sitting in an orderly formation. On the podium, the leaders looked at the time and began to take their seats. Wang Zhe continued to host the opening ceremony. After speeches by many leaders and inspirational speeches, we finally arrived at the highlight, personnel arrangements. This operation is led by Commander-in-Chief Su Tianya and Deputy Commander-in-Chief Fu Zheng. If you have any questions, you can contact them. Student Team, First Team, Captain Lai 6th Level Student Su Yang, Team Members Qing Qianxiu, Tan Qingsong. Team 2, Captain Lai, Level 6 Student Jian Dongfang, Team Members Jian Nan, Chen Tong. Team 100, Captain Li Muming, Level 1, Team Members Guizhe, Shi Guang, Xiao Min. When they heard Li Muming's name, there was an uproar at the scene. No, I haven't heard that Li Muming will also participate in this operation. Isn't he only Level 1? What's the big deal? With his strength, he is much better than those incompetent seniors. Of course he is qualified. Since the club assessment, Li Muming's status has changed from a Level 1 newcomer to a popular mecha master. This classmate Li Muming seems to be very popular. The commander of the third column, Xiao Yong, raised his eyebrows slightly next to Yishan. Yishan smiled and replied, he can be regarded as the strongest newcomer in the history of Liang Academy. Oh. Xiao Yong immediately became interested. How does it compare to my Dragon Battle Company? This. I haven't compared it, so I really don't know. Yishan thought for a moment and shook his head. Every member of the Dragon War Company has lived in the military camp since childhood. They are selected from the best of the best, have a good family background, and are special talents directly under the military's supervision. Any one of them has the strength to fight against 100 people alone. Compared with others in the Yao Jin level, Yishan is naturally full of confidence, but Li Muming is different. It's rare to see you speak so highly of a young man, Yishan. I really need to see this. Xiao Yong smiled and turned to look at Su Su. Boss Su, since this is a mobilization meeting, how about we do some impromptu performances to liven up the atmosphere? Su Su said, of course, I can, but I'm afraid that Commander Xiaoyong's treasure will lose, which would be a bit embarrassing. Xiao Yong smiled. Boss Su really has confidence in this newcomer. In that case, why don't we make a bet? If you lose, how about you help me build an armed module yourself? I'll cover all the materials. What if you lose? Su Su smiled. What do you think, Mr. Su? Xiaoyong asked. Su Su pointed to the team below and said, if my student wants to form his own destiny team in the future, how about picking one from your Dragon Battle Company? Upon hearing this, Xiaoyong and Yishan's expressions froze slightly. Every year, one outstanding graduate from Liang Academy will be selected and given the power to form a destiny team. While enjoying the resources of the entire Saint Dulac base, the Destiny team usually enters high-risk monster cemeteries around the world to carry out secret missions, responsible for nipping in the bud the signs of war in many monster cemeteries. Therefore, every member of the Destiny team is extremely important. This sentence is enough to prove Li Muming's position in Su Su's heart. What a big mouth he has, but I really don't think he can win. Xiaoyong smiled knowingly and then waved his hand. Let's bet. Su Su looked as if to say, I knew you would agree, and then waved at Wang Zhe. Soon, the news of the exhibition match was announced, and everyone was looking forward to it. Let me be a contestant in the exhibition match. I'm only at the gold level. Li Muming was a little surprised when he was called to the podium. Among the 100 teams this time, most of them were Emerald Diamond level, so how could he, a gold level 1, stand out? They specifically asked for you, don't worry, it's not in vain. Mr. Su has gotten a generous gift for you, Wang Zhe patted Li Muming's shoulder. And the other side? Xiao Yong personally shouted, Zhong Ziliai, don't embarrass me in this exhibition match. Yes. A handsome soldier stepped out, walking with vigor. Soon, everyone moved to the nearby arena number 9. Above the arena, Li Muming and Lina saw their opponents clearly. There was a man and a woman, both wearing military uniforms. The young man was handsome, but his physique was a little thin, which was not suitable for a soldier. The girl had short hair that reached her shoulders and looked heroic. Li Muming, Reina, shining gold level. Zhong Ziliai, Qi, Yao Jin level. As the players took their positions, both sides entered the mecha state. Both are at the brilliant gold level, so this competition will definitely be won by Li Muming. His strength is almost approaching the Emerald Diamond level. Hey, that's why you are so ignorant. Look at the dark green dragon pattern on that mecha. That's the symbol of the military's Dragon Combat Company. The Dragon Battle Company, I heard that it's called the God of War Training Camp, and the threshold is even higher than that of the Liang Academy. Just as the students of Liang Academy were discussing winning or losing, Zhong Ziliai's voice was heard from the mecha with silver and dark green patterns on the stage. Indifference, filled with a terrifying sense of oppression. 3 shots, end the battle. Chapter 81, kill the same level instantly with 3 shots. Let's talk about it first. No. Pretend like this. Li Muming was stunned. Before he could even say a harsh word, the other party started. Looking closely, the silver-white 20M steel fuselage is covered with dark green dragon patterns made of nanocomposite materials, and the double horns on the head are enhanced optical sensors. On her back, she carries an electromagnetic armor-piercing sniper rifle with a barrel length of 12 meters, making it the longest sniper rifle Li Muming has seen so far. Being alert, Li Muming opened the atlas. Machine type, LX Long-Range Sniper Machine Girl. Unit serial number, Silver Dragon, SS+. Power module, Cold Light, Gold Red. Armed module, Dragon Storm Electromagnetic Sniper Rifle, Gold Red, Ghost Broken Blade, Gold Red. Core talent, Regeneration. Spiritual skills. Star Convergence, converts all of the body's energy supply into 3 bullets with 130% penetration damage. Ghost Incarnation, when in stealth mode, attacks cannot be detected. Battle, 289. Agility, 288. Defense, 98. Endurance, 50. Battery life, 90. Evaluation, overall rating SS, sacrificed all stats in exchange for 3 lethal bullets that ignore defense. No one can react before the bullets hit. A well-deserved sniper. This is Chi's data panel, Li Muming saw it all. Okay, I thought he was pretending, but I didn't expect that he was exposing his weakness. He is really, a cold-hearted person with a kind heart. Just as Zhong Ziliai said, after 3 bullets, either he wins or he loses, the battle is over either way, which is outrageous. In the cockpit, Li Muming rubbed his chin. The opponent has 3 bullets that ignore defense, and can also turn invisible. If he really uses hidden guns, it will be difficult to deal with him. Reina, what do you think? Reina said without hesitation, fire coverage, kill him. That makes sense. I have plenty of firepower now, so why should I worry about this? Li Muming smiled brightly. The best defense is offense. You only have 3 guns, but I have countless missiles. In the duel arena, Li Gang, vice president of the student union, was called in to join in the drama. Ahem, I will still be the host of this exhibition match. On our left is Li Muming, the level 1 king of Liang Academy. His best record is that he soloed the 255th Monster Cemetery, 9 Flame Mountain area and defeated a Jade Diamond level Magma King Beast. After hearing this record, all the military personnel looked at the mecha in awe and re-examined it. On the right is Zhong Ziliai from the Dragon Battle Company. According to the military, he once killed 3 Emerald Diamond level Blazing Emperor snakes with 3 bullets. Host Li Gang was also very shocked when he received the news. What's wrong with the newcomers nowadays? At the age of 18, they don't just waste time, but each one is more capable than the other, which makes this old man feel a little embarrassed. There was silence at the scene. Those who had originally accused Zhong Ziliai of showing off suddenly shut up, fearing that a bullet would hit them from behind. After the host's introduction, the battle begins. A breeze blew by, and in the blink of an eye, the figure of Mecha Chi disappeared from the arena, and the invisibility skill was activated. Zhong Ziliai activated invisibility as soon as he came on the field. If the hidden gun is fired, the battle will be over. Let's see how Li Muming will defend. The host just finished speaking. I saw flames all over the body of Reina's mecha, the shoulder armor unfolded, and the flare missile module was charging frantically. Above the arms, the light tracing missiles began to search for targets, and on the posterior skeletal plate of the right leg, the Winter Sin missile was also ready to go. The power of thunder and lightning swirled out from the chest and covered the limbs, as if the thunder god had descended. In just a few seconds, the Reina mecha was fully armed, and the next moment, everyone felt what fire suppression meant. Missiles were flying in all directions like crazy, mushroom clouds were rising, and the entire arena was within his range. Scorching heat and bitter cold, it's hard to imagine that these 2 extreme scenes can appear in the same place at the same time. As expected of Li Muming, he activated 4 armed modules in such a short time. This overwhelming firepower coverage is really exciting. The host shouted. The students of Liang Academy and the members of the Dragon War Company were equally shocked. This fire suppression was a bit extreme. At this moment, Zhong Ziliai was in trouble. His electromagnetic bullets needed to be charged to fire, and under Li Muming's firepower coverage, he had no chance at all. It was hard for Zhong Ziliai to imagine that there was no place for him in this arena with a diameter of 1 kilometer. He had also faced many mecha opponents and monsters with fierce firepower, but none of them were as oppressive as the mecha in front of him. Increase the output of the energy shield and hold on for 30 seconds to accumulate power, Qi's calm voice came. Zhong Ziliai responded, I know. Just as they were preparing to accumulate strength, Zhong Ziliai suddenly discovered that the form of the opposite Rina mecha had changed again. The huge wing panels on the back unfolded, and the mechanical arms inside the spine extended. 4 heavy guns with a diameter of about 7 m and a width of 2 m were attached to the limbs. A bad premonition came to Zhong Ziliai's mind. Reminder. The Taishan Heavenly Punishment module has been fully charged. The next moment, the charging of Rina's mecha's new module was completed. Fuck him. Li Muming unceremoniously treated the arena as a shooting range and opened fire at full force. Scarlet fire bombs dyed the sky red, the surrounding air currents made a whistling sound, and visible heat waves spread throughout the field. The Reina mecha moved and circled in the center of the field, and the fire curtain devoured everything it touched like a spiral. The so-called divine punishment is to destroy with absolute repressive force. Under this scale of firepower, the audience's naked eyes could hardly even see the Rina mecha on the field, and could only see the shining field of firepower. Where is Zhong Ziliai? Such a doubt arose in the minds of the people present. Chapter 82, Rare Origin Module. I want it. At the edge of the arena, Zhong Ziliai was almost going crazy. The mecha on the opposite side was like a tireless firepower machine, not giving him any chance to accumulate power to complete his attack. Give me 30 seconds, I'm going to come. No, you can't. It feels this way every time. In the audience's sight, the surging firepower continued for a long time, and in the frosty heat wave, the figure of Zhong Ziliai's robot girl dodging in a panic reappeared. Finally found you. The fiery sunlight sword on her right arm unfolded, Rina's mecha activated the spiritual skill of stepping on the void slash, and her figure disappeared from everyone's sight. Zhong Ziliai noticed that the firepower had stopped. Just when he thought he could take a breath and start accumulating strength, a sword suddenly appeared in front of him. In such a short time, he had no way to react. It's hard to understand, Li Muming's terrifying firepower is comparable to that of the Heavy Machine Girl. Oh no, it's even more ferocious than the Heavy Machine Girl. Oh my god. Zhong Ziliai's invisibility skill was actually forced to be unable to continue due to Li Muming's firepower. Treading on the void. It is a treading on the void that can burst out at a speed beyond the limit in an instant. The moment the fire coverage ended, Li Muming activated the spiritual skill. Zhong Ziliai's gun didn't even have a chance to fire a bullet. Compared to the club assessment, Li Muming is even stronger. He deserves the title of the strongest newcomer. The hostly gang excitedly explained the live game and commented on the battle professionally. The moment the smoke and dust cleared, the ruins of the arena came into view. The module of the 7th mecha suffered severe damage, and the internal wiring connections of the mecha were damaged on a large scale. It was unable to continue fighting at all and eventually exited the mecha state. Zhong Ziliai stood there in a daze. Compared to the failure, what was more difficult for him to accept was that he was defeated before he even fired a shot. At this moment, he found it difficult to accept the reality of failure. The host blew the whistle. Winner, Li Muming, a level 1 student. The whole audience was silent for a long time, and then there was overwhelming screams and thunderous applause. Li Muming exited the mecha state, with a calm smile on his face. Reina stood beside him obediently. They were a good-looking couple with talent and did not have any of the domineering aura that had frightened people just now. However, no one at the scene dared to treat her as an ordinary vase. I won the bet. Remember to leave that spot to Li Muming. Before he makes his selection, Commander Shao must continue to train every soldier. Su Su smiled as if he had expected it. Xiao Yong had not expected this result, so he could only sigh. Well, it's not a loss if they can join Li Muming's team in the future. Then the commander of the third column stood up and sighed. It is a blessing for the entire St. Duloc base to have such a promising newcomer in Liang Academy. If that is the case, I cannot be stingy. At this moment, everyone's attention was focused. Xiaoyong's eyes swept across everyone, and finally stayed on Li Muming for a few seconds, then he raised his hand and took out a module. The fist-sized module looks like the wings of a rock, with light flickering on it, and you can faintly hear the sound of the rock spreading its wings. The moment he saw the curious shape of the module, Li Muming opened the illustration and looked at the module. Origin module unyielding wings. Grade. Amplification value. Effect prediction of assembly, no additional attributes. After assembly, Reina Mecha can obtain flying skills, and its overall combat power will be greatly improved. As we all know, the 11 series of Mecha Girls all have their own unique characteristics, such as the long-range killing of the Sniper Mecha Girls, the long-range support and repair of the Auxiliary Mecha Girls, and the flying of the Air Control Mecha Girls. After all, as an LS high mobility and high-speed fighter girl, Reina's abilities are no longer limited to quick attack and close combat. With the help of her core talents, she has equipped herself with heavy-duty weapon modules that non-heavy-duty girls cannot use. Now if we have to say, Reina already has two uniquenesses. If this origin module is added, then Reina will have 3 special abilities of a sequence mecha girl. For a moment, Li Muming's eyes became fiery. This is the latest product of our Pluto military industry, and its effect is. After introducing the module in his hand, the brave on the high platform continued. In this strategic operation, no matter whether it is the 100 teams of Liang Academy or the military team, the one who completes the mission with the highest contribution and includes an S-level mission will receive the flight origin module in my hand. After he finished speaking, the whole place fell silent, followed by a sea of screams and discussions. Oh my god! I've heard about the research on the origin module a long time ago, but I didn't expect that there have been results. Oh my god, this is the ability to fly. Although it's not promising on an air control mecha girl whose stats are not outstanding, it's a real bonus if it's used on any other mecha girl of any sequence. It is typically useless alone, but can be combined to become the best. At this moment, all the people participating in the action couldn't help but breathe faster, their eyes revealing desire and greed. And right under the watchful eyes of the public. Xiao Yong looked at Li Muming and smiled meaningfully. Li Muming, I am very optimistic about you. At this moment, everyone turned their eyes to Li Muming with a wary look. Is this an act of venting Zhong Ziliai's anger and protecting his protégé? Li Muming paused and gave a reserved smile. I'll try my best. After Xiaoyong took out the origin module, the mobilization meeting was immediately pushed to a climax, and everyone's desire to fight was aroused. After the mobilization meeting, the teams began to assemble. When Li Muming returned to the stage, his teammates from the Ares Club were already ready. Looking at Li Muming, Shen Shuling, who came to see him off, said directly, be careful in this operation. S-level missions are not that easy to accept. All missions that can be called S-level have a mortality rate of over 95%, and exploring boss-level monster lairs is just common. Even without mentioning S-level tasks, if you want to surpass others in terms of task contribution, you must at least accept A-level tasks, which is also very difficult. Especially since Li Muming is now the target of public criticism, every action he takes will be under the watchful eyes of others, and the pressure is doubled. Don't worry, my master knows what's going on. Reina stood between the two of them, patted her chest with a smile, and said, if he wants to show off, I will take him away. Shen Shuling nodded, then glanced at Guozhi and the others, be careful, everyone. When this mission is over, I'll come back and hold a celebration party for you. Good. No problem. Several people laughed. Captain, the carrier is calling the roll, shall we set off? Guozhi patted Li Muming's shoulder. Comparing the overall strength, Guozhi, who has already reached the Emerald Diamond level, has no confidence at all that he can defeat Li Muming, so he called him captain very calmly. Li Muming nodded, smiled and said goodbye to Shen Shuling, then Shuling, see you after the mission is over. I hope that by then, you will have been promoted to Purple Star level. I'll try my best, Shen Shuling responded with a faint smile. Afterwards, Li Muming led his team and boarded the carrier plane. Chapter 83, Breaking News. Monster in Sakura Valley. Above Liang Courtyard, transport planes took off in an orderly manner and headed towards the military base in Monster Cemetery number 255. Li Muming's team was the last to board carrier plane number 79. I heard that this mission is very dangerous. Even if you don't actively choose an S-level mission, there will be a mortality rate. What do you think? Lack of awareness can easily lead to death. At this moment, there was constant discussion on the carrier. In the crowd, Li Muming heard someone calling his name. When he looked up, he saw Jiannan. What a coincidence, you are here too. Li Muming was surprised. Jiannan chuckled, aren't you here to join in the fun? Huh, just joining in the fun, a bunch of rookies are in such a hurry to come out and die instead of studying properly in Liang Academy. Across from him, a man in fiery red clothes sneered. Being interrupted for no reason, Li Muming frowned slightly. Who are you? The man raised his head and said, I am not talented, third on the earth ranking, Shi Hu. Oh, Li Muming said in a long tone, looking at Shi Hu, you are ranked third on the level 6 talent list, so you are indeed not talented. The Earth ranking is a battle power ranking for the Jade Diamond level. There is also a heavenly ranking, but one must reach the Purple Star battle power to enter. This sentence broke Shi Hu's defense and made his face turn red instantly. Li Muming, don't think you are great just because you are famous. Don't die on the mission this time. Li Muming glanced at him and said, so you are jealous of my reputation. Unfortunately, the mission cannot be completed by talking. Let's make a bet. In the next mission, if you can't beat me, you must kneel down in public and call me Dad. Shi Hu sneered. Li Muming asked back, what if you lost? What should I call you? Dad. Hey. Good son. The scene fell into silence, with members of Li Muming's team and Jiannan's team bursting into laughter. Li Muming, just wait for me. Shi Hu said, gritting his teeth, and then walked towards the front of the carrier amid laughter. He had already lost face here. After Shi Hu left, Jian Dongfang, the captain of Jiannan team, smiled. Li Muming, you are very interesting. However, Shi Hu is still quite powerful. He has killed 3 Emerald Diamond level boss monsters in a row. Boss monsters basically represent the peak level of a level. Thanks for the reminder, but this kind of guy will only become more aggressive if we don't overwhelm him with momentum, Li Muming replied. Hearing this, Jian Dongfang was surprised. He looked at Li Muming, who seemed immature but had a very mature mentality, and recognized him a little more. He stretched out his hand and said, I am Jiannan's elder brother, Jian Dongfang, and I am ranked second on the Earth ranking. Please give me your guidance in the future. Second on the Earth ranking. Li Muming blinked, shook hands and said, it's not really about teaching, brother Jian, please take care of me from now on. Maybe I'll have to rely on you to take care of it. After some communication, everyone basically began to close their eyes and rest. I don't know exactly how much time has passed. Sudden. Emergency broadcast. Everyone on alert. Everyone on alert. The carrier was attacked by a monster in Sakura Valley Area 218 and is about to make an emergency landing. All mecha operators, please prepare for battle. The violent shaking instantly woke everyone up, and they leaned out the window to look down. At this moment, the carrier plane was already making an emergency landing, with its wings shaking from side to side. Below is a valley full of cherry trees, with mountains on both sides. This valley is V-shaped, with exits at both ends, and if the carrier aircraft hits it at this speed, it will definitely be torn into pieces and explode. Oh no! Look at those cherry trees, they are not real trees, they are monsters. Shi Guang exclaimed. This is the Sakura sword beast. It usually hides very deeply, but once prey approaches, it will activate an attack, Jian Dongfang said in a serious tone. Thunderbolt, thunderbolt. Fuck, they're all moving. Just as Jian Dongfang said, when the carrier fell within half a mile of them, branches as sharp as swords wreaked havoc in the valley, and every strike left a deep sword mark. Everyone started to panic. The out-of-control carrier and the monster territory below were ready to devour their lives. Fuck. These idiots in the academy, don't they know how to choose the right path? Sherhu held on to the seat in front of him tightly with both hands and shouted angrily. Mom, I want to go home. How come this mission has already entered hell mode before it even starts? I want to quit. There was chaos in the cabin of the carrier, and there was even the sound of a girl crying. Snap. At this moment, there was a heavy sound of glass breaking, followed by a strong wind blowing back, and everyone was blown all over the place. Why are you crying? Can crying until dark heal the carrier, but will it kill the monster? In front of the broken window, Li Mumming, who was held by Reina, showed absolute calmness. All the girls in the combat sequence will go down and clear a piece of space. The girls in the air control sequence will be responsible for stabilizing the carrier plane. As soon as they finished speaking, the two of them jumped down from a height of 10,000 meters and entered mecha combat status in the air. The body engine modules and boosters overload in the opposite direction to counteract the downward force of gravity. Just at the moment when Reina's mecha landed in the V-shaped intersection of the valley, the two nearest golden-level Sakura sword beasts rose from the ground, their roots transformed into countless legs and ran towards this side, while pieces of flying flowers stabbed towards this side like blades. All of these flying flowers carry terrifying power. When rotating at high speed, they are sharper than steel swords and can easily cut through boulders. Li Mumming was not polite at all. He activated the void slash of the Reina mecha. After dodging, he went straight towards the two Sakura sword beasts and cut the two beasts with one sword. The Sakura sword beasts howled and both died, turning into flying petals that scattered across the valley, becoming nutrients for the next generation of Sakura sword beasts. What a best newcomer. He lives up to his reputation. Even I can't match his mental strength. Jian Dongfang looked down and couldn't help but feel a sense of respect for Li Mumming. Compared with Li Mumming, this group of battle-hardened veteran students are more like newcomers. Do as Li Mumming says. Suddenly, Jian Dongfang's team also began to break the windows and jump down. The rest of the people were also awakened by Li Mumming's scolding. Feeling ashamed, they immediately started to take action. This guy, damn it. Seeing that the limelight had been snatched away by Li Mumming again, Sherhu, who had just been cursing the academy, felt embarrassed and jumped out of the plane immediately. Fortunately, there were 3 air control girls in the team this time, and they finally succeeded in placing the carrier plane steadily on the open space that Li Mumming had just cleared. All around, the bloody battle was going on. Chapter 84, The Way Out is Blocked. In a desperate situation, the Sakura sword beast climbed down from the mountain wall, swinging its body wildly and attacking Li Mumming. With every dance, countless flying flower blades attacked. The armament module of Reina's mecha is unfolded, and the Thunder Crown adds the power of thunder to the energy shield. Boom boom boom. Seeing that their long-range attacks had no effect, the Sakura sword beasts tried to attack in close range, but they obviously picked the wrong opponent. The Reina mecha, whose stats had already dominated the golden class, remained calm and raised the sunlight beam sword in its hand. The scorching sun shines brightly in the valley. The sword rises. The sword falls. Li Mumming calmly put away his sword. In front of him, the cherry blossom sword beasts were cut off at the roots like wheat in a harvest field. The high-quality materials used to make the gold-grade modules are shining brightly one by one, like falling fruits, which can be sold at a very good price in the market. Captain. More and more Sakura sword beasts are coming. This valley was obviously the base camp of the Sakura sword beast. After Li Mumming and others broke in so blatantly, they immediately launched a crazy revenge. Cherry blossoms are scattered all over the sky as far as the naked eye can see, but these are not for people to admire. They are not flowers, but sharp knives that can take lives. Sakura sword beast itself has very strong resilience, and it is difficult to defeat it unless it is killed with one blow. Among all the teams at the moment, except for Sherhu team, Jianan team, and Li Mumming team, the remaining 2 teams are already in a tough battle. Their support mechas and barrier mechas were caught off guard by the flying blades before they even had time to form a formation, and their mechas were damaged and unable to deploy their modules. No, we can't possibly clean out an entire race of monsters, Captain, let's just choose a direction to escape. As an LA Comprehensive Speed Combat Mecha Girl, Guozha's Mecha Girl also possesses extremely strong melee capabilities. After cutting off several Sakura sword beasts with her double swords, she was still frightened by the endless stream of monsters behind her. Xiao Min has now deployed a barrier and set up a solid line of defense in front of the team. After Li Muming entered the defense line, he looked at the overall situation and immediately made up his mind: retreat from the right. There are two roads on the left and right. The cherry blossom monster on the right has mostly been unhidden, so the danger is predictable and it is naturally safer. But he wasn't the only one who thought this way. Thanks to the fact that all members of the Shihu team were at the Jade Diamond level, they were the first to occupy the entrance to the valley passage on the right. Li Muming, weren't you being pretentious just now? After Shihu's black heavy machine girl finished dealing with several Sakura sword beasts, she turned around and blocked the passage. A provocative voice rang out from inside: "Now I want to see how strong you are." As soon as she finished speaking, the heavy module behind the black heavy machine girl unfolded, and the huge rocket tube slowly revealed its fangs. As a pure heavy-duty machine girl, every armed module of Shihu is carefully selected heavy firepower, just like now. An 8m long rocket was launched straight into the air, breaking into many destructive missiles in the air, and then falling back like heavy rain. "Everyone, we'll go ahead, you guys continue," Shihu sneered, driving the mecha forward to catch up with his teammates. The next moment, everyone was stunned. They saw that the destructive missiles had directly shattered the two passages in the valley and turned into stone walls blocking everyone. What's worse is that this huge wave woke up more Sakura sword beasts, and a large number of Sakura sword beasts outside the stone wall crossed the rubble wall and rushed over. Now, if he wants to break the stone wall and leave, his killing speed must be faster than the speed at which the Sakura sword beasts are rushing towards him, which is easier said than done. "I'm going to kill him when I get out." "Idiot, it's fine if you just ran away, but you also want us to be buried with you. Help." Everyone has a different mentality when dealing with crises. In this almost desperate situation, people from two teams could no longer hold on. The danger this time is much greater than any other mission they have ever carried out, and there is almost no way of survival. What's more, in the panicked sight of everyone, the flying flowers in the sky were suddenly scattered by a wave. One was about 40 m tall, with a canopy that blocked out the sun. Each branch was larger than everyone's mechas. With every step they took, hundreds of vines could be vaguely heard twitching underground. This scene immediately shattered everyone's inner defenses. Oh no, it's the Jade Diamond level boss Sakura King Beast. As the one with the most comprehensive knowledge of the monster encyclopedia and the highest combat power in the audience, Jian Dongfang quickly recognized the monster. Normally, there were several Jade Diamond level mecha masters on the scene, so they shouldn't be so panicked, but there were also many gold level juniors and seniors in their team. After all, this mission is not about how many outstanding students from Liang Academy can change the situation of the battle. Which of the elites in the city defense army did not graduate from Liang Academy? Therefore, those people who came to the team to gain experience and be familiar with the team have now suddenly become a burden. Now it is Li Muming's team that is in better condition because it has only 4 people and relies on Li Muming. Damn it, I don't want to die here. Damn it, how can I survive like this? More than a dozen gold-level mecha masters had never seen such a scene before and were so frightened that they could not move. Li Muming looked around and shouted, "Everyone who hasn't reached the Yao Jin level, come behind me, I will protect him." No one responded. The lowest level person here cannot be below the gold level. Above the gold rank, and have completed at least 3 club missions. Did he hide in his steel shell and wait for the missions to end? If so, shout 3 times now that I am a turtle. We are classmates, so you can hide behind me and move forward until I have enough strength to spare. If not, shout and I'll block the attack for you. Now is the time to set up a good line and work together to break out. None of the people present were rookies, they were just frightened by the scene. At Li Muming's roar, they all began to prepare for a desperate fight. Li Muming, help us. At this moment, Zhuo Wendong, the captain with the weakest overall strength among the 5 teams, spoke up. There were only 2 Emerald Diamond level players in their team, and at this moment they could not take care of anything else. What's even more terrifying is that there are no less than 30 Sakura sword beasts surrounding them, and there are 5 wounded people in the team. Guozhe. Break through in a straight line. Shi Guang. Assist me on the flank. Xiao Min. Shrink the defense line and move to the rear. Under Li Muming's command, the team instantly changed their strategy and moved towards Zhuo Wendong's team behind, but there were too many Sakura sword beasts along the way. Step into the void and cut. Relying on spiritual skills, Li Muming was the first to arrive in front of Zhuo Wendong's team. At this moment, the 9 members of Zhuo Wendong's team could all see the Rina mecha in front of them, which was not of outstanding level, and the more than 30 Sakura sword beasts in front of them. That was a lineup that even an Emerald Diamond class mecha master couldn't easily deal with. Before this, their impression of Li Muming came from the new club assessment and exhibition matches, where they knew he was a strong newcomer. But now they discovered that Li Muming's strength was far more than that. His calmness in facing crisis was far beyond that of everyone present. Soon, they discovered that Li Muming's calmness was based on his strength. Spiritual skills. Heavenly Punishment Dance. Rina Mecha Heavy Module, Tarzan Heavenly Punishment Module and Harmonious Spiritual Skills are activated. Chapter 85, Hunting the Sakura King Beast. MIA Support. Outside the valley, after Shi Hu's team broke out of the encirclement, they saw a purple star-level blue and white mecha girl, which was exuding a mighty aura that prevented the monsters from approaching easily. After some communication, they learned that this was a temporary mission that tested everyone's ability to face crises. Shi Hu and others were surprised that only those who passed could go to the base. Damn, it was the right decision to use them to draw fire. Isn't Li Muming very good at pretending? In my opinion, they will be dead or at least skinned alive by now. Shi Hu sneered. This was the fate of offending him. In the valley. The moment Li Muming released his spiritual skills, what was more dense than the flying cherry blossom blades was the pouring fire power like the breath of a divine dragon. The surging fire dragon seemed like a divine punishment. All the Sakura sword beasts along the way were burned to ashes by the raging fire. Fuck. Brother Li is awesome. This guy's firepower is even stronger than the heavy machine girl. I killed more than 30 Sakura sword beasts in one move. I guess my eyes are blurry. Our captain is also a mechanic girl, but not as fierce as this one. At this moment, Zhuo Wendong's team looked at the briefly empty front, their mouths wide open in shock for so long that their saliva was about to flow out. Just kidding, Rina Mecha's current stats are already close to the Emerald Diamond level, with the 20% bonus from the Berserk mode and a core talent that does not require energy charging. It can be said to be a mobile turret fortress, and it is also a fortress with the ability to kill instantly and fight quickly. The gold level ones watch the fun, while the diamond level ones watch the tricks. Zhuo Wendong, Jian Dongfang and others were already swallowing their saliva after seeing what happened just now, their minds full of questions. He is only at the gold level, so is it true that such a large energy-consuming module won't explode? How can the battery life of Speed Fighter Girl drive the heavy-duty module? Furthermore, a normal Emerald Diamond level only has 2 spiritual skills. Isn't it too many that he has displayed? Unable to understand, the most the crowd could come up with was one sentence. That's fucking awesome. The other team saw this and shouted without hesitation, "Brotherly, help." Across from the Sakura King Beast, Jian Dongfang, who was defending against the attack, quickly retreated and turned back to roar, "Brotherly, brotherly. Do you have any strength left? Come and help me. Wait for me 3 minutes." After Li Muming cleared the big guys in front of his own team, he turned and headed towards another weak team. If you say 3 minutes, then it will be 3 minutes. 3 minutes later, another fire dragon roared throughout the valley, killing dozens of Sakura sword beasts. Oh shit, he really is my brother. What a great energy module, the battery life is limitless. Everyone's jaw dropped. Xiao Min and Shi Guang. You are in charge of the barrier robot. Create a safe zone of at least 2 kilometers. Zhuo Wendong and Yi Zhe. Gather the injured and the auxiliary mecha girls in a safe area. Repair them when necessary and assist them when necessary. Guozhe. Bring the heavy machine girl to provide remote support. The arrangements were well organized, and by the time Li Muming came to support Jian Dongfang's team, the 3 teams had already merged into one huge group. With the complete Mecha Girl System team, the offensive of the Sakura Sword Beasts was immediately blocked. In the valley filled with artillery fire, only the Sakura King Beast was still wreaking havoc wantonly. Jian Dongfang, let your teammates retreat to the safe area. Li Muming shouted the moment he entered the venue. Everyone, retreat. Li Muming and I will take over this place. Jian Dongfang gave the order immediately. Even though there are 3 or 4 Emerald Diamond level Mecha Masters in the team, at this moment, the sense of security that Li Muming can provide makes Jian Dongfang feel more at ease. How do you plan to fight? Jian Dongfang asked. Li Muming said without hesitation, you attack, and I assist. Good. It was an expected answer, but thanks to Li Muming's command and without the pressure from teammates, Jian Dongfang's Mecha Girl immediately showed her fangs. The two 10m long swords cut off the branches and fangs of the Sakura King Beast like cutting tofu. The blades danced wildly, and the sword edges were terrifying and sharp. The Sakura King Beast roared, and tentacle-like vines coiled around from all directions, covering the sky and the sun. But now, Jian Dongfang and Li Muming will not indulge him. The surging blade and the overwhelming firepower poured out, leaving the Sakura King with skin and flesh torn apart and green blood flowing. Jian Dongfang's sword skills were very efficient. He seized the opportunity and directly cut off the 3 main branches of the Sakura King Beast. Sakura King Beast was trembling all over, and its movements paused briefly. Light pursuit, breaking the air. The next moment, a light tracing missile was launched. With the help of the Thunder Crown, the missile expanded at the speed of light like a thunderball. The moment it hit the Sakura King Beast, its screams were deafening. A huge bloody hole appeared on the chest of Sakura King Beast. Ah! Am I a support? Jian Dongfang exclaimed. After confirming that the Sakura King Beast was dead and its core had fallen, Li Muming sighed, it's all thanks to your attack. You deserve to be ranked second on the Earth ranking. Jian Dongfang picked up the core of the Emerald Diamond level boss, threw it to Li Muming, and sighed. Hey, don't flatter me. What's the point of being second on the Earth ranking? I should be panicking now. I've wasted the extra 5 years of study. Jian Dongfang dared to guarantee that if it were not for Li Muming's command, which rescued the dozen or so mecha warriors and left him without any worries, he would definitely have been exhausted to death here. Great! That Sakura King Beast is dead. The Sakura Sword Beasts are starting to retreat. We survived. Brother Li is awesome. It's really cool. Is this still the golden grade? Everyone exclaimed. Brother Li. They are starting to run away. What should we do? Should we chase them? After overcoming their fear, the passion of this group of people was aroused. What do you mean? Jian Dongfang also looked at Li Muming. He is indeed the highest level player in the venue, but that is of no use. There are 4 teams here, and Li Muming's reputation is obviously the highest. Didn't you see that even the several injured female soldiers in their team had stars in their eyes when they looked at Li Muming? Forget about the Sakura Sword Beast, let's go out and deal with Shi first. Li Muming said directly. Fuck. That beast. It makes me angry just talking about it. If it weren't for Big Brother Li, I would have become food by now. Who isn't? Go out and kill him. Led by Li Muming, the group, along with the 2 pilots of the transport plane, headed steadily out of the valley. After leaving the valley, everyone immediately saw the mechas of Shi and others. At this moment, they were guarding around the carrier, and the outer shells of their mechas were not even damaged. This bastard. Beat him. Everyone rushed forward. Li Muming saw the familiar blue and white girl from a distance and raised his eyebrows slightly. Sua Sheng. What a coincidence. At this time, Sua Sheng began to explain to everyone that this incident was actually a surprise test. Looking at the angry crowd, Sua Sheng smiled and said, after all, you haven't graduated yet, so you still have to take the necessary tests. But don't be upset. This mission will be monitored throughout, and rewards will be given according to merit. Zhuo Wendong and Yi Zhe's team hunted more than 50 Sakura Sword Beasts in total and received a sea-level combat contribution. Sword East team hunted over 100 Sakura Sword Beasts, and assisted in hunting down Sakura King Beasts, a B-level contribution to combat merit. Turning his head to look at Li Muming, Shuasheng nodded slightly to show his approval. Team Li Muming killed over 200 Sakura sword beasts and was the first to respond to the emergency and resolve the dilemma. They deserve an A-level combat merit. Everyone present thought that Li Muming's reward was well deserved. If Li Muming had not reacted first, more than half of the carrier aircraft might have been damaged in that round. What about us? Shi Hu's team was stunned. Shuasheng's voice suddenly turned cold. Not only did you abandon your comrades, you also took advantage of their misfortunes. You are disqualified from this operation. The military will inform Liang Academy later to expose your evil deeds. Chapter 86, Still want to default on your debt? Kneel down and call me daddy. It was like a bolt from the blue, and Shi Hu stood there in a daze. He came to this action as a representative of the community, but he had already boasted all about it. Now I haven't done anything yet, but I'm being sent back and I'm also being notified. Isn't this definitely nailing me to the pillar of shame? How can he continue to work in Liang Court? Wait, there must be some misunderstanding here, give me a chance. Shi Hu's face turned pale and he began to beg. I'm ranked 3rd on the Liang Academy's Earth ranking, so I'm sure I can play a role. Shuasheng sneered, you still want to beg for mercy? If you were my subordinate, based on your behavior, I would kill you 10 times. 3rd on the Earth ranking. Very strong. A crystal-clear sword in the blue and white mecha's hand cut through the sky and directly cut off the arm of the heavy-armored mecha girl. It was not until the giant arm fell to the ground with a clang that Shi Hu reacted. If you don't get out of here, it won't be your arm that'll fall off next time. As a military general, Shuasheng did not tolerate Shi Hu at all and acted decisively. I'm leaving. I'm leaving. In front of a murderous purple star mecha master, Shi Hu was so scared that he almost peed himself and didn't dare to bother with him anymore. Etc. Li Muming stopped him, don't you remember our bet? You lost this mission. Shi Hu, who had been so arrogant on the carrier plane, has now become a rat crossing the street, but the bet must be carried out. What? Are you kidding me? Shi Hu scolded and was about to deny the debt, but the Rena mecha in front of him took action directly, beyond everyone's expectations. At this distance, Shi Hu, who had just been frightened by Shuasheng, had no time to react before his arm was cut off again by Taxu Zhan. This time, the black heavy machine girl lost both of her arms. Stop talking too much. This sword will only hit the arm, Li Muming said, and stabbed Shi Hu's backup energy module directly with his sword. It's on your energy module. Oh shit. Everyone's eyelids jumped, brother, you really started from 0 frames. Multiple numerical alarms were sounded on the machine, and the energy supply was cut off. Shi Hu was stunned and dared not deny it anymore, for fear that the next moment, the beam sword of Rena's mecha would directly penetrate the cockpit. Everyone present supports Li Muming, and absolutely no one will speak for him. Dad, you are my dad, let me go. Shi Hu cried and begged for mercy. Not enough, kneel down, Li Muming said coldly. Plop. A top-level Emerald Diamond class heavy armored mecha kneeled down in front of Rena mecha. Dad, let me go. Shi Hu, who had no dignity at all, was let off. Go back and don't embarrass yourself in the future, Li Muming said calmly. Well. Shi Hu felt relieved and left with the team in shame. Brother Li is awesome. He helped us vent our anger. That is. The crowd shouted. The blue and white mecha approached and hugged the Rena mecha. Amid the creaking sound of steel colliding, Shuasheng's laughter was heard. You're quite good, kid. A man should be looked at with new eyes after 3 days of absence. You've become so strong after just a few dozen days of not seeing you. Shuasheng sighed, he had said at the beginning that he was going to cultivate Li Muming. It now seems that it won't be long before Li Muming is capable of becoming his boss. Brother, if you come to the city defense army, don't forget to give me a hand, Shuasheng said directly without caring about the opinions of other mecha masters present. Li Muming smiled and said, with Brother Shuasheng's ability, I will have to rely on you in the future. Ha ha ha, I'm not that capable, Shuasheng knew very well his own level and didn't say anything more. Everyone boarded the carrier. Shuasheng, who had been staying in the cockpit, now officially appeared and also brought the next action plan. It is estimated that in 10 hours, we will enter the unexplored area of Monster Cemetery number 255, and you will begin to carry out your respective tasks at that time. Jian Dongfang asked, are ours the same? Sua Sheng raised his finger and shook it. No, there is no distinction between the levels of importance. The mission is issued by the garrison headquarters, and you can receive it from me. With a snap of his fingers, 2 soldiers behind Sua Sheng brought an electronic display screen. Here are the tasks we know we need to complete next. They have a set completion time and military merit points. First of all, even if you don't get first place in the end, you can still redeem these military merit points. Considering the difficulty of the mission issued to you, the benefits are still very generous. Sua Sheng said this and brought up the task page. Li Muming took a quick glance and was slightly shocked. Every mission here was quite dangerous. The A level alone is no less than the level of the attack in Sakura Valley. Well, have you guys thought about it? Sua Sheng took out 4 monitoring modules. Once you've made your decision, come to me to claim your mission and add the monitoring module to the captain's mecha, so that the garrison headquarters can check the mission progress. Don't worry, you can remove it after the mission is completed. So, who goes first? The 4 captains looked at each other, and finally looked at Li Muming at the same time. Brother Li, please go first. Yeah, Brother Li, let's choose first. Jian Dongfang didn't say anything, but his gesture made his meaning clear. Among the current missions, I only recommend B-level missions, because above A-level, it is very demanding on teamwork. Of course, if you can shoulder the responsibility alone, just ignore what I said. Having said that, Sua Sheng tapped the screen and directly switched the task list to the A-level page. Li Muming glanced around and said, I'll choose the A-level mission and go to the Giant Bear Rock Belt to set up the Clairvoyance Barrier Crystal. The Clairvoyance Barrier is composed of 109 barrier crystals. Once all are activated, the detection range can radiate thousands of miles. It is a necessary preparation before every battle. The Giant Bear Rock Zone is one of the most difficult of the 109 areas, with a large number of giant rock bears in it. If you are not careful, the entire army may be wiped out. If it were someone else, I might have advised him against it. After all, your teammates are strong, but you have already created many miracles. I think you can do it, Sua Sheng said as he entered the mission information. Just when he was about to enter the second name, Li Muming stopped him and turned to look at Guozhi and others. If you feel it's dangerous, I can carry out the mission alone, and then. Before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Guozhi and others. Guozhi shook his head and smiled, Captain, you underestimate us too much. If we really do this, won't we become the people you said, hiding in a turtle shell? Shi Guang nodded vigorously, that's right. I am now able to reach the top of the Yao Jin level thanks to you, Captain. How could I possibly run away from the battlefield? Xiao Min nodded, me too. Li Muming paused and said speechlessly, what are you thinking? If you don't come with me, you have to find a C-level mission to perform. That's even worse. You'll feel safer following the captain. That is. Having said this, Sua Sheng continued to enter information. Jian Dongfang and other 3 teams also began to choose their own tasks, and finally chose 1 A-level and 2 B-level tasks. After the preparations were completed, the 4 teams waited quietly for the transport plane to arrive at the mission location. 10 hours later. Giant Bear Rock Belt. Li Muming's team landed. Chapter 87, Bad Luck. Giant rock bears are living in groups. The 4 mechas walked among the rocky ravines with extreme caution. As a solitary creature, the rock giant bear has its own sense of territory, and it is rare to encounter multiple of them in the same area, so as long as you are careful, there is a certain probability that you can complete the mission without engaging in a fight. Of course, the probability of this happening is very small. Boom. Obviously, Li Muming and others did not encounter this probability. When Xiao Min stepped onto the rock holding the micro-barrier, a roar resounded through the sky. The earth turned over, and the rock under Xiao Min's feet raised its head and straightened its waist. In just half a minute, it showed its strong waist and bare back. Xiao Min was startled and quickly pulled the joystick, bent his legs and jumped to the side. But just as he landed, there was a vibration under his feet, and another giant rock bear was woken up and stood up. Fuck, I'm so unlucky. Xiao Min swung the barrier to block the rock fist coming from the side. His body was already somewhat unstable. Coupled with the shaking of the giant rock bear under him, the mecha lost control and fell downwards. The next moment, two light-seeking missiles directly smashed the heads of the two rock bears, thus stabilizing the situation. Hiss, thank you, Captain. After surviving the disaster, Xiao Min looked at Li Muming with gratitude. Li Muming glanced around and said alertly, be careful, this place is a little different from what we reported, the density of giant rock bears is a little high. It is visible to the naked eye that after the previous fluctuation, many nearby rocks have expanded and deformed, showing the shape of a giant rock bear. It's normal. Much of the intelligence we use now is from more than a decade ago and has not been updated. It is understandable that some changes have occurred. Guozhi glanced at the information provided by the military in his hand and put it away silently. In other words, except for the precise location of the barrier crystal stones, the rest of the information in everyone's hands is subject to change. The difficulty of the task has suddenly increased. Why don't you give us a little reward? Shi Guang curled his lips. Guozhi glanced at him, is it possible that this situation has been taken into account before the A-level is determined? That makes sense. Shi Guang's old face turned red and he turned around to find his spiritual support. Captain, what do we do now? When in doubt, go directly to the captain. Li Muming drove the Reina mecha, swooped down with his sword, pierced the jaw of a giant rock bear with his sword, smashed it with a punch, and turned around and said. What should we do? Why don't we take action to deal with the enemy in front of us and wait for them to become bear food? The three of them's eyelids jumped and they immediately took action. The sense of security next to Li Muming was too strong, which weakened their vigilance. This was a fatal flaw on the battlefield and had to be changed, the three of them thought to themselves. However, even though the three of them had tried their best to cooperate, focusing on running their own armed modules and mecha sequence characteristics throughout the whole process, they still could not kill Li Muming alone. The stats of Reina's mecha were already the highest among the four, and with the addition of soul talent and a terrifying number of spiritual skills, Guozhi and the other two launched a fierce attack at the beginning. Gradually, seeing that the firepower of Reina's mecha was getting stronger and stronger and was about to cover the 1-kilometer range in front, the power of their modules began to decrease. We are not slacking off. The captain is too powerful. What should we do? Three of us are waiting online, asking for some strategy. A few minutes later, as Reina's mecha chopped off the head of the last giant rock bear with one sword, only dozens of golden-grade core materials were left on the site, and only rock debris was left. After putting away these valuable core materials, Li Muming began to make a plan. As the barrier mecha girl, Xiao Min has the highest defense among everyone present. So it's okay for Xiao Min to explore the way ahead. Li Muming looked at Xiao Min. Xiao Min nodded. Guozhi and Shi Guang are responsible for being alert to the surrounding situation and making sure they don't get robbed. As for the portable nutrient solution, give it priority to Xiao Min, Li Muming said, and the team continued to move forward. Along the way, whether it was due to the environment or Xiao Min's bad luck, he would encounter large numbers of rock monsters almost every time he traveled a certain distance. But with Xiao Min attracting firepower, Li Muming was able to resolve the situation quickly with lightning speed. Saint Dulac Base, 255 Monster Cemetery Garrison Headquarters. Xiaoyong sat upright in a chair, his eyes scanning across the numerous screens. These were all surveillance images of the Liang Academy's mission, a total of 77 teams. Of the 100 teams that set out, 23 were eliminated during a temporary mission. Report the situation. Yes. Of the 26 teams that have accepted the A-level barrier mission, 13 have already completed the halfway point. Call up the screen. Yes. Switch to the home screen. The conversation was clear and concise. On the screen, teams including Li Muming's team, Jian Dongfang's team, Su Yang's team, were all listed. Based on the current data, which team is most likely to need support? Report. Team Li Muming. Currently up to 70%. Hearing this, Xiaoyong, who had just become familiar with Li Muming's information, smiled. Really? Do you believe it? Among them, Li Muming's team's completion time can actually rank in the top 5. The officers shook their heads in disbelief. Report. Li Muming's team encountered a group of Emerald Diamond level beasts. The support rate required has reached 95%. Do you need support? At this time, the inspector's voice came. Xiaoyong turned the pen in his hand and said, "No need." Yes. Looking at Li Muming on the screen, Xiaoyong felt melancholy. Su Su has been thinking about the God-making plan for his entire life. Can you and Rena Mecha carry this banner? Fuck, there are more than a dozen Emerald Diamond Rock Bear Kings in this shabby place, and they are just sleeping soundly here. Xiao Min's barrier robot, which was 20 plus in height, was already huge enough, but it still looked dwarfed in front of these Rock Bear Kings. Carrying his own barrier module, he fled frantically. Behind him, the armament module of the Rena Mecha was operating. More than a dozen force field bombs were launched, and the suppression field encompassed all the Rock Bear Kings, attracting all the hatred at the scene. Let's start with a round of long-range consumption. The missile modules of the three mechas were all fired. The Rock Bear King was too huge to be blocked, but with its hard shell, it was able to block almost all of them. Except for Rena Mecha's ray tracing, breaking through the air. The ray tracing missile is the missile with the strongest defense-penetrating effect in the module equipped by Rena's mecha. After the spiritual skill is unleashed, it can almost shatter the outer shell with every shot. You know, the defense of the Rock Bear King is also top-notch in the entire Emerald Diamond level, but unfortunately the effect of ray tracing breaking the air is too absolute. Combined with the top stats of Rena's mecha, the Rock Bear King has almost no ability to stop it. Before even using other armed modules, the Rena mecha had already swept across the scene, severely injuring one Rock Bear King after another. As expected of you, the captain. Awesome. As Shi Guang exclaimed, he suddenly noticed from the corner of his eye that on the distant horizon, a huge figure swooped down, like a violently rolling mountain. Oh no! The Rock Bear King's father is here. Chapter 88, Giant Rock Bear King. He's a bit stupid. A vast rocky area. The leader of the Rock Bear Kings, the giant Rock Bear King, was startled by the movement of his huge body in an instant. This was a leader monster that should only exist in the deep. Foolish human, you are seeking death. The ability to speak human language, an ability only possessed by monsters above the purple star level. A ferocious voice sounded, and at that moment everyone felt the evil spirit coming towards them, followed by the terrifying attack of the giant Rock Bear King. Fuck it, there are purple star monsters everywhere. Xiao Min was so scared that he swore. Why does a purple star monster appear in this area? Li Muming was shocked and confused at the same time, but he soon realized something was wrong. Although this giant Rock Bear King can speak and is over 60 meters in size, its attack power is not devastating. Although the huge rocks released by the giant Rock Bear King were unstoppable and made a loud noise through the air, they were not completely unstoppable. Two light-seeking missiles were launched, shattering the huge rock in the air and defusing the head-on crisis. No, this giant Rock Bear King may have had its core broken. Now it is only at the peak of the Emerald Diamond level. Guozhi also discovered the problem. So, it's not like we don't have the strength to fight. A sharp light flashed in Li Muming's eyes. You three stand back, leave this to me. The next moment, the energy of the modules inside Rena's mecha began to mobilize, and she rushed out as fast as lightning, holding the sunlight beam sword. How dare a mere golden-class mecha act so presumptuously in front of me? Seeing a mecha with a light golden energy shield coming towards him, the giant Rock Bear King roared, opened his mouth, and spit out a stone cone nearly 5 meters in size. This time, the Rock Bear King was confident that he could directly smash the entire body of the mecha in front of him. But what made it dumbfounded was that the Rena mecha not only did not suffer any damage, but instead shattered the iron-hard stone cone with one sword, and even its rushing speed did not decrease at all. Court death. But it was not worried. Its strong point was close combat. It could defeat this kind of mecha with just one punch. Boom! As the giant Rock Bear King punched, the air was whistling, and the terrifying airflow continued to compress until a huge fist shadow approached Rena's mecha. Boom! After the sword and fist shadow collided, Rena's mecha flew backwards without exception. Team leader. Shi Guang and Xiao Min exclaimed and were about to go forward to provide support, but were stopped by Guozhi. Wait, don't panic. The condition of this giant rock bear king is not good. It is not yet at the purple star level. The captain can handle it. Guizha knew clearly that although Rina's mecha was only of the gold level, if any opponent really only regarded him as a gold level opponent, then he would be close to failure. As he spoke, Guizha pointed to the only two rock bear kings left around him and said, "We still have things to do." In front of Rina's mecha, the rock bear king is just a small elite monster. If they don't die, they will be seriously injured in one encounter. But in the eyes of Guizha and the other two, this was a character that they needed to deal with desperately. On the other side, in front of Li Muming. Warning. All energy shields are broken, and the second-level violent state is activated. Warning. The damage value of the aircraft has reached 30%, please pay attention to the condition of the aircraft module. Red alarms began to sound on the panel. But Reina seemed particularly surprised. "Master. It's really not that strong. Indeed, if he can hold the sky high, he is on the same level as a Sakura King beast." Li Muming also nodded, then raised the corner of his mouth and began to prepare the long-range module. With his current firepower, there was no need for a head-on confrontation. The right way is to consume a wave first. The missiles in the sky were aimed at the giant rock bear king. After being launched into the air, the missile's internal sensors and precision guidance systems began to correct their directions to ensure continuous and accurate strikes. Boom! Boom! Under the astonished gaze of the giant rock bear king, the mecha that should have been smashed to pieces by his punch only flew back a few hundred meters and began to counterattack. And the force of this counterattack is extremely strong. He slammed the ground hard, and the tall rocks were shaken up and cast into a solid stone wall blocking in front of him. It's just the ant's counterattack. The giant rock bear king was ready to wait until the attack of the strange mecha in front of him ended, and then he would defeat him with thunder. Snap! The first solid stone wall was shattered, and the giant rock bear king jumped up and built a high wall again. "Ant, nothing special, continue if you can." Snap! The second solid stone wall was shattered, and at the same time, due to the winter missiles and flare missiles, the surrounding environment began to change. "Ant! Try shooting another one." Snap! The fourth piece. The fifth piece. As the surrounding environment alternated between extreme cold and scorching heat, the material of the rock began to change, becoming far less hard than it was at the beginning and breaking faster and faster. What's even more terrifying is that the output of Rina mecha did not stop at all. The giant rock bear king dared to guarantee that all the emerald diamond level mecha masters he had killed before were not as difficult to deal with as the attack of the mecha in front of him. The truth is, this guy is too fucking strong. From the time it started launching missiles to the time it was almost unheard of, won't the armament module of this mecha overheat and explode? Can energy be consumed in this way? Just when the giant rock bear king activated his psychic power again but failed to build a stone wall, he discovered that all the rocks within a 1 kilometer radius of his own body had turned into dust. Boom! Just as the giant rock bear king was stunned, dozens of precisely guided fire lines in the sky descended from above it and began to attack it mercilessly. Boom! Boom! Human! You pissed me off. Boom! Human! You're looking for death. Boom! Human! Damn immortal! When had the giant rock bear king ever suffered such humiliation? It was not like he had not fought with mechas of various sequences. On the contrary, he had gained a lot of experience recently. But it had never seen a mecha like the one in front of it that had terrifying firepower, did not need any assistance, and could easily avoid its counterattack. Just as it was pounding its chest angrily and preparing to explode, its movements paused. As it looked down in shock, a flashing red beam sword suddenly appeared from nowhere. You are too slow. Didn't you realize that your defense has already been broken? Li Muming spoke calmly from inside the Rina mecha, which was sprinting forward using the high-speed mobility of the stepping void slash and piercing through the chest of the giant rock bear king. Be a good bear in your next life and learn how to build walls. You're not good enough yet. The giant rock bear king roared in his heart. He hadn't even used his melee combat ability yet he died just like that. He hated it so much. Warning. The load of the armed module is approaching the upper limit and has reached the maintenance warning value. After the giant rock bear king died, a pop-up message appeared. Have I reached the upper limit? Lee Mumming sighed as he glanced at the panel. Shooting is fun, and it's fun to keep shooting until the module reaches red temperature. If there is a Mecha Girl's origin module later, I must get it to upgrade Reina's full-body mecha's durability. Having made up his mind, Lee Mumming looked behind him, where there seemed to be a faint black fog. Chapter 89, The General in the Dark. I'll give you some experience first. The black fog was not obvious, but it looked particularly strange in this rocky area at noon. Team leader. On the other side, a cry for help was heard. Without even looking back, Reina Mecha released 2 light tracing missiles. The Rock Bear King, who was originally lying on Xiao Min's mecha and biting the crystal barrier, suddenly stopped breathing and fell down, with a big hole pierced through his chest. Ha! Xiao Min and Shi Guang breathed a sigh of relief, and Guozhe, who had just defeated his opponent on the other side, caught up with Lee Mumming. You are the captain again. You have already dealt with the giant Rock Bear King before we even deal with the Rock Bear King. Shi Guang said with emotion. Guozhe and the other man also nodded. To be honest, Guozhe didn't expect that Lee Mumming would improve to this level in such a short time since he defeated Han Long. Lee Mumming glanced at the status of several people and said, "Be careful, the black fog ahead is a bit strange. After entering to explore, if there is any problem, retreat first." Good. Just as several people continued to explore forward. Garrison headquarters. At this moment, in the silent huge base, only a laugh broke the silence. How is it? I'm right? The support rate under the big data core calculation is difficult to serve as a reference for such a genius. Xiaoyong glanced at the support rate on the screen which had reached 99%, shook his head and smiled. The officers were also amazed. It's unbelievable that Liang Academy has produced such a terrifying newcomer. The modification of his Mecha Girl is extraordinary. It has already surpassed the ordinary type of Mecha Girl. But what's even more unusual is the current situation in these areas, right? Someone reminded me. Yes, the density of monsters in these areas has increased, as if some creatures have squeezed their living space. That black fog doesn't seem to be that simple. Rock Belt. Strange, where have all the monsters here gone? Since Lee Mumming and his 3 companions defeated the previous wave of giant rock bears, they have traveled for several kilometers without encountering any monsters. Are they hiding from the black fog? The closer you get to the black fog, the weaker the monster's scent becomes, and it's hard not to associate something with it. As they were about to enter the black fog, Lee Mumming stopped everyone and said, "We are still 2 kilometers away from the target. At this distance, I can go in alone." Guozhe and others did not refuse. Just kidding, they do have some self-awareness. If they really encounter danger, the Reina Mecha will definitely have the highest chance of survival. If they go in, they might even become a burden. After instructing the 3 people to find a hidden location, Lee Mumming drove the Reina Mecha forward. "Master, have you noticed anything unusual?" Lina asked after entering the black fog. Lee Mumming shook his head, "I haven't found anything yet." There were no other abnormal effects in the field of vision except for the low visibility, but this further illustrated the problem. Otherwise, why aren't there any monsters in this area? It was extremely quiet until we reached our destination. Forget it, let's bury the crystal first. Lee Mumming took out the crystallization equipment prepared by the military from the storage ring and preset the coordinates. Next, you just need to wait for 5 minutes to complete the task. During this period, Lee Mumming observed the panel of Reina's mecha. After 2 consecutive large-scale kills, Reina's experience value was only at 11%, and this time the experience value accumulation was obviously much slower. But this is understandable, after all, a large part of the proceeds from killing monsters is used to replenish energy. If it didn't have this sole talent, if it were an ordinary mecha, it would have exhausted its energy long ago under such intense hunting. When Lee Mumming was observing the module, he suddenly shuddered all over. "Master, this is bad, look inside the dark room." Hearing Lina's exclamation, Lee Mumming looked up, and at one glance his hair stood on end. In the black fog that had thickened at some point, a pair of scarlet vertical pupils that were larger than the giant rock bear kings were staring at Reina's mecha. In an instant, a terrifying feeling of oppression swept over, and Lee Mumming's back was suddenly wet with sweat. But those eyes came and went quickly. And at the moment when the scarlet vertical pupil disappeared, a large number of giant rock bears rushed out from the black fog in the distance, like soldiers sent by the general to raid the battlefield. Without having time to think about what was going on with those vertical pupils, Li Muming glanced at the device which had a time limit of 3 minutes and felt a little overwhelmed. I hope my armed module can last another 3 minutes. The next moment, artillery fire from all over the sky came out again. Garrison headquarters. Not good. In the black fog, everyone, including Li Muming's team, was attacked by a beast tide. Suyang team is aware of 5 injuries and is fighting steadily. Sword East team is aware of 6 injuries, and has begun to cover the retreat. Wing City team. Team Li Muming. Li Muming is fighting against the beast tide alone, and the beast tide is not making any progress. There was shock at the scene. No, this Li Muming grew up eating fuel oil. The nutrient solution can't be used up. They all discovered that Li Muming was like a war fortress carrying an energy station on his back. He killed monsters without blinking an eye, and the monsters were treated as if they were delivering experience packs. The firepower never stopped from beginning to end, and his weapon module is a model of heavy-duty mecha girls. The heavy module has firepower artillery, the penetration module has ray tracing missiles, the control module has flare missiles, winter missiles. If he is a heavy tank girl, then he is definitely at the top of the heavy tank sequence. But the key is that she is a high-speed fighter girl on record. The high displacement stepping on the spirit skill that can only be awakened by a high-speed fighter girl is the best proof. All I can say is that a talented mecha master can always create some incredible mecha girls. Xiao Yong paid attention to Li Muming's performance, and after confirming that there was no worry, he turned around and said, "Send out the Vanguard members to investigate what's going on with those eyes." Yes. 1 minute later, the Purple Star mecha divisions in transport aircraft from various places were dispatched. Bite. A prompt sounded, and the barrier module was installed completely, deep into the ground 1,000 meters deep. As soon as the garrison base is activated, an AR panoramic map intelligence will appear on the high-level sand table. At this time, Li Muming, who was able to retreat, finally breathed a sigh of relief and turned around to leave. Seeing that Li Muming was about to run, the group of giant rock bears started chasing him. However, even if they ran their legs off, they would never be able to catch up with Reina, the high-speed fighter girl. Wrong. Li Muming suddenly remembered that there were still a lot of rock bear cores on the ground. He slapped his head and turned around and rushed over. This was all money. When they saw that Li Muming dared to come back and dig up his compatriots' graves and bones in front of so many of his compatriots, these giant rock bears became completely furious. But they could only be angry for a while. Seeing Li Muming pack up the core and escape again, they were powerless to do anything and could only blame themselves for running too slowly. Outside the dark side. After seeing Li Muming coming back, Guo Zhe and others breathed a sigh of relief. Run away quickly, there's someone following you.